Game license detected. Positional teleportation in progress. Gao Gan, who had finished his working day, was just about to take a rest. As soon as he lay down on his bed, he suddenly heard an email notification that was reminiscent of those emotionless system announcements from virtual games that were written about in the novels of his past life. What's going on? The real game. Apostle is in open beta testing. The participant has been detected with testing access rights, connecting to the game world. Positional teleportation complete. After the system message ended, Gao Gan disappeared in a bright flash of light. No one knew exactly when this game appeared in people's sight. After a period of closed testing, she disappeared without a trace for several months, and then open beta testing quietly began. Gao Gan retained fragmentary memories of his previous life. Perhaps due to the phenomenon of intrauterine memory, during his recent participation in a closed testing of this mysterious real-life game, his past memories were awakened, although many of them were erased. He remembered most clearly the short 7-year period from high school to university. In that life, his academic performance left much to be desired. From his school memories, in addition to incomprehensible mathematics and English that sounded like secret writing, he was interested in genetics and computer games. It's a pity that I just topped up my Heartjoy to level 3. Gao Gan couldn't help but sigh as he thought about the Penguin Empire's paid service system, where few people were willing or able to spend money on high levels of Heartjoy. From the content of the previous closed test of the real game, Gao Gan realized that it was very similar to one of the 2 games he often played in his past life. It seemed to be a game called City of Disconnected Connections and Weak Heroes, although in his memories, that game wasn't that unstable and weak, but the old name remained. Novice Challenge. Goblin Jungle. Main Quest, Survival. Story Quest. Eliminate the Jungle Goblin Chieftain. Side Quest. Eliminate the mutated goblins. For more information, see the quest log. You have received a letter. Please check your adventurer mailbox. Beginning of Newbie training. Newbie training. Gao Gan found himself in a forest clearing. It seems that he really has been transported to another world. Although the content of the closed testing could have suggested that the open beta testing was unusual, the direct transfer exceeded all expectations. Starting training. Activating auxiliary system. Auxiliary system activated. Gao Gan felt a burning sensation and slight pain in his eyes, after which new elements appeared in his field of vision. Please note, the left side of the field of view displays vital signs data in digital format. A red strip with 10 equal divisions and the gold lettering 100% inside was constantly visible on the left side of the field of view. It was clearly a health bar from the games, which could be restored with healing potions. Under the red bar was a human figure labeled Healthy Condition, a status indicator that in this real game affects many parameters and conditions. Although the bar is bright red, it does not obscure background objects, although it is not transparent. Note, energy indicators and special energy in digital format are displayed in the right field of view. In accordance with the health bar, a blue bar appeared, an indicator of the magical power required for spells. The same color bar, but with a direct numerical value instead of a percentage. The base value of level 0 magic power is 100 units, although the skill tree has not yet been introduced in the tutorial, so the consumption of magic is not yet known. Warning: there is a quick access bar at the bottom of your field of view. Note, consumables cannot be used directly through the quick access bar. This is a quick action bar with the function of changing equipment only. Drinking potions requires physical action, a feature that significantly increases the difficulty of this real game. Interface introduction complete. Mentally recite the command to open the attribute list. Gao Gan tried to mentally open the attribute table, and a non-existent light screen appeared in his field of vision. Name: Gao Gan level. 0 type: Human of the Blue Star Planet, representative of the Hua people. Profession: Not chosen. Additional profession: Not received. Features: Not received. Vitality: 100 out of normal energy, 100 out of 100 strength. 1. Constitution. 1. Spirit. First standard characteristics, where the basic three-dimensional parameters are set to 1, the average maximum indicator of an ordinary person. However, the intelligence and agility present in the closed test were removed or hidden. Familiarization with the characteristic table is complete. Mentally pronounce the command to open the personal space of objects. Likewise, the mental command caused a non-existent light screen divided into an upper and lower part. At the top was a human figure with several special slots for items. On the head, right shoulder, chest, waist, legs, and feet. A total of 6 slots for protective equipment. Next to the figure were 3 slots for jewelry, a bracelet, a necklace, and a ring, as well as 2 slots for auxiliary equipment, a magic amulet and a magic stone. The lower part was divided into small cells, equipment slot, consumables slot, materials slot, and quest slot. The functional division was self-explanatory. Introduction to personal item space completed. Mentally recite the skill tree system opening command. Note, this is a basic function. Please pay special attention. The skill tree was a key feature of this game. Regardless of its previous life or previous closed testing, this game has always been positioned as a fast-paced fighting series where graceful movements and flashy combos are the centerpieces. However, Gao Gan's level 0 skill tree only had 2 skills activated. The other few were grayed out and inactive. Knock-up strike. Deals a downward strike with a knock-up effect, no energy cost, increasing the knock-up effect by 150%. This is a basic all-round skill and an important element for combo creation. Aerial combos require keeping the enemy in the air at all times, and such a fast skill with no cost or delay is essential for continuous attacks. The 150% increase in knock-up effect means that Gao Gan's normal attack can only knock up targets with 1 less power than his own, and the knock-up attack can only knock up targets with less than 25 power. The toss effect is 250 units. Backward jump. Backward jump to dodge, maintain balance, and allow quick position adjustment. Backward jump is also a distinctive feature of this game. In the real game, it further develops the ability to perceive the space behind the back. Since humans cannot see behind them, jumping backwards provides a certain ability to sense the blind spots behind them, an extremely useful and indispensable ability for surviving in the wild and fighting monsters. Core. Skill tree system. Introduction. Complete. Warning. Newbie trial. Coming soon. I'm ready. Where did the starter kit for beginners go? At least the basic set of 3 items. Linen shirt, linen pants, and a wooden stick are gone. Do I really have to fight a crowd of goblins with my bare hands and without equipment? Although this is a beginner location where monsters have low health, weak attack, and primitive intelligence, but without any equipment at all is too much. Novice trial has begun. Trial quest phase 1. Eliminate the goblin in front of you. Phase 1. Reward. Novice linen shirt. Novice linen pants. P.S. Breathable linen clothing is a must for a novice adventurer. Sometimes your scent can give away your location. What the hell smell? Gao Gan muttered in displeasure and hid in the thick grass that towered above the surrounding vegetation, slowing his breathing at the same time. Wah! A sharp, piercing scream was heard, and a short green man jumped out from the abnormally tall grass at the edge of the clearing. Regardless of whether it was a gremlin or a goblin, most of them had green skin, pointed long ears, a large nose, and 5 fingers on their hands. Usually, these green-skinned creatures were cowardly creatures that posed little threat. But the one that appeared before him was clearly different. The yellow-green skin had strange reddish patches. The eyes emitted a crazy red light. The originally skinny and frail body was now bulging with muscles, stretching the skin to the limit. The teeth had turned into fangs, completely unlike normal ones. On the body was only a loincloth in the hands, a thick branch clearly torn from a tree. Wah! According to the plot studied during closed testing, goblins, as the most numerous and frequently appearing creatures, have good intelligence and can speak the common language. However, due to the influence of certain mutational events, some goblins have become stronger, but have also lost a significant portion of their sanity. The characteristic features of these maddened goblins are glowing red eyes, strange red patches on their bodies, and a muscular green physique. Novice goblins are in a stage of light mutation with complete loss of reason. These are the weakest monsters, both in strength and cunning. If you do not pass the novice test, then you lose the opportunity to participate in this real game. The memories of it are erased, and a return to the blue star occurs. There is no real death in the game, but if you die in the wilderness or dungeons without a resurrection coin, you will return to the city and spend the whole day in a weakened state. Weakened adventurers are not allowed to leave the city by the city's protective magic system. If you fall behind one step, you fall behind in everything. Although attacks between adventurers are forbidden, mad monsters can storm cities. But first, Gao Gan decided to complete the first kill. Carefully moving to the edge of the thicket, which from the outside looked like grass almost as tall as a man, he created a rustling sound as he moved. The goblin on the other side seemed to have heard the rustling sound and headed towards the bushes where Gao Gan was hiding. Sssss. The goblin sniffed the air with its huge nose, as if it had caught the scent of a human. Wah! A human! The loss of reason has even deprived you of the ability to speak and communicate? At the moment of the goblin's howl, Gao Gan jumped out from the bushes and delivered a fist punch to the creature's hideous face. Wah! Gao Gan then kicked upwards at the goblin's chin. Toss! The goblin that received the kick to the chin was lifted into the air by the force of the kick, lifting its feet off the ground. Gao Gan took advantage of the moment and delivered a straight punch with his left hand, then a right uppercut, a double upward punch with both hands, and finally grabbed the goblin by the neck with his right hand and slammed it head down into the ground. The stun worked. At the top of the field of view, in the digital display of the goblin's status, under the red bar that was slightly more than 1/10, a negative stun status appeared. Novice test, weakened mutated goblin. Life indicator, 11/5. Condition, stunned. Head received a strong concussion, long-term stunned. It seems that the digitalization of physical reactions does not prevent this. Gao Gan, taking advantage of the stunned state of the weakened mutated goblin, took the wooden stick from him. From the previous toss, it was clear that the strength of this weakened mutated goblin did not exceed the average maximum of a normal human. That is, 1 unit. Judging from the success of the continuous flips, the constitution value probably did not reach 1 either. As for the spirit, such primitive monsters do not have this parameter yet. Taking away the wooden stick, Gao Gan launched a golf swing with an underspin, emptying the weakened mutated goblin's last red bar. The green-skinned, red-marked man turned into a pile of strange green debris under the golf-style swing, and the black mist dissipated. Gao Gan felt a stream of energy flowing into his body. Adventurer Gao Gan has completed the beginner's trial. Level raised to 1. The first phase of the main story quest has been activated. The beginner's reward has been issued. Please check the personal space of the items. System, can you just say inventory? Otherwise, people will say it's to increase the word count. The system notifications won't be that frequent, so increasing the word count is your intention. Huh? Is this a system from the main God series? No, the main God systems aren't that friendly, and there's destruction, which is definitely not from that series. Perhaps from the streamer system series or the system group chat. Is there a system number 315? I want to consult about the duties and rights of the carrier. Main story quest, Phase 1. Find a safe city zone in the Goblin Jungle, the Goblin Village. P.S. For people like you, I suggest just dying and returning to the city. Oh, our system does not provide a suicide service. What a pity. What's so pitiful about not having a suicide service? Gao Gan raised his middle finger to the sky. Even if there was one, I wouldn't be so stupid as to commit suicide to return. It's a waste of time. Although this real game provides unlimited resurrection service, After resurrection, there will be a weakened state for a whole day without the ability to leave the city. If you resurrect again in a weakened state during a monster assault, you will only be able to wander around the city in the form of a spirit, losing even the right and ability to practice additional professions in the city and train skills in the dojo. The state of the spirit also lasts a day. After the restoration of the body follows another day of weakness. So, although there is no destruction, if you do not want to become just a landscape spectator in this real game, it is better to avoid frequent deaths and resurrections. But at the same time, you cannot refuse to hunt monsters and complete quests. Since it had already been determined that one could not easily die and resurrect in the city, Gao Gan, wearing a rookie linen shirt and pants, took a broken branch taken from a rookie weakened mutated goblin in one hand, a rookie wooden stick in the other, and set out on a solo journey through the goblin jungle in search of the goblin village. Beginner's linen jacket. Type: light armor, upper physical defense, weak magic resistance, low PS, standard beginner clothing from the system. Apart from barely noticeable protection, it has only one advantage: infinite durability and indestructibility. Beginner's linen trousers. Type: light armor, bottom physical defense, weak magic resistance, low PS. Maybe you also need long johns. What? Can you only wear one item on the bottom? Then I choose long johns. Broken branch. Type: swordsman class blunt weapon. Physical attack rate 100 normal attack speed. So, a broken branch, there may be razor-sharp wooden spikes at the break. Novice wooden stick. Type: swordsman class blunt weapon. Physical attack. Rate 100 slow attack speed. Feature: increased stun effect when attacking. PS: how to stun quickly. Use force, hit the target's head. It can be considered a dual blade style, but it may not be very convenient. Gao Gan noted that all beginner equipment has no level requirements and durability indicators. That is, it is completely beginner equipment. Once the level exceeds a small stage of 5 levels, such equipment will become completely useless. After walking some distance, Gao Gan still placed the newbie wooden stick in the hotbar. It was more convenient to move and set up ambushes. Without mastering skills like the dual blade style, wearing 2 cold weapons at the same time only created inconvenience. These were not combat accessories of warriors like handcuffs or greaves. The goblin jungle was full of lush, tall grass and giant trees. The mutated red-patterned green-skinned goblins would often stumble out of the grass that was taller than them, and Gao Gan would use a flying kick followed by a series of double hammer strikes, turning them into a pile of green debris and experience. Sometimes they left behind materials, goblin hand bones. After wandering through the jungle for an unknown amount of time, Gao Gan finally found traces of something that looked like a transport route. The area of this transport route did not have extremely tall and dense grass, but on both sides of the road there were usually strange stone figures and cylindrical columns, and sometimes there were remains of blasted stone walls. Strange fruit trees. Cherry? The trees on both sides of the road were of unknown species, but some had red fruits growing on them. When Gao Gan knocked on them, these red tree fruits fell and turned into strawberries, cool hawthorn berries, ripe grapes, and other strange fruits. Fruit trees? Genetic mutation? After walking some distance, Gao Gan felt tired. After all, this was no longer a game. There was no longer infinite stamina. However, the fruits knocked down from the trees, and the black bread that the goblins occasionally dropped temporarily solved the problem of food and water. A village built in such a jungle where monsters roam freely would probably have difficulty finding food and water. The main problem that one must face in both the game and reality is the food and water needed to live a normal life. While moving along the simple road and collecting the consumables that appeared when hitting the fruit trees, Gao Gan noticed that the number of goblins on this road had noticeably increased. However, the mutation did not result in a significant strengthening of the goblins. In addition to the fact that these greenskins became ferocious and cruel, they remained weak, and their initial small intelligence turned into complete stupidity. In all respects, they were weakened. Wah! Someone's coming! Quickly grab your weapons. They're coming to destroy. Where are they? Gao Gan saw about 3 or 4 lone goblins from afar, but before the two sides could meet, the group of goblins scattered in different directions, screaming. What's the situation? Gao Gan walked to the place where the group of goblins had been. There was a small pile of coals from a fire, and some half-eaten apples, black bread, and the like lay nearby. These goblins can make fire? Trying to place the fire that seemed to have just gone out into his inventory, he got the result. You picked up the target item, a nearly extinguished goblin fire. Almost extinguished goblin bonfire. Class: Normal, Level 1. Type: Consumable, Extractable type. PS: Seems to still retain the breath of flame, but it may be difficult for humans to extract usable items. Source of fire: There may be a hidden quest continuation upon returning to camp, and if there is no quest, there may be some rewards in the form of consumables needed to level up during the newbie period. Looks like I'll have to task the extraction of an NPC in the camp. But if it's a goblin camp, won't all the camp NPCs be goblins? Although he had no disdain for goblins, but due to their physique, the weapons they created could be used as short weapons, and the protective equipment would probably be clearly smaller. Bitten apple. Type: Materials: Miscellaneous. PS: An iPhone bitten by a mutated goblin, but it does not hit or eat. Black bread with teeth marks. Type: Materials: Miscellaneous. PS: Legendary real black bread, comparable in hardness and compressive strength to the legendary edible Nokia brick. D. Okay, everything is inedible. If I hadn't put it in the inventory for system identification, perhaps I could have tried a piece, but most likely I wouldn't have been able to bring myself to do it. Wah! After Gao Gan collected the fire and the food scraps from the ground into his inventory, one of the goblins that had escaped earlier jumped out from behind a large tree, waving a small club with spikes and rushing forward while shouting. Wah! Are you a human? Unlike the previous mutated goblins, although the strange red patterns on the green skin became more numerous, the eyes were a normal grey-blue colour. Moderately mutated goblin. Class: Elite. Level 5. Type: Demon Goblin Subordinate Equipment. Spiked Goblin Club. Roughly stitched Goblin Leather Armor. Goblin Cloth Belt. PS: Although he is shorter than you, he is stronger than you. I'm looking for the Goblin camp. Are you from the camp? Although Gao Gan didn't have a weapon in his hands right now, a newbie wooden stick was lying in his hotbar, ready to strike this special goblin in the head at any moment. Come with me. We are just outside to show you the way. Lord Apostle has already passed on the information about the adventurer's arrival. My name is Fong. What is your name, Lord Adventurer? My name is Gao Gan. Gao Gan Kian? No, Gao Gan Gan. After several hours, Gao Gan and the moderately mutated goblin named Fang finally reached the entrance to the goblin camp. Gao Chen, let's go. I'll introduce you to our leader. At first he thought that Vaya had a personal inventory like his own, but later he realized story characters have such functions built into their equipment. For example, belts with storage cells. It's like quick access for players. One cell, one item. Adventurers have 6 slots, but the number of belts depends on the class, from 1 to 5. Epic belts, apparently, do not exist at all yet. The Goblin Camp, as the name suggests, is a starting safe zone created by a small squad of goblins. Now it has been expanded a bit, and although it looks rough, it is quite suitable for survival. Hua Ya led Gao Chen to the central structure of the camp, a tall wooden fortification. A fire surrounded by stones burned in front of the entrance. Although the building was taller than usual, a person could not enter it. Vaya assessed the height of his companion and, nodding, said, "Adventurer, wait here." He disappeared inside. A minute later, he reappeared, together with a goblin in leather armor and with bronze skin. This was a goblin foreman. Level: 10 leader. Class: Reinforced combat goblin equipment. Curved sword, strong leather armor, belt, boots, bone necklace, braces, herb ring. Skills: blade control, detonate command, combat enchantment. Comment: His short stature doesn't stop him from destroying a crowd of opponents. He can easily handle 10 players, or even 100. Maximum for newbies, Gao Chen noted mentally. Adventurers again. But at least you got here on your own, the goblin chuckled. He looked at the guy and said, "Give me the fire, and I'll give you a reward." The system sent a notification. You gave dying fire, bitten fruit, bread with teeth. You received improved goblin fire, 3 fresh fruits, improved short sword, goblin fire class, enhanced type, reusable consumable functions, creates a fire, restores life and mana near it, enchants with fire, cooks, fresh fruit class, normal type, food bag, random reward, can drop strawberries, flax leaves, dark berries, black bread, swarm berries, grapes. Strawberries restore health, contain moisture. Flax restores mana, slightly bitter. Dark berries restore health and mana. Bread heals quickly, nutritious. Swarm berries, an ingredient for beer. Grapes, for processing, does not restore itself. Gao Ken got 2 strawberries and 1 dark berry. Okay, but not perfect. The best drop is bread. It can't be obtained from trees like grapes, and it doesn't provide recovery. The main thing is the weapon. A beginner with a good sword will survive easier. Improved Goblin Short Sword class. Improved type. Short sword. Physical damage. 110. Magic bonus. 50. Effect. Considered a level 5 weapon. In the early stages, the most useful swords are those with high physical damage. Beginners have little mana, no skills, so enchantments are ineffective. A sword with a lower level requirement is rare and valuable. Apparently, this is one of the starting bonuses. There are few such things. If you need something, say so. We will help, said the foreman. We need resources. The camp was just built, he added, taking out a notebook. The glue is almost gone, and there aren't enough components for magical protection either. We need to replenish supplies. Side quest, gathering materials. Collect goblin glue, bones, flax, unripe fruit, elven pollen, relic fragments. Note, glue and bones are from goblins, the rest are from the jungle. Fragments are from lords only. It looks like the task will take a long time. The problems are with flax and shrines. Flax leaves can be found, but flowers are rare. And fragments are only from lords. There are few of them, hard to find, even harder to defeat, and the competition is fierce. Having received the task, Va went to meet new players, and Gao Chen remembered about the mail and asked how to get it. Having received an explanation, he left the building. Goblin Totem class, hero type, magic network. Functions, communication, mail, receiving and spreading divine power. Note, 4 burning totems cause a thunderclap throughout the safe zone. Question, where is this zone? I've heard this somewhere before. It seems like it was from a previous life. The totem, by the way, doesn't burn, so even 4 of these are unlikely to work. There are 2 letters in the mail. One is from an apostle from the planet Terra. Inside is a sealed box, contents unknown. The second letter, from the team of developers of the Arad universe, the 3rd planet, the Sun Star, the Milky Way galaxy, the main dimension. The original theme was that things like those huge eyes or the immortal Su who can repair equipment for money are clearly official techniques. But I just can't resist. The only way to keep you from activating an official technique is for you to run out of it. After all, the big-eyed transformations are rare, and Su costs a fortune. But I must admit, these bonuses from the administration are damn good. According to my inner credo, if they give you something, you have to take it. I, Gao Qian, decided not to think twice and immediately accept the suspicious official bonus. After opening a strange letter from a mysterious sender, a round storage appeared in my inventory. Can't be extracted, so it's not a material item? All that was left was to open it directly from the inventory. Inside was a gift set. 2 cards with drawings. One depicts a black diamond, the other a heart painted red. Could this be... I activated the item and the system performed an identification, giving the result. VIP card. Black Diamond class. Rare, magical, can be improved. Type: access to world functions. Functions. 1. Additional drop from bosses. 2. Chance to get a black diamond coin from mobs. The higher the rank, the higher the chance. 3. Increased drop from bosses. High-level coins. The higher the boss level, the more coins. 4. Plus 50% to experience for kills. Increases the chance and speed of collecting materials for side professions. 6. Increases experience gain and success chance in crafting. Feature works from inventory can be upgraded to artifact level by accumulating high-level black coins. Note: more fatigue, more experience, more rewards, your own title. Well, what else do you need? VIP card. Honest Player's Heart class. Type: functions. 1. Provides 3 potions and 1 token daily. Growth elixir. Anti-fatigue potion. Weakness. Remedy. Resurrection. Token feature. Increases the chances and effectiveness of all related actions. Note: what do you mean, banned for cheating? I have VIP level 5. I donated legally. You just don't know anything about the lives of gods of fortune and oldies. Black Diamond and VIP? What an imagination this team of developers from the third planet of the solar system has. My face is twisting with laughter. I tried to remain serious, but in the end, I just burst out laughing. According to the description, I will be given 3 bottles and 1 token every day. Everyone knows that the token is like in the arcades. It prolongs life. And the potions? One gives an experience boost. The second one removes fatigue. The third one gets rid of the weakness debuff. Considering that in this game there is real time and weakness lasts for a day, even one use is already a huge help. It is not clear about the experience potion yet. The experience is hidden here, so I will have to check. But the fatigue potion is an open question. It needs to be tested. Resurrection token class. Type: system object. Function: instant resurrection. Note: restores HP and MP to maximum without losing items, experience, or resources. Simply a must-have for any adventurer. In fact, it is not a coin, but an energy disc with a golden glow. On its surface are engraved the runes of the universe, the laws of life, the cycles of death, the signs of gods and archangels, the emblems of will, and the apostolic symbols. Elixir of Growth class. Rare, artifact level. Type: system booster. Function: increases XP gain for kills. Note: I have yellow, green, blue, even capsules. Choose to your taste. Weakness remedy class. Artifact. Type: systemic restoration. Function: removes the weakness status. Limitation: doesn't work when the soul dies. Note: the potion is too expensive. The price tag should be revised. And yeah, where's my contract with the demons? Anti-fatigue potion class. Rare, magic type. Recovery function: restores stamina. Note: a potion made using the secret technology of the demon world. Densely saturated with mana and energy charge. Well, VIP packages are in action. Okay, let's see what the demon world itself sent me. It turned out to be a summoning contract. Contract: Mechano Goblin Hurdle class. Rare magic level 1. Type: permanent summon function, summons a battle goblin from the demon world, a copy of the original Hurdle. Trait: treated as a battle pet. Note: Hurdle is one of the first goblins created by novice summoners. Its real name was Held, but it was changed due to unforeseen circumstances. Probably a bonus for closed testing. I used the contract, and a goblin with black skin, light armor plates, and a long tail appeared in front of me. Mechano Goblin Hurdle. You are my master? Call me Hurdle. That way, it will seem to me that I am a real living being. He held a mace, was taller than the average goblins, and looked quite menacing. I think I could use some armor. That way, I can unleash my full combat potential. In the beta test, pets only had passive skills. There was no combat mode back then. Hurdle, the Mechano-Goblin class, normal, level 1. Type, Demon World War. Goblin equipment, none skills. Strong strike, combo, throwing, rock, fan throw, multi-strike, rain of strike. Enhancement, not activated evolution, not activated. Note, a copy of the original Hurdle. Severely weakened, but has high growth potential. Requires Goblin series items to evolve. Strengthening and evolution. Strengthening requires Goblin bones. Evolution. Most likely, special materials with the DNA of unique creatures. Like these. Gao Qian took out a handful of Goblin bones. Hurdle sorted through them and chose a few. Those that shone like translucent white jade. These will do. Goblin Bone Class. Rare. Magic type. Goblin Sacred Item. Function. Enhances the abilities of Goblin race members. Specialty. Suitable for enhancing Hurdle. Note. Bones passed down from one generation to the next, treated with magic. Some look like real artifacts made of white stone. After I used a few magic bones to strengthen Hurdle, the progress bar for his strengthening moved by 5%. So it takes 100 of these bones to fully strengthen him, I figured. It's unlikely that it would be possible to collect them all within the first chapter of the starting area. Moreover, the bones suitable for upgrading Hurdle are different from those needed for the side quest. And after the first attempt at upgrading, such magical bones were automatically allocated in the inventory as a separate category. Ancestral Relic, Goblin Bone Class. Magic. Type, Relic Enhancer. Comment, your hand, white as jade, attracts my gaze. Hurdle. The priority now is to find out where the camp's functional NPCs are and what they do. I, with Hurdle, that black-skinned creature, at my back, walked out from the Goblin Totem. And at that moment, Varya returned to the camp territory along with a group of Goblin guards and several human players. Oh, all of us, veterans from the closed test, I recognized. Now, in the times of VR popularity, the most trendy technology was realistic immersion. Although the appearance customization system is still alive, in this real game, it was replaced by a 3D scanning system. So almost all players looked in the game as in reality. Even if they turned on beauty filters, the differences were minimal. "Ah, it's you, Guanan," they called out to me. They recognized me. But no one. Alas, I have always been bad at remembering faces. Despite all the statistical accuracy, no chance. Names, nicknames, that's another matter. They called me Guanan, Gua Guy. Probably because my game name was connected with hexagrams. Guan, Qian, something from Bagua. And during the CBT, I was a dragon shaman with a bias towards exorcism and a swordmaster. The nickname fully reflected the specifics. Ah, now I remember. You are Quan Miao, Yinren, and Dagu. During the test, Quan Miao was a combat monk specializing in illusions and spirit beasts. True, without an invulnerability shield, he was rarely taken on raids. Yinren was a master of seals and traps, a mix of necromancer and exorcist, good at controlling the battlefield, but often inflicted conflicting debuffs. And Dagu, despite his nickname Big Dog, was a small guy with the features of a high school student. At the time of the test, he had just come of age. He was probably 19 now. He chose a strange path, a blood mage from the demonic abyss of Terra, presented himself as a noble blood aristocrat, but in reality summoned magical dogs from blood, surprisingly useful in escape and control. Among the rest were unfamiliar faces. Although all were testers, not everyone became famous. There weren't many places in the CBT, and the entire game system was based on trial and error. Only a small group actively advanced the plot. They knew each other. The first chapter of the starting zone lasted exactly a week according to Earth time. Taking into account the day to wake up and find the camp, there were only 6 days left to complete the story. And with one weakness, even less. After the group hung around the foreman's house for a while, everyone went their separate ways. Guanan, what is your task? Mine is to collect household resources. Mine is to defend and expand the camp, I said, opening the task interface and sharing the side quest through the command system. Having formed a party, we checked the tasks. The main quest was different for everyone, but connected to each other. To activate it, you had to fulfill special conditions, level, item, defense status, or something else. But side quests, storylines, and unique assignments could be shared through a team or guild system. This allowed friends to help, gaining their experience and gold, although unique rewards remained individual. We have everything basic: expansion, cabin, cleanup, NPC search, Quan Miao said, looking at the list. It seems the plot will only start after the complex development of the camp. Judging by the logic, there should be a large-scale attack of monsters ahead. We walked around the territory. All the players gathered on a fresh, just-conquered site. There was only a central fire, several pens, no tents, no buildings. Pure survival, I chuckled. You start with one goblin, build your own house, find food yourself, and get your gear only from mobs. Or from yourself, Yinren chuckled. Don't laugh, Quan Miao said dismissively. You already look like a sinister pale guy with low testosterone. Laughing just makes it worse. He slapped Yinren on the head. Dagu, standing silently nearby, tried to maintain the image of a mysterious Dark Lord. But as soon as he opened his mouth, all his teenage pathos instantly disappeared. That's why he remained silent. The armor seller in the camp turned out to be a timid goblin with a huge beard. Rumor had it that he was a distant relative of the famous merchant Sherlock. Armor seller, Sanfutian class, normal, level 5. Type, cowardly goblin artisan. Profession, tailor. Functions, sells level 1 and 5 armor, normal and improved. Level 10 armor is available, normal only. Note, the assortment includes clothes, fabrics, leather armor, and gear for babies. The equipment is mainly fabric and leather, and such sizes that it is uncomfortable to even put it on halfway. It's good that you can adjust your armor to suit yourself in the game, but that won't work with weapons. Either they fit or they don't. That's why it's important to find a comfortable style and hand. The weapons dealer is a mutated goblin, although he hasn't been demonized completely. Otherwise, they wouldn't have let him in. Weapons dealer. Bloody palm class. Enhanced elite. Level 15. Type, mutant, servant of dark spirits. Profession, blacksmith, swordsman. Functions, sells swords, daggers, combat tools, issues defense quests, sells certificates for participation in the defense of the camp. Note, the strongest among the goblin summoners. Against him, even hundreds of your kind won't help, although living next to him might even be safe. Well, I thought. The first chapter, the starting zone, and here is already a level 15 elite, and with a profession. After Gao Tian and his comrades saw with their own eyes that even one goblin was capable of dealing with an entire group of adventurers, they realized that there was no time to waste. It was time to level up immediately. Without wasting any time, the four of them bounced out of the camp. Are these players out of their minds? Thought the goblin guard, watching them go. Indeed, the backwards jumping training method looked not the best. Hey, they don't give experience for that kind of thing, do they? Some basic skills, like jumping backwards, do not increase their level but have a mastery scale. Skills such as dodging, sliding, finishing, and dashing step do not level up in the classic sense, but with sufficient practice they open up advanced techniques. Jumping backwards, for example, gives access to the all-important expansions, the fall cover move and the reverse spin counterattack. The former is not the same as a regular slide after falling. Considering that it's much easier to knock someone down in realistic mode, fall cover is a vital skill. Cover when falling class. Basic type. Active, according to the rules of the world. Function, when falling. Go to a covered position, temporarily gain protection, then the effect of impenetrability. Mastery scale, 100/300/700/1500 does not activate without falling. Note, you fell, sat down. But the main thing is, what will you do next? Counterattack? Escape? So the maximum defense is only 3 seconds? Apparently so. At the initial stage, adventurers have very few active skills. The rest are auxiliary things: jumps, blocks, dodges, dashes, critical hits. Quiet, attention, someone whispered. 4 players were hiding in the dense tree canopy outside the camp. There, among the leaves, they were collecting fruit needed for a side quest. Only 5 or 6 from one tree. But we need more than 100, Gao Qian whispered through the team chat. After sharing the quest, the requirements increased sharply. Judging by the experience of the closed beta test, if you collect twice as much as the minimum, you will get the maximum reward. That is, you need not 100, but 200. This is about 40 climbs up the trees. Local goblins collect the fruits by simply shaking the tree. But if a player does this, the system will simply throw them away as regular consumables. That's why adventurers have to climb up manually. Attention! Move! Dagu emerged from the bushes. His role in the group: bait. Maintain camouflage. A few moments. Complete silence. But suddenly, a wild screech tore through her. Wah! It was one of the mutated goblins howling. Their piercing cry instantly became a signal for everyone. A second later, a group of mutants poured out of the bushes. Where is that creature? It was here. It was just here. Where did it go? 1, 2, 3, 4. Perfect. 1 for each. Have you selected the targets? Accepted, Yinren commanded the squad. They said that in reality, he studied at a military academy and interned under the legendary chief of the analytical staff himself. In the team, he was responsible for control and support. It is logical that he was also entrusted with strategy. Dagu played the role of a scout and finisher, and Gao Qian and Quan Miao were frontal fighters. However, now, without active skills, they all simply dug into an ambush. As the mutants approached the tree where the 3 were sitting, Yinren gave a quiet command. Attack! The enemy couldn't hear the command chat. Otherwise, ambushes would be pointless. Dagu flew out of the bushes, slamming his foot into the nose of the nearest goblin in one jerk. Even from the tree, you could hear something crunch. At the same moment, 3 players jumped from the branches. Gao Qian and Yinren, armed with clubs, brought them down on the heads of their targets. And Quan Miao, using a brand new Eastern-style staff, a short crutch by Earth standards, landed with his foot right on the goblin's skull, jumped from the recoil and turned around and hit the mutant on the temple with the staff. Then, with a turn, he kicked the mutant in the body and he collapsed. Without losing momentum, Quan Miao began to pound the enemy with single blows to the torso. Meanwhile, Gao Qian and Yinren's blows to the head were so powerful that both goblins immediately fell into a state of stun. Gao Qian grabbed the enemy by the neck and threw him. Bliss strike. Sharp throwing from side to side and a final crushing grab from above. But Yinren acted differently. His method is grabbing, twisting the joints, blocking the breath. As a result, his goblin was incapacitated, all the joints were twisted, and the squealing reached the sky. In the end, each of the 4 dealt with his target. It was time for the trophies. Chipped mace, scraps of cloth, worn leather, weathered bones, goblin bone, smelly rag, broken tooth, smelly rag. Type, trash note. You can try to sell it, but you'll probably throw it away. Tooth type, trash note, a rare fang with no value. Its owner will not glorify you. I got a bone and a fruit. Apparently, these goblins also collect trees for food. Forget about bones. Where the hell can I get flax? And those who did not get side effects just farm trees and break rocks. The camp was originally located far from the forest and rocks, but after the expansion, the borders shifted, and now there are resources right behind the gates. The foreman used this as an excuse to hand out endless gathering tasks, officially to strengthen the camp, but in fact, we are building a base with our own hands. Repeatable quest: building a camp. Collect wood, stone, sand, rewards, house construction, stone walls, towers, reinforced gates, watchtowers, fences, fire pits, spiked fortifications, totem upgrades. This is a nightmare. When are we going to collect all this? 1 week is definitely not enough for such a volume, only if the players from the OBT come in the second week. Having made sure that each of them could easily deal with one mutated goblin, the 4 adventurers decided to split up a little. As Dagu began to lead the goblins away and scatter them around, they used the difference in position and time to quickly clear out several small groups. They managed to collect a fair amount of bones and sticky substance, and also, surprisingly, found a slightly dried flax flower on one of the goblins. However, this tactic was soon abandoned. "This won't do. We're already exhausted," one of them sighed. "Until supernatural strength appears, endurance remains the main limitation. If we had firearms, we could farm mobs endlessly. Under the current game rules, until the level reaches a certain threshold, firearms are the most effective and economical weapons." "Then that's what we'll do." Yinren nodded and suggested a new tactic. Before they started the plan, they returned to the camp to change their equipment. Yinren got himself a goblin shortsword. To him, it looked like a dagger. Quan Miao bought himself blade gloves, and Dagu armed himself with a long wooden spear. After a short rest, the team set out again. New combat strategy. To save energy and increase efficiency, they decided to use synchronized attacks. Given the mutants' heightened sense of hearing and smell, Dagu stopped chasing them and began using scent and sound decoys. This allowed him to lure enemies into an ambush. The downside is that if something goes wrong, there could be a total massacre with numerical superiority. They chose the ambush site carefully. Dense foliage, bushes, many natural obstacles that cannot be jumped over, all for one purpose: to use the classic strategy, confusion, flanking, and attack from the shadows. The order of actions: 1. Dagu stabs the ankle, knocking the enemy down 2. Quan Miao jumps with his claws, strike at the neck to muffle the scream 3. Then he throws the target closer to Yinren and Gao Qian 4, the two with short swords. One rips open the stomach, the other strikes at the head. Usually after such a combination, the monster dies on the spot. After death, as soon as the adventurer touches the body, it disintegrates into strange fragments that are quickly absorbed into the ground, as if part of some large ecological cycle. "This will do," Yinren determined, surveying the area from the height of a tree. He gave the signal, and the 3 of them lay low, while Dagu took out the bait he had prepared. Goblin scraps, rotten fruit, half-decayed flax leaves, mouldy bread, and special flavourings obtained from the local goblins. He lit a small fire and threw it all on top. Thick, foul-smelling smoke began to rise from the tree's roots. It didn't take long. "Wahoo!" came from far away. As always, the mutants' cries gave away their position. "Here he comes," Yinren warned. One of the mutant goblins emerged from the bushes and stared at the smoking pile of bait. Ouch! This time, his cry sounded muffled. "Now!" As he was about to sit down and try the treat, 2 jumped out of the bushes, one tall, the other shorter. According to the goblin's recollections, it all happened like this. One hit him in the neck with his claws, the other with a spear on the ankle. Then the spear to the side, and he fell. Then they grabbed him by the neck and slammed the back of his head into the ground with such force that he seemed to see constellations in the sky. And then everything was like a fog. 2 people with swords. One cuts his stomach, the other hits him in the head. After that, he no longer remembered anything. Combination: cutting, tripping, throwing, ripping, decapitating. What the goblin felt is unimportant. No one understood his screams. So, one after another, many individual mutants fell. But then, something unexpected happened. As the 4 searched more corpses, Yinren climbed a tree and froze. "We're surrounded," he reported to the team chat. "There's a crowd coming. Moving to the second plan. Camouflage!" All 4 climbed into the treetops. Goblins are short creatures, and the grass here is thick, so it is almost impossible to notice anyone from above. In a couple of minutes, the entire clearing was filled with goblins. Wah! The screams grew louder. There was not enough bait for everyone, and the goblins in the back row began to go wild. One of them hit his neighbor with a club in rage. Demon-like mutant goblin. Type: heavily mutated condition. Loss of sanity, beginning of demonic transformation. Any creature affected by demonic transformation loses control and attacks all living things until its death. Demonopathy has begun, Yinren breathed out quietly. Those who had started the fight first began to glow an ominous red. Their eyes glowed, and their bodies became covered in patterns that pulsed and expanded. Soon, the entire pack went mad. More goblins joined in, and were immediately infected with this mad rage. The four of them decided to retreat to the edge of the field, where they intercepted the arriving normal goblins. After such a massacre, the boss will probably appear. Logical. By the way, new goblins are no longer coming. Let's rest. Restore our strength. It's time to open the fruits. We need healing potions. Prepare to fight the boss. Due to the action of the bait and cleansing, each dead goblin brought a drop of experience. Although it was tiny, but in total, taking into account the dozens of killed, 4 reached level 4. In the first week, the cap was 5. Not because it is impossible to level up, but because there are almost no creatures above level 1 to 2 in the area. Only lords are level 5 and elites are level 3. After reaching level 5, small monsters give almost no experience. Demon Goblin, War Ghost rank, Lord, level 5. Type, Lesser War Ghost, Possessed Weapon, Bloody Spiked Mace, Skills, Demonic Slash, Berserker Frenzy, Imitation Mountain Crushing. Note, a completely transformed life form that is subject to demonic power. Extremely dangerous in the current conditions. The slaughter between the mutant goblins came to an end. The winner remained alone. The demon-possessed battle goblin now had nothing in common with his former appearance. His body seemed to stretch out, becoming sinewy and narrow, with twisted muscles, bulging veins. The skin changed from grey-green to a distorted bloody colour. Pale, bony growths protruded from the joints and face, and the appearance itself became the personification of brutality and distorted malice. Rah! The creature let out a wild, inarticulate roar and threw the pile of bait aside in one fell swoop. So, even in the first chapter of the Newbie Zone, you can get access to supernatural power. In their group, it was Yinren who was oriented towards the path of the possessed. Getting it now meant breaking ahead in leveling up and gaining an advantage in completing the story. Forward. We need to sneak up and strike first. Even if we don't win, we need to inflict as much damage as possible. The 4 adventurers carefully moved along the side of the road, avoiding the area of tall grass. Fortunately, the chosen place was not a solid overgrown field. This allowed them to walk without making unnecessary noise. Hiding behind trees and foliage, they approached the enemy. The goblin ghost, not finding the expected food, froze in confusion, spinning around. Then suddenly, he became enraged, roared, and began to swing a bloody mace, emitting an ominous scarlet light. In a fit of rage, he struck the tree, and the tip of the mace got stuck in the trunk. Now. 4 jumped out of hiding and attacked. Blades hit the head and neck. The monster screamed, and with even greater fury, tried to pull out his weapon. Wood debris fell, bark flew apart, but the mace was stuck fast. Wah! He jerked furiously and struck with a clawed paw. All 4 of them ducked, then struck from below in a coordinated manner. Gao Qian and Yinren, with short swords on both legs. They cut muscles, tore tendons. Quan Miao, with 2 claws straight into the stomach, made a sharp turn, tearing the peritoneum. But Dagu missed. The tree was in the way, and his spear slipped and pierced the goblin's groin. Ah! The monster howled so loudly that your ears were blocked. The scene for a moment turned into a farce. It looks painful. Yinren chuckled, but continued to finish him off. He widened the abdominal incision and stuck the blade just below the navel. Perhaps it's time to put him to rest, Gao Chen agreed, and drove the sword even deeper. Something's wrong. With that kind of damage, he should already be half dead, Quan Miao noted, piercing the monster's neck in several places. He glanced at the interface. Name: Lord. Battle Ghost level. 5 class. Possessed humanoid HP. 30 demonic energy. 100. Status: heavy bleeding. Critical damage permanently, HO. Despite the heavy bleeding status, his combat ability did not drop. He did not look weakened. Something's going to explode. Let's retreat. The 4 of them immediately scattered and hid behind the trees. With a terrifying scream, a scarlet bloody haze flared up from the monster's body. A thick cloud of crimson energy enveloped the area. This is a transformation. Berserk mode. Dodge! Don't block! He doesn't have a timer. We need to kill him in time. Watch your HP. There's going to be an explosion. They climbed the trees. The goblin, now covered in bloody flames, raised his mace and slammed it into the ground with a bang. The impact sent 8 blood-bladed waves across the surface. Boom! The bushes were torn to shreds. Even the trees, which seemed invulnerable, gave in. Their trunks cracked and fell one after another. But thanks to the height and the moment of impact, 4 survived. This is the mountain crush of the berserkers possessed. In the test, we did not feel even half of this power. And besides, his defense and sanity are now clearly lowered. But we don't have magic either. Hiding is useless, and going head-on is anti-revival. I don't care. We'll work according to the situation, Quan Miao shouted and threw a tree trunk at the goblin with a running start. Boom, boom, boom. T staggered. The bloody scale decreased again. It works. Dagu tried to repeat it, but he didn't have enough strength. His tree didn't even move. Quan Miao, continue, and we'll build a battering ram. He grabbed the trunk again and knocked the monster to the ground with a blow. Yin Ren and Gao Chen found a massive, straight trunk. They cut off the branches, sharpened one end into a spear. In less than a minute, they had created a crude but effective assault ram. Ready? Yin Ren stood at the tip, the others behind him. Together, the 3 of them lifted the log. Quan Miao distracted the enemy again and knocked him down with a blow. Forward! Ah! The ram slammed into the goblin, sending him flying. He was tumbling in the air, bleeding. On the screen, HP dropped to 0. The body fell and froze. Dead. Lord, Demon Goblin Ghost defeated main storyline. Phase 1, 50% completed. After 3 times the system was notified, a noisy discussion began in the camp. Someone killed the Lord already? I wonder what the bosses drop. And the plot, it turns out, is connected with their murder? If so, then we should easily pass the upcoming defense of the camp. Even the head of the camp, the foreman, seemed to hear what was usually only available to players. Demon Ghost. We will have to prepare materials for the rituals of transformation into the possessed. Meanwhile, 3 of the 4, Gao Chen, Yin Ren, and Dagu, threw aside the makeshift battering ram and approached the body of the defeated boss. Your group has destroyed the Lord, Demon Goblin Ghost. You have reached level 5. The main story quest has been activated, and now the long-awaited thing has arrived. Searching the corpse. Guanan, you have a bad karma for loot. Don't interfere. In fact, Gao Chen got average or higher loot when he was solo, but in a party, he was a complete failure. Let him be the first to take the guaranteed loot from the boss. He will take the blow of luck on himself. Dagu, you will go to search. There was a clear gradation within the group. Quan Miao was an absolute loser. Yin Ren was so-so. Gao Chen was a black mark. And Dagu was a regular at luck, a potential lucky guy with front-row tickets at the casino. Okay. Gao Chen resigned himself, realizing that there was no point in resisting. He was the first to pick up what dropped directly from the boss's body. Bloodied Mace of the Demon Ghost class. Rare Magic level 5. Type: Heavy Weapon Mace requirement, Possessed Power. Physical damage, 140 demonic energy bonus, plus 30 mag. Effect, plus 15 strength. Passive effect, chance to apply bleeding on attack, slowing recovery and dealing damage over time. Skill, Demon's Lash. I note, infused with fury and blood, this mace requires madness to obey. Who's on the demon side? Only Yinren, Quan Miao replied. He had already decided on the branch himself, the path of key energy. The main thing is to knock out the crystal. Without it, even this weapon is useless. In the real game, alchemy is built around two foundations, the decomposer and the extractor. The decomposer allows you to turn items into pure magical dust, colorless and colored crystals, and rarer items into elemental crystals. The extractor draws out magical properties and energy, the key to creating potions, enchantments, and special reagents. But there is no decomposer or extractor in the camp. Meanwhile, Dagu stood by the body, performed a strange ritual, a prayer, gestures, a squat, and activated the resource collection. "Shine with my hand, O light of fortune," he shouted. The Lord's body flared golden, and 4 golden cards flew out, hovering in the air. "Let's begin the selection. Who's first?" "Of course, Guanan." "As always," he muttered, approaching the card. All the cards were covered in symbols depicting power, ritual, magic, and wealth. Gao Qian, who was always unlucky in such choices, reached for the first one. Goblin Bone X10 class, rare magic type. Goblin race, sacred material. Note, handcrafted ancestral relics. Useless to ordinary players, but ideal for strengthening battle goblins. Excellent. With this, Hurdle is now almost 50% stronger. It's time to think about his evolution. Considering that this is a magic material, the other cards could be even better, Yinren suggested. Then Quan Miao and Yinren opened a card each. Creature card, Demonogoblin Ghost class. Rare magic type. Alchemical artifact functions. Enchantment, +1 to strength. Puppeteer. Can create a magical puppet replica of the boss. Note, ghost signature. Not much value, but may be of interest to the locals in the camp. Demon Fang class. Rare magic type. Possessed resource. Note, when decomposed, it yields a demon crystal, used to restore energy, create potions and buffs. Didn't drop, Yinren muttered sullenly. He turned his gaze to Dagu, the last one who didn't choose a card. Dagu silently concentrated, took a short breath, and touched the last one. Gao Qian and Quan Miao exchanged glances. The moment of truth had arrived. A golden flash. A red-violet ball in the center of the card. "It has appeared," Yinren breathed out quietly, trying to hide his excitement. His face was still calm, but his eyes were alive. "It looks like we've covered this part of the plot." "And properly," Quan Miao said. Gao Qian nodded. Dagu raised the map over his head, jubilant. Demon Crystal class. Artifact type. Source of power of the possessed function. When performing a ritual, opens access to the corresponding class and unlocks the path of the possessed. Note, to activate, you need to perform a ritual with the head of the camp. You also need special materials and a totem, which are rumored to be in limited supply. The crystal, the ghost god, here it is. Yinren put the ghost crystal in the personal belongings compartment and sighed with relief. "I'll have to treat you when I get back, you old beast." Crazy Cat stuck his blade claws into the hotbar, froze, crossed his arms, and smiled. "By the way, the main storyline has already been activated. I need to hurry to the camp, find the Centurion, and take him. The War Ghost Staff, the War Ghost Fang, the Ghost Crystal, almost everything that God created belongs to you." Although Dagu's hand was red this time, the weight had nothing to do with him. "The little one is unhappy. I want to eat well when I get home." "Okay, let's go back and have lunch together." The system alarm sounded 3 times, and all the adventurers, interrupting their work, returned to the camp. Those who accidentally returned immediately went to look for the camp commander, the Centurion. "Your mission is not yet complete, so I cannot tell you how things are. all adventurers who haven't received the side quests will need to complete a round of repeatable collection quests before they can receive the main storyline. Of course, if they're below level 5, they won't be able to receive it. So many adventurers came in excited and left disappointed. Many who had already formed teams asked their comrades outside not to waste time and hurry up with completing tasks and upgrading. After defeating Lord Gao Qian and his 4 companions had already reached level 5. Having collected enough items to complete the side quest, they returned to the camp. They did not do this for additional rewards. The main thing was to accept the main storyline. On the way back to the camp, Gao Qian went to look at the items he had won as the Black Diamond Medal. Jungle Sprout Totem Rating, Excellent Rating. 5 Type, Giant Totem Soldier. Special Needs, Apocalypse Direct Weapon Attack. Damage, 140. Apocalypse Bonus, 30, Magic Attribute, Strength 1. PS. The totem is engraved with goblin magic runes. Goblins never thought that the totems they created could be used as weapons. The Xinyu member system found the corresponding items with special needs and disassembled them. The Jungle Sprout totem has disintegrated. You have received the Light of Revelation. The Light of Revelation pleases class. Artifact type, Apocalypse Origin. Special needs function. Can be activated directly without a ritual. Special requirements, Apocalypse. PS. As a respected member of Xinyu, I believe that transfers to other jobs should not be such a hassle. Am I cheating? Gao Qian looked at the sacred cross with 4 golden wings in his inventory and couldn't take his eyes off his 3 teammates. Now that time travel has become a reality, it's no wonder people resort to cheats. Gao Qian laughed at himself and decided to use the Light of Apocalypse. Bam! A dazzling golden light burst out from Gao Qian's body. The sudden appearance of the golden light attracted the attention of Quan Miao and the other 2. Everyone stopped and looked around. If I'm not mistaken, Mad Cat couldn't believe what was happening before his eyes. Could this light and this power be the big dog's second-year syndrome is making itself felt? I changed jobs so quickly. Yinren looked at the Holy Cross symbol that emerged from the golden pillar of light. This is still the most difficult apocalypse. Maybe your reward for beta test. Is this the Light of the Apocalypse? Yin Ren was looking for items that could directly activate special needs, so he naturally knew about the Apocalypse Light in the Apocalypse system. The item that activated the special need in the Apocalypse system was the Holy Cross Pendant. This item could be obtained for free in the Holy See during the second act of the main location, when almost all adventurers changed their profession. However, in order to use it to activate the need, one had to possess the item and destroy enough undead, demons, and elves to gather enough holy power before performing the ritual. The materials for the ritual still had to be prepared by oneself, so although this original item could be obtained directly, it still took longer to use. Therefore, during the beta test, many people gave up on activating Apocalypse and chose to activate ghosts or mind energy. Internal reward for testing Gao Qian was stunned when he heard this. He didn't have it, or rather, he got it. Doesn't every beta player have this goblin header? Isn't this a Terran magic summoner skill? Then what are your internal rewards for the trials? Gao Qian asked curiously while summoning Hiddle. I have a tattoo related to mental energy. At this moment, a golden beam of light burst out from Quang Miao's body. The symbol in the beam of light was a blue and white animal head, reminiscent of a dragon, lion, and tiger. It was the royal symbol of Shu's homeland, and also the embodiment of the power to transform mental energy into a beast. My abyss will naturally accompany me forever. The big dog also emitted a golden beam of light, and in the beam of light was a deep, quiet, and cold eye. Damn. This time, you didn't even have to perform anti-revival to activate Terror Abyss. During the internal beta test, the generally accepted requirement of a mage, Terror Abyss. Activation did not require any items, making it both the easiest and hardest method. All you had to do was die and respawn a few times before changing classes. Of course, resurrecting from a weakened state by spirit did not activate this stat. Each resurrection gave a chance to enter the Terran Abyss, where you could obtain the Eye of Darkness and activate the special requirement, Terran Abyss. But this chance was probably less than 1 in 10,000. The internal beta had thousands of players, and they resurrected over 100,000 times before everyone switched classes. In the end, only 4 or 5 players actually activated Terra's Abyss. That's mine. The Yin Man also sent out a golden light that shot into the sky. But the difference was that there were 2 figures in the light pillar. One was a ghost and a god that looked like a ghost's head with a huge sword jaw. And under the seal of the ghost and god was a figure with a broken iron chain. After the golden pillar of light dissipated, the appearance of the 4 people changed slightly. Gao Chen's change was minimal, with only a small golden mist rising from his shoulders. Then, simple patterns similar to human veins appeared on Crazy Cat's body, consisting of blue and red lines. If he had changed his profession to a Qigong master, these lines and patterns would have taken the form of a lotus, lion, tiger, or dragon. Different patterns symbolize different accents. The lotus symbolizes the use of various mental wave fields. It is also the only mental tattoo that can maintain a mental shield for a long time and use it as an absolute mental shield. Lion and tiger are good for using possessed mental beasts in close combat and sonic attacks, while dragon form is good for controlling various spirited mental beasts, which can be seen as an alternative way of mental summoning. The big dog's eyes changed from the typical Chinese brown-black to an icy red, and its body emitted an unnatural cold that penetrated into the heart, and it could now float freely. Yin Ren had undergone the most significant transformation. His left arm had turned dark red, like during the internal beta testing. However, there were no sealing chains on it, and it did not appear distorted. It also featured 7 ghostly runes representing various demons and gods: Soul Blade Kazan, Phantom Shadow Kaiji, Corrosive Polman, Frost Sire, Plague Rakshasa, Void Flame Carlo, and Evil God Barash. At the same time, Yinren seemed to be enveloped in a lingering black-purple-blue mist, hiding his form. Regardless of whether it is an upgrade light pillar or a task transfer light pillar, it seems to stretch to the sky, but in fact, it can only be seen in the field of view, so it is impossible to see the scene of various upgrade light pillars from a distance. When Gao Chen and the other 3 activated their special needs on their own, and some even changed jobs, the centurion in the camp suddenly had a very strange feeling. What kind of ceremony did I just prepare for? The centurion stood in front of the door of the newly built warehouse. Although there was a totem ceremony in Act 1, it seems unnecessary and impossible to perform. What just happened? The centurion muttered as he returned to the large house of his camp leader, chasing away several adventurers who had completed side quests but were not high enough to complete the main one. Yeah, a large house with a bed and chairs inside. We don't have to worry about rainwater flooding the tent during the rain, and we don't have to worry about the tent being blown away by strong winds. Centurion lay down comfortably on the bed, stretched, and decided to take a nap. In any case, now that they had the power of the apostles to protect them, they didn't have to worry about the camp being attacked by a group of mutated goblins. The camp had changed so much. Where was the centurion's tent? Gao Qian and his 4 companions first came to the camp on the first night, and on the second morning they went out to hunt wild monsters. Except for one time to get weapons, they have not returned since. Today is the 5th day, and the changes in the camp are simply unimaginable. The simple fences that originally dotted the perimeter of the camp have been removed. The camp's outer defences now consist of a ring of thick, tall wooden stakes that are more than half as tall as the goblins themselves and can effectively repel sudden attacks by mutant goblins. Behind the wooden stakes is a simple low wall of wood and stone, about a metre high. Fortified wooden gates and stone fortifications are also built at the entrances and exits of the camp. The tents of all sizes that the camp originally had are gone, replaced by simple wooden and stone houses. There is no map of the system, so it is very difficult to find anyone. However, as the leader of the camp, he has remained largely unchanged. Finding a fire in the center of the camp, he saw the centurion's new home. The fire had also been repaired, and now it looked very nice. Found it, The centurion was here. Yingren, who was the leader of the group, called the other three to the centurion's new home. "You are here." The centurion opened the door and walked out, seeing Gao Qian and the other three standing outside. "Well, you've all activated your special needs. These things are not important. What is the content of the main quest?" "Well, that's not so important." The centurion took out a notebook from behind his back. "There are, however, more important matters. In fact, there is a group of mutated goblins near the camp, and they pose a huge threat to the camp. This means that we need to destroy this mutated group of goblins. Moreover, I think you can find what this camp lacks." "What is missing?" Mad Cat couldn't think. Big Dog couldn't either, and Yinren was still wondering how to hide his ghost hand. After all, he had traveled through time in his real body, and if he returned, the ghost hand would be too scary. "Fortunately, I changed my job to Devil May Cry. Otherwise, there would be no good way to hide such troublesome ceiling chains." This must be a source of water, Gao Chen thought for a moment, and realized that there was no river or stream flowing through the camp, and he had never seen a well in the camp. With the appearance of the mutated goblins, this camp was liquidated. The reason we set up camp again is also the Apostles' Order. However, in order for the camp to exist for a long time, water is necessary. The centurion put down the notebook and handed the captain a map. The first stage of the first act of the main storyline, the Newbie Zone, has been activated. Main path, Newbie Zone, Act 1, Stage 1. Goblin Camp Mission Requirements. Destroy 100 mutant goblins and 1 mutant goblin centurion. Objective: capture the water source in the rivers in the desert. Mission Reward. Level 1, 100 gold coins. 1 elven line pass in the main area. Act 1. Someone has activated the main line. This is a large-scale subjugation mission. Does anyone know where the main quest is? I don't know. The person who activated the mission hasn't said anything yet. Announcement from Yinren Camp. The main plot point is the source of a river in the desert. There are over 100 targets in the quest, so a group is needed. After handing over 50 ordinary goblin arm bones to the goblin totem and announcing the opening of the camp, all the adventurers who had reached level 5 soon gathered at the camp gate. That old grump Yinren has already arrived? All adventurers who were transported through time for the first time were beta test participants. However, not everyone could accept the fact of time travel, so a group of people with mental and physical disabilities, as well as those who were too unlucky, were eliminated during the beginner test. In addition, if they died, resurrected, and returned to the camp, they could not receive side quests and could only chop down trees, open mountains, and crush rocks. Overall, out of the first 100 adventurers, only about 20 were able to reach level 5 on the 5th day. 23 people plus us. 27 in total. It's quite a distance from the camp to the source of the river in the woods. If you add those we meet along the way, and the number specified in the quest, it turns out that we will have to deal with at least 150 mutated goblins. However, the maximum number of people in a team is 4. So we need to plan well and not spread ourselves too thin. Teams must be able to provide each other with timely support. Well then, everyone, get ready first. Check your gear durability and skill tree and make sure you have enough consumables and potions. They are all beta testers, and they all know that the main storyline is actually shared. Furthermore, doing the main quest is equivalent to being in the same dungeon and belonging to the default system team. All experience and rewards obtained from the main quest are copied equally, but the items that drop directly still belong to the player. In the end, it's a matter of luck. Nickname: Qiankun Bagua, real. Name: Gao Qian level 5. Occupation: adventurer. Special requirements: Apocalypse, physical strength. Growth 1, health 100, strength 511, constitution 521. Spirit, level 521. Equipment: standard goblin dagger, leather goblin camp armor set, leather cloak, leather breastplate, leather greaves, leather belt, leather sandals. Skill tree: basic, backleap, crouch. Normal: pick up, pursuit, block, air combo, quick step, grab apocalypse, Airstrike, Tiger Attack, Straight Strike, Slow Heal, Weapon. Bless items, Wild Strawberry 10, Blackbread 3, Purple Mulberry 2, Arm Bone. Goblin, Refreshing Blackthorn and other items. It can be said that the current characteristics are 5 times higher than those of ordinary people. However, normal and superior equipment do not actually add additional stats, only attack and defense stats and judgment, while rare level and above magic equipment will have additional stats that increase 3-dimensional strength stats, body and spirit, skill level and various status effects. While regular white equipment and superior blue equipment can only handle battles of their own level, magical purple equipment can easily win battles of the same level, and artifacts and legends are necessary for inter-level battles. After thinking about it, I decided to remove the blue bar, but at the same time use physical strength and the direct feeling of energy expenditure when using skills. Because if the real time travel involves some people's explosive powers, I think the red and blue bars would conflict a bit, and the red bar would be cancelled out at a later stage. The Wilderness River runs north of the Goblin camp. It flows from east to west, so the river does not flow through the camp completely. To solve the water problem in the camp, adventurers once tried to dig a well, performing repetitive tasks to collect water. Although the well was dug, there was only enough water for the goblins. The adventurers, numbering about 100, couldn't afford a small well, so they had to find another source of water to solve the problem. With so many of us, it should be easy. Even the beta test players are divided into elites and commoners. Gao Chen and the other 4 are considered to be among the most elite, but the real leaders are still these 3. Sunny Baby, Scooter, Snow Fox. Hello, you guys are all here. Sunny stood at the front of the crowd without a care in the world. Also at the front were Scott and Snow Fox. Scott and Snow Fox were a permanent team, but this time it seemed like the team was formed by 3. It's a pity that Yuzi and the others left this world. To be honest, I also wanted to give up during the trial period for newcomers, but then I felt that it was freer here. Not having to plan anything is really relaxing. Luckily, our system isn't infinite, or it would be a bummer. Even if it were an endless stream, eventually the main god would still get attacked by these reincarnations and explode on the spot. By the way, how did it happen that these main gods died? I heard that some of them were conspired against by a group of holy conspirators and reincarnators in the prehistoric world, and some of them accidentally came to District 11 and were accidentally destroyed by the leader, the Lord God, and the Blue Fat Man. It's good to see you cursing the Lord God. After making sure that no one else was approaching, the adventurers, all of whom were already level 5, set out. It took almost an hour to reach the north, which was 5 times the distance an ordinary person could walk. The distance was probably more than 5 kilometers. What is your apocalypse skill, Guaman? Yin Ren transformed into the War Ghost Mace. I need to devise a strategy. He has Weapon Blessing and Slow Healing. After activating the special requirement, some skills will act as enhanced passive skills for basic skills. Sky Slash and Tiger Strike are actually enhanced apocalypse-type passive skills for Pickaxe and Rake. Of course, some classes don't have enhanced passive skills, such as the Ghost type's Wave Slash, Sky type's Floating Bomb, and Terra's Abyssal Magic Cyclone and Grappling Claw, which are separate special skills from the base system. However, Sky Slash must be equipped with a giant type weapon to activate Pickaxe's extra range check, extra knockdown, and trip. Tiger Strike is in a guard state after grabbing a monster before throwing. Of course, unlike True Warrior's Throw, which can grab anything, even a group, Tiger Strike can only grab one target. Weapon Blessing and Slow Healing. Mad Lion. What are your skills? See for yourself, Crazy Cat said, posting the attribute table in a command message. Nickname, Absolute Lion Level, 5. Occupation, Adventurer. Special, Mind Power, Spiritual Growth. 1. Health, 100 Strength, 521. Physical Fitness, 511. Spirit Level 521 Equipment. Standard Goblin Blade Claws, Goblin Camp Leather Set, Leather Shoulders, Breastplate, Leggings, Belt, Sandals. Skill Tree, Basic, Back Leap, Crouch. Normal, Pick Up, Chase, Air Combo, block, chai grab mind, uppercut, straight kick, back throw, knee strike, mind wave. As I suspected, where's the big dog? At the same time, the sinister man also published his own information. Nickname, Dragon's Shadow Level, Level 5. Occupation, Ghost Counter, Spiritual Growth. 1. Special, Ghost Strength. Growth 2, Spirit Growth 2. Negative, Ghost Transformation. Health, 100 Strength, 531. Fitness, 511. Spirit, Level 541. Equipment, Bloodied Ghost Warrior Mace, Leather. Goblin Camp Set, Head and Shoulder Pads, Chest Plate, Leggings, Belt, Shoes. Skill Tree, Basic, Back Leap, Crouch, Quick Step, Normal, Pickup, Pursuit, Air Combo, Block, Grab, Air Strike. Ghosts and Gods, Ghost Strike, Soul Blade Cauldron, Wave Strike, Moon Strike. Ghost Counter, Seal Released, Full Moon Strike, Pulmon Corrosion. Arrival, Dark Moon, you see for yourself? Nickname, Count of Bloody Hell Level, Level 5. Occupation, Adventurer. Special, Spiritual Growth. Terror Abyss 3. Strength, 511. Physical Fitness, 511. Spirit, Level 541. Equipment, Standard Goblin Wooden Spear, Leather Breastplate, Shoulder Guards, Leg Armor, Belt, and Shoes. Skill Tree, Basic, Back Leap, Crouch. Normal, Pickup, Pursuit, Air Combo, Block, Grab Terror Abyss, Magic Vortex, Cold, Undead, Dark Eye, Palm Hook, Magic Ball, Continuous Shooting. Okay, this game doesn't want to be boring. Command positions like tanks, mages, and fighters are needed. We only need a C position and a support character to gain bonuses, and the rest can just trudge around. Of course, if you can complete the game without failing, who needs tanks, monster luring, and the like? Of course, in the later stages of the Alien World and advanced books, it still depends on the conclusion. About 20 elite adventurers here activated their special needs. This is also the benefit given to the first group of people who were transported in time during the open beta. 27 people formed 7 teams. Among them, Sunny Baby, Scooter, and Snow Fox went straight to the source of the river in the woods. All the mutated goblins they encountered were left behind and then destroyed by adventurers from other teams. According to the basic rules of the story, all experience points, gold coins, and the like are copied from the entire map. However, gold coins will not drop directly on this map. After all, wild goblins don't use gold coins, and in the camp, the equivalent is goblin arm bones. Furthermore, in this apparently team mission, the Lord won't give out items directly, but will double the amount of medals. Thus, in the end, the Lord will give out 54 gold medals. The main storyline of the first act is not difficult for beginners. The main problem is to be able to disperse almost 150 mutated goblins and destroy them one by one. After all, there is no large-scale solution skill at this level, so it is easy to suffer losses while under siege by hundreds of mutated goblins. However, under the direct attack tactics of the 3 big guys, hundreds of mutated goblins suddenly lined up, and those who came to carry out the main task turned out to be the elite. Taking advantage of the small difference in distance, they quickly destroyed most of the mutated goblins. The basic rules of the story are: all monster experience rewards are doubled, and the drop rate of items is 0. It's like playing in a group. After all, the main storyline belongs to everyone's mission, which also avoids internal conflicts caused by uneven distribution. But the final group coup is a matter of luck. If you are European or African, you can tell at a glance whether your hands are black, white, or red. The focus here is still on defining skill rules and equipment, and experience in surviving combat is more important. Main storyline: the defeat of the mutated centurion is complete. Main storyline: the destruction of the group of mutant goblins is coming to an end. They are so arrogant. The battle ends before they even see the master. Without the guidance of their master, the remaining mutated goblins' combat effectiveness was greatly reduced, and the adventurers quickly exterminated them. The following is the usual flop time: Elven Line pass entry and exit certificate for the Elven Line in the main city of Act 1. Only with it can you enter the main area of the first act. Goblin Ancestor Relic, Armbone, and is used as a strengthening material for the Goblin Demon Heddle. The strengthening effect is to increase the judgment of heavy attacks and all projectile attacks. Black Diamond Medal, Goblin Ancestor, Relic, Armbone. There is no need to talk about its usefulness anymore. I have already said it more than 3 times. It is not that important now. Well, all of this will not bring any direct benefit. However, before the next scene, he prepared all the strengthening materials for Heddle. Mecha Heddle. Rating. Excellent rating 5, depends on adventurer level type. Concept copy of the Demon Goblin Battle Pet, HP. 100 equipment, mutated Goblin Mace. Concept Mecha Skill Tree. Close range heavy attack, load throwing rocks, darts and explosives. Substances fan scattering falling rain. Upgrade. Complete the heavy attack. Stun upgrade and enhance all throwing abilities. Evolution. 0 requirements. Blue Goblin Gene, Red Goblin Gene, Advanced Ice Goblin Gene, Advanced Fire Goblin Gene, Mutant Albino Gene. Advanced, not included, must be activated after evolution. Main storyline. Act 1, Stage 1 completed, rewards given. This time, because there were too many people enhancing, the special enhancement effects were temporarily disabled, so the dense and overwhelming blue energy beams were not visible. The first public beta test is over, and the public beta test participants are returning to their homeland. The second public beta test will begin in 72 hours. Blue Star time. Main Act 1, Irwin Line. Blue Star, the eastern member of the Pan-European Asian Bolshevik Union, Huaguo, with its capital in Zhongjing City. The day after returning from the Goblin camp, Gao Qian arrived in the capital, a city he had never visited before. Jinghua Academy, a key first-level cooperative education base in Zhongjing City, China, is a large university-type urban institution that integrates primary schools, junior high schools, senior high schools, and colleges. This is the legendary Tsinghua University. It feels like you're in a big independent city. Gao Qian glanced at the university map posted on the main street. His lips twitched slightly, and he was speechless for a moment. I'm afraid this map is even bigger than our county seat. Hello, this is Guanan, this is Dagu. Gao Qian stood at the gate and called Dagao. Before the deportation, Yin Ren said that they would meet in reality at Blue Star. Oh, it's Guanan. Are you at the school gate? I'll be there in a minute. A very gentle voice rang out, like a child's voice before it began to change. Could it be that this big dog is a guy with a childish voice? Gao Qian recalled the strange scene of a muscular man speaking in a childish voice and saying some childish phrases. No, it shouldn't be like this. He shook his head and threw that strange scene out of his mind. After waiting for about half an hour, Gao Qian watched from the gate as bespectacled otaku and beauties came out of the school or entered the university. He lamented that his predecessor, the time traveler, only attended a provincial public school. Only then did Gao Qian realize that compulsory education in China on this blue planet was 16 years. From preschool to university graduation, the national government took care of everything. Moreover, any person or organization that forcibly prevents school-age children from receiving compulsory education will be held accountable by the government. I am afraid that no one in this world will talk about reducing the burden. In any case, in my past life, the burden I reduced actually increased. Hello, Guanan, I'm here. Oh, I see you. It's you. At this time, Dago called out, and Gao Qian saw an underage boy with a handsome face walking out of the gate, waving a mobile phone in his hand. Traveling through time, as his level increased and special needs were activated, he actually felt himself becoming stronger and gaining extraordinary abilities. Gao Qian directly saw the incoming call notification on his mobile phone a few meters away, where Guanan was calling. In fact, I only remember the nickname Fortune Teller, Gao Qian thought, but he still extended his hand and waved. I'm here. After hanging up the phone, I looked at the approaching big dog. It turned out that the boy's body did not look small, only because of the distance. This is not an illusion, this is a real shotter with a child's voice. In other words, according to this statement, this is supposed to be, a legal shotter. The person in front of me actually looks like a miner, skinny and short, which is why people mistake him for a child. I think you're up to something bad. The boy in front of him looked at Gao Qian with both disdain and admiration. Let's go. Lao Yinbi and the others are still waiting for us at the hotel. By the way, Big Dog, what's your real name? Gao Qian looked at Big Dog, who took out his mobile phone and dialed a number, and felt that he should know something else. Oh, my name is Yang Yunfei. And yours? Yang Yunfei, who was still playing with his phone without raising his head, replied, Gao Qian. Gao Qiangan. I think Gao Qianqian sounds more fluent. I used to think so. Soon, Gao Qian and Yan Yunfei arrived at the Guohua Hotel. Gao Qian thought that Yan Yunfei's ability to turn around, cross the road, and dodge cars without even looking up must have been practiced. I wonder why I always feel chills. After seeing the big dog Yan Yunfei at the gate of Tsinghua University, Gao Qian always felt a slight but persistent chill surrounding him and his wife. In the end, he decided that the cold was coming from Yan Yunfei, but he himself did not feel anything. No, it must be because of the Eye of Darkness. Could something that is clearly more surreal than telekinesis and holy light be directly materialized? Big Dog's special need is the Terran Abyss, which means he has the Eye of Darkness in the game. Combined with the time travel phenomenon in the actual public beta version of the game, this ability is acquired. This could cause a wave of ripples across Blue Planet. Unless after the game's public beta ends, those adventurers who participated in it will be able to travel through time forever and will no longer be able to return back to Blue Planet. If ghosts and mental energy appear, then the origin of this game makes you wonder. Gao Qian remembered his time travel in his past life and returned to this world, as well as the Black Diamonds and Xin Yue from the time travel game, which obviously do not exist in this Blue Star world. Some rules will change again in the second public beta. Kyoto Guohua Hotel Beauty. Where is the private room that Lei Hu booked? Yan Yunfei asked the receptionist. After learning the address of the room, he quickly took Gao Qian there. The hidden dragon hall looks great, but what does it mean? Maybe it's a hidden boss. Yan Yunfei pushed the door and walked in. There were two people in the restroom. One was a large man with sagging muscles and tendons, looking very strong. He sat in the front seat, and the other, a thin man, sat opposite the large man with a gloomy face. This is Yunfei, sit down. The tall man pointed to the seat next to him and asked Yan Yunfei to sit down, then looked at Gao Qian, who was following Yan Yunfei. This must be the fortune teller, right? That nickname again? Forget about it. Gao Qian wanted to be indignant, but after thinking about it, he gave in. I am Gao Qian, and in the game, I am Qian Kun Bagua. So our entire team is here. Yin Man suddenly spoke up. Forget about the others. I think you've all discovered something. Yes. The other three turned to look at the sinister man. Sima Yue, what do you want to say? Lei Hu asked. Mad Lion, why don't you take off your clothes? Sima Yue tore off the sleeve of his left arm, revealing a dark red ghost arm. Is this really a ghost arm? Of course it is. The image in the game may not be accurate. The ghost arm of the ghost system is not static. When the task changes, the ghost arm will also change due to the energy changes in the body. Sima Yue, the ghost that transformed into Devil May Cry, has perfected his ghost power. His ghost hand is no longer dark red, but dark purple with a violet-blue tint. At the same time, his entire body continuously emits violet-blue light mist. Compared to the ghost hand that can hardly be explained scientifically, I think this is what requires more attention. Sima Yue did not move. He only saw a light mist rising from the ghost hand and a blood-red ghost rune appearing on it. An indescribable power filled the room. This is not a sword formation. This is the destruction of the devil god Kazan. The Holy Apocalypse priesthood was originally created to destroy the devil god Ozma. Although the other devil gods differed from Ozma in some fundamental ways, the concept of devil gods was created from Ozma. Therefore, Apocalypse had a strong ability to sense and distinguish devil gods. Ghosts and gods also came into this world with us. Although they don't have real bodies now, and they may not even have clones, no one knows if there will be any strong rejection or catalytic reaction when it comes to ghosts and gods in real life or in games. During these 3 days, we can get a real mission, the theme of which can be the study of mysterious phenomena and extraordinary forces of the blue planet in the past. Our team was not disbanded due to repatriation to Blue Star. Our real mission can be very difficult. The power brought by us adventurers will not be transferred to real people at this time, but it is unclear whether it can be transferred to each other. In fact, they sense each other. At this moment, Gao Qian's mind was flooded with system prompts. Xin Yu membership system testing has begun supernatural power. Discovered the power of ghosts and gods. The power of destructive ghosts and gods has been discovered. Deduction is underway to obtain the power of chaotic ghosts and gods. Extracting the power of chaos demons, obtaining the demon disguise factor, activating the Avenger of Apocalypse skill tree branch. Supernatural power detected. Mind Qi. Shuzu's basic mental energy runes are detected and are being extracted. Obtained Shuzu's complete mental energy runes. Obtained Shuzu's spirit exorcism magic and obtained dragon power. Extraction, obtaining dragon blessing, obtaining divine revelation, exorcism magic, obtaining mind energy chapter, lotus chapter, dragon chapter, lion and tiger chapter. Apocalypse, banish a skill tree activated. Apocalypse dragon shaman skill tree activated. Qigong master full skill tree activated. Similar skills found. Analysis in progress. Similar skills integrated. Divine revelation is the catalyst. Skill tree reorganization. Job change. Holy Apocalypse combines the Paladin, Exorcist, Dragon Shaman, Mind Force, and Avenger branches into one single job. The skill tree reorganization is complete. Please check the skill tree system. Skill tree. Basic. Backleap. Crouch. Critical hit not activated. Jump not activated. Normal. Pick up attack, pursuit, aerial combo, block, grab, quick step, aerial strike not activated. Apocalypse. Direct strike. Weapon blessing. Slow healing. Mental wave. Iron bones. Not activated. Mind Qi enhancement. Eagle step requires prior air raid, cleanse, ascension formation, thunder curse sacred revelation. Not activated. Divine gift. Blessing of revelation, revenge of light, divine barrier, divine shock. Qi spiritualization, Qigong wave, sacred beast. Spiritualization, Suzaku, sacred beast. Spiritualization, white tiger, sacred beast. Spiritualization, black tortoise awakened and unawakened, divine punishment. Divine incarnation, dragon incarnation, blue dragon thunder festival, flash of radiance, holy revelation. Spear god realm has not awakened for the second time. Holy angel moonlight. The clouds follow the dragon and the winds follow the tiger. Divine advent, the power of the beginning. Why does it feel like the fortune teller's energy is so chaotic? Lei Hu got dressed and the three of them felt the energy on Gao Qian's body fluctuating violently. The apocalypse, ghosts, spirit energy, and disguised demons appeared one after another and finally merged into one. Realistic tasks are selected. Real mission. Kyoto is now a mixture of good and evil. It has gathered warriors of the Red Alliance, Ronin and Ninja from the Far East, cyborgs from the Western Federation, and saints of unknown gods. Realistic mission requirements. Eliminate or expel all non-Chinese emergency personnel, CES. Protect your country. What else do you want by joining the Dragon Group? Gao Qian, are you okay? Yan Yunfei surfaced and walked towards Gao Qian. Don't worry, I'm okay. After reorganizing the skill tree, the grey inactive skills gradually disappeared, and the sudden energy fluctuations in the body also stopped. Where do you think these foreigners and devils could be? I think there are two possible places: the Kyoto Museum, Kyoto University, and Tsinghua University. They are hesitant to go to Zhongnanhai, so the most likely places are Jingbo and University City. The former houses important cultural relics and documents, while the latter houses the elite and elite reserve in various fields. There is no need to go to University City. There are plenty of adventurers like us there. Let's set up an ambush at the Kyoto Museum. Sima Yue finally decided on the team's destination. An ambush? Then everyone except Lei Hu needs to make some preliminary preparations first. I need to prepare some magical materials for the alternate reality. What? For example, gold, silver, special wood, rare plants, and the like. Lei Hu, go and find some special rare supplies for your troops. How to sign the contract? Should we put off the treaty for a long time? In the evening, night falls. Sima Yue and Lei Hu first set up an ambush inside the museum, while Gao Qian and Yan Yunfei were outside and used the command communication system as a link. Do we think we are bait? Have you ever seen such a strong decoy? Number? So, we are the vanguard. If the vanguard can completely destroy the enemy, why should we send everyone? Okay, I accept that's a pretty good explanation. Time passed quickly, and at 12 o'clock in the evening, which was midnight the next day, Yan Yunfei was about to fall asleep. Wake up, someone is coming. Gao Qian nudged Yan Yunfei, who was lying on his side and was about to fall asleep. Well, who is coming? Yan Yunfei rubbed his eyes. Who is it? I don't know either. Take a look for yourself. In the Kyoto Museum, which was originally empty, several figures suddenly appeared. Many people came. A lone Ronin-looking and a high-level ninja-looking with a group of smaller ninjas. Two Western men in exquisite and magnificent armor. A group of men in black suits and black sunglasses. A combat group wearing grey-green uniforms. It seemed like they weren't from the same group. Gao Qian and Yunfei hid their figures, and new details immediately emerged. It's you, Issei Makoto. The ninja who looked like the main ninja seemed to know this Ronin swordsman with a grim style and a lonely face. This is Lord Aanzo. What happened? Does your secret squad have some secret mission again? The lonely swordsman said lonely words with a lonely voice. Well, it doesn't really seem like it has anything to do with loneliness. There's no secret mission this time. The ninja who seemed to be their leader looked really angry. Just don't cause any trouble. By the way, Mr. Aanzo, I wonder if you paid royalties for advertising and publicity to Mr. Seki, the magician from the apartment for the lonely, said Uncle Izumakoto, who had a natural gift for loneliness. This Sekiya-sama, the wizard, has greatly changed my usual opinion of people like Aanzo, who like to hide things. It turns out that all of Hanzo's secret troops are poorly oriented and have a straightforward character, ready to get into a fight at the slightest disagreement. Of course, the most important thing is to have a good knowledge of a foreign language. At least you can understand what others are saying, and even if you scold them, they still won't understand anything. Ninja. Ninja Aanzo, wrapped in a black nightgown, didn't want to talk to Issei Makoto for a while. Anyway, my real name is not Aanzo, my Aanzo is just a title. But is this Mr. Aanzo really a person with bad leadership and a straightforward character? Forgive me for my wild life. I really can't imagine a serious Aanzo looking like this. Cough, cough, watch your expression. Don't be awkward and weak-willed. Don't you think it looks even weirder wearing a mask so others can't see your blurry face under the black cloth? Watching the farce of these strangely dressed guys, the others couldn't help but roll with laughter. It really made us lose face. Return to your shadow, my Lord Aanzo. Well, gentlemen, who of the remaining fighters is there? How about we all go out into the open and get into the sun? Seeing that the group of ninjas had gone silent, Issei Makoto, who was getting a little bored, found another fighter hiding in the darkness on the other side. Don't hide. The light falling on your body can't be blocked even at night. Issei Makoto chuckled. Even if you praise me like that, I won't show you mercy. One of the armored men hiding in the night slowly walked towards Issei Makoto. As the distance became shorter, Issei Makoto and the silent ninja standing behind him gradually saw the armor on his body. Well, Your armor is golden. Is it pure gold? Issei Makoto. Even your dazzling golden armor can't change my lonely face. Of course, this is the symbol of the golden saint, so it is naturally made of gold. The burly man in golden armor said, with a proud expression. He raised his head high and stuck out his chest, and the armor on his body also emitted shining flashes of light. I mean, gold is a heavy metal with a large mass and low hardness. As armor, isn't it just a burden? Issei Makoto suddenly said. At the same time, another armed man, also a handsome man in golden armor, approached. Our golden armor is not made of gold, but of an alloy unique to the divine world. Of course, there is gold in this alloy. The handsome man was completely unaware that he was ruining his companion's plan, or rather, he was deliberately ruining it. Can't you let me be happy for just a moment? The burly man in armor's expression darkened immediately. He couldn't cope with his comrade's sabotage, or maybe he had gotten used to it. So, Mr. Issei Makoto, is that the name? Are all the names around here that weird? Put the family name in front of you and say it all together. The burly man in armor gestured with his chest. I am Mark Early, the golden saint of Taurus, beneath the throne of my god. As Mark Early spoke, the golden armor, which had seemed a little blurry at first, became clearer. The front of the armor was made up of gold scales that formed the image of a bull's head, with huge bull horns on the shoulders and bull-shaped horns on the helmet. Mark Early. What a strange name, Issei Makoto thought, but he responded to the greeting. I am the head of the Iseiryu, the head of the Issei family, Issei Makoto. Under the throne of my god, the gold saint of Cancer, Disnako. It seems that these two gold saints are teammates who advance and retreat together. Then, Mr. Mark, Mr. Dis, may I ask what is the purpose of your coming here? Since you're here, I think you should know everything, so I won't hide it from you, Mark said to himself. No, I honestly don't know. Issei Makoto replied that he didn't know and asked. If your goal isn't suitable for an oral presentation, you don't have to say it. We received a message that some sacred objects dedicated to our god appeared in this museum, so we came here to check it out. If they are there, we will take them and return them to their original owners. If not, we will return them, of course. Well, it's not easy to joke with the people in the Eastern District, the shrine of your god. Issei was a little embarrassed. Didn't they say that many strong people would gather here and hold a competition? I hurried to check without even bringing my teammates, but the result was unexpected. Aanzo Ninja thought, I came here because I received a mission to protect Lord Issei Makoto. And by the way, I came to look for books on ninjutsu. It seems like these people have different goals. Aanzo, do you really not have any mission? Isamako looked at Aanzo, the ninja who seemed to be the leader of the ninja, with his usual lonely expression. Tell the truth, I can see it. You do realize that I am wearing a mask, since only my eyes are visible. Are your eyes X-rays? And they can see through them. Ninja Aanzo pulled out a scroll from his back pocket and quickly flipped through it. Well, we were given a mission. Hearing that this secret force had a mission, Issei Makoto, Mark, and Dis listened to it in silence, as it was related to their strategic objectives for the near future. We received this mission from Moria Kensei, Leaky Gundam Setsuo, and Mr. Isatan. Moria, you idiot, Dan. It seems like all of these names are my teammates. Is there a single competition I didn't go to? Issei Makoto panicked a little. If he really had endured them, those swordsmen would probably have beaten him to death. Our mission is to protect Lord Issei Makoto, and the reward is a piece of calligraphy written by Lord Makoto himself. Aanzo had an expression as if Makoto was asking for calligraphy without knowing whether others would see it. I can't see Hanzo's expression. Hanzo's mask is completely opaque. Hanzo's mask is of very good quality. Your mask is really beautiful. Did your mother make it for you? Aanzo, I'm sorry, but I don't have a mother anymore. Issei Makoto. Sorry for making you think sad things. If you want to cry, just cry. No one will laugh. Aanzo. Nagged. Dolt. Issei Makoto. Sorry for laughing out loud. Dihaha. Didn't you say no one would laugh? Because I can laugh. If you have any objections, come and hit me if you can. Grinning. Let's end this farce. At this point, Mark stood up. Since there is no conflict of interest between us, why don't we both stop bothering each other and prioritize our tasks? Well, no big deal. The secret group was created by the Far Eastern District. She usually does not interfere in matters that do not benefit the Far Eastern District. In this operation in the Eastern District, the secret group will not carry out any tasks personally. Good. As for the people from the Western District coming to the Eastern District to cause trouble, the secret forces of the Far Eastern District said they don't care. Everything depends on you. The main thing is that you don't interfere with us and don't disrupt our mission. Then let's part ways now. Before Mark could finish speaking, they discovered another group of men in black with evil intentions approaching. There are others who move in groups. Issei Makoto looked at the secret troops behind him who were also moving in groups and said, "Master Aanzo, these people should be following you, right?" "Perhaps, but since it concerns my business volume, I will not give up." However, the ninja Aanzo, who was suspected of being the leader, still made a gesture, and the ninjas standing behind him stepped out of the shadows and stood in line behind Issei Makoto and Aanzo. I mean, Hanzo-sama, the light pollution is so bad right now. Wouldn't it be more noticeable if you wore a black nightgown? Take my advice. How about changing to a dark blue one? Issei Makoto looked at the group of people in black gathered behind him and felt that they were attracting more attention. This presence was too conspicuous. If we dye ourselves dark blue, Hanzo looked very angry, then we will no longer be members of the Iga family. We are the main force of the underground darkness of the Far East, not a silent dog raised by a certain family. Mark and Dis looked at their employer and bodyguard, who were still hurling insults at each other, and shook their heads in bewilderment. I don't understand these eccentric people of the Eastern District. What's there to argue about? And the entire Eastern District uses the same Eastern Chinese characters. I still can't understand how one character can have more than a dozen meanings. My God, don't they know what they're saying? Mark, you're studying those weird Chinese characters again. Even if you studied them thoroughly. What's the point? Dis didn't understand why the simple-minded Mark would want to learn these hieroglyphs, which were considered the most difficult to learn and understand in the world. Hey. Mark looked at Dis with a smirk on his face, which made Dis feel uneasy. If you continue to laugh like that, I'll use the crab claw. It's okay, I'm not laughing anymore. Mark suddenly looked straight ahead with a serious expression on his face, but this made Dis even more wary. Is this Mark doing something special? Once I master this writing technique, I will be able to freely scold all of you, unromantic gold diggers, a bunch of weaklings who do not understand male romance. In any case, you will not understand me, and even if you did, you would not understand what I mean. So, Mark, what's the point of arguing if the other person doesn't understand? Sorry, you can't go anywhere yet. Just as the two gold cans and the lonely Issei Makoto were about to look for where to go, the leaders of the two groups of people in black said at the same time, "Hey, bunch of uninvited guests, have you signed the entry documents?" Asked the leader of the group of people in black, who seemed to be from the Eastern District. "Agreed," answered Issei Makoto after hearing this. "I signed the entry permit, and I also have an Eastern District passport. I am now a registered citizen of the Eastern District. You must protect my legal rights and the safety of my life and property." Well, is that it? The man in black from the Eastern District turned around and asked the man in black behind him, "Sir, this gentleman, Issei Makoto, is a famous calligrapher of the Far Eastern District. He came here to observe calligraphy and learn from his predecessors. He has a confirmed itinerary, and his blog and social media posts also indicate that he will be heading to the Eastern District to continue learning calligraphy." "Yes, that's true," the leader of the men in black replied disappointedly. "What a pity. I was hoping to exchange this for Chen's calligraphy." "Captain, you've already said it all." "Captain, I want it too." "Captain, it's not good to use state power for personal gain." Be quiet." The leader of the men in black signaled his men to be quiet. "Well, Mr. Issei Makoto, the Metropolitan Museum of Art is closed tonight. I will write down in my notebook what you are planning to do at this hour. One set of calligraphy works is free, Ise Makoto suddenly said. Agreed. I can pretend I didn't see you tonight. The leader of the men in black said he got the message and can take it. Captain, are you really going to abuse your power for personal gain? The men in black behind him shouted, Captain, we're going to. Well, where are we going? We also want Chung's calligraphy. Is it really that easy to get Chung's calligraphy? This is the Death Star. Ordinary people would lose their lives. Then you can give us a copy. Then when I come back, I'll make a copy for each of you. Thank you, Captain. Okay, let's get ourselves together for now. The group of men in black disappeared into the shadows again. What are these idiots doing? The man in black thought to himself in the Western District. As for the East District blacks who shot down Biggs, the West District blacks expressed gratitude that they were not part of the East District blacks. Frankly, sometimes having such an unreliable leader really bothers the blacks. If they are dragged into this fight, will they never be able to return to their district? Mark and Dis. The captain of the men in black from the Western District looked at the two men in golden armor. Latest news. Hurry to find the holy relic of our God. Then support our operation. Do we have this mission? Mark asked. He didn't know the captain of the men in black from the Western District, so support and communication were out of the question. Besides, we don't seem to be under the jurisdiction of the Western District, just as the Far Eastern District isn't under the control of the Eastern District. We, in the divine realm, should have our own autonomy, right? Even so, the gods won't let my God go alone. Dis knew very well, or all the Gold Saints knew very well, why this group of guys who were clearly reserved towards the gods was created. But perhaps Mark didn't know that. The 12 Golden Saints correspond to the 12 divine constellations: Aries, Taurus, Cancer, Capricorn, Aquarius, Libra, Pisces, Gemini, Scorpio, Sagittarius, Leo, and Virgo. Each constellation has its own unique abilities that provide various advantages when facing gods. But these advantages are surprisingly ineffective when facing non-gods. So, the first duty of us, the Golden Saints, is to conquer the gods for our God, and the second is to protect our God. All right, we agree to this order. Dis stopped Mark, who was about to say something, and gestured for him to remain silent for now. Aren't we about to go on stage yet? Yan Yunfei couldn't wait any longer. Looking at the farce happening below, his soul as a high school sophomore was burning. Aha! Looking at Yan Yunfei, who couldn't hold back any longer, Gao Qian was forced to agree to let them out. In any case, they were just bait to delay the group of people standing at the entrance of the museum. My abyss tells me that there are many madmen here who howl and howl. Yan Yunfei, looking up, jumped from the roof of the museum and hung in the air in front of the gate. Another one is here. Isamako wondered if he had looked at the almanac today, where he had seen so much bad luck and forbidden things. That face shape, that expression seemed familiar. I think I saw him in some cup tournament. I think his name was something like Beggy or Level 5. Besides his strength, he had been beaten up badly back then. But this guy who suddenly appeared looked so innocent. Could he really be his nephew? It doesn't matter who you are or where you come from. Yan Yunfei, floating in the air, waved his hand, and a pale, white, cold mist hung around. From now on, you have only one way out, and that is to leave this Eastern District. So, you are going to deport us? Issei asked Makoto. Then, my dear lord, do you have any proof of compliance with the law, such as a small book with a seal or something like that? Yan Yunfei remained silent. Yan Yunfei has lost the ability to refute and has sunk to the bottom. Forget it. Since you are here for tourism, I will leave you alone. Yan Yunfei also did not believe that Issei Makoto possessed any extraordinary abilities, or rather, extraordinary abilities achieved through self-training were not considered supernatural in the system. Therefore, the extraordinary abilities in the system were defined as energy generated by special needs. Yan Yunfei ignored Issei Makoto and looked at the two large gold cans on the other side. Let's get going. Didn't the rest of us come here alone? A large volume of extremely cold air emanated from Yan Yunfei, and the group of people who stayed up all night to cause trouble also felt that the surrounding area was getting colder and colder. Ahem, I'm back. Black of the East District appeared again, but he was the only one who showed up. Don't worry, I won't refuse you. It's Issei Makoto. After all, he showed up in this important area alone at night without permission and was caught by law enforcement officers. It must be embarrassing, and leaving would be even more embarrassing. Don't worry, it's not working hours, said the leader of the men in black. Although we don't have fixed working hours. I asked them all to come back. I only came here to confirm the authenticity of Mr. Ice's identity. After all, from now on, this place will be handled by a higher department, and we will no longer be responsible for the safety and location of all the people in this area. Okay, you can go back. A gloomy voice came from the museum. No one understood who it was addressed to. But the leader of the black-clad men of the Eastern District changed his expression upon hearing it. He said a few words to Issei Makoto and quickly left the room. The Western District Reformed Forces, the Far Eastern District Secret Forces, the Saints of the Unknown God Realm, and Lord Issei Makoto. The sounds from the museum gradually grew louder. Finally, a burly man walked out of the museum gate and saw Yan Yunfei floating in the air in front of the gate. It was Yunfei. What are you doing there? This is much more beautiful. Yan Yunfei did not land on his hands. Instead, he raised his right hand, palm facing the crowd below. Magic spheres appeared around him, like a frozen squall. Then you will have time to make a final rebuttal, but every word you say will serve as evidence at the final trial. Issei Makoto smiled broadly and whispered to the ninja Aanzo standing behind him. Lord Aanzo, let's retreat temporarily. Okay, let's retreat quietly, without shooting. Ninja Aanzo called the ninja behind him to come forward and cover themselves with black cloth, hiding his and Lord Issei Makoto's figures. Where do you want to go? The strong man was Lei Hu. Lei Hu saw the ninja and Issei Makoto, who were about to escape. The aura of loneliness that Issei Makoto was giving off lasted too long, and Issei Makoto, whose figure and breath were hidden, attracted more attention. Lei Hu lightly jumped towards the group of ninjas and asked, Where do you want to go? Lei Hu threw a punch and hit the leader of the ninjas, Aanzo. Is this just a normal punch? Aanzo wondered if he was too confident in himself to attack the ninja head-on, but Aanzo, who had been in combat for a long time, still thought that Lei Hu's attack was unusual. So Aanzo used a substitution technique, which involved throwing a piece of wood, then quickly moving it away and finding something else to throw it through. Crack, crack, hiss came the sound, like fragile glass breaking. The concrete road surface, which seemed very solid, was split like a spiderweb by Lei Hu's blow. After Lei Hu broke through the concrete floor, creating a large spiderweb, the battle began. The question arises, in the real world, where the game takes place, there is a group of people who are capable of crushing mountains and tearing apart the earth with just their thin arms and legs. Human strength is always limited. So where does this super destructive power beyond the ordinary imagination come from? The answer is natural. Qi of the mind. In the secret book of the mysterious country, it is written, the human body and nature contain mysterious energy. Let's not talk about the energy of nature. The mysterious energy in the human body is transformed into thoughts and qi through various training methods. Thoughts are spiritual power that can be easily released from the body to move matter and control energy. Qi is the energy of life. This energy is generated by the body and directed by the heart. It can be collected and hidden in the body or released from the body, forming matter. If you can master thoughts and energy and combine them together, you can transform them into new magical rules. Gather mental energy in your body to warm up your muscles. Over time, your strength will grow day by day, and you will be able to gain a powerful force that can attack, split mountains and rocks, and defend, making everything stand still. When mind energy is released from the body, it can form energetic substances such as light and electricity. When the mind energy is deep enough, It is capable of forming all sorts of mysterious energy fields, and even the mind energy can be transformed into magical energy life forms called mind beasts. Well, the most important thing is that Gao Qian's profession is divine revelation, and the rules of this profession are formed by integrating psychic energy. So, Aanzo, who used the substitution technique, appeared in front of Gao Qian by pure chance. What awaits Aanzo next? Well, I was replaced somewhere. Using the substitution technique multiple times is bad. I don't even know where I am right now. Aanzo Ninja moved and flashed quickly using the substitution technique many times. He was already feeling a little dizzy. In this dizziness, Aanzo Ninja felt someone tapping his shoulder and turned his head in confusion instead of subconsciously dodging or using a substitution technique. At the last moment, Aanzo Ninja seemed to see a fist shining with golden light, which grew larger in his eyes. This fist seemed to be getting closer and closer to me. When Lei Hu jumped out, Gao Qian felt that he had to stop him. After all, he didn't know whether Captain Sima Yue's ghost formation was ready at this point. When Gao Qian was about to stop Lei Hu, a stunned Deputy Aanzo flashed before him. Lei Hu is currently attacking him, so he is our enemy, so I must attack him. Moreover, if I don't attack now at such a convenient moment, it will be a shame for the other side to create such an opportunity for me. After some time of deliberation, Gao Qian finally decided to act. I will hit him too. With this thought, his body, strengthened by mental energy, subconsciously mobilized it and used the weapon to bless. By the way, I'll try what this skill actually does. Finally, he delivered a direct blow. The last thing they saw was a fist radiating golden light and shrouded in white aura, striking the face, no, the mask, of Aanzo, who was dressed in a black nightshirt. Then, like a kite whose string had been cut, Aanzo flew away in a smooth parabola. I finally caught you. Seeing the ninja Aanzo fly away for some unknown reason, Lei Hu thought that this was some new evasion method like the technique of substituting the opponent. So Lei Hu jumped up and stretched out his hand to grab Aanzo, who fell to the ground. Hey, why is he unconscious? Lei Hu caught the man and found that he had lost consciousness at some point. How boring. He threw Aanzo aside. That gold can, yes, that's you. Lei Hu looked at Mark, the strongest-looking Taurus fighter on the field. Are you talking about me? Mark pointed at himself. Okay, let's fight. Being a Taurus, he is a naturally muscular fighter. As a muscular man, he naturally likes to fight for no reason. Let's see whose fist is stronger. This means that the two are competing only in strength. Even if they use energy, they can only use advantages that increase their own strength. Fighting is done with fists only. Of course, kicks are allowed. After all, there are schools that specialize in foot techniques. It can't be said that a competition of strength is only possible in arm wrestling. That would be too clumsy. Lei Hu and Mark walked out of the museum one after another and came to a small square nearby. Boom! A sound like thunder came from the small square. How did this Lei Hu escape? Yan Yunfei was still accumulating a barrage of magic balls, which had already densely covered the area he was in. The magic ball was a pale white sphere with a bluish tint. To others, it seemed opaque, like frosted glass. But Yan Yunfei, who had magical vision, could easily see a clear picture through the magic ball and even use it as a telescope. Why aren't you ready yet? I've almost filled the sky with them. I've already seized control of the air. Yan Yunfei waited for Sima Yue's ghost formation to appear. Lei Hu and Mark were still fighting. Gao Qian and Dis were confronting each other, and the group of black-robed men from the Western District had made new moves. The men in black in the Western District split into two waves, one wave attacking Issei Makoto, who was already far away, and the other wave preparing to enter the museum directly. I don't know what kind of forces and defense mechanisms are in the museum, so let these guys scout the situation first, thought Dis, so he needed a smart opponent, and he stayed outside for now. I'm not fit for a frontal fight. From the recent blow, Dis realized that Gao Qian might be the same type of person as Lei Hu, so he decided to fight Yan Yunfei in the air. Although there are many of these strange spheres, each of them is very weak on average. Dis's melee capabilities are extremely limited, and his ranged firepower lacks suppressive capabilities. But Rak has his own unique abilities. "Over there, little one, let me be your opponent," Dis said, ignoring Gao Qian, who was still confronting him, and jumped over the wall and landed on the roof of the museum. "Look at my crab claw." Intentionally reciting the name of the move, Dis folded his hands into a pair of scissors, and when he folded them together, a golden crab claw made of golden light appeared in the air and headed towards Yan Yunfei. The fish-lipped man, Yan Yunfei, pointed his finger, and countless magic balls flew out, striking the claws of the giant golden crab. In the end, the countless magic balls and the claws of the giant golden crab turned into balls of light and dispersed. I say, "What are you doing?" At this time, a strange wave spread from the museum, and a circle of strange red and green light circles appeared, covering the entire area of the museum. A figure, shrouded in a huge shadow, comes out of the museum. Basic skills: jump back, pick up attack, crouch, block, grab, pursuit, air combo, air attack, jump, critical strike special requirements, phantom strike, wave strike, mental wave, steel bones, weapon blessing, straight strike. Time was gradually approaching. By 3 o'clock in the morning, the darkest time of the night. However, the night, which at first was still calm in the moonlight, was now completely dark. It is strange. Why is it completely dark today? Today is a full moon, so the moonlight should be very bright. Everyone noticed that the sky suddenly darkened, and when they looked up, they discovered that the moon was not hidden by clouds, but had acquired a mysterious blue-black color. If the museum on a dark night under the dark moon still exudes a more or less stable temperament, then with the appearance of two round magic circles emitting strange light and mysterious aura, everything moves towards a mysterious style, and there is no turning back. Pedal, pedal, pedal. The leather combat boots inlaid with iron sheets and steel plates made a series of clear and audible footsteps on the marble floor of the museum. Someone else appears. Dis and Yan Yunfei were standing on the roof and fighting on the surface. One waved his hand, launching a cluster of magic balls, and the other created a giant crab claw to block the blow. But in reality, they were just rowing. Sima Yue, a member of the Western Cyborg Corps, walked out of the museum in an unusual uniform that looked like a military one. He was carrying a blonde man in black, dressed in a shabby black suit and leather shoes, as well as broken sunglasses. The damaged parts of the black suit reveal a metal frame inside, and the eyes beneath the broken sunglasses flash an abnormal red light. Steel limbs, electronic eyes, biological brain chips. Aside from the originally planned built-in weapons system, your plan to reconstruct the Western District appears to have been a success. Sima Yue didn't make a single move, but an arm larger than an ordinary person's and clad in red metal armor stretched out from the extremely thick purple-blue smoke behind him and grabbed the cyborg who couldn't move. Boom! The huge hand emitted some strange power, and the captured cyborg experienced a strange explosion. Although there were no visible changes on the surface of the cyborg, there was almost no blood in the remaining flesh and tissue. The ghosts and gods can now openly reveal themselves, and their influence has grown to such a large extent so quickly. Gao Qian looked at the thick smoke behind Sima Yue in surprise. However, as soon as a hand in a blood-red glove appeared, the smoke gradually turned into a light purple-blue curtain, in which three figures were dimly visible. The one on the right was in full armor. His eyes glowed blood red, and on his belt hung a huge sword with red veins, like human blood. In one hand he held a battle axe, and in the other, an illusory drop of blood. This was the destroyer, Kazan. The one on the left was dressed in a dark green wizard's robe and adorned with various ornaments. In his hand he held a wizard's staff adorned with a carved image of a demon with a goat's head. The most striking thing about him were the spiral horns on his head and his strange pupilless eyes, like deep-sea whirlpools. His disdainful gaze swept over everyone around him, and I felt an inexplicable sense of weakness. This was the damned demon, Preman. The last one in the center is the most illusory, dressed in black armor that shimmers with a purple-blue sheen. In his hand, he holds an illusory sword with mysterious demonic runes engraved on the blade. What attracts the most attention are his sapphire eyes, filled with blue light. This is the shadow demon closest to Devil May Cry, Kaija. Likewise, these three do not appear in this world in real bodies, as judging by their legs below the knees, they are all supported by the flame-like aura of the underworld hovering behind Sima Yue. They need the purple-blue smoke or light curtain from Sima Yue to appear and perform various actions. No more problems. Sima Yue took out his walkie-talkie and made a few calls, and then felt that everything was almost ready. Okay, from now on, everyone here will die, and there will be no unrest. Sima Yue turned off the intercom and put it behind his back. Gao Qian, Yunfei, the full-scale attack begins. I have been waiting for this moment. I have been suppressing my strength. Yan Yunfei's secondary nature that he had since middle school is bursting out, and his soul that he had since middle school is burning fiercely. Next time, it won't be so easy. Yan Yunfei looked at Dis in front of him. He also knew that they had been just messing around before, but there was no need for that now. Yan Yunfei crossed his arms and gradually rose higher. As he rose, the number of magic balls around him continued to increase. The magic balls of the Abyssal Mage Terror were actually ordinary attacks, simple instincts that consumed almost no magical or physical strength. Of course, creating so many magic balls at once obviously meant using the skill of continuously shooting magic balls, actively releasing even more magic power. The speed of generating magic balls increased exponentially, and their strength also increased slightly. Try taking this, big crab. Yan Yunfei waved his hand, and all the magic balls rushed towards Dis like a riot, instead of just slowly flying one after another like before. Crab claw attack. This time, Dis had to use his own moves, using all his strength. Two larger and more massive crab claws appeared. With one swing of the crab claw, many magic balls were broken. Another swing of the claw destroyed another dense group of magic balls. The two giant crab claws continued to squeeze and crush, breaking wave after wave of magic balls released by Yan Yunfei. Finally, as the number of magic balls continued to increase and the frequency of attacks increased, the two giant crab claws were finally hit by the powerful magic balls, turning into clumps of golden light and disappearing without a trace. However, the suppressive magic balls were still flying towards Dis. In Dis's eyes, these suppressive magic balls were now like huge waves carried by a tsunami rushing towards him. Underworld Corpse Chi Wave. Looking at the wave of the magic ball in front of him, like a tsunami wave, Dis made a few quick gestures with his hands, and then released a ball of chaotic and unclear grey mist. Hissing. A hoarse sound rang out, as if water had been poured directly into concentrated acid. The rising wave of the magic ball instantly disappeared without a trace, touching the grey fog of an unknown entity, like frost in the sun. The smell of death is a substance from the underworld? After Yan Yunfei activated the Terror Abyss, he died in a sense and went through the underworld, hell, abyss, underworld, and other places of death, and then was reborn in reality. Therefore, Yan Yunfei now has a very keen sense of the series of death abilities and various substances or energies. Actually, I have one too. Yunfei placed his hand on the center of his chest where the Eye of Darkness was implanted. After a moment of silent stimulation, a large stream of white mist, unusually cold, suddenly burst out from Yan Yunfei's body. 7 demons that can cry. Demon of Destruction. Kazan from Soul Sword Kazan. Demon of Curse, Pullman from Corrosion. Pullman, Shadow Demon. Kaya from Afterimage, Kaya from Ghost Step. Ice Demon Princess, Saya from Frost. Saya from Ice Crystal Saya. Demon of Extinction Rakshasa from Plague of Rakshasa. Demon of Dark Flame Carlo. Evil God of the Incarnation World Parashu, P. After Sima Yue gave the order for a general attack, Gao Qian engaged in combat with a group of cyborgs from the western region. However, Gao Qian essentially blessed his weapon and knocked down one person and then another with direct blows. However, the cyborg group seemed to be unharmed. Sima Yue personally dealt with the dead Hanzo ninja and then dealt with the secret forces of the Far East district that were attracted by the Hanzo ninja. However, Ise Makoto had already fled, seeing that the situation had gone beyond his imagination. Sima Yue swung the bayonet in his hand, and the ghostly kaija behind him also swung its hand as if holding something in the air, in time with Sima Yue's movements. One after another, the shadow blades, bathed in deep blue light, flashed, and those little ninjas who thought they could hide in the shadows were inexplicably killed by the shadow blades that followed them like shadows. Die at the hands of ghosts and gods, and there will be nothing left of you. Kazan will consume your blood and life. Kaija will take your shadow and the remains of your soul. Pullman will take your claws and hair. Saya will freeze your resentment and anger. Rakshasa will rejoice in your death, and Kalo will burn away your past existence. In the end, all of this will be consumed by the evil god Brashu. Of course, Master Jig and the ghosts will probably welcome your arrival. In the world of Brashu, if you can remain forever unique, then perhaps you can become a new ghost. It looks like a powerful move is about to be used. Seeing Sima Yue directly use a powerful move to attack the three ghost gods, Yan Yunfei felt that he should also give it his all. He used all his strength to mobilize the magic power of his body. Under the powerful and turbulent flow of magical energy, the Eye of Darkness passively activated, and an even stronger force burst out from it. Yan Yunfei floated in the air with his arms spread out to the sides. The seething magic power even spilled out from his body, turning into blue streams of light that appeared and disappeared. At the same time, a new, strange power emerged. The feeling of this power was like a strange cold breath that Yan Yunfei sometimes unknowingly emitted from his body. Magic completely unleashed. When Yunfei's magic power was fully released, the powerful wave of magic balls underwent new changes. As the strange cold air rolled towards them, the magic balls underwent new changes one after another. These magic balls are essentially balls of magic with actual visual effects released from the body, so these magic balls can be controlled and changed by the magic user themselves if they are absorbed before the attack is completed or dissipate outside the control range. Under the influence of the strange cold air, some of these magical balls expanded and became larger, turning into a ball of water emitting cold air. Some stretched out into pieces of thin ice with slightly sharp edges. Some disintegrated from the inside and turned into a whirlwind, and some formed pairs and turned into dark blue flames that constantly revolved around each other. Magical vortex, magical water ball, hellfire, and an unfinished version of the Ice Soul Sword. Gao Qian, looking at the rippling blue waves in the sky, finally understood what skills they were made of. Really? My profession now does not require any super powerful skills, and my abilities are not too cruel in nature. Gao Qian curled his lips helplessly, but continued to use the straight punch that he modified into a straight punch to knock down one after another of these cyborgs that no longer had human psychology. In the game, the straight punch is a magical movement skill. A straight strike causes your body to slide forward, and you deal 3 powerful blows. If you encounter a small creature, you can push it away. Moreover, by changing your job to Saint Blue Fist, you can also gain an advantage for a short time by sliding and attacking. However, here Gao Qian's straight punch will also be executed 3 times. But there is no sliding strike, and the point of application of force is not on the attacker, but on the enemy being attacked. So the straight punch is a single target skill. The same moment of dominance allows this strike to be completed. The specific method of operation of the striking straight punch is as follows. First, dominance is activated during the swing of the fist, and then the target is hit. The first hit is triggered at the same time as the hit, and a shockwave is generated that knocks down all units near the attacker. Then, when the attacked unit is knocked back, the second hit is triggered again. At this time, the person hit by the attacker will be knocked down. Finally, the third strike will occur 15 seconds after the second strike. But this third strike will be slightly different. If the target has not landed yet, the third strike will only detonate on the target, causing a large amount of force and being knocked back again. If the target has already landed, the third strike will be transferred to the surface and become a shockwave that knocks down enemies in the area. So I can hardly be considered an assistant who controls the game now. However, Gao Qian, who did not yet have strong skills in controlling and managing regional groups, was still a little panicked. He was afraid that he would be reported and kicked out of the team for being too lazy and not contributing enough. Well, that shouldn't happen. We're not playing in a group dungeon. If we're lazy, aren't we all lazy? I need to think carefully about the skills in the skill tree that become deeper when implemented. Like Sima Yue, he used the Dark Moon to increase the concentration of the ghost and god power, and then combined the two passive effects of realization, removing the seal and releasing the ghost and god with the sword formation, green formation, and ghost step, and then successfully summoned the three main bodies of thought energy, ghost and god. In essence, it is nothing more than the power of ghost and god controlled by Sima Yue. But it can manifest a fraction of the actual power of the ghost and god itself? Well, it must be less than 1%, or even less than 1/10,000th. Let's not talk about Lei Hu. He is a true master of close combat, full of power. He also practices secret combat techniques of attack and assassination, as well as national combat boxing. Therefore, due to the almost 100% compatibility with the mind energy and its double amplification, Lei Hu is almost unstoppable in close combat. The power of the terror abyss that Yan Yunfei possesses and the eye of darkness that is its source directly control the violent power of elements and energy, so it is very easy to catalyze and activate them. In other words, in some magical worlds where magic reigns, it is very easy to cause magical riots. All these beings are magic gods, genius and monstrous, and can easily reach the level of a magic god. Now it's my turn, Gao Qian. Although the holy revelation profession combined the power of the apocalypse and mind energy systems, at the early stage, when I was only level 10 and had not yet changed professions, the only skills in this special system were weapon blessing. Slow healing and straight punch were usable before switching jobs. Skills like Mind Energy Wave are now level 15 skills and are not activated yet. I don't have a clone in my skill tree, so I guess Thunder Clone and Mind Energy Shield are out of the question. Among the skills in the normal system, the only one that has any significant power is Airstrike, but it is a level 15 skill, and the only offensive skills that can be actively used in the normal system are Attack Selection and Airstrike. The rest of the skills are support skills. While using normal attacks in combination with these support skills to perform combos and critical hits can also deal significant damage, it is too slow. Moreover, if you encounter an enemy with high health or high defense, this tactic will take even longer. The next chapter will return to the game again, and the action will take place in the Elwyn line. If we go back to the original version, this main first act will directly end the Grand Forest story and change jobs. Also, the skill tree is different from the games. After all, this is a real game, not a 2D horizontal game with levels. Okay, that's it. Now they can't move. After knocking all the cyborgs down, Gao Qian suddenly remembered the electric shock effect of his ki, which meant that ki actually had an electric current. His previous boxing experience confirmed that the materials used to modify the bodies of these cyborgs were mostly electronic metal. Therefore, by redirecting the energy of the punches to ki, he successfully achieved an electric shock effect. In fact, these electronic cyborgs were artificially short-circuited. Direct Strike Holy Revelation. Skill, Transformation. Skill, a strike with 3 discharges of power, with a certain probability of electrocuting the victim. First hit judgment, Shockwave 100. Second hit judgment, 120. Single hit third hit, 150. Hit upon landing, Shockwave. Type 300 single hit electric shock status. Level 6. Duration 15 seconds. Effect: damage taken is converted into light attribute judgment and causes paralysis and numbness effect. In fact, the effect of electric current is similar to electric shock, but the 6th level may not be very effective for the human body. However, when applied to electronic metal devices, the short circuit effect is quite real. After all, this electric current is magical. As for the modern technological system of mankind, it is currently impossible to prevent short circuits caused by magical reasons. Gao Chen brought a chair and sat among a group of mechanically modified humans whose bodies were still emitting arcs and sparks. If he saw a modified human running low on power, he would punch them directly to replenish it. This guy is really interesting. At this time, Lei Hu returned and dragged the remaining Taurus fighter along to engage in a philosophical fistfight with him. This guy is in a terrible state. Although he didn't have any dark circles under his eyes or bruises on his face, and the enthusiasts from the preparatory philosophy department usually didn't like to punch people in the face like this muscular guy, the golden armor on Mark's body still showed how fierce and powerful the battle was. The two bullhorn shoulder pads that once stood proudly in the sky were now broken in half, and the other one was left with only an arched golden plate covering the shoulder pad with the entire bullhorn missing. The gold bull's head on the front of the breastplate, intricately composed of overlapping gold scales, was also dented and damaged. One eye was completely gone, and the rest of the armor was cracked. Several holes from straight splinters were visible on the sides of the armor. The distinctive horn crown was completely gone, either blown away or broken. I really like this guy. I think he's a pretty good person. Lei Hu and Mark are straightforward, muscular fighters who don't like to think too much, so there was little need to beat around the bush. In a friendly boxing match with Lei Hu had already squeezed everything out of him. These people, who call themselves saints, are guardians of a certain god in the Western District. The purpose of their visit this time is to obtain reliable information that a sacred object of the god they guard has appeared in the capital's museum. Therefore, they sent 2 masters of the 12 golden palaces to check the details. If it was true, they would secretly return the sacred item. But the most interesting thing is that if the 2 masters of the golden palace confirm the authenticity of the sacred object, but do not return it, then the leaders of the 12 golden palaces will begin negotiations through diplomatic and international channels in exchange for the sacred object of their god. The sacred objects of the gods are interesting. After burying all the secret powers of the Far East region in the shadows where they were hiding, Sima Yue also cleared away the 3 ghosts and divine phantoms. The 12 golden palaces, the guardian gods, and Saint Seiya remind me of a mythological animation series. After listening to the information from Lei Hu, Gao Qian, Sima Yue, and Yan Yunfei, everyone felt that these places seemed very familiar to them. So, this god is a goddess? Sima Yue thought this matter was really strange. She is known as the goddess of war and wisdom, and is also the head of the famous line of virgin goddesses. Yan Yunfei, who plays Athena Saori, tries to imagine the difference between this goddess and the goddesses from the anime he has watched. However, the Western region's mythology is indeed quite complicated. Perhaps Yan Yunfei will be very disappointed when he sees her, or perhaps he will simply be infatuated with her. In that case, let's hand over these 2 remaining gold fighters to the organization. After Yan Yunfei released Dis from the ice, Sima Yue placed the fused silver bracelets on both of them and sealed them. However, it seems they foresaw that something like this might happen, so they quietly put on their bracelets and handed over their ID cards from a small area of the Western District, which were similar to their ID cards from the Eastern District. They are indeed from Athens. Judging by the residential addresses written in the language of the Eastern District on the identity documents of these 2 people, it turned out to be a city in the Western District of Athens. It seems that due to the stimulation of various extraordinary powers in the real game, the mysterious systemic power that remained in Blue Star's past has also been revived, Sima Yue thought silently. As the captain of the Eastern District Secret Force, he is still very familiar with international secret events. For example, the 2 masters of the 12 golden palaces had precise information about the Eastern District. However, things like the previous flow of armor, the protective shield, and the crab claws used by Dis had never been seen before. By the way, Captain, what happened to you just now? Lei Hu didn't know because he was somewhere else having a friendly conversation with Mark. Yan Yunfei was also blocked by the special effects in the lighting and special effects competition with Dis and couldn't see clearly. but Gao Qian clearly saw 3 ghostly shadows behind Sima Yue. What you're talking about is a new skill that I'm trying to create. Sima Yue said the situation plainly just now. Imperial Decree. 3 Ghosts and Gods Ghost System, Ghost Control Skills, Self-Creation Skills, Active State Type A skill that combines Blade Soul Kazan, Corrosion Pullerman, Soul-Devouring Phantom Strike, and Afterimage Kaiju. After mastering this skill, you will not be able to use the above skills, and its effects are included in the Imperial Edict. 3 Ghosts. Effect. After activating the 3 Imperial Demons, normal attacks will be replaced by dark attacks. At the same time as the attack, the Shadow Demon Kaija will also attack. Judgment Attack. 100 Dark Attributes. Kaija's Pursuit. Judgment. 150 Dark Attributes. When using Demon Strike, the God of Destruction, Kazan will assist in the attack. Phantom Strike of Judgment. Strength 20, Size 20. Kazan's Pursuit Judgment. Knockdown 150. Trip. Bleed when using Moon Strike or Full Moon. The cursed ghost god Polemon uses his skills to chase you. Polman's Judgment. Immobilize at 150 range. Sleep State. Reduced Defense. Abnormal Resistance. When using Phantom Whip, Phantom God Kazan uses the skill to pursue. Kazan. Bloodburst. Thirsty for Soul. Grab. 150 Building Grab. Bleeding Explosion. Blood. 300 Bleeding. Bleeding Anomaly Effect Boost and Bleeding Assessment Skill Boost. When using Ghost Flash, the Ghost God Kaija uses skills to chase Kaija. True Ghost Flash. Ghost Flash Boost. Multiplier 200 with a chance to drag the target into the Shadow Realm. Ghost Aura. Friendly units near 3 Imperial Ghosts will have increased strength and spirit, reduced damage, and increased speed. Enemy units will have reduced magic defense and anomalous resistance. The skills will not match the player's skill tree because NPCs have so many skills. After 3 days of rest, Gao Qian, Yan Yunfei, Lei Hu, and Sima Yue returned to the game early because they were forming a team. Act 1 of the main zone begins. Stage 1 of the main story mission is activated. Introduction to the main storyline. The adventurer leaves the goblin camp and arrives at the Elven frontier, a small reconnaissance outpost built around the ruins of the Elven forest in the southern part of the principality. Belmar. Here he learns that the Elven forest is enraged by a deliberate arson that destroyed an Elven magic circle. The adventurer decides to help the blacksmith Linus, who works at the Elven frontier, solve this problem. Main story quest, Stage 1. Travel to the Elven line to find the blacksmith Linus and offer to help him solve his problem. Reward for Stage 1 of the quest. Linus crafts the superior leather armor of the Belmar Principality novice. When entering the first act of the main area, the system will notify you of a change in the settings for gear classes. Now, gear classes are divided into normal, superior, rare magic, artifact, and legendary. In the new visual representation of magic, common equipment has white magic light, also known as white equipment. Superior equipment has blue light, also known as blue equipment. Rare magic equipment has purple light, also known as purple equipment. And artifacts have a pink light. But more people still call them artifacts. After all, artifacts sound much more powerful than pink gear. Legendary equipment has an orange light, and it is said that the magical light of some weapons and equipment is bright gold, which is called epic equipment in the world. However, from purple level onwards, some pieces of equipment will trigger a chain reaction when multiple pieces are combined, creating a green magical light that alchemists call an attribute set, giving the owner additional attribute rewards. These rewards usually include 3 D attribute values: life shield, speed, attribute resistance, some skill evaluation factors, etc. In the current setting, undamaged equipment freshly forged by a blacksmith is always a blue, superior quality item. However, these blue items will become normal white items due to damage, rust, weathering, and aging, resulting in the loss of equipment energy. Likewise, both white and blue items now only provide attack damage multipliers, the difference being that the latter are more effective and durable than the former. If an undamaged blue item of superior quality is magically created by a blacksmith or a Mage's Guild enchanter, you may receive a purple item of rare quality. However, due to the influence of the system, adventurers may directly drop powerful magical energy from some magical creatures. Once the equipment reaches purple level or higher, it will not deteriorate due to various reasons such as damage caused by the protection of the magic array. However, once it is completely destroyed, it will immediately disappear. In the minds of the Imperial Legion and the warriors of the Principality, the purple equipment of the former, secretly created through magic, was called fake purple, and that of the latter, real purple. The effects of some types of real purple were comparable even to artifact equipment. However, thanks to the research of some alchemists, the fake purple has found a new use. Collect enough materials to turn it into a set of sacred relics. As the magic level of the equipment changes, so does its rank. White equipment is always the lowest level, blue is the middle level, purple and sacred items are the highest. There are no rank or durability restrictions for equipment above artifact level. However, if it is damaged, it will be more difficult to repair. Our Goblin Camp series equipment has turned white. Gao Qian and his 3 companions appeared right at Alvin's line of defense. A blast furnace was blazing furiously nearby. In front of the blast furnace, a middle-aged man with a big beard, wearing linen clothes and a leather apron, was constantly hammering an iron pillar with a prototype iron sword. My war ghost mace is still purple, probably due to the ghost power contained within it. However, the equipment level is only average, meaning it is half purple. Even the fake purple is worse. Sima Yue inspected the equipment on his body and found no other changes. You are the new adventurers. You are finally here. I have been waiting for 7 days since I received this news. Linus also knew about the adventurers, and from what he had heard, he learned that when the adventurers first entered Act 1 of the game's Newbie Zone, the main characters of the story and the NPCs in the other acts had already learned something. Time was running out. Some time ago, the elven magic circle surrounding Grand Forest was destroyed by the Empire's arson, and now all the creatures in the forest have turned into monsters. Celia, the owner of the Adventurers Oak Inn, went into the forest a few days ago, claiming to be looking for the Tauran chieftain, Sotar, but she hasn't returned yet. The little goblin who escaped into the forest before you arrived has also escaped. I hope you can help me find them. Sima Yue asked Linus why he did not leave. Linus explained that in order to maintain and recognize Alvin's magic circle, there must be at least one person from the Principality inside the protection. Otherwise, anyone who ventured outside would be blocked by the protection magic circle. Of course, Linus didn't know that Celia easily controlled all the magic in Grand Forest. She herself was an extremely powerful mage. Although her offensive capabilities were limited, her healing and purification magic was more powerful than Celia's on the Arad continent. However, Celia did not have divine revelation magic such as the Spring of Life and Divine Blessing, which could resurrect. The 4 of them originally came to enlist in the military, so after consulting with Linus on some matters, they set off for Grand Forest. The Grand Forest is located north of the Principality of Belmar. Belmar's territory consists of 2 islands on the continental shelf, and its northern part directly borders the northern polar region of Stone, with which the Principality maintains trade relations. To the southeast, south of Belmar, beyond the rift formed by the compression of the continents, lies another continental plate with a predominantly mountainous terrain, inhabited by underground dark elves. Belmar also borders the Delos Empire across the sea, but at this point, the Delos legions have spread across almost the entire world of Arad. Roughly speaking, the changes in Grand Forest were artificially caused by some people from the Delos Empire for some purpose. This Delos Empire is just a copy of the Midas Empire from my past life. However, in some ways, Delos is much more successful than the Midas Empire. The second stage of the main storyline: go to Grand Forest to find the little goblins Abby and Celia. Activate the 3rd stage of the story after completing Stage 1. Rewards: Ancient Map of the Great Forest. Permission to use the magic secrets of equipment. Before setting out on their journey, the four received a set of beautiful blue leather armor and weapons to match their requirements. By the way, after activating special requirements, some skills in the skill tree require the corresponding weapon to realize their power. For example, to use the skills of the shooter, you cannot use melee weapons such as swords and melee weapons. Celia's origin is cut, but this book still has a version of Celia with a big shift, that is, Bayana, the origin of the 13th apostle. The Grand Forest is very vast, occupying more than half the area of the northern continental island of the Principality of Belmar. The Elven Forest, the predecessor of the Grand Forest, is even larger and occupies almost the entire northern part of the Principality of Belmar. However, 2 major fires in a row led to the Grand Forest losing its original appearance. In addition, such a vast forest area hides many traces and ruins of the past. Mirkwood is located on the edge of the Great Forest. The trees here are so tall and dense that sunlight barely penetrates the layers of the crown, making the area seem gloomy. However, the inhabitants of the Principality call Mirkwood the Flowing Jungle. There are many reasons for this: the gloomy atmosphere, the protective measures of the elven magic circle, the similarity of the trees and the branches and leaves swaying in the wind. All this creates the illusion of a flowing jungle, the same face. When entering Mirkwood, the monsters we encountered were still goblins, but in addition to the goblins and throwing goblins, there were also cowardly goblins. These goblins had excessively long defense and health bars when there were many goblins around. But when killing other goblins, the defense and health bars of the cowardly goblin became very short, and it could not give other cowardly goblins the same effect as many goblins. Compared to the goblin jungle, the goblins in the Grand Forest are more diverse. Moreover, unlike the ghostly mutated goblins from the first act of the game, the goblins in Grand Forest are normal goblins. However, since the elven magic circle in Grand Forest was set on fire by the Delos Empire, they suffered from the chaotic magical shockwaves, becoming violent and hostile to humans. In the human language of the world of Arad, the word Gran means elf, and Grand Forest means elf forest. However, after 2 major fires in a row, there was no trace of elves left in the Grand Forest. I was always tormented by the question, how did these wooden barrels, clearly intended for humans, end up in this monster-infested Grand Forest? And the strangest thing is that these ferocious monsters do not destroy these barrels. Instead, they use them to carry things and even fall asleep in them. Although small creatures like goblins are okay, but who can tell me how a 2-3 meter tall minotaur can fit in this small barrel? This broken barrel also has space-folding magic. It's strange. Why don't goblins carry goblin arm bones with them now? Gao Qian suddenly thought. The 4 of them had already killed more than 10 goblins, but why couldn't they find a single goblin arm bone? After the rework of Act 1 of Xinyue, Primary, the tedious quest materials have been changed. They will only appear after completing the corresponding quests and not directly as adventurer materials. Xinyue. After the update, the contract summon of the Terra Summoning Magic Branch. Meta Hadel has been changed to a permanent summon. Your Hedel has been restored and replaced your purified and repatriated D. The actual game is in the 2nd public beta stage, Xinyue is not activated, and the Xinyue gift pack cannot be obtained. The Black Diamond gift pack is available. Set contents: Black Diamond coin, 2 Ancient Elf Experience potions, Divine Blessing potion, random quantity. Everyone knows what Black Diamond coins are for. The Black Diamond vending machine can give you a lot of useful stuff, such as transformation potions, homemade bread and milk, which are quite common. Rarer items include resurrection coins, halo potions, various contracts, and even rarer ones include equipment upgrade coupons. By using bugs in some maps, you can even get artifacts. In fact, the magical civilization on the continent of Arad is much more developed than you might imagine. Things like teleportation systems and half spaces are found almost everywhere, and they are also very close to ordinary people. In areas heavily populated by monsters, After adventurers or mercenaries from the Adventurers Association have finished exploring those areas, mages will use magic circles to divide those areas into independent spaces, forming a dungeon area where subsequent adventurers would be able to conduct trials and hone their combat experience. However, at that time, there were no dungeons in Grand Forest, as both goblins and minotaurs were relatively benign creatures and did not attack people. On the contrary, the Minotaur clan often helped those who entered the Grand Forest to leave the forest safely. Aren't these goblins from a friendly camp? Looking at the green-skinned goblins in front of him, with their teeth bared and their faces fierce, Gao Qian felt that such goblins could not be invited into a friendly camp. I don't know. Linus didn't express himself very clearly either. All he knows is that the goblins and minotaurs are now treating him as if he was their father's killer. Yan Yunfei waved his hand, indicating that he didn't understand what was going on. Everything will become clear once we find Celia. In the dark forest, Gao Qian and his 3 companions stopped and continued on, killing countless ferocious goblins and cat monsters, and scaring off even more goblins. If we continue on, it seems we will find a relic. Did Celia run that far? Why haven't we met her yet? This distance is already long. If we go further, we will reach the central part of Grand Forest. There is some movement, something is approaching. Lei Hu, who commanded the vanguard, heard some movement and ordered the other 3 to hide. A strong tremor gradually approached the earth, and a huge minotaur, more than 5 meters tall, appeared in the sight of the 4 people. My God, it was a minotaur. A minotaur is a humanoid magical creature. Although its appearance and habits are generally similar to a cow, the differences are really huge. The minotaur is a humanoid creature, not a beast, meaning it is a mammal that can walk upright. Looking at the 5 to 6 meter tall bull-headed monster with light pink skin standing in front of him, I did not really feel any oppression. After all, there were too many supernatural powers in Arad, and this huge creature had many obvious weaknesses. Look, there's a small yellow-skinned goblin. Yan Yunfei pointed at the tiny object in front of the bull's head. Upon closer inspection, it was a small yellow-skinned goblin in leather armor. First, save the small goblins. Sima Yue ordered the 3 of them to attack together. Yunfei used a magical water ball mixed with cold to create a magical ice ball at the feet of the bull-headed beast. A ball of ice and water hit his legs and instantly condensed into a thin sheet of ice. Lei Hu and Gao Qian hit the ox-headed beast's knee. Under the combined attack of the 3, the ox-headed beast was easily knocked down and finally destroyed by Sima Yue's 3 ghosts without any effort. After rescuing the little goblin, we learned that Celia had gone deeper, so we needed to keep moving forward. I have a map that will take you through the Thunder Ruins. From the ancient map the little goblin gave them, they learned that the ruins ahead are called the Thunder Ruins. Be careful when going through the Thunder Ruins. I heard that the albino goblin and the poisonous demon cat have appeared there again. The first stage of the main story mission, In Search of the Goblin, is complete. Activated storyline. Go to Thunder Ruins to defeat the albino goblin Lo Lei Kano and the poisonous demon cat, Poison Cat King. Completing the storyline will further advance the plot. The Ruins of Thunder, originally a research facility for the Goblin Kingdom in the Elven Forest, were used to breed mutant albino goblins. The area's frequent thunderstorms made it an ideal place to train and breed albino goblins capable of summoning lightning. However, after 2 devastating fires in the Grand Forest, the area was reduced to ruins. The disappearance of the Goblin Kingdom left many venerable mages wondering why Goblin King Gog and the Goblin Guardians were absent during the fires in the Grand Forest. Of course, he can't appear. Even before the first Grand Fire occurred, the entire Goblin Kingdom had already been transported to the Space Fragment universe through a dimensional rift. However, after a new albino goblin appeared in the Thunder Ruins, thunderstorms there became unusually frequent. Damn rain, Gao Qian and Lei Hu complained at the same time. Before their job change, their Mind Chi and Revelation Saint power were released and freely controlled. Therefore, neither the golden mist of sacred power emanating from Gao Qian's shoulders, nor the seething qi of mind from Lei Hu could protect them from the rain now. Fortunately, I am wearing a full set of leather armor, but without a hat, it is still a problem. Rainwater is already running down my neck. In the rain, the leather armor became shiny and reflective. As for Sima Yue and Yan Yunfei, according to the imperial decree of the first three ghost god, the powerful aura of the three ghost phantoms even distorted the spatial force field where Sima Yue was located. All the rainwater automatically bypassed the ghostly phantoms, and even the water at Sima Yue's feet dissipated. At the same time, due to the latter's inherent bottomless cold, icicles fell instead of rain at Yan Yunfei's place. Although Yan Yunfei was floating above the ground, the water under his feet froze and turned into ice. A dull, rolling thunder continued to sound in the gloomy sky. Thunder, 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 lightning. Sima Yue suddenly remembered something very important that he seemed to have forgotten. If the thunder in the Thunder Ruins in the game is nothing more than an area attack with light attributes, then in this real world of travel, thunder is not so easy to deal with. If my guess is correct, then attribute resistance, which is not so important in the game, is not such a simple system. Sima Yue immediately opened the stat panel, quickly running through the list of stats, including real name, nickname, gender, lifespan, health level, activation of the special needs system, the three main stats, strength, constitution, and spirit, and the three speeds. Attack speed, casting spells, and moving. The mana value, or blue bar, suddenly disappeared in this update. However, similarly, after activating the ghost power in the first act of the Newbie, she did not feel any change inside. Now, she clearly felt the explosive, unstable power hidden within her, and her ghostly hand vaguely felt something trying to break free. Let's skip those attributes and consider the attributes that might be most important at the moment: attribute resistance and attribute enhancement. Currently, all stat improvements are 0, so there's no point in paying attention to them yet. Sima Yue remembered that the stat resistance of those who just entered the game was 0, but after the ghost system was activated, the stat resistance became 15 for darkness resistance and -15 for light resistance. Well, it's the same as the stats in the internal test. Did I miss something? However, Sima Yue noticed the attribute resistance attribute, and a line of explanation appeared in front of Sima Yue. Attribute resistance. Each point increases the attribute attack reduction judgment by 1%, and the upper limit of the value is 200. The percentage reduction judgment has an upper limit. Sima Yue thought about it, but he wasn't sure yet, so he looked at the attribute enhancement explanation. Attribute enhancement. Each point increases the penetration resistance rating or attack rating by 1% with an upper limit of 200. This is also a percentage judgment, and Pierce takes precedence. Sima Yue has now determined the importance of elemental resistance, but his light resistance is -15. This is because his level is not high enough, and he has not activated the basic passive skills of the Devil May Cry profession. In this case, the light resistance would be -30. In this case, if lightning struck him, not only would he be seriously injured, but Sima Yue would also be greatly harmed. What are your resistance attributes? I only mention light resistance. 15. This is Lei Hu. An additional effect of the mind energy system is that the light resistance is 15 and the darkness resistance is -15, which is the complete opposite of the spirit and God system. Similarly, if you change your profession to a Qigong master, the resistance values of these two attributes will double to 30 and -30. 10. The Holy Revelation does not have attributes like the Revelation system, or it can be said to have no attributes, or it does not have holy attributes. Now, all 4 of Gao Qian's attribute resistances are 10. Looking at Holy Barrier and Holy Retribution in the skill tree, it is a tank support position. No, it is 0. Neither Terran Magic nor Terran Abyss have any stats. The former has a universal talent, while the latter has the cold of nothingness. Therefore, Terran Abyss mages usually specialize in one type of magic in a certain area, with the exception of the Demon King. However, the Demon King is rare and is a hidden class in the game, slightly more hidden than the Dimension Walker. After all, Dimension Walkers are usually first sought out by the Separation Witch, who then leads them astray, entering the path of no return, ruling over space and the Devil's Realm. Beware of the falling lightning. This time, it's different from before. Captain Sima Yue put Lei Hu in front, followed by Gao Qian, and Yan Yunfei was in charge of suppression in the rear. Who's there? The voice of the normal goblin was not as sharp as the mutated one, but it was still quite loud. It turns out that it is the adventurer. A green goblin came out from behind the ruins. It was not an aggressive grey-green, but a bright green. Master Adventurer, Master Kainwo is waiting for you. Things developed unexpectedly. At first, we thought that these ferocious goblins would attack us directly. The deeper you go, the darker the sky becomes. Dark clouds hang very low, and above them, silver-white electric snakes flash every now and then. Do you feel that, despite being covered with dark clouds and thunder, it is actually more peaceful and not as depressing as other places? No one answered, but after a while we reached a place that seemed to be relatively well maintained. From afar, we saw a white goblin circling the goblin totem. The reason for your depression is that you humans set the forest on fire and destroyed the elves' magic circle. When they entered the goblin totem, the white goblin stopped and said to them, "Speaking of the great forest, we cannot help but mention its predecessor, the elven forest." Speaking of the elven forest, we naturally cannot help but recall the legend of the continent of Arad, about its discoverer, the great magician Mare. According to the earliest sources, the world of Arad was originally divided into two parts, the upper sky and the lower continent. However, compared to the celestial environment, the lower continent was originally in the ocean and chaotic zone. However, the situation changed after the great magician Ma established large magic circles in different parts of the continent. The elven forest, the most ancient, was the primary host of the great magic circle of Ma, supporting the continent of Arad and protecting the two continental islands that now house the Principality of Belmar. Grand Forest lives. Since he was alive, he would naturally be furious and angry when an important elven magic circle was destroyed by fire. The goblins and minotaurs of the Great Forest were offshoots of the Wood Elves. When the elven magic circle was destroyed, the elven chaotic magic was released, and they naturally went berserk. I don't care about empires and principalities. For the sake of Lord Ma, we can give the Belmar Principality some preferential treatment in various fields. Luo Lei Kainwo seemed to be well aware of the situation between the human races on the continent. However, Kainwo also explained the true reason for the rampaging creatures in Grand Forest. In Grand Forest, be it goblins, minotaurs, or demon cats, all were once elves. Therefore, we all possess elven magic. However, unlike true elves, we cannot use this magic on our own and rely on other methods to mobilize it. Initially, there were not many elven magic circles in Grand Forest. They only provided some support and assistance around the central magic circle of Mal. However, due to a very strange fire, the magic circle of Mal was seriously damaged. Such damage cannot be repaired by oneself. But if the large magic circle is completely destroyed, the heavenly sea will collapse onto the earth, which will become a serious threat to biological extinction. Therefore, several elven elders and Lady Bayana directed all their magical power and life force to restore the damaged great magic circle. After this incident, the magic of the entire Grand Forest completely changed to elven. This is both good and bad for the remaining elven creatures. When an elven magic circle is stopped and destroyed in an unnatural way, the surrounding elven magic becomes chaotic and violent. If it is a real elf, it will not be affected. But when the elven magic circle is destroyed, the elven magic in our bodies also becomes chaotic, succumbing to the chaos of external magic. Chaotic magic increases strength, but also affects the mind, causing severe pain and discomfort. Thunderer Kaino is an albino mutant goblin. Perhaps due to the mutation, Kaino can control the elven magic in his body, causing natural magic to create magical lightning, and can use and control it, so Kaino can use the goblin totem to recreate a new elven magic circle. The elven magic circle I restored is centered around the goblin totem, so it is only effective against goblins. Kaino pointed to the goblin totem standing in the center of the magic circle, surrounded by an aura of nobility. Don't worry about those minotaurs. Lady Bayana has already solved their problems. Now you must help me deal with an incredibly cruel and poisonous demon cat. The current clan of demon cats are the result of human experimentation. They no longer have totems, so their cruel transformation is irreversible. Although we were once neighbors, now that Lady Bayana has built the underground city, I hope they can survive there forever. Main story mission update. Phase 3. Help Thunderer Kino defeat the Poison Demon Cat, Poison Cat King, and the Violent Demon Cat. Completing this will advance the plot of Wu Kill the Poison King. Sima Yue didn't expect this plot development. Luolei Kainwo, who he initially thought was the main boss, has become his teammate. We haven't prepared the antidote yet. If it's poisonous, there should be herbs or something nearby that can neutralize it. And even if there's no antidote, due to the system's rules, as long as you have enough health, you can delay the poison's effect until it wears off. Don't worry, I have an antidote. As the four were about to decide whether to return to the defense line to purchase the antidote, Thunderer Kainor seemed to be aware of their problems. It turns out that in Thunder Ruins, Lolei Kaino is not only the Lord Leader, but also works as a grocer, but he only sells light-resistant spells, goblin antidotes, and some unique crispy cookies with the flavor of lightning. Light-resistant spell. Consumable status, light resistance 15 for 30 seconds. After use, it increases light resistance by 15. However, it is a goblin invention, and humans cannot always use it to its full potential. Goblin Antidote Purification. Consumables removes poison status below level 9 and can definitely remove the poison status caused by the poisonous demon cat Poison King. This is also a goblin product. It may cause diarrhea in humans, but it is effective against poisoning, especially poisonous demon cat poison. Lightning-flavored crispy cookie consumable recovery. Slowly restores health and special energy that is light-oriented. These lightning-flavored pancakes recommended by Thunder Aquino will help you gradually restore your mental energy and divine power. Be careful when eating them, they may cause a tingling sensation. Well, these cookies seem very strong. Leihu bought some cookies to try. It was both invigorating and gentle. It was still the Thunder Ruins, but when I crossed to the other side, the same oppressive feeling came over me again. I can't stay in this place for long. Time is running out. Act quickly. Kaino felt himself beginning to fall under its influence again after leaving the totem magic circle's range, so he knew he couldn't hesitate for long. Lightning spell. Kino drew his goblin saber, but unlike the others, it was white, with lightning-shaped runes on the blade. He raised it to the sky, and several tiny bolts of lightning struck him and the four adventurers at the same time. This feeling was a weapon of light? Looking at the white light emanating from each weapon, they were engulfed in a furious breath of thunder and lightning. Let's make a quick decision. When Thunder God Kino swung his saber, it was as if someone had pulled the shimmering silver snake in the sky to the ground, heralding the official start of the battle. Among the 13 apostles, those who have already revealed their lineage are the following. Invisible Helix, who died too early and was not involved in the battle. Infinity Soldier Centipede, Ocean Lord Rotus, Tyrannosaurus Rex, Dragonfather Bakar, Black Plague, Source of Death, Death God Deregi, the Last God of Odentarth, the Flame Eater, the Infinite Body of Antun, the Blacksmith of Light and Darkness, King Luke of Hyperion, the Conqueror of Cassilis Boom. Boom! With a furious roar, countless bolts of lightning directed by Thunder Aquino accurately struck one after another of the cat demons, who were locked in a state of rage and unable to break free. Gardener Rule and the fluorescent cat demon, perhaps due to their way of expending their inner elven magic, left this place filled with chaotic and violent elven magic early. However, even after leaving, they could not escape the aftermath of this rampage. Meow. For a moment, A pitiful cat cry filled the sky above the rumbling ruins and could not die down for a long time. Meow, it is you, Kano, and the humans. At that moment, a purple-furred demon cat jumped out of the grass. Kano, have you become an accomplice of the humans? Well then, Poison King, your fury has subsided. I have the ability to spray poisonous mist. How could I go berserk? Although the Poison Cat King looked normal, a furious red light was burning deep in his eyes. However, he did not stop attacking even while talking to Kano. The claws he extended flashed a strange blue-violet light, and it was obvious that he was not normal. Simply releasing the elven magic in our bodies would not stop the violence. Without the elven magic circle, we would not be able to tame the chaotic and violent elven magic in nature. Kynor summoned several bolts of lightning, forming a circle. In order to avoid it, the Poison Cat King abandoned his flying attack. Of course, I know about the elves' magic circle. The Poison Cat King's purple hair exploded, and a cloud of poisonous purple mist burst out. We all know that since the first fire in the elven forest damaged the great magic circle of Mala, the elves disappeared after rebuilding it. This time, the humans set the elven magic circle on fire again, and now there are no elves to rebuild it. Don't we still have Lady Bajana? It seems we know a lot of secret information. Looking at the cat and goblin bickering, Gao Chen and the other three felt happy and relaxed. For a while, the four of them ate the crispy, lightning-flavored cookies that Kainwo had made. It's really crispy and has a very pleasant numb feeling. I think it's still too much. Why did I get electrocuted? Sima Yue, who was in the ghost system, didn't seem to be able to enjoy this crispy, lightning-flavored cookie. The inhabitants of the ghost system were mostly dark, so directly absorbing electricity was too self-destructive. We are already at level 13, and we only need 2 levels to change jobs. What do you want to change to? Sima Yue is already using Devil May Cry, but it is not activated. Devil May Cry activates automatically upon reaching level 15, eliminating the need for him to make another trip to complete the job change quest. Lei Hu still needs to change his job to a Qigong master, but Qigong is useless without the ability to read the Qi mask. I think Lei Hu should switch to Zhen Wu, right? Gao Chen thought that based on his understanding of Lei Hu, he was a perfect match for Zhen Wu. However, Lei Hu responded like this. I can master these simple physical skills after observing them a few times. Why would I change jobs just to learn them? Well, geniuses are so capricious. If you lack skills, you can compensate for it with self-study. If you lack skills, you can create something yourself. The battle between the poisonous demon cat, the Poison Cat King, and the Thunderer Kino quickly ended. True, the winner was not determined, but the long-awaited Celia appeared. By the way, this version of Celia seems to be at the official plugin level 1, but she will definitely be weakened in the next version. Celia's appearance brought with her an aura that calmed everything down. The Poison Cat King quickly calmed down, and Kano also put away his thunder scimitar. Lady Celia, what about the bullheads in Graken? Are they all right? Although the Minotaur and the Goblin belong to the same branch of the Wood Elves' Guardians, the relationship between them is not very good. Moreover, both the Goblin Kingdom and the Minotaur tribe can be seen as alternative alliances and tribes traveling through time and space. Both sides will quarrel over minor issues and refuse to communicate with each other as needed. This is the adventurer. Let's return to the defensive line. After calming down the Poison Cat King, Celia exchanged information with the 4 adventurers, and both sides prepared to return to Alvin's defensive line. Yunfei, what profession do you want to change? Continuing with the previous theme, Lei Hu and Sima Yue have light and dark elements respectively, so Yan Yunfei can focus on either ice, fire, no element at all, or all elements. What I want to say is that although there are only 4 attributes in the game, light, darkness, ice, and fire, in fact, the attributes without attributes include others such as wind, earth, blood, space, and so on, which are not related to light, darkness, ice, and fire. Well, I think I'd better go with the Demon King. Maybe this way I can handle more situations. Yan Yunfei originally planned to become a blood mage, but after thinking about it, he realized that the vampire image did not suit him very well, so he ultimately decided to follow the path of a mage, which determined his position in the team as a long-range fire assassin. Team leader Sima Yue currently plays the role of controller, support, and support player. Lei Hu is the off-tank and support player. Yan Yunfei is the C-ranged player, and they are still lacking a main tank and healer. Gao Qian's personality is also suitable for the tank role, but he hates being a healer and support player. I think I should switch to Avenger. Gao Qian felt that if he changed his job, Jinyue's super module would not be able to be used to its full potential. After all, whether it was Paladin's Apocalypse, Blue Fist's Divine Strike, or Exorcist's Exorcism, in terms of energy essence, they were all already in Holy Apocalypse, and adding the Avengers' demonic power would cause a more powerful chemical reaction. Do the Avengers have such a profession? A hidden profession? I didn't see anything during the internal test. Are there professions with such a weak sense of being? There are indeed jobs like necromancer, shadow dancer, and a male street fighter who throws goblin, Jeru, who grabs SS furiously for 100 hits. What a pathetic job. However, this update also changes the class system. Those who do not have the special system requirements activated can advance to level 15 to the swordsman or warrior, as well as to the street fighter and sky shooter. The former can return to level 15 after activating the special transition system. But in return, the swordsman and warrior can only increase their level to 50 and cannot be awakened. This is because the transition, awakening, and secondary awakening are meant to unlock level caps and use deeper abilities. Street Fighter is a standalone class tree, and Sky Shooter is a standalone class. Thus, those who choose Sky Marksman can switch to Errant Marksman, Mechanic, Marksman, and Ammo Expert. All four classes can be awakened and re-educated. Likewise, in some ways, the effectiveness of firearms and supernatural development does become disappointing after a certain limit is exceeded, but before it is reached. Those who have not activated the special system requirements can choose the Sky Shooter system for further improvements, while those who have activated the special system requirements will make choices within the system, such as Sword Soul, Berserker, Devil May Cry and Asura of the Ghost system, Master, Qigong, Zenwu, Mind System Psyche, Paladin, Blue Fist Saint, Exorcist, Apocalypse System Avenger, Elementalist, Summoner, Terra Magic System, Magic Mage, Ice Master, Blood Hell Mage, Wind Mage, Hell Flame Mage, Dimension Wanderer, Terra Abyssal Demon Emperor, etc. More people who can react with the Eye of Darkness can create a new profession branch. On the way back to Elvin's line, another strange thing happened. Why is it suddenly so cold? The adventurer and Celia bid farewell to Thunderer Kino and the Poison Cat King and left the Thunder Ruins. When they entered Mirkwood, they found that the temperature was getting lower and lower. Look, all the trees and grass here are covered in frost. The temperature here is probably below zero. Sima Yue touched his uncle's so-called white frost and found that it was not frost, but frozen snow. It seemed abnormal. I remember that in the story, one of the two mages sent by the Belmar Mages Guild to investigate the fire seemed to specialize in ice magic. Gao Qian vaguely remembered the Ice Lord in Grand Forest, and it was a semi-hidden dungeon. Because of the low temperature, everyone couldn't help but rush forward and try to leave this icy and snowy place. However, in the end, they failed. I remember this place. Why did so many icicles suddenly appear and completely block the road? Lei Hu stepped forward, clenched his fist, and punched an icicle. After the vibration disappeared, there was only a small crack on the icicle blocking the road, but the icicle itself did not move. This ice is really strong. He casually tapped the icicle, but no sound followed. It seemed that the icicle was very thick, so even repeated blows would not be able to break it. The icicle also had the ability to self-heal. In the blink of an eye, the cracks left by Lei Hu closed up and disappeared. Let's take a detour. The four of them decided to find the mage who created these icicles. As the guardian of the Elven line, Celia naturally could not allow this to happen. The snow and ice were freezing. Yan Yunfei, whose profound constitution naturally gave him cold, was immune to the cold. The other four were not particularly happy about the weather. However, unlike Gao Qian, Lei Hu, and Sima Yue, who were shivering from the cold, Celia was not so shocked. However, Celia was quite surprised at that moment. I think all adventurers have a certain idea about Celia's past. In the area of the Gate of Time and Space, the adventurers finally met Celia, a high elf. However, during the Grand Fire incident, almost all of the High Elves devoted their entire fortune to restoring Marl's magic circle. All the High Elves who dedicated themselves to this became elven magic circles. But Celia became human. The High Elf. Celia disappeared, and now only the human Celia remains alive. The only known High Elf in the entire Principality of Belmar is Sosia, the owner of the Moonlight Inn, located on the outskirts of Hedenmar, the capital of Belmar. After the Grand Fire incident, the time-traveling adventurer, unable to stay for long, was forced to entrust Celia to Sosia's care. Ice Lady Crack and Fire Lady Bashuno are forest elves, the guardians of Grand Forest. Although they joined the Hattenmar West Coast Mage Guild, they are still worried about Grand Forest. After learning that the Delos Empire set fire to Grand Forest and destroyed the elves' magic circle, they immediately rushed to investigate. The magical atmosphere here is very chaotic. I'm afraid the conditions of Crack and Bashuno are not encouraging. Although the ghosts and gods themselves represent negative energies such as madness, destruction, and darkness, their power is not chaotic. The power of high elven magic is on the positive side of the world, and this chaotic state will undoubtedly lead to a serious deterioration in elven magic and affect everything around it. The blue and ice goblins here have gone completely mad. It seems we cannot communicate with them, and they will most likely not let us through. Then kill them! Lei Hu punched, and a shower of sparkling electric sparks erupted from him. It seemed that this was the only way out. Sima Yue immediately activated the three ghosts and stood at the head of the team. Protect Celia. Leave it to me with peace of mind. Gao Chen took out the giant warrior's cross made by Linus. After eliminating the cruel goblins and demon cats that blocked the road, we finally reached the destination of this journey at the crossroads leading to Graku. Frost Guardian. Krahe level 15. Lord Human Forest Elf Hybrid. A forest elf guardian who wields ice magic, she has even greater power in the forest. She is the sister of Flame Guardian Bashuno. Kra, are you okay and still sane? Celia asked. It was you humans who set the elven forest on fire again. The forest is burning and being destroyed. I will freeze you forever. It seemed she had gone seriously mad. Should she be eliminated? Seeing Crack in such a state, it was completely impossible to communicate with her, but Celia felt that she should go to Graka again. I hope nothing unexpected happens. If Bashuno goes berserk too, Grand Forest will probably suffer from fire again. Dear adventurer, stop Crack for now. I will cleanse the chaotic magic here. Grand Forest needs these two remaining Wood Elf Guardians. The Goblin Kingdom has mysteriously disappeared, and not a single Goblin Elder has appeared. The High Elves have died out, and the Wood Elves have also suffered heavy losses in the fire caused by the Delos Empire's arson. Then hurry up. Sima Yue stepped forward. Kazan, one of the three ghostly figures behind him, reached out his giant hand and grabbed Crack. If we wait too long, I fear she too will be consumed by the power of the ghosts and gods. Don't worry, it will be quick. Just a moment. If Celia's level in the Origin version was lower than 25, then in the Innovation Century version, Celia could be classified as a god realm starting from level 90. In just an instant, Crash was cleared. Crash, why do you want to freeze this place? Celia was puzzled by Crash's behavior. It was obvious that Crash had used a lot of magic power to freeze the entire Graka and the surrounding area of the Thunder Ruins, so he was affected by the chaotic magic power of the outside world and went berserk. Well, I remember I froze this place to prevent the fire from spreading. Crash looked a little stunned, but still understood his purpose. The fire roars, but there is no fire in the ruins. This was in Grak, and my sister herself, started the fire. Celia's setting is based on the Creative Century version. She is a purification mage with superpowers, but weak attacks. In addition, Yan Yunfei's profession is not one of the 5 professions in the game, but a prison mage. Long years of living in extreme conditions led to a strange mutation in the Eye of Darkness, which allowed the male mage to directly transform into various natural elements. This is a reference to the celestial gods from the King of Fighters and the natural abilities from One Piece. Gao Qian's profession is also a new reference to Warcraft and Devil May Cry. It was your sister who started the fire herself. Gao Qian and the others were very surprised. They already knew that the forest elves Krak and Bishuno had come to investigate the aftermath of the fire, but now they had started it themselves. Why did Bishuno set it on fire? Celia expressed her bewilderment. However, due to concerns about the safety of the Minotaur tribe in Graka, Celia said that she must go to Graka. The main task of Gao Qian and his companions has already entered the 5th stage after meeting Celia. The 5th stage required them to travel to Flaming Grassa to find out the cause of the fire. The Grand Forest storyline consisted of only 6 stages, and the journey through Grand Forest was coming to an end. Before moving on to the 6th stage of the main quest, the adventurers had to change classes. The 5 people left the dark frost-covered forest and headed to the rocky area where the Minotaur tribe lived, called Graka. Roar. This is the territory of the Minotaur Kingdom. Humans are not welcome here. With the help of Celia's magic, the 5 of them quickly arrived at the area called Graka. However, when they tried to enter, they encountered patrolling soldiers and a vanguard of Minotaurs. I am Celia. I am looking for the king of the Minotaurs, Sota. How is he now? Through communication with the forest, Celia learned that behind this relatively ordinary Minotaur camp, deep in Graka, a flame was blazing. It turns out that it is Lady Celia. His Majesty Sota is injured and resting. However, His Majesty ordered that if Lady Celia arrives, he be brought directly to him. But these people, said the Minotaur vanguard, who was leading the patrol group, but he clearly did not recognize the adventurer. These are adventurers sent by the Principality's Adventurers Guild to help investigate the fire. Don't worry, they're pretty good people. So they're adventurers. In the past, the Minotaur tribe often helped people posing as adventurers from the Principality to gather herbs, fruit seeds, and the like. However, ever since the Delos Empire army inexplicably arrived in Grand Forest and set it on fire, the fire has become incredibly intense. Ordinary flames, or even small fires, would be unlikely to disrupt the suppression field created by elven magic. The Delos Empire had no real motive or need to commit arson. Everyone in Arad knew that Belmar, as far as anyone knew, was located on 3 large continental islands to the west. Therefore, Belmar was usually divided into north, south, and east. However, all of Belmar's major cities were located in the south. The east, with its mountainous terrain and the Dark Elf Kingdom beneath it, had no significant structures. The few cities visible on the surface of the east, such as Afaria and Neupera, served as Dark Elf outposts for communication with the outside world. The north of Belmar is almost entirely covered in forests. Apart from the Elven Line, which was built in the central transportation hub area, there are no other buildings in the Principality of Belmar. The forests here are very famous, such as the World Tree of Arad, the birthplace of the Silver Mother, and the elemental elves on the continent of Arad. The Forest of Aranoff, the Red Maple Forest leading to the Void, the Grand Forest located directly between the north and south, and the Lauran Jungle, bordering the territory of the Delos Empire. The northernmost part of the north is covered with eternal ice and snow. The function of the Elven Line is not only to prevent the Delian Empire from invading through the forest or destroying it to attack the Principality, but also to ensure open trade routes and aid to the polar tribes in the Stone Snow region. So the Delos Empire crossed the Lauran Jungle, skirted the Elven Line, and came to the Grand Forest to start a fire that was neither big nor small, causing no serious consequences. For the Delian Empire, which preaches strength, precision, and efficiency, Such an action obviously cannot gain the approval of the emperor and the commanders of the various legions. Of course, the most important thing was that the fleet of the Delian Empire had already crossed the ocean between the Empire and the Principality, stationed directly in the southern capital of the Principality of Belmar, Haydenmar, and an important port city on the western coast. In this situation, the Empire's expedition to set it on fire was clearly unnecessary. Having proven that they had no hostile intent and posed no threat, the Minotaur Patrol sent a Minotaur vanguard to escort Celia and the others to the location of the Minotaur King, Suitor. Suitor, are you okay? Suitor is a large black-skinned Minotaur. Although not as large as the behemoth Minotaur, it is a full circle larger than the Vanguard Minotaur and the Guardian Minotaur. It has a well-proportioned body and well-developed muscles. It is clearly a Minotaur with an ideal body type, combining strength and speed. However, the condition and appearance of Sota, the Bull King, was not good at that moment. His once shiny black hide was now covered with charred black burns. One of its two huge jade-like horns that once soared into the sky was now broken in half and had been scorched by the fire, turning a deep yellow. Sota also looked very weak. This was Lady Celia. What exactly happened to this fire? Wasn't it originally said that it was caused by humans? Why are the Forest Elf Guardians setting fires now too? Sautar apparently beat up Bishuno, but Bishuno apparently noticed something, so Sautar's injuries weren't serious. He was just having a reaction to the fire poisoning from the burns. Want to go to the fire? Then I'll leave it to you. There's nothing I can do for you now. Sautar could only give me a copy of Graki's original map, but the fire was already so big that many areas and roads had been changed. After bidding farewell to the Minotaur King Sautar, Celia and the four adventurers set out into the depths of Graka, which should now be called Flaming Graka. It seems to me that our roles are becoming smaller and smaller. I feel the same way. Give up. In the Great Forest, Celia is obviously the main character. We are just background walls, not even supporting roles. You should know that Celia was not weakened by origin, and she completely defeated Terra's magic. The Abyss did not dare to look at this place, and the executioner said that he was afraid of the limit of time and space. The flames engulfed the entire Graka. Walls of fire rose up everywhere. The temperature suddenly became incredibly high and unbearable. The main plot of Grand Forest is briefly summarized as follows. The Delos Empire came and started a fire to destroy a magic circle. Goblins and Minotaurs started attacking people, and two sisters, Ice Girl and Fire Girl, used magic to seal a certain area. In Flamegrak, where flames blaze everywhere, red goblins and fire goblins can be seen everywhere, trying to control the fire and prevent it from spreading. In the deepest part of Flamegrak, an even more powerful fire field blocked the entrance. Flame Guardian Bishuno, who looked like a beautiful girl in fiery red, floated next to the fire field and continuously replenished its energy. As an immortal race, elves remain unchanged after reaching maturity and until the terminal stage. Also, due to the unique birth method, you can meet elven lolitas, elven girls, elven women, and elven grannies. There are no aunts or old ladies in the elven life cycle, so elves do not have a menopause stage. Lehu, speaking of lolitas and mature women, aren't there any male elves? Sima Yue. If elves have menopause, it should last around 50 years. This applies to high elves, whose average lifespan is only around 300 years. For wood elves, menopause is estimated to last 100 years. And for elemental elves, I'm afraid that once they go through menopause, it never ends. Bishuno, why did you set fire to this place? This is Celia. Bishuno had met Celia when he was the guardian of the Great Forest, so they were acquainted. I am sealed here. Their presence will only increase the unrest and confusion in the forest. So it is a seal, but I do not think that such a large fire will cause a more serious fire. Do not worry, this is my magical flame. It will not have a greater effect. In addition, I summoned many fire goblins to help. The fire goblins they had just met on the road were summoned by Bishuno to control the size of the magical flames. However, many of them were killed by the adventurers as arsonists. Fortunately, the route the adventurer team chose was a straight line based on Celia's magical perception, and the fire goblins were unable to change the goblins' timid nature, so the number of goblins killed was less than a third. But this did not affect the efficiency and progress of extinguishing the fire. But the seal might not be able to prevent what was inside from falling out. Celia's worries were becoming more and more obvious. It seemed like there was definitely nothing good in the seal. I have no other choice. The best I can do is seal the passage here. Bishuno entered this area before he sealed it himself. However, Bishuno couldn't solve the problem, but he couldn't leave it alone either, so he could only use magic to seal the passage. I think we should go and find out. The next scene should be the Dark Thunder Ruins, where the legendary slogan, "Bring in the Zombie King," first appeared. And the job change location is probably here. Do you want to go in? Bishuno thought for a moment, then said, "Well, that's also an exit. I can't let this place spread, but my strength is not enough. However, so that you don't die in vain there, I need to make sure that you are strong enough to return safely. Well, are you sure you want to test our strength?" Sima Yue, as the captain and the strongest person in the team, naturally had to stand up and prove his ability to drag and kill many people. So Sima Yue immediately activated the most powerful skill of the royal decree, 3 ghosts, and stood up. With the combined efforts of the team, he collected a set of level 10 magic purple leather armor and a level 10 magic purple katana, which, starting from the magic secrets, are fake purple equipment. Ha! Bishuno sighed. As a forest elf, although he did not experience the inner fear and avoidance of the power of ghosts and gods like ordinary people, he was still susceptible to its influence. Having fallen under the influence of Kazan's ghost, Bishuno fell to his knees in an instant, was killed with 1 blow, and exploded instantly. Although Sima Yue and the other 4 were all level 15 when Bishuno died, none of them had upgraded their equipment. The Elven Line, the main location of Act 1, currently does not produce equipment above level 15. However, all 4 received the job transfer quests and activation quests for the final stage of the main storyline. The final stage of the main storyline is activated. Follow Celia to explore the dark area. Job change path. Explore the Dark Thunder Moon ruins and find the remaining fragments of Marl's magic circle. The atmosphere here is very dark. Wait for me to use magic to dispel the darkness. After Bishuno opened the sealed fire field, everyone had already felt the dark atmosphere in the sealed area. However, they did not expect that this dark atmosphere would be so strong in this unknown dark area. It could be said that it completely blocked their vision. As Celia's magic spread, this unknown dark area began to brighten. Although it was still dark and gloomy, the colors and outlines of the objects in front of her became clearer instead of being completely dark. How could this be here? He looked at the corpses standing before him, their skin deathly grey or dark red. There were scars and wounds all over their bodies, so deep that one could see the bones, or only a pale skeleton remained. "These are zombies!" Yan Yunfei exclaimed in surprise. The zombies, with their keen hearing, heard the noise and heard a series of roars coming from all directions. "Perhaps we should be surrounded. Kill them quickly. Look at my imperial decree, 3 ghosts and a god." Sima Yue used his main move again. Fight, fight. Yes, yes. Lei Hu has turned into a martial artist who can kill people with 1 blow. Who raised these dead people? The 4 of them had questions in their hearts. In this unknown dark place, a magic circle was constantly rotating, emitting cold and gloomy energy. Next to the magic circle was a zombie with icy blue skin and clusters of ice crystals on its limbs. It held a magic wand, constantly raising and lowering it. The strangers had finally arrived. The ice blue zombie looked at the 5 who had found it, but it was too late. "I already control the fragments of this great magic circle. The entire Grand Forest will become a paradise for the dead, then the entire principality, and then the entire continent. I think this is probably living in a dream," Yan Yunfei said sarcastically. "He is already dead, so what is the point of dreaming about it? A dead body can't dream. It's not a Forsaken, it's just a normal undead. Sima Yue is confirmed to be Devil Cry, Lei Hu is confirmed to be a male Qigong master. Yan Yun Fei Yu is confirmed to be a blood elemental mage. And the protagonist is Gao Qian. Who are you? And why do you want to desecrate the dead elves here? Celia was furious. This act of direct desecration of a large magic circle would make her an enemy of the entire continent. Perhaps the inhabitants of the various countries of Arad today do not know that the rumors of the sky and the world below it were in the past just legends. Initially, only the current sky existed in Arad. At the request of the High Elves, the legendary mage Ma created a massive magic circle at the bottom of what is now the Celestial Sea to support the ocean, thus creating the current world beneath it, Arad. Although the Great Magic Circle still exists firmly, a number of abnormal phenomena constantly affect its safety, such as the constant transference phenomenon, unexplained fires, a strange plague that silently sweeps through it, the unexplained fall of the legendary heavenly beast Behemoth, etc. And the most important thing is that there is currently no super powerful magician like the great magician Maru on the continent, so the specific problems of the Great Magic Circle are actually unknown to any race. This world will eventually belong to the dead. This world should not have existed in the first place. The mad corpse snatcher, Bone Prison Breath, let out a hoarse roar, and streams of cold white air continued to flow out from his mouth. The fragments of this great magic circle will be the first step of my plan. After I destroy the elven magic circle of the Great Forest, the next step will be to desecrate the great magic circle that supports the sky. Your crazy plan is doomed to failure. Celia sent out a powerful pulse of magical power, but it had no effect. It is useless. Your power and existence are incomplete. You cannot cause any harm to this world. As the leader of the dead, Bone Prison Breath has existed for an unknown amount of time. Now that his memory and mind have fully awakened, he knows many secrets and hidden stories of this world. For example, in the past, Celia was a high elf who turned into an elven magic circle. Surrender! You won't be able to prevent this world from being destroyed. Why do I feel like these lords and bosses have suddenly become so talkative? Lei Hu has never seen a monster lord with so many lines. This is not a series. Although villains usually die from talking too much, it rather drags out the plot of the previous episode. That's why both sides keep loading each other with nonsense. They are a bunch of scum who can't even use words to talk. You must have missed all the mission storylines during internal testing. In fact, judging from the game mission storylines, many important characters or monster lords are actually chatterboxes. Shouldn't we kill the Zombie King first? Looking at the growing number of grey-blue jungle zombies and the dark red hungry zombies around that seemed to be surrounding them, Yan Yunfei couldn't help but remind the other three. Gao Xian, who was waving the giant cross in his hand and throwing away several zombies in front of him, vaguely heard Yunfei's voice. "What did you just say?" I asked. "Why can't these zombies be completely destroyed? Will they renew themselves endlessly?" Yes, it will indeed be refreshed endlessly. The magic circle contaminated by the Bone Prison Breath will continuously absorb energy and summon zombies after being activated by the Bone Prison Breath. Well, let's kill the master first. Lei Hu took advantage of Sima Yue using 3 ghosts to clear the field and made a large leap towards the Icebone prison, then used a series of continuous skills. He sent out a wave of mental energy, and simultaneously with the strike, he instantly rushed forward, followed by a lunge in, heart, and approaching. At the moment of impact, he delivered several punches in a row. And at the end, he carried out an uppercut and a straight kick, sending the opponent flying. After which, he turned around, swung his leg, and energetically hit 3 times in a row. Yang Yunfei, on his part, released a series of magic balls that had become as solid as matter, and several constantly rotating fire shields continuously struck the floating Frostbone prison. After eliminating all the small minions and zombies, Lei Hu launched a combo attack, and although Gao Qian, who currently had no ability to attack from a long distance, did not join the battle, he still blessed Lei Hu with the Weapon Blessing skill. Weapon Blessing, Apocalypse, Sacred Art State. Blessed Type U increases attack power, hit speed, and target strength. The actual effect is that the weapon is blessed with sharpness, magic destruction, illusion destruction, and precision charms. After the revision, the weapon blessing effect was changed to be cast on the weapon itself. However, for Genwu masters who regard their entire body as a weapon, the weapon blessing can be cast on the entire body. Thus, Genwu masters blessed with the blessing of weapons are like the 18 bronze men, radiating a dazzling golden glow. Ultimately, the effect of these skills is idealistic. Perhaps it was because Lei Hu was able to secretly learn the entire Genwu skill tree, or because he was convinced that his entire body was made up of weapons, so after he was granted the blessing of weapons, he shone as brightly as a 100-watt incandescent light bulb. By the time the Thunder Tiger Big Lamp had completed its combo, Frostbone Breath Monster Lord had been completely beaten, his body shattered. He was then completely suppressed by Yan Yunfei's magical might and died without finding a place to bury himself. It was all over. Lei Hu landed on the ground. He had tried to combo earlier, so he jumped to avoid the cold airflow from Frost Aura. Finally, continuous air combos allowed him to rise higher. Not yet. 3 ghostly phantoms appeared behind Sima Yue at the same time, dispersing the frosty air around him. The frosty effect of the bone prison breath did not disappear. Perhaps because the others on the ground couldn't see clearly, Yan Yunfei was now practically floating above the surface, so an icy blue stream of frosty air was constantly hanging under his feet. Hehehe. The fragment of the defiled magic circle chuckled hoarsely, and the frostbone breath awakened and was summoned from the magic circle. I am immortal without it. It seems that this breath of the Icebone prison has merged with the fragments of the Great Magic Circle. If we can't clear the fragments of the Great Magic Circle, we won't be able to completely eliminate the Icebone prison breath, Sima Yue reasoned. Let's leave first. Celia made the power of the Great Magic Circle clear. Even if it's just a fragment, she'll have to make careful preparations to completely purify it. Let's go back to the Elven line first. I need to prepare a magic circle for purification. Celia, along with adventurer Gao Qian and the other 4, destroyed the bone prison breath again and left the area when it was revived. After leaving the dark area, Celia used magic to seal the entrance. The plot is different from the game. After all, now you can read the task book in the game yourself, unlike the times when there was no task recording system. After thinking about it, I decided not to create my own profession. But the skills will not be as simple as those given in the game. The protagonist's team includes Devil May Cry, Qigong Master, Blood Mage, and Exorcist. It will still be possible to shape your own skills and acquire skills in different professions. This is Corpse Snatcher, Bone Prison Breath. 5 returned to the Elwyn line. Celia returned to the Oak Inn, looking for something. Gao Qian and the others, however, turned to the blacksmith Linus, the only person left in the line, for information. Breath of the Bone Prison. I remember that he was a powerful ice mage, but later died in a foreign country of unknown cause. I never expected him to appear in the Great Forest after being resurrected from the dead. However, resurrecting the undead and resurrecting the living are 2 completely different things. Celia wants to cleanse the Great Magic Circle, so she needs someone who can help her. Linus thought for a moment, and seeing the adventurer in front of him with an expression that said, "I don't know how to purify magic," continued. "Don't worry, I'm not asking you to use purification magic, but Celia can't be disturbed when she uses this super purification magic used to purify the large magic circle. Otherwise, the process will be interrupted and the purification magic will have to be used again. In this case, someone really needs help." From previous actions, everyone knows that although Celia has powerful purification and sealing abilities, she does not have destructive magic. In that case, she would not be able to destroy those undead monsters first, and the fragments of the large magic circle would continuously spawn undead monsters. Moreover, this time, I believe that the Corpse Snatcher Frostbone Prison will warmly welcome this group of uninvited adventurers, making a bigger scene. Your current strength may not be enough. Let me think. Linus absent-mindedly tapped the iron plate on the foundry table. Suddenly, an idea occurred to him. I have some ancient magic scrolls that can activate your professional abilities. That way, you will have enough power to help Celia complete the purification. Well, after the purification is completed, enough pure magic power will burst out from the Great Magic Circle. If you find yourself in an environment surrounded by this pure magical power, the professional power activated in advance will stabilize, and you can be considered as having successfully officially changed your profession. Familiarize yourself with the translation of the work in advance. This is a completely new task of translation of the work. Final stage of Stage 1 of the main story mission helps Celia clear the fragments of the Great Magic Circle. Open access to Huttonmere Adventurer. Are you ready? In the final mission, the mirror system that separated the other adventurers will end. Because unlike the game, there is only one story path. If more than 4 adventurers gather, some of them will not reach level 15, and without level 15, the main mission of the final stage cannot be activated. In this version, after defeating them, these goblins, demon cats and minotaurs will become friendly members of the same camp, and you will not be able to attack them or gain experience points from them, since they do not have side quests in the main zone, and there are no repeatable quests in Alvin's line. After Celia's spell, all adventurers who had reached level 15 were teleported outside the sealed entrance to the Dark Thunder Ruins. All adventurers who received the final mission were activated to change their job in advance, so each one had special items or special effects that could identify their job. The purple-blue light mist formed by the power of ghosts and gods continued to rise behind Sima Yue, who activated Devil May Cry. In the light mist, it seemed like the face of a ghost god could be seen watching the outside world through the light mist. On the Arad continent, due to the continuous occurrence of the transfer phenomenon, the curse of ghosts and gods began to spread over a large area, again under the influence of the transfer phenomenon. Those creatures or people who have suffered from the curse of ghosts and gods will have parts of their bodies turn into a distorted dark red. As the curse continues to deepen, the range of distortion and mutation will continue to expand. Eventually, the entire body will be twisted and mutated, turning into a mad and bloodthirsty ghost of war. However, there will always be people among humanity who have strange experiences or adventures, and even some powerful people will neglect their own safety to study some changes that can resolve various transference phenomena. The curse of ghosts and gods can be lifted, but the method of lifting it is very difficult. Generally, the tears of the ghost and god can suppress the deepening of the curse of the ghost and god and reverse the transformation that has already occurred in the ghost of war. However, ghosts and gods are ultimately a kind of soul with a powerful and unique power, and souls have no tears. Another way to remove the curse is to use the legendary super magic creature, Beast of the Heavenly Curtain, Behemoth's Tears, which can completely remove the curse of the ghost and god from the creature. Of course, when removing the curse, it will also remove the power of the ghost and god caused by the curse of the ghost and god. On the continent of Arad, after passing through the red maple forest in the north of the Principality of Belmar, we arrived at the homeland of warriors, the kingdom of Suizu. Jig, the high priest of Suizu, successfully obtained the true form of ghosts and gods through exorcism and the psychic arts of Suizu. With his mighty power, he created a contract between the ghost and the god that only believers can use ghosts and gods. When the power of more than one ghost and god is concentrated at the same time, their power is in a state of extremely fragile balance. At this moment, the seal of fate is released and a contract is signed between the ghost and the god. The power of the ghosts and gods contained in the body and nature can be freely used, and the unique power of the ghosts and gods can be directly called out. Such a believer in ghosts and gods, capable of independently using and controlling the power of ghosts and gods, is called Jig the Lord of Souls. However, since using the power of a ghost or god on a large scale and over a large area will cause the ghost to cry darkly and coldly, the soul controller is also called the Devil May Cry. For believers in ghosts and gods, the path of the ghost swordsman is not limited to just commanding souls. There are always people who, due to some tragic experience, become too obsessed with power, or even extremely greedy for it, and directly accepting the weakening of the power of ghosts and gods is the fastest way. Believers in ghosts and gods, cursed by ghosts and gods and possessing ghostly hands, in a state of hatred or anger, they sense a ghostly god symbolizing destruction, Kazan. Under the influence of the whisper of the ghost god Kazan, believers in ghosts and gods are once again infected with the curse of ghosts and gods in pursuit of power, and at the same time suffer from a strange disease called Kazan syndrome. The ghostly power of Kazan completely fills the body of the infected with the cursed. Kazan's spirit power greatly increases the physical abilities and strength of the infected by combining their life force and blood, creating a powerful force called blood energy. This type of person, infected by the ghost god, suffering from Kazan syndrome and a surge of energy in the blood, is called a berserker, which is a more common name for the ghost of war. In any case, this is a multiplayer mode of passage. Although the final stage mission is to forcibly teleport all adventurers who have reached level 15 to this public area of the Dark Thunder Ruins, logically, it is now called the Dead Moon Thunder Ruins. In fact, all those teleported here are pre-professionals with special system abilities whose class abilities have already been activated. After all, at the beginner level, if you don't improve your skills or equip equipment, you won't even be able to enter the dungeon. The question is not whether you can defeat the enemy, but that the dungeon will simply refuse you entry. This restriction lasts until you reach level 25, the second level of the intermediate zone. However, the difficulty of obtaining the power of the special needs system varies. The easiest to obtain is the power of ghosts and gods. At the same time, the power of ghosts and gods is also the most dangerous. However, of the 20 or so adventurers teleported this time, almost half are believers in ghosts and gods. Phantom swordsmen, and among these phantom swordsmen, there are about 8 CD, berserkers. In the end, Devil May Cry seems too dark, and Asura is a disabled person, a blind man who is often called blind. If it's in the game, then it's okay, but if it's a personal journey, then forget about it. Few can dare to transform from an ordinary person in the depths of light to an Asura who sees only darkness. After all, Asura's murderous perception and intelligence are not easy to understand. And why are there so few jobs like Sword Soul that are both beautiful and stylish? Know that damage depends only on the weapon version, but beauty is a matter of a lifetime. In fact, this is due to the fact that the requirements for changing the profession in the soul of the sword are too difficult. Unlike in the game, you can change your profession if your level is high enough, and you can change it if you can't. But in this time travel reality, if you want to change your profession, you will need more advanced and powerful sealing and correction tools to completely eliminate the negative influence of the ghostly hand. However, Linus activated the profession power in advance, and due to the shortage of correction tools, Linus only has 2 or 3 people willing to change professions in Sword Soul. 9 berserkers. I have 1 Devil May Cry, 1 Asura, and 3 sword spirits. Although the ratio varies greatly, I have all red, white, black, and blind. Sima Yue checked the number of each class. Ghost Sworder had the most, 13. Then came the Chi-using fighters, with about 5 in total. It is important to note that although Street Fighter does not require the Chi system to change classes, it is classified as a fighter. Including Lei Hu, there were 2 Chi masters with pale yellow mist rising from their backs, and 1 Zhen Wukong with a white headband. It is unclear whether the other 2 are Zhen Wu Dao or not. There are no obvious special effects that distinguish Zhen Wu Dao from Street Fighter. This means that there are no costumes yet, so the class effects cannot be changed. There are 2 priests in the Apocalypse system, one of which is Gao Qian from the team. Behind him, a golden cross was shining brightly. A paladin, as I thought. The other one had a fist that glowed with blue light, presumably the Blue Fist Saint. Apart from these 20 professionals, there are 2 more mages, one of which is the mage Yanyun Feishui, and the other is an elementalist of the Terra Magic system. Only 22 players, 5.5 teams. It seems the player base is shrinking, or maybe the requirements are improving. However, if you include those who haven't reached the required level, the difference shouldn't be significant and is already slightly higher than the number of players in the first public beta. Remember that the newbie zone is long, monsters are constantly appearing, and there are repeatable quests in the camp. The last quest only involves about 100 players. Including the remaining players, the total number of players in the first public beta did not exceed 150. The final quest in the second public beta begins with the first player reaching the Dead Moon Thunder Ruins, and this first group already numbers over 20 players. Overall, while the number of players completing the playthrough remains stable, it is also steadily growing. Adventurers, I will leave you in charge while I clean up the fragments of the Great Magic Circle. Don't worry, everything is fine. The group of berserkers, their eyes bloodshot and glistening like dripping blood, raised their hands, showing off their strength. A bunch of people with red eyes and violent tendencies say things like that. I don't think it's appropriate at all. Don't worry, Red Eye doesn't even have the Blood Rage ability when dual-wielding at this level, let alone Rampage and Bloodlust. It won't have any effect. While the berserkers in the real version of the time travel game will indeed go crazy and run amok, the berserkers in this time period are still okay. Berserkers' transferable skills include Cross Strike, Rock Fall, Vigorous Blood, Blood Awakening, and 3-Step Strike. The berserker, who looks relatively slender, confirms his skill tree. Of course, the basic skill tree only contains a few. However, all berserker skills belong to the blood branch of the Ghost and God system, and there are actually very few blood skills. Moreover, with the activation of the professional power after changing the profession, the effects and power composition of many skills will change. For example, Ghost Strike, Sword Soul, and Asura of Ghost and God will be unusable. Due to the blood and energy of Berserker, the dark attribute of the power of Ghost and God in Ghost Strike will be neutralized, which means that Berserker's Ghost Strike will become a gratuitous punishment. In my name, the seal is released. After Celia silently chanted the spell, the seal at the entrance to the Dead Moon Thunder Ruins was released. A humming sound as the sealing magic circle stopped spinning, and then released and dissipated, black undead breath escaping from behind the seal. Roar! A dry and hoarse roar came from the darkness, and grey-blue or dark red-coloured zombies appeared from it. So many. This guy from Frostbone Prison Breath is so good at creating. Let's deal with the outside monsters first, otherwise we'll be bored fighting the boss lord. Agree. After changing his job to Paladin, Gao Qian found that his Weapon Blessing and Angel Blessing had become group blessing skills, and he could strengthen the party without awakening and boosting TP. After the group received the Weapon Blessing and the Angel's Blessing, the 8 red-eyed berserkers, holding giant swords, katanas, daggers, and other weapons now covered in a layer of golden light, used their only 2 professional skills: Mountain Collapse. The 8 red-eyed ones jumped forward at the same time, some far away, some close. But all of them, jumping and falling, struck the weapons with force, causing a bright flash of blades. When the weapons touched the ground, each of the 8 released 8 shockwaves of bloody light energy. Novice 110, Beginner 1525, Intermediate 2535, Advanced 4050, Awakening 50, God's Domain. Although adventurers now have relatively few skills, the blood-red lightblade shockwave created by 8 full versions of Mountain Collapse can completely cover an area, which is hardly enough. The real version of the Weapon Blessing can only be added to weapons. After implementation, the Angel's Blessing no longer has the property of directly increasing the spirit value, but instead increases the speed of skill use and the probability of magic hit, and slightly increases the power of magic attack. We are here. We see the Lord of Monsters. This is the breath of the prison bone from Frostbone, the same as the internal test. No, it is not. During the internal test, the Zombie King did not have a magic wand. Maybe he is a magic overlord? Who activated the last main quest, Breath of the Ice Prison? What kind of monster lord is this? When fighting high-level lords, it is important to know their type. After all, if you do not know the type of the monster lord, It is easy to destroy. Even if you know the type, you still need to learn the Lord's skills, and this requires multiple weakening. However, unlike in games, if you find that you cannot defeat a high-level Lord when you challenge him, you can escape back to the city, and you will not be weakened. Although you will not be weakened, the mission is not completed. If you do not defeat the Lord, the experience for completing the level will be less than 1/3 of the normal level. The method for calculating the experience for completing the level is as follows. You will receive 1 experience point for each minion killed in the dungeon and Lord experience for killing the Dungeon Lord. In the final settlement, you will receive the sum of the experience points of all the monsters you killed. If you have a secret experience multiplier potion or an ancient elf contract, the settlement's experience will be doubled by regaining the Lord's experience. However, the adventurer cannot see his own experience bar. Ice Breath's abilities remain the same as in the beta. Furthermore, due to the staff, his previously menacing X-Bite ability is no longer available. In the beta, Corpse Snatcher's Bone Breath was incredibly fast, coupled with his inherent icy aura. Once the adventurer was interrupted by Ice Blast, they were immediately consumed by Corpse Snatcher's Bone Breath, leaving them with nothing to lose. Ice Blast still applies to grabs and bites. Although this magical version of the Frostbone Prison Breath can continuously summon zombie monsters, when the adventurers attack together, these monsters are basically destroyed immediately as soon as they emerge from the fragments of the large magic circle. Sword Soul Cauldron, Corrosion Pulamon, and Shadow Kaijia. Sima Yue did not use the Imperial Decree. 3 ghosts and gods, but opened the ghost formation in a normal way. Moreover, due to the influence of the 3 ghosts and gods, the afterimage Kaijia, which was bestowed upon only 1 person, could also form a ghost divine field, similar to the ghost formation. Shadow of Keiji. After casting the spell, a shadow field would form in front of Kaijia. All direct attack skills used in the shadow field are copied and used by the shadow, and each copy reduces the size of the shadow field. Although there is no additional damage conversion and short-term invincibility effect, if you challenge the Monster Lord, you can deal a lot of additional damage, but the special effects of some equipment cannot be copied. The cleansing has begun. After all the zombies wandering around the fragments of the large magic circle were destroyed, Celia placed several items on the large magic circle and began to chant. Celia flies. Celia, who was casting purification magic, floated above the fragments of the large magic circle. Seeing this, Frostbone Prison Breath also frantically summoned many zombie minions, but he himself did not flinch, preparing to attack with magic. 8 berserkers guarded the large magic circle, cutting down all the zombies that appeared. Gao Qian led these mindless zombies around in a circle to prevent too many zombies from gathering near the fragments of the large magic circle. Yan Yunfei and the other elementalist continuously exterminated the zombies that were driven out from other places by the ice prison. On the other hand, Lei Hu, Jian Hong, Zhen Wu, and the other people in charge of the Boss Lord battle discovered that the breath of the Crooked Bone Prison does not die after its health bar is depleted, so they started playing baseball. Not yet. Playing baseball. 50% left. 20 innings of baseball. 10% remaining. 50 bullets. As Celia's magic ran out, the fragments of the large magic circle beneath her feet emitted a soft white light, instantly dispersing the black fog in the dark space. All the zombies fell to the ground at the same time and quickly crumbled into pieces. A light breeze blew and everything returned to its original state. It was over. Celia looked at the large magic circle gradually disappearing from the ground. With the surge of magical power, everyone's job change was officially completed successfully. After returning to Elven Line and receiving a set of armor and weapons suitable for their job from Linus, everyone received an adventurer's ID card and a pass from the Principality of Belmar. However, it is here that the difference between the real and game worlds becomes apparent. Although the game levels and tasks limit the development of the plot, making it linear, in reality this is not the case. Just as high-level quests have completely different plots than low-level ones, in the real world, many events happen simultaneously. The transfer of Deregi and Rotus had already been completed, so the plague and the sky behemoth could not stop spreading or fall just because of the adventurer's level limit. Therefore, some people, with the help of the system god, went straight to Suzu, the Dark Elf Kingdom of Veins, or the Heavenly Ghent region. Of course, areas where apostles or their power are located, such as the Cave of Lamentation, Nordmar, Nupra, Sky City, Smarn Industrial Base, Twilight Sea, etc., cannot be directly accessed. Various items in a sufficient level are required to access. I have a pass to the Principality of Belmar. Gao Qian was still following the usual route, while Sima Yue and Lei Hu had received Shuzu passes, and Yan Yunfei had shown himself in the most outrageous way. He had been directly teleported to the Demon Realm, Planet Terra. Does this count as a forced disbandment of the team? Gao Qian watched as the 4 members scattered across 3 locations. Lei Hu and Sima Yue were fine as they were both in Shuzu and could probably continue forming a team, but Gao Qian and Yan Yunfei could only return to the solo path. Eventually. But from now on, we see that the information and data we get from the internal test should not be taken seriously. After the completion of the Grand Forest main storyline, 3 portals appeared in the Elven Lane. They lead through the Red Maple Forest to the Void, through the Grand Forest to the south of Belmar, and through the Imperial Prison to the Delos Empire. In fact, you can't get there because the Delos Empire territory hasn't been opened yet. I heard that in the next version, the Empire map will be opened, and in the Imperial Arena, you will be able to upgrade the epic 90th portal to 90A, as well as get to Stone Snow through the Canyon of the Dead. Originally, it was there, but due to the level restriction in the game, Stone Snow can only be visited after receiving the Duchy quest. Speaking of the Duchy of Belmar and its capital, Heidenmar, one cannot help but mention the origin of the continent of Arad and the legendary Great Mage Mare. According to intelligence data obtained so far, the continent of Arad, which was mentioned in previous legends to be the world below, did not originally exist. It may have existed before, but the historical records of the High Elves say that their home city, which is now the northern part of Belmar, was at some point swallowed by the ocean. Elves and humans lived together on the current firmament, which was once the continent. At this time, a great magician named Mar appeared. No one knows how strong his magic is. Even the various elves considered the source of magic on the continent are inferior to him. At the request of the elves, the great magician Mar created a super powerful magic circle under the ocean. As the magic circle rose, the ocean was forced up into the sky, forming the current celestial sea. At the same time, a new continent was born. This new continent is now called Arad. When Mar created Arad, the Tyrannosaurus Rex had not yet been transported to the heavens. But this was to happen soon. After the creation of Arad, humans and elves began to live on this new continent. The elves planted dense forests in the north, while humans founded civilizations on the fertile and vast eastern continent, such as Paris, the royal family of light, and the kingdom of Borodina. However, the lands on the western continent were barren, and the people lived in hardship. The great Mage Mar reappeared, using powerful magic to change the state of the groundwater and the land cover in the region, allowing the people to survive. After the founding of a new civilized country, in memory of the great magician Mare, people named it Belmar, and its architectural style retained the white color that the great magician Mare loved. To this day, human civilization undergoes changes, and various disasters occur from time to time. After the phenomenon of transference, even more serious changes occurred. The High Elves died out, the Sky Behemoth appeared, the Dark Elves burst out of the ground, the dead rose, and the plague raged. The main forces on the continent now are the Principality of Belmar, the Empire of Delos, the Kingdom of the Void, the Dark Elf Kingdom of Veins, and the 10,000-year Snow Rock Mountain. Although the mission in the Great Forest is complete, he cannot return to reality yet. However, Gao Qian still needs to follow Celia to Heidenmar, the capital of Belmar. Wait, who are you? When they arrived at the entrance to Heidenmar via teleportation, they were stopped by a group of soldiers in armor that was clearly different from the locals. I am Celia of the Alvin family. Here is my ID. They are members of the Principality's Adventurers Guild. They are assisting me in investigating the anomaly. Celia took out a dozen parchment scrolls of varying sizes, among which were decrees, certificates, and clearance documents. It's not very noticeable in the game, but in reality, it's very difficult to pass the checkpoint, Gao Qian thought in surprise. After all, in Blue Star, if you just want to get anywhere in your country, you practically don't need documents. And here, as in the historical chronicles, there are different dynasties. To get from one area to another in two neighboring areas, you need a pass. They are from the Delos Empire. They arrived here some time ago and took over the management and control of the various checkpoints of the Principality of Belmar. However, as long as you have the various certificates issued by the Principality, there will be no problems. Calendar discipline in the Delos Empire is very strict, but there will be no deliberate harassment or embarrassment. However, trusting your safety to others in this way is indeed dangerous. We adventurers are more concerned about whether the Imperial soldiers will block the entrance to the dungeon. As for this problem, the Sky City on the west coast is actually blocked by the Empire, but if you have a pass issued by Queen Belmare, you can still enter. Or you can join the Emperor and enter with the people of the Empire. But where do we go from here? The Adventurers League headquarters are in Haydenmar, but Caragus, who is in charge of handing out quests and rewards, usually stays at the Moonlight Inn on the back street of Haydenmar. Over time, the Moonlight Inn became a regular meeting place for adventurers. Entering the city of Hettenmar and heading towards the alley, everyone saw this scene. 3 Imperial soldiers stopped a goblin in a suit. "Sherlock, I got you again. I'm not saying you shouldn't be out on the streets so often. I'm also a citizen of the Principality of Belmar. Why shouldn't I be out on the streets?" Sherlock replied that he had to be out on the streets, otherwise he wouldn't be able to sell his wares. "Stop spouting nonsense and either follow me to the military detention center or leave immediately." "Okay, I'll go. This is a goblin, right? Why are they showing up so openly in a human city?" Although the relationship between goblins and humans is not particularly hostile, there are no reports of goblins directly settling in human cities. His name is Sherlock. He has lived here for a long time. He usually sells berries and black bread. However, with the arrival of the Delian Empire soldiers, Sherlock can no longer appear openly on the streets. After the 3 Imperial soldiers left, Celia brought Gao Qian to the Moonlight Inn. "Oh, I ran into that Delian Empire girl again. She really pissed off the goblin." Arriving at the tavern, they saw the goblin Sherlock sitting on a high stool in front of the bar, sipping a drink. "Sosha, these are the same cool thorn fruits and elven grapes that we recently grew. Let's see how they are." Well, the quality is much better than before. It seems that the problem of Grand Forest has been solved. The ecological situation in Belmar has been improved by magic. After the elves repaired the large magic circle, the condition of Grand Forest will affect the growth of plants in all of Belmar to some extent. "Sister Soxia, I have come to see you." At this moment, Celia and Gao Qian opened the door and walked in. "It's Celia. It seems you've solved the problem of Grand Forest." Soxia prepared a glass of grape drink and handed it to Celia. Well, the adventurer was also very helpful. Celia smiled shyly. "By the way, Lord Caragus, the Celestial City is blocked by the Emperor. How can we get there?" During Celia's investigation, it was discovered that there was a strange black aura present in this mutation that played an important catalytic role. And from the perspective of magical analysis, the black aura in the Sky City is the most concentrated on the continent. But the Imperial army blocked the entrance to the Sky Castle, leaving Celia no chance to enter and conduct reconnaissance. The Sky City, also known as the Sky Tower, was built by the Sky Legion, led by the legendary Tyrannosaurus King Bakar. According to legend, the Tyrannosaurus King Bakar sealed the heavens and banned magic. At the same time, he descended into the lower world through the Celestial City and witnessed a great magic circle beyond his imagination. Human civilization, ghosts and gods, as well as the dark elf kingdom of Vanes, descended from the kingdom of Borodin. Originally, there were 3 heavenly cities, and Bakar placed them on the west coast. Through these 3 heavenly cities, Bakar added a layer of isolation magic circle based on Maal's magic circle to prevent the inhabitants of the heavens from communicating with the lower world. In fact, they can descend but cannot ascend, which completely rules out the development or revival of magic in the heavens. However, later, the mechanical war broke out in the heavens, and the T-Rex King Bakar destroyed the other 2 towers. At the same time, he sent his magical army, the Celestial Legion, to permanently garrison this giant tower that pierced the sky. In the memories of the mainlanders, the most memorable thing about the Sky City is the merciless army of destroyers. Their cold steel bodies, their cold and merciless red eyes, their creaking steps, their sharp swords and axes. Of course, it is impossible for the Sky City to be filled with destroyer squads responsible for combat. Although the destroyer squads are the most numerous and widespread, they cannot clean and maintain the Sky City because they do not have the appropriate procedures. In the Legion of Heaven, the Supreme Commander and Commander-in-Chief of the Legion is the Guardian personally created by the Tyrannosaurus King Bakar, the magical life form of light, Seagarth, Commander of the Legion of Heaven. Seagarth, also known to the people of Arad as the Lord of the Light City. Seagarth usually stands at the top of the Sky City, guarding the exit to the Dragon Kingdom, as well as protecting the isolating magic circle created by Bakar. The Sky Legion is responsible for guarding the Sky City. The fighting force is often called the Fighter Legion, and its leader is the Sky Fighter, who guards the dark corridor leading to the City Lord's palace. In addition to the fighting forces, the full Legion naturally also has a logistics team. Although the entire Celestial Legion is a magical being created from living creatures that only need to absorb magical energy to survive, the armor of the destroyers is old, damaged, and even rusty, and the damage done to the Celestial City in the battle also needs to be repaired. In addition to the exiles, the Celestial Legion also includes the Dragon Men, Puppeteers, and Stone Giants. You will learn about their roles and functions later. Although adventurers can be resurrected constantly in this world, others may not have much incentive to level up. After all, there is no PK arena yet, and Street PK is nowhere to be seen. But Gao Qian wants to level up and even feels dissatisfied. Without a linear mission plot, leveling up has become very troublesome. Gao Qian really wanted to enter the Sky City, but the Imperial Army blocked the entrance to the Sky City. Wait, the Sky City is now a closed area, and outsiders are not allowed to enter. Gao Qian walked out of the Moonlight Inn and ran straight to the Sky City, but as expected, he was stopped outside. Why let him in? In the memory of the past life, the entire Hetenmar, and in the entire game, with the exception of Barn, the Delian Empire was just a background field and did not appear at all. However, in reality, the Imperial Army was going to directly occupy the Principality of Belmar. A riot broke out among the monsters in the Sky City. We've cordoned off the area to prevent harm to civilians. If the rioting monsters really do spill out, will so many people be able to stop them? The answer is of course no, but the highest order of the Heavenly Legion is to protect the Heavenly City, so they will not leave the tower unless absolutely necessary. Okay, I understand. I'll go ask the Queen for a pass to get the model. Gao Qian glanced at the Sky City, which was almost invisible due to the lack of a roof, and turned to leave. Queen Skadi is in Haydenmar. To get from the west coast to Haydenmar, a magical teleportation array is needed, but I don't have much money right now. Let's see if there are any side quests or tasks on the west coast. The real landscape is naturally much more complex and vast than in the game. Although magic is thriving on the continent of Arad, and magical teleportation arrays are everywhere, using them costs money, and very much so. The cheapest way to travel is by horse or carriage, and the last one is to take the number 11 bike bus. You are an adventurer, right? While Gao Qian was thinking about which of the local characters might have more quests, he was stopped by a middle-aged man in a suit and a round hat. You are a big businessman, Roger. A big businessman, Roger is very famous among adventurers. Although adventurers cannot buy necessary items such as equipment or consumables from Roger, some high-level basic materials are still produced here by big businessman Roger, so big businessman Roger's business really covers a lot of spheres. Unlike in the game, Roger is a group businessman, so you won't always see him and his assistant Daphne on the West Coast. Are there any errands? Gao Qian suddenly thought that, as a big businessman and the head of a large trading group, Roger himself represented a large number of various assignments. Do you like receiving orders so much? Roger, a rich businessman, had never seen an adventurer who was so eager to take on a task. Even the most active and energetic adventurers did not take on the order with such enthusiasm. Moreover, as far as he knew, this relatively new adventurer had just completed an investigation into the unusual events in the Great Forest and was now, without a day's rest, rushing to explore the Sky City. What an energetic adventurer! Roger wiped the non-existent sweat from his forehead. He had no ill will towards such active adventurers. On the contrary, if they were capable enough, they could bring him even more profit and value. Although the Sky City is currently blocked by the Empire, anyone with a pass from Queen Skadi of the Principality of Belmar can enter freely. However, there are currently no publicly available ways or methods to obtain a pass. However, I have exclusive insider channels to obtain a pass from Queen Skadi. However, I am a businessman and require an unusual and unique compensation. A unique and special reward, Gao Qian heard Roger's words and said that he did not have anything like that. However, Roger said that he understood very well that perhaps these senior adventurers, or even super adventurers who were above the awakening level, naturally had things that he had never seen before. However, the assets of the newbie in front of him, who had just completed the quest, were not as valuable as this suit of mine. Don't worry, I can find whatever I want in the Sky City. But I can't enter the Sky Castle. Don't worry, you don't need to know what exactly I want. I have entrusted another person to help me. After he brings me everything I need, I will naturally give you a pass that will allow you to freely enter and exit the Sky City. Roger smiled mysteriously. Now you can go prepare food and potions. This man will be waiting for you at the entrance to the Celestial City. How annoying. All adventurers know that Sherlock and Roger are greedy businessmen, but in comparison to them, there are two people who make all adventurers love and hate them at the same time. They will definitely meet them in the future, and there is no way to escape from them. Having bought some bread and milk from With the Canines, as well as some basic and ordinary potions from Celia, Gao Qian set off for the Celestial City again. Speaking of consumables, in the real world, potions and food are naturally separated from each other. Potions act quickly, providing instant regeneration, making them indispensable for battles with monster lords. Food, on the other hand, usually requires a long and slow recovery. In a normal fight, simply consuming food and water before the fight may be enough. Of course, some special foods created with the divine power of the gods also act as potions. Potions are categorized by skill and power, from low to high: novice, basic, normal, master, advanced, and expert. There are also supposedly higher level potions: master, supreme, king, and elixir, but these are less common. The most popular ones among adventurers are Remy's Aid from Remedia Cathedral and Mana Juice from Moonlight Inn. There are also mystical elixirs from Celia's shop and secret recipes from the Netherrealm. However, according to adventurer polls, the most popular potion is the ancient elven elixir. Who doesn't love experience potions? Who else could Roger invite? The only native character I can remember showing up in Sky City was an old man named GSD, or Gizzard. After helping adventurers easily pass the Dragon Tower and Puppet Gate, he was approved by the system. Since then, he rarely appeared in dungeons or performed any special actions. All official cheats were seriously weakened. Now, only Big-Eyed Urgle is still available on normal maps and ancient levels with low star levels. Are you the adventurer Roger commissioned? A magical spear awaits you at the entrance to the Sky City. The magical spear is an experimental invention of the Delos Empire. Moreover, many things, such as the birth of the female phantom sword, the power of the magic spear, weapons made of terrastone, artificial transfer and so on, are the Empire's experimental developments. Time is of the essence. Let's move out right now. I will tell you about our mission along the way. After saying this, Leno entered the celestial city without looking back, and the Imperial soldiers who originally guarded the entrance did not say a word. But their whispers could still be heard. Lord Leno is here again. It seems that Her Highness the Third Princess really did sneak into the celestial city alone. Speak softly. This is confidential information. Do not divulge it lightly. It has been leaked, elder brother, Gao Qian thought with a strange expression. But who is the third princess? Queen Skadi of Belmar had never heard of the birth of a child, let alone the third princess. Moreover, the title of princess is more similar to the term used in the Delos Empire across the ocean. The most important force sent from the Delos Empire to garrison the city was the Knights of the Iron Wolf, and the commander of this knightly order was Ban Bashut, the youngest of the four swordmasters known to everyone on the continent. When speaking of Ban Bashut, one cannot help but mention the four swordmasters. The origin of the term four swordmasters can be traced back to an investigative operation jointly launched by several major national powers of the continent many years ago, which came to be known as the Cave of Lamentation incident. This investigation marked the first time that the inhabitants of the mainland witnessed the colossal impact of the transference phenomenon with their own eyes, as well as the first time that they came into contact with the extremely powerful beings called apostles. An investigation team was jointly dispatched by the Delos Empire, the Zuzu Kingdom, the Stone Snow region, and the Belmar Principality. Its main members were Master Silan, Zuzu's mentor in swordsmanship who had earned the title of Sword Saint; Buwanga, a Bantu tribe chieftain from the Stone Snow region who was a master of supergiant bludgeoning weapons comparable to totems; Aanzo, a Ronin swordsman who wielded a giant sword; and his companions, or trusted individuals, Lukshi, a dark elf cursed by the ghost god Kazan; and finally a group of assassins known as the Purple Mist Group on the Delos Empire side, and Ban Bashut, the youngest swordsman who entered the path of awakening at the age of 17. The end result of this operation was the death of all members of the Purple Mist Squad, the complete transformation of the dark elf Luxi into a demon, and his subsequent death in battle. The apostle Shylock, known as the Invisible, the creator of all things and the mother of monsters, was successfully eliminated. The Delos Empire has acquired a new and extraordinary power called the Magic Spear, and the ability to conduct artificial transfer experiments. After moving to the Sky City, after Leno entered, Gao Qian quickly followed him. The structure of the Sky City is divided into two parts. One part is an internal single-layer suspended platform and various platforms consisting of suspended steps, and the other is an external spiral corridor plank road. The external spiral road has entrances connected to the interior at regular intervals. In addition, on the outer wall of Sky City, you can see a dragon-shaped logo that symbolizes the power of Bakar. It is very pleasant to admire the scenery here. After climbing Sky City and standing on the boardwalk of the outer corridor, you will see a wide view and a unique scenery. It's not too high now, so you can take a good look. Once you get higher, you won't have the desire to look at it anymore. People with acrophobia will probably be scared to death. Leno was in no hurry and was in the mood to chat with Gao Qian. Judging from your clothes, you must be a priest from Remedian Cathedral. Gao Qian was a little taken aback when Leno suddenly asked about his profession. I am indeed a priest, but I am not sure if I am from Remedian Cathedral. Are there other cathedrals that have priests? Leno was also confused. However, except for the Remedian Cathedral, he had never heard of any sect with priests. I remember in another world there was a doll named SOE. What tricks were needed? You just had to hide on the entire screen, not react to the light, and wait to be killed. Forget it. I'm not a cleric of the Remedian Cathedral anyway, so there's no need to confirm my identity. Leno smashed several red dragon-headed statues and said, "Be careful. All the dragon-headed statues are magical traps with magical mechanisms. Be careful, walk around them when passing by, or smash them like I did. I think this dragon head statue shouldn't be a problem. The dragon head statues in Sky City come in red, blue, white, brown, and dark grey. The red one breathes fire, the blue one spits frost, and the white one spits balls of light. The dark grey one is a defective one, just made by the puppeteer, and the brown one doesn't seem to have any special effects due to its lack of magical power. I don't feel any magical aura. Perhaps Leno walked around the fluorite lampposts and fountain in front of him. There are quite a few dragon men patrolling here. We need to quickly get to the upper floors and collect the magic items needed for the mission. I remember what these fluorites, spinels, and halites were used for. Since the game is constantly being updated, many things that were used before become practically useless later, and many things are constantly being updated. It seems that they are all useless. We don't need these things. What are you looking for? Leno turned around, realizing that his fellow adventurers had not caught up with him. There is no need to collect these materials anymore. No one can repair the Great Magic Circle now. It will repair itself. President Charan has already repaired the magic circle that was in the Sky City. I was wondering if the water in this sky fountain has any effect. After saying this, Gao Chen stuck his hand into the fountain to feel something. Although the fountains are rich in magical energy, their absorption efficiency is low. The concentration is too high, resulting in low activity. Leno had long known that the Empire had explored some of the lower areas of the Sky City, but no one had yet managed to use the sky fountains that appeared on almost every platform. The mage from the demon realm might have some special method, but the mainlanders didn't know about the information from the demon realm yet. Found it. After rummaging around a few times, Gao Chen started to pull out what he touched. The melon is probably called the hammy melon. It tastes very sweet, has a nice texture, and can restore a lot of health. Jelly, coral jelly. Is it really edible? Pink, light-reflecting jelly-like substance with something like coral inside. Restores a certain amount of health. The blue water ball is a special magical water that is formed in this super-concentrated environment. It maintains a round and independent shape. It seems to be covered on the outside by a layer of magical membrane that supports its structure. Its use allows one to directly restore a certain amount of magical power and continue to restore it for a certain period of time. In addition, the white water ball is a special magical water created in an environment of super-concentrated magical power, but its magical light is white. However, it does not have the ability to restore magical power, but can be used as a cure for wounds. It is also rich in nutrients and magical factors, so you can try it as a dietary supplement. Hey, how do you manage to pull out so many things? Leno also tried to pull something out of the fountain and ended up pulling out a shell. Is this fountain connected to some kind of space device? Leno had never seen shells in the fountain before, but he wanted to try them. Without thinking, he broke the shells and put the meat in his mouth. It was so tender and smooth. Shell Gao Qian saw the shell that Leno fished out of the fountain and thought it must be the meat of a sleeping clam, but in the blink of an eye, he saw Leno eating it. Don't eat sleeping clam yet. Without finishing speaking, Leno lay down, and a string of Zzz characters floated in front of his head. Have I been to the second dimension? Although I'm used to it, in reality, such a state of affairs is simply impossible. Just think. If a chain of tildes emoticons pops up in front of your head when you're sleeping or angry, then in the future you won't be able to pretend to be asleep, right? What will the teachers who finally decided to ignore these poor souls sleeping in class think if they find out that you're actually pretending to sleep or doing other things? Teacher, I see a whole class of people sleeping. Z characters make me even more upset. The exact origins of Sleep Bee are unclear, but its powerful sleep-inducing properties were sold for a time by wealthy businessman Roger and small-time Huttonmar grocery store owner Kanina as a sleeping pill. However, the actual profits were small, as some insomniacs noted that the effects of this biological sleep aid were too short-lived. If the patient did not fall into a deep sleep state during the forced sleep, the effect of this biological sleeping pill was more invigorating than coffee. A useless thing, combining the effects of a sleeping pill and a stimulant. After about a minute, Leno woke up and asked, "So why did I fall asleep?" "You just ate a sleepy shell and fell asleep before I could remind you. So, this is Skybee." Leno, as an experienced Sky City employee, said he had heard of this biological sleep aid, which turned out to be rather useless. However, the quality of the forced sleep was still high, and Leno felt quite rested. Let's go. Now I feel full of energy. At the same time, a warship of the Delian Empire arrived at the western coast. Although His Majesty Henry has already approved of Princess Isabella's actions, I still think that such personal actions are somewhat inappropriate. A tall and strong man with a stern face reported the situation to a handsome, cheerful, and lively young man standing in front of him. Don't worry, my second-in-command. Our third princess is no weak housewife like Queen Skadi. As a student of the Valkyrie Saleh, she should be fine as long as she doesn't end up in the Sky City directly. The Principality of Belmar is known for its clear distinction between danger and safety. Whether it was the legendary Great Mage Mar or the Elven Magic Guild, they all had their eyes on Belmar, which the Delos Empire was deeply envious of. But the tall and strong man turned the intelligence uniform towards himself and suddenly opened his eyes wide. According to our data, the last demon spear that arrived early has already entered the Celestial City, and Her Highness Isabella has disappeared from the sight of the people of Belmar. What? Hearing that Princess Isabella III has disappeared, the Sun Youth suddenly shouted, "Recovery and response are two different things. Recovery is long-term recovery, and the answer is instantaneous. Where are our garrison troops?" The Sunny Youth's face remained calm, but the tall and strong deputy commander, who often followed the commander, knew that the Sunny Youth in front of him was actually a little angry. Frankly, with the exception of the recent death of the commander's fiancée, he had never seen the commander's face express outright anger. At best, he looked helpless and emotionless. But honestly, lack of emotion was even more serious than anger. Well, one of our garrison troops also left the base without reporting or recording it, and his whereabouts are currently unknown. An unfinished or broken magic spear like lancers, the dispassionate young man asked. Ah, yes. The tall and strong man looked at the young man and continued to sweat. Well, the lancer may still have some strength. The young man's expression gradually softened. But that can only guarantee safety on the lower levels of the Celestial City. As for the situation at the upper levels, we don't know yet. We can't rely on the lancers. Order all the Iron Wolf Knights to disperse into battle groups in the Sky City. We must find Her Royal Highness the Third Princess as soon as possible. Yes, sir, all the knights answered in unison. Lower level of Heavenly City, Dragon Tower. I say that you adventurers are too reckless. On one side, a huge blue dragon wearing exquisite and magnificent dragon-shaped armor, using a dragon water fork inlaid with golden runes, directed a stream of water to wash away the stains on the dragon head statue. I'm very sorry, Lucas, but I still want to ask if you've seen a woman dressed in a luxurious white dress. Lucas, who had just finished cleaning the dragon's head in a luxurious white robe, suddenly became angry. You brought that aggressive woman with a group of people who said she wanted to collect magical materials for the dragon and then beat me up? Is Her Highness Isabella really that cruel? Leno suddenly felt a little embarrassed. It was really helpless to have such a boss who behaved so unusually. We are looking for this lord. Do you know where he is? Leno was a little embarrassed, but still asked, and also, did your dragon army suffer losses? No. Lucas's expression softened slightly, but his dragon face held no certainty. It was too formulaic. I told them we were from the Purification Squad, and they surrendered. But I still gave that heroic lady some flying dragon blood. In fact, the blood of a dragon man does not have the same properties as the blood of a dragon, because according to the classification, dragon men are humanoids, not dragon-like creatures. But the lady, seeing it, rashly ran to the statue at the entrance of the doll hall. As Lucas led a group of dragon men to finish cleaning, he told the others to go back and rest. Later, he would find a puppeteer to fix the broken parts. I must remind you that these puppeteers have neither the intelligence nor the emotions of intelligent life, and the huge stone statues on the upper level have no emotions at all. As for the armored knights on the higher levels, they only have orders and procedures. Lucas was well acquainted with the people of the Imperial Garrison and the Adventurers Association. Sometimes Lucas would make some people stay to help clean the fountains and the outer walls of the towers, and would also prepare some sleeping shells and coral jelly as a reward. And sometimes there would be water from the heavenly spring and the heavenly water itself. Okay, we need to hurry up. Leno looked at Gao Chen, who was still eating the melon. We have to go. Oh, he quickly finished the remaining melon in a few bites. By the way, Lucas, is there any way to shorten the journey? Eating the outer layer first and then the top layer is too much. It's a waste of time. Thinking about the shortest path, Lucas grabbed the dragon's chin and thought for a while. But in the end, he couldn't think of any shortcut, so he came up with a bad idea. If you have the opportunity, try to go straight along the outer spiral path. The fastest way is to jump straight up. What a stupid idea you have. Why don't you just jump up and fly? Leno and Gao Tian looked like they were asking too much. Alas, our dragon clan and Lord Segart can fly. Even the puppeteers who can't walk and the stone statues can fly. Lucas expressed disdain and continued to claim that he could fly. I can just fly and feel superior. If you continue to fly, I'll shoot you down. Ha ha, don't attract attention, don't attract attention. After Leno and Gao Tian bid farewell to Lucas and left the Dragon Tower, the sunny youth and the tall, strong man came there. Why are there still dragon men here? Didn't the Imperial soldiers carry out a routine cleanup? According to the long-standing customs of the Delos Empire, such creatures with unique magical structures were either captured for study or destroyed. According to intelligence, the dragon-human forces clearing the lower levels of the Sky City now belong to the Allies, so the Empire has not made a clearing plan. In other words, the clearing troops are sweeping the streets. Captain, it can be understood like this. While these two were still performing together, Lucas, the leader of the dragon army, had already discovered them. Well, you are Barn, one of the four masters of the sword. Lucas had an expression on his face that said, I've already spotted you, stop hiding. But I didn't understand how that cookie-cutter face could have such a human expression. It was a dragon man. I'd never seen a dragon man before. Well, I'd only seen deaf ones. The cheerful young man looked at the dragon man leader Lucas with an expression as if he had discovered a new world. We have dog-headed people and gnolls in the Delos Empire. I heard that special magical creatures like dragons did not originally exist on the Arad continent. According to the historical records of the Paris Empire, powerful magical creatures like dragons were created by the Tyrannosaurus king Bakar and sent to the continent of Arad. But strangely enough, our tall and strong deputy captain is about to turn into a know-it-all due to his irresponsible style. Captain, what's so strange about that? Hearing the deputy captain's hesitation, the cheerful young man looked away from the dragon leader, Lucas. The swordmaster's gaze was truly piercing. Lucas thought that even just looking into the eyes of the swordmaster was like being stabbed by a sharp blade. According to the general history of the continent, the three-headed dragon created by the Tyrannosaurus king Bakar arrived on the continent before the Tyrannosaurus king Bakar himself. Then, two of the three dragons were killed by the inhabitants of the continent. Yes, he was killed. To be honest, the Delos Empire had long known that in the 1,000-year-old snow-capped mountains to the west of it, that is, in the northern part of the continent, there lived a giant ice dragon. It couldn't be a fire dragon that lives in the snowy mountains. As for the light or dark properties, the snowy mountains didn't change much, so it must be ice. A secret team was sent out to search last time, but they didn't find anything. Whoever it is, please do not say such things in front of Bakara's people. We will talk about this later. By the way, Dragon Chieftain, have you ever seen a luxuriously decorated and noble-looking woman in white? Another magnificent lady in white, this time with a noble character. Lucas wondered if this lady was someone important, but he still told the truth. This lady should be somewhere higher now. She should be at the top of the stone giant's tower now. The stone giant is not very dangerous. You are the second group of people to ask me if I have seen a beautiful woman in white. Two of them just went up there. There are others. What do they look like? The tall and strong man wondered if it was a magical spear sent in advance. Let me think. Lucas is a dragon man. Some of his concepts and grammar are different from humans, so he needs to structure his language. These two must be men. No, they are boys. He almost said men. Lucas wiped the water off his face. He had splashed it himself. One of the two youths held a spear with strange magical powers, and the other held a cross that was bigger than him. Yes, it really was bigger than him. I remember that. A spear with strange magical powers. It is most likely a magical gun developed by the Empire, so it must be Leno. After learning of the disappearance of the third princess, he rushed to the Sky City to investigate. It is Leno and the adventurer who solved the problem of the Great Forest. The tall and strong man is also a magic spear, so he can sense the approximate location of the magic spear on the upper level. The sunny youth from Grand Forest stroked his smooth chin. I also find the Empire's actions somewhat puzzling. However, since they managed to solve the problems that arose after the Empire's intervention, it seems that this adventurer was not just a human. After the sunny youth and the tall and strong man said goodbye to the dragon leader Lucas, they followed the induction between the magic spears and quickly rushed towards the place where Leno and Gao Chen were. By the way, Deputy Captain, what about those two dragons you just mentioned, which we, the inhabitants of the mainland, killed? On the way, the sunny youth again remembered the topic of the dragon. According to the historical records of the Paris people, the then General Kazan defeated a giant dragon with turquoise scales. However, the dragon, sensing danger, flew away, and the name of the dragon is unknown. However, in the priestly diary kept by the then High Priest Zuzu Jig, it is recorded that he killed the wounded turquoise dragon. Jig learned the dragon's name from the demons he controlled, Mad Dragon Hess. Mad Dragon Hess? I think I've heard that name somewhere. The young man, who was overjoyed, felt that this name was inexplicably familiar to him. Sky City is considered a friendly faction, but the real Sky City is considered a semi-group dungeon. According to the settings of the male mage, the Apostles' party dungeons, Antun, Luke, Bakar, Rotus, Deregi and Shylock will have a group dungeon. But there is only one dungeon for Shylock and Deregi. The cheerful young man, Mad Dragon Hess, had a feeling that he had heard this name somewhere before. It sounds so familiar. Where have I heard it before? The tall and strong man silently took out a red iron box. The four sides of the box seemed to be made of the sharp fangs of some giant beast. A weak and strong roar came from the box, the roar of the mad dragon. The sunny young man saw a magical device called the Roar of the Mad Dragon. Mad Dragon, Roar of the Mad Dragon, Giant Dragon Hess. According to the description of this magical device, this box contains the roar of a giant dragon named Hess, using some mysterious magic. The Mad Dragon Hess was created by the Tyrannosaurus King Bakar. This means that Bakar is the father of Hess and the other two dragons. In our concept, we can say so. However, in Bakar's eyes, the status of these three dragons is not much better than the status of the four real dragons in Bakar's palace. What about the other dragon? According to the records of Borodin's kingdom, another dragon was defeated by King Borodin and his 5 knights. Then the resurrected evil dragon Spitz was defeated again by the heroes of the Dark Elf Kingdom of Vanes. Eventually, the Dark Elves imprisoned him in the Dark Elf graveyard and are said to have dismembered him with Dark Elf necromancy. In fact, even after being dismembered, the evil dragon Spitz was still alive, and his powerful evil magic also ate away and infected the guards and the dead of the Dark Elf graveyard. Now, the Dark Elf graveyard has become a forbidden area where no one is allowed to enter. It is such a shame to be dismembered. I don't think it's a pity. It's better to destroy such dangerous and uncontrollable creatures as soon as possible. Interior, exterior, and entrance of the Sky Castle. As mentioned, Bakar used the Sky City to communicate with the continent of Arad, so the orders of the Sky Legion did not hinder or eliminate the penetration of outsiders into the tower. After a mechanical war broke out in the skies, the Tyrannosaur King Bakar, for some unknown reason, issued a death order to the Sky Legion, trapping them in the Sky City and not allowing them to leave. In addition, Sagat was unable to open the isolation magic circle above, so the connection between the heavens and the world below was completely severed. Although the people in the heavens did not know about this heavenly city since this tower belonged to Bakar. Due to Bakar's inexplicable orders, which are not hostile to the Arad continent, there is not a single movable statue of an adventurer or monster in the puppet hall. There are only a lot of dragon-headed statues, an incomplete destroyer armor, and actually a large statue of the Tyrannosaurus King Bakar, which Sagat later moved to another place. The area here is truly unique. The outer entrance for the dolls is actually a spiral ascending ring, but due to the combination of various statues, magical mechanisms and moving platforms, the actual route here is constantly changing. I can clearly feel the reaction between the magical spears directly above me. I told my deputy that there was a ceiling above, no way out. The sunny youth and the tall, strong man walked around the doll entrance several times and finally reached its end. However, they saw only the ceiling, and there was no other way out. This is the door. The tall and strong man ignored the cheerful young man who was pretending to enjoy the scenery and walked straight into the magic door. "Hey, wait for me. How can you, the deputy captain, act alone?" Although he said this, the young man had a smile on his face and seemed to no longer care about the current situation. At this moment, a strange scene was unfolding in the last control room of the puppet's entrance. "Hey Douglas, are you okay?" Leno and Gao Qian, who were posing as models, said, "We stood for a long time. My arms hurt from posing." "Almost done. Wait a minute." It was the puppeteer, whose body sat cross-legged on a suspended rock. All the puppeteers of the Sky City are magical dolls with the faces and bodies of little girls, and Dudley is their leader. However, it is said that the commander of the battle puppeteers used to be a man named Conqueror Dao Gay, but now he is almost invisible. Almost done. Almost done. The puppet king, Dugeli, was at that time creating a statue based on Leno and Gao Qiang, a mobile defense mechanism. She instructed Leno and Gao Qian to constantly perform two actions: a normal standing posture, which served as a state of rest and readiness for the defense mechanism. Anyone who has played as a puppet master knows that the statue in its idle state reduces damage by over 90%, and some more advanced ones even enter a defensive state. Since it was a defensive mechanism, usually erected and placed at important entrances and exits or key points, it required a design with high firepower and a long firing range that did not require movement. So the Puppet King pondered over it for a while before deciding that Leno would repeat the sweeping shooting techniques over and over again. Well, with the magic mechanism, it should be possible to achieve good results. Use ice magic as the filling attribute. I think the fire element is also good. As for Gao Qian, it was a very ordinary prayer pose, or rather, a gesture to use status enhancement support skills in combination with light magic and the magic platform mechanisms. I really am a genius. Isn't it ready yet? The two were already waiting impatiently. "Hey, what are you doing?" At this time, a tall and strong man and a cheerful young man appeared in the control room. The tall and strong man first saw the two people posing in Perth, and the Puppet King Dougley constantly summoning stone pillars and magical stone balls, and he couldn't help but ask curiously, "Why ask such an obvious question? Of course it's a bronze statue. I want one too. All the statues here are stone. Where did the bronze ones come from?" The tall and strong man complained. Good. After several stone pillars exploded, countless magical stone balls controlled by puppeteer King Dougley crashed into the largest pillar and merged with it. Finally, the extra stone layers on the outside turned into fragments and fell off, revealing a fully finished statue inside. I will paint it myself later. Now I will open the entrance to the stone giant's tower. Having said that, Dougley used a magic circle to teleport the two humanoid statues, and then began to chant a spell to open the magical protective shield of the stone giant tower. "It's you, Hyde." Leno immediately recognized the tall and strong man. and the leader of our Iron Wolf Knights, one of the 4 legendary swordmasters, Barn Bashut. Just call me Barn. This cheerful young man, the leader of the Iron Wolf Knights of the Delos Empire, participated in the investigation of the Wailing Cave incident and defeated Barn Bashut, one of the 4 masters of the unseen sword, Helok. Of course, in reality, Shylock was defeated by the completely ghostly Dark Elf berserker Luxie at the cost of mutual destruction, and the rebellion of the rulers caused by Shylock's death completely spread the curse of the ghost, so no one can say for sure whether the actions of that time were worthwhile. I want to make myself a bronze statue too, Barn said to Dudley, the puppet king. Well, I can only make stone statues, not bronze ones. Besides, there's no copper here. Dudley had no choice. After all, she couldn't make a metal like copper. Oh well, Barn said disappointedly. The upper level of the Sky City, the Stone Giant Tower. The style here is different from before. Gao Chen couldn't help but sigh as he looked at the giant stone tower, the height of the platform of which had suddenly increased significantly. Unlike the Dragon Tower and the Puppet Hall, the construction styles of the first 2 floors are not much different from humans, so the Stone Giant Tower's style is designed for giants. The platforms are located at a great height, and the connected suspended steps constantly move up and down, like in an elevator. The design of this Sky City is truly complex and varied. It is exquisite and magnificent. On the wide platform in front of them, huge stone giants were busily carrying stone building materials. Under the direction of the stone giant's operator and puppeteer, these stones were carved into thick platform floors, self-suspended steps, patterned supporting columns, and dragon-shaped stone statues. It looks like a large construction site. The materials are directly processed into various finished products. Damaged parts are immediately replaced, and damaged ones are recycled and crushed for reproduction. Moreover, under the protection of the magic shield, the entire volume of materials is not lost. However, from time to time, the puppeteers still go to Hut and Ma for white stones. Puppeteer, have you seen the lady in white, luxuriously decorated and with a noble character? A magnificent, noble lady in white. The puppeteer turned around and saw that it was Leno and Gao Qian, 2 people. This is a person. This is a restricted area. Please leave immediately. The lady in white climbed to a higher level. Higher. Okay, got it. Leno called the other 3 to leave this construction platform and climb to a higher level via a self-suspension ladder. On the highest platform of the Stone Giant Tower, a luxuriously dressed lady in white, adorned with various precious metals, led a group of spear knights to challenge the stone giant. This stone giant is ideal for practicing martial arts. It is not very aggressive, but it is quite dangerous, and this is the most important thing. The number is huge, and you can say that it has everything. The lady in white used a series of combos, starting with Iron Mountain lean back, followed by a forward thrust with the right fist, an overhead hook with the left fist, a sweeping punch with the right fist, a forced downward kick, and a soft punch with a bone-breaking punch. While performing a series of strikes, she also had to dodge the stone giant's swings. Although the stone giant was not particularly aggressive, that is, not too warlike, its enormous size and mass was still evident. The impact of a solid, dense stone pillar 1 meter thick was really not pleasant. Break the puppeteer and prepare another. The lady in white found that the inner energy core of the stone giant in front of her had been destroyed by continuous and powerful blows. The stone shell fell off completely, revealing the soul of the stone giant. Oh, I'll be right there. The puppeteer, who was playing poker with some archer knights on the other side, heard that the stone giant had been broken, put his cards on the table, and swam towards it. Your Highness, Third Princess, we have already agreed that you will use the stone giant for training here, and as compensation, you will have to pay with other stones that are not available on the west coast. The puppeteer ordered the stone giant's soul to remain in place, and then used magic to gather the fragments of the broken shell, and then teleported a new stone giant shell and placed the stone giant's soul into it. Okay, it's done. Your Highness, please be lenient. I have already secretly carried over many mechanical shells of the stone giant. No problem, I won't use my strong fists this time." The woman in white waved her hand, indicating that she understood. Strong strike. The skill of refining the basic techniques of Junwoo-do is also an important training method in the Junwoo-do system. By combining thoughts and energy with the blood and energy of the body, one can continuously improve one's basic physical fitness. By actively using powerful strikes, a layer of light red energy shield can be formed on the surface of the body, greatly increasing the efficiency of power transmission and enhancing shock and light protective effects. In the end, the effect of power is mutual. Warriors of the mind and energy system possess a powerful destructive force that far exceeds their own capabilities. The greatest effect of a strong blow is to reduce the impact of the recoil force on themselves, but the recoil energy does not disappear. Due to the unique vibration transmission effect of a strong strike, true martial artists can truly put all their strength into improving an attack. Even 10 units of strength can give 12 to 15 units of effect. If you don't use strong strike, the actual damage from the three queens will be reduced by more than half. Like changing a suit with a perfect boost, but without using the boost skill, the damage will definitely be reduced by more than 50%. As the three princesses began to fight the stone giant again, the puppeteer and the spear knight who followed them began to fight with cards again. You, puppeteer, looked at the cards in your hand: Earth Golem, Bronze Golem, and Iron Golem. Did you switch my cards? No, the lancers answered in unison. Although we didn't change it, we did change some of the cards ourselves. Lancer A thought as he looked at the clay, bronze, steel, floating stone giant, manipulator, dragon, and silver stone blade, razor bomb in his hands. One Lancer B, the cards in his hand are clay puppeteer, stone puppeteer, ice puppeteer, Puppet King Duggery's dragon, and stone giant's manipulator bomb. Why are my cards so scattered? Lancer B, Raziel's stone blade, golden golem, ice puppeteer, and a few miscellaneous cards. We have given you all the extra cards. Just when everyone was having fun, there was a strong vibration from above. Oh no, the boss is coming. The puppeteer threw the cards in his hands and swam away quickly. What is this? Soon the shaking stopped, and a huge figure appeared on top of the giant stone tower. After the Sky City comes the Sky Beast. Personally, I think it's too early for Rotus to show up and regenerate his health. It would be better if he just showed up. When a huge black shadow appeared at the end of the stone giant's tower, the stone giant's operator who couldn't handle his job and the bronze stone giant ran away in a hurry. It seemed like someone big was coming. The white-robed woman estimated the true size of the black shadow, which must have been larger than the steel stone giant. Your Highness Third Princess, shouldn't we take cover first? The spear knights lined up in front of the white-robed lady, taking a defensive stance. Who is there? Are you humans? As the huge figure approached, the white lady and the spear knights realized that it was a huge gold stone giant, leading several smaller bronze giants. Is it such a dazzling gold? My God, Her Highness the Third Princess. I'll be right there. Ban, Leno, and Gao Qian took the hovering stair lift straight to the top floor, and Hyde went to gather the knights of the Iron Wolf Order. Ah, it's Lord Bashuit. The lady in white was very happy to see Ban Bashuit approaching. After all, the golden stone giant in front of her seemed to have bad intentions. Mr. Leno, Mr. Adventurer, let's deal with the golden stone giant in front of us first, Ban said. Agreed, Leno held his spear in both hands, ready to fight. Let me activate the enhancement first. Gao Qian used the Holy Spirit Hammer, and a giant weapon made of holy golden light appeared in his hand. Holy Spirit Hammer. The paladin who seeks divine power to judge evil has discovered a new power. Using holy light, he creates the Holy Spirit Hammer, a replacement for the Legion. The Holy Spirit Hammer converts all attacks into light elemental attacks, greatly increasing the attack speed and power of offensive holy spells. However, a paladin wielding the Hammer of the Holy Spirit loses the ability to use the following utility holy spells: Angel's Blessing, Guardian's Emblem, Light's Vengeance, Soul Sacrifice, Voice of Heaven, Celestial Harmony, Blessing of Honor, Well of Life, and Wind of the Divine. healing. In addition, the white blade loses its stun effect and decrease in light resistance. Moreover, the divine vibrations emitted by the Holy Spirit hammer will constantly bless the wielder and nearby teammates with all weapon blessing effects. The Holy Spirit's hammer has become the most obvious dividing line between the assistant paladins and the judge paladins. With such a big guy, it seems we won't be able to fight a long battle. We need to use our last resort. The white-robed woman looked at the huge body of the golden stone giant and felt that she needed to end the fight quickly. Otherwise, the giant's blow would be very painful. Yes, Your Highness. Among the fighter's special moves, also known as Sander, the strongest is the Shadow Continuous Kick, which can only be mastered at level 45. After a powerful kick, the lady in white accumulated strength, activated her powerful armor, and began to continuously deliver powerful kicks. Under the influence of intense energy fluctuations and powerful strikes, lotus-shaped shockwaves even formed in front of the white-robed lady. Lino's thunder chain gun slid toward the golden stone giant from the other side and struck with the spear in his hand. The continuous strikes at an incredible speed formed phantoms of countless spears in a short period of time. The power of these strikes did not burst out immediately, but continued to penetrate deeper, continuously causing internal damage. With the powerful impact of Leno's final strike, the power of the magic spear injected inside detonates, causing a stronger secondary internal explosion. As for Bana Bashut, he used Phantom Sword Dance. Countless light pink and purple transparent blades shot out as Ban struck, continuously cutting away layers of stone and shards of pure gold from the golden stone giant's carapace. Ha! The white-robed lady released countless lotus shockwaves, leaving a deeper and deeper dent on the surface of the golden stone giant. Finally, the final strike of the shadow chain strike landed on the weakest point in the center of the dent. Bum! The white-robed lady's strike, carrying a furious crimson aura that distorted the air and light, hit the center of the dent formed by the shockwaves of the previous series of strikes. With a furious and piercing roar, thick cracks appeared on the golden stone giant's shell. The final blow Ban, who had already released countless sword energy, saw the cracks on the golden stone giant that were constantly healing. He instantly decided to deliver the final blow and swung his dagger. A huge cross-shaped sword energy flew out at an incredible speed, absorbing the small sword energy waves released earlier, forming a purple flower-shaped diffuse light that emitted a dangerous and sharp aura. The golden stone giant had almost no chance to fight back. After the lady in white finally made a crack, Leno detonated the thunder cannon again, and the magical power penetrated the stone giant's shell, widening the cracks to the size of fissures. Finally, the powerful sword energy of Bana's Phantom Sword Dance passed through the cracks and successfully destroyed and dismembered the golden stone giant's armor mechanism. Platani, the soul of the golden stone giant, you guys are really fast. Let's go. But Platani still saw Leno take the smallest amount of gold gems from his shell mechanism. This man took my collection. My golden heart. Platani screamed madly, and the puppeteers ran even faster. Dugari, the mechanism of my shell is broken. It needs to be rebuilt. The roar of Platani filled the entire stone giant tower and the entrance area of the doll room. Wow, Platani won too. These humans are really capable of many things. Lucas, the leader of the dragons, polished the recently created defense mechanism. It needs to be polished to a smooth, shiny state with a high resolution so that it clearly reflects the human figure. Then you should buy a mirror. The little girl named Daphne, who stands in front of Roger, should have a mirror. Ban Bashut successfully reunited with Her Royal Highness the Third Princess, and Hyde also completed the gathering of the Iron Wolf Knights. The group returned to the West Coast. I hope that Her Royal Highness the Third Princess will understand the situation this time and will not act independently in the future. Leno said that he was going to give the big businessman Roger what he needed, so he left first. The Belmare Pass, signed by Queen Skadi, that Roger had prepared for Gao Qian, was also successfully completed and officially handed over to Gao Qian. The pass is good. With it, we can enter more restricted areas. It was clear at first glance that Ban was not one to remain silent. Seeing the passage, it was as if he was dragging Gao Qian into a dangerous place. We still can't tell where the aura caused by this change came from. We don't have any leads yet. Hyde, a member of the Iron Wolves Order, whose full name is Hyde Bernkruger, was once a nobleman in the Delos Empire. Later, his family became poor. He was a strict and disciplined man, so he was appointed as a guard in the imperial prison. Later, during a prison break, he was noticed by Ban Bashut and joined the Knights of the Iron Wolves, quickly becoming the second in command of the Knights. In fact, almost all of these prisoners were intentionally released by Hyde, but some of them had a very negative impact, causing Hyde to lose his job as a prison guard. However, he also joined the Iron Wolves Knights of Bana. Sky Castle. Upper part. Dark corridor. From the top of the stone giant tower, one can see that this place has actually entered the Sky Sea. The sun is not visible on the continent of Arad. During the day, the sunlight on the continent is collected by a large magic circle that penetrates the Sky Sea and evenly illuminates the continent of Arad. In this case, this part of the Sky City and the Sky Sea was plunged into darkness. Over time, people began to call this dark area the Dark Corridor. It is truly pitch black here. Although I can't say that I can't see my hand in front of me, I can't even see people's shadows. It is very dark here. What's more, the Dark Corridor is in the Sky Sea. The faint dark light in a person's field of vision will be refracted by the seawater. So, although the blurry black shadows seen in the darkness are really out of place, it would be great if I had a lightsaber. It could be used as a flashlight. Who would have thought that in this Sky City there would be such a place? Due to the extremely dark environment, Gao Chen and Aanzo could only slowly move forward, but fortunately, they did not encounter any fighters from the Sky City. Blind, because in the dark, the red bar and the character status represented by the data are very visible. I didn't pay attention to it because I was looking for the path, but suddenly I saw a negative status on the status bar, which is a debuff. Blindness. Dark zone. Environmental rules limit abnormal condition. Vision 50, attack 90, dodge 50. Negative abnormal condition caused by staying in a special dark zone cannot be removed. Ashura and Mechanic are immune to this limiting effect, and Devil May Cry, Qigong Master, and Mage are exempt from it by 50%. If you have your own light source, you can ignore this abnormal state. It has its own light source. Gao Qian looked at the Holy Cross behind him and the Holy Spirit hammer in his hand. Is this considered a source of light? Answer: it is not a source of light. However, the flash produced by the Holy Spirit hammer can be considered an artificial light source, but its duration is too short and it has no effect. Uncle Aanzo, can your sword energy glow? Gao Qian looked at Aanzo. Unfortunately, no. Aanzo shook his head and swung his sword, sending out a light pink-purple sword energy. While the Holy Spirit hammer's flash could instantly illuminate the entire space, the sword energy's light could only show its shape and position. By the way, adventurer, please create more flashes. I seem to see something strange. Aanzo suddenly sensed something through the sword energy. Good. Gao Qian slammed the Holy Spirit hammer onto the ground, and a golden flash of light erupted, illuminating the surrounding area. A lamppost without fluorite, white coral, a platform of seaweed, a square hanging box, a strange handle. That's all. The scene, illuminated by a flash of light, flashed through Aanzo's mind, and he clearly registered something else. The handle of some mechanism. Here. Following his memory, Aanzo found a handle. He crouched down and reached out to feel it. Soon, he found the handle and turned it the other way. Click dot. There was the sound of a mechanism locking, followed by the clicking of mechanical gears and the friction of rotation. The cracking sound of metal colliding as the iron chain was transmitted. Something was falling. Gao Qian and Aanzo felt that something attached to the iron chain was falling. The magic candle on the Ascension Dragon candlestick automatically lit up. The blindness disappeared. When the candle lit up, Gao Qian also found that the environmental blindness effect on the status bar had disappeared. If there was an underground city here, turning on the light was very important, Gao Qian thought. Speaking of underground cities, Grand Forest had to build one. I wonder what happened to those who came later. Most new adventurers in the Great Forest stopped by Frost Crutch or Flame Bashuno. Even if they passed by the Sisters of Ice and Fire, they were most often stopped by the Zombie King in the Thunder Ruins of the Dead. With Frostbone Prison Breath and ranged attacks, it's harder to defeat him in the dungeon than in the wild. In the wild, you can call for help, and if you can't defeat them, you can run away. In the dungeon, there are only 4 of you, and if you can't defeat them, your only option is to log out. Who turned on the light? Someone is coming. Gao Qian and Aanzo looked at each other and hit at the same time. Who turned on the switch? A goblin with purple skin and night vision goggles appeared in front of the knob that Aanzo had just turned. It was a goblin. Aanzo had seen a goblin for the first time in the Sky City. Cag night vision goggles. A mutant goblin who lives in a dark corridor, unlike Cag and Cag Bomb, hates bright light. However, under the sight of night vision goggles, the light that normal people consider ideal is blinding to Cag, who uses night vision goggles. It only attacks in the dark, moves at medium speed, and will not attack when the lights are on, but will actively close the candle mechanism. I remember the switch was off. Maybe the expeller turned it on? Cag muttered under his breath. Under the light, he could only see a white outline in his night vision goggles. Displacers don't care whether it's light or dark. They don't care. Although they look like humanoid armor, the body of a displacer is essentially this shell, so they don't have organs like eyes. The displacers use magic to sense and scan for information from the outside world, and they don't need light as a means of visual perception. Let's catch it first and see if we can get anything out of it. In the game, you don't have to speak to communicate, you can use subtitles. At this moment, a white dialogue box appeared above Gao Qian's head, containing exactly what he had just said. The white dialogue box can only be seen by teammates or those in the same city, while the red dialogue box with the explosion special effect is visible to everyone. Oh, no problem. Aanzo had never used this method of communication before, but it was also a systemic ability of adventurers, i.e., players. As a local character, Aanzo had naturally never encountered this before. As a sword spirit and a two-handed sword style user, Aanzo can gather monsters but does not have a strong control effect. So the control method is still developed by Gao Qian, who holds a red talisman in one hand. Suppression. Talisman. After use, Guai a suppression field that reduces attack speed, movement speed, jump power, attack damage, and stamina of enemies inside the talisman. Targets directly affected by the talisman are disarmed and unable to attack or use skills. TP boost. When using the talisman, it binds and suppresses all enemy targets inside the talisman. The other hand was ready to grasp the golden spear. Victory spear. Concentrates holy light, creating a victory spear. Targets pierced by the spear are chained to the point of impact. The spear's attack speed increases based on the charge time, and the piercing damage and oppression duration increase. Holy Spirit Hammer activates the second charge phase, further increasing control. Victory Spear breaks after the oppression ends, dealing damage. TP Upgrade increases the spear's piercing range and extends its duration. I attack first. Aanzo suddenly typed a line of subtitles, and Gao Qian had no choice but to use all his skills first. Ha! Aanzo used the Phantom Sword technique, and a faint golden light of dominance emanated from his body. The huge Ronin sword in his hand swung, creating a whirlwind that sucked in Kaga, who was about to turn off the light in his night vision goggles. The forced use of Slashing Wave left a white afterglow. Aanzo raised the Ronin sword in his hand, causing a bright wave of light to appear. Cag, the wielder of the night vision goggles, who was struck by the Rupture Wave Strike sword, involuntarily rose from the ground. And then Aanzo lowered the sword in his hand, and the same wave of sword light pierced Cag's body. As the swordlight wave exploded and shattered, a circle of restraining spirals formed, continuing to choke Kag in the restraining field. Gao Chen remained silent. When Kag, with night vision goggles, was hit by the bursting wave strike, he dispersed the victory spear in his hand. A Ganzo was a sword spirit, and the ripping wave strike dealt almost no damage. After all, he wasn't Sealan, so he had nothing to do, and he honed the ripping wave strike to a level higher than Gizzard. However, Gao Chen still threw out the suppressive talisman and successfully captured Kag's night vision goggles. Wave strike. Use wave strike to capture the target, then press the force of the burst wave onto it to create a restrictive field. The wave spiral inside the boundary field deals 3 damage, and the final explosion knocks back all nearby targets. Ashura supplement. Using wave strike creates a wave engraving. TP upgrade. Increases the number of wave spiral damage attacks by 3 times. I ask, you answer, understand. Gao Qian stared at Kaga with night vision goggles, who was pinned to the ground by the suppression talisman and unable to move. I don't think you want to constantly experience this kind of pain. Well, what do you want to know? Cowardice and betrayal are common among goblins. In any case, it wasn't General Kag in the Hanging City, so let him betray. Besides, our Sky City and the mainlanders could hardly be considered allies now. Kag with the night vision goggles thought so. Maybe he could feel more at ease. Do you know if anything special has happened in Sky City recently? Or if anything unusual has appeared? After breaking the Golden Stone Giant, he accidentally discovered a grey crystal. After finding Sosia, the owner of the Moonlight Inn, and asking her to cleanse the crystal, he discovered that there was a certain black energy in the Sky City. This energy has a high induction and can provoke aggressive tendencies and madness in living beings, including the elements. Strange things, Kag recalled for a while with the night vision goggles, and finally hesitantly uttered some strange words that he remembered. It's been a long time since. I heard that some vagabonds inexplicably wake up from hibernation and wander around the Sky City like people overcome by mania. However, the vagabonds are magical creatures and cannot suffer from human diseases. These crazy magical creatures seem to have some similarities with the mutations in the Grand Forest. Goblins, such as Thunder Akino and Icefire Goblin, who have fully completed the mutation process, are no longer ordinary life forms, but magical elemental mutants. Their nature is essentially no different from that of elemental spirits. We can't get any precise information from him, so we'll have to keep moving anyway. Although Kag with the night vision goggles told us everything he knew, due to differences in values and goals, his intellect couldn't meet the information needs of the people. Okay. The overwhelming talisman dissipated, and Kag, with his night vision goggles, found his freedom. He flexed his aching limbs for a moment. It's you, the guy with the cross on his back. You seem to have the aura of our goblin totem. I think I can trust you. Kag removed the night vision goggles from his head. I have something more important to tell you. Can we trust this old man with the weathered face? Kag took off his night vision goggles and looked at Aanzo. Uncle Aanzo is one of the 4 famous swordmasters on the continent. He can be trusted. I have never heard of the 4 swordmasters. Forget it, since you said you could trust him. Kag took apart his night vision device and pulled out a drawing that looked like a spectral analysis. What I'm about to tell you should be useful to you. The spectrum analysis diagram showed several different data, but those who did not understand it would not understand. Some time ago, when I modified my night vision goggles, I secretly went to the City Lord's palace above the Dark Corridor. The Dark Corridor is where we are now. Don't you think it's especially dark here without candles? Kag answered Gao Chen's question about the Dark Corridor. And don't interrupt me. Ask me later if you have any questions. The City Lord's palace is the residence of our Legion commander, Lord Sagat. From there, one can directly observe the huge magic circle supporting the Sky Sea and the Dragon Isolation magic circle set up by His Majesty the Tyrannosaurus King to seal the entrance to the Dragon Kingdom. That day, Sagat was sleeping. I passed through the City Lord's palace and entered the Great Magic Circle. Through my modified night vision goggles, I saw a dark, special light penetrate the super magic circle and rush towards the Sky City. From that moment on, banishers who seemed to be suffering from mania, dragons that inexplicably attacked other targets, and other Kagas began to appear. And now, this special black light has probably completely filled the City Lord's palace. Lord Seghart might also be affected. Letting go of the night vision goggles, Kag, Gao Qian, and Aanzo temporarily stopped. Black light, grey crystals, black aura, nightmares, maniacal life. What is the connection between them? Gao Qian thought. The internal beta didn't include plots after the industrial base, so all the Black Nightmare plots were based on the influence of the Apostles. In his previous life, before the Great Shift, there were no Black Nightmares. There wasn't even Antong, so where would Master Lu's concentration plan come from? If you look at it this way, the black light and the black aura in the grey crystals are the same thing. Any living being that is corroded and enveloped by this black aura will fall into a nightmare and, upon awakening, will fall into a manic state. Moreover, this aura will make the living being aggressive. Aanzo's past experience made him very perceptive, and he immediately guessed the key point. The black breath that plunges life into nightmare. A black nightmare? The name Black Nightmare is apt, since it directly reflects its effect. Therefore, we call this black aura Black Nightmare. The two of them called the black aura that caused a series of changes the Black Nightmare. But now they had to decide whether to continue moving forward. How should I continue moving forward? Just now, the goblin with night vision goggles told me that the City Lord's palace was full of black nightmares. I think we need to gather more people. But since we're here, let's find out how serious the problem with the dark corridor is and clear the passage. They decided to break through the dark corridor and hit the road again. Gao Qian found that the magic-destroying talisman effectively illuminated the surroundings, making it much easier to find the switch for the candlestick. Furthermore, the night vision goggles he encountered earlier seemed to have distracted all the other Kags, so the goblins couldn't disturb them. If the structure of the environment allowed it, these sleeping displacers could be bypassed. Even if they could not be bypassed, it would not take long. Under Aanzo's powerful attack, the displacers blocking the way quickly turned into empty shells of armor lying on the ground. These destroyers are really resilient. Gao Qian couldn't help but sigh as he looked at the remains of these destroyers. Even if his helmet and head were to be torn off, or the armor on his arm or leg was to be shattered, he would still attack, be it with a sword, an axe, or even a shield, and strike several times. At the end of the dark corridor nearby is the portal of the City Lord's palace, but the 5 exiled statues standing in front of the magical gate exude a different aura. It seems to be a leader-level exile. Looking at the displacer guarded in the center, Aanzo felt an inexplicable impulse, as if WHAI, do I want to attack? No, kill everything in my path? In Aanzo's heart, an impulse called destruction was brewing. It was a feeling similar to the destructive impulse caused by the curse of the Phantom Hand that Luxie had always complained about to herself. That was when I first met her in Alphalia. She was in the midst of the curse. She lunged at me with 2 huge swords when we met, and I knocked her out with 1 sword. Aanzo brought Luxie, exiled from Alphalia by the Dark Elves because of her ghostly hands, to Hedenmar, the center of the Principality of Belmar. He found Gizar, the younger brother of the former high priest Shuzu, who was opening a hall for ghost swordsmen in the back of Hedenmar, and bought a set of evil sealing chains to lock away ghosts and gods. This solved the problem of Luxie's frequent rages. The leader of the Banishers? Gao Sen recalled something that was deeply ingrained in his memory. Although terms like the Puppet Hall in the Dragon Tower and the Dark Corridor were familiar to him, he still vaguely remembered places called Amon and Separota, Lord of the Exiles, Exiles, Sky, Exiles of the Sky. Sensing the approach of a living being, the last 5 night statues at the end of the Dark Corridor completed their dormant program and began to activate. As the surface of the statue vibrated slightly and quickly, the outer stone layer turned to powder and fell away, revealing a silvery white armored body inside. The upgraded version of the Skyguard has stronger defense and attack than the Exterminator, but it can also cause some structures to collapse and break if hit too many times. After the heavenly guardians guarding the 4 cardinal directions awoke from their slumber, the stone camouflage on the surface of the knight statue in the center finally fell off completely, revealing the unique jade-colored warm armor inside. Although Luxie escaped to Belmar alone, she was still banished. Though the Dark Elves were masters of assassination, theft, and the study of the undead, ghosts and gods held no interest for them. The invaders. The fully reborn Skybreaker stretched to relax his limbs, heavy with petrification. The red light under the eye slits on his helmet, which symbolized a state of rest, completely changed to blue, symbolizing an active state. His warm jade-colored armor gradually began to emit a faint white light, and the dragon patterns on his armor became more realistic. Many years have passed, and no one has been able to enter here. Are Lucas and Douglas thinking of leaving? Although the special effects and style were much more impressive and high-class than those of the Destroyer, the Sky Destroyer still has the same emotionless, cold voice. And unlike the Destroyer's metallic tone, his voice was even more ruthless and eerie. It seems we have found the real culprit. What do we do next? Should we simply destroy this Sky Destroyer or go back and call for help? If we leave now, I'm afraid the man in front of us will be displeased, Aanzo said calmly, looking at the Sky Destroyer who had already finished his preparations. Invaders, sooner or later, you will die here. The Sky Destroyer drew his lightsaber from beneath the shield on his left arm and pointed it at the 2 people in front of him. Destroyer, attack! Oh, it looks like there are only 5 of you in the Destroyer group now. It would be perfect for them to form a team and play a match, but there are only 2 on the opposite side, so they can't start the game. Click, click, click. The knight's armored boots clicked as they stepped on the floor. At the command of the Skyfighter, the dormant fighters in the other areas came to life and moved toward the magic door at the end of the dark corridor. Let's finish this quickly. Aanzo placed the Ronin's long sword on his waist, bent slightly, and made a gesture as if drawing the sword. The ultimate weapon destroyer. Aanzo caused the energy in his body to flow through the Ronin sword in his hand along a unique route, and a layer of faint golden glow appeared on the blade of the sword. Sword strike. Even with Ronin's huge sword, the moment Aanzo drew his blade was not visible due to the incredibly high speed of the swing. All that was left of the super-fast blade cutting through the air was a distorted arc of light. However, due to the weight of the giant sword, Aanzo was unable to return Ronin to his belt after the blow. Instead, he swung the sword with one hand and froze for a few seconds. Let's go back first. Pausing for a moment to relieve the strain on his arms after swinging his sword quickly, Aanzo immediately threw Ronin's sword over his back and turned to leave. This is consistent with the damage the Swordmaster had inflicted in the Sky City area. Looking at the first 4 upgraded versions of the Destroyer and the upgraded version of the Sky Destroyer with the Lord template in sight, their health bars were completely depleted by Aanzo's sword strike. Remembering that during internal testing, Aanzo and Barn only did double or triple digit damage in the Sky City main mission story dungeon in the story test, and then looking at the actual damage that exceeded 1 million, one can conclude that the planner really cheated. The Iron Wolf Knights are officially stationed on the west coast of NU, a black nightmare. Barn unconsciously touched the special ring in his pocket. It was a magic container that he had specially created in the Imperial Magic Laboratory. It could absorb and hold the new special energy generated by the transfer phenomenon. In essence, it was the energy of the demon world that did not exist on the continent of Arad. Barna's special ring already had one filled with energy. This ring was used during the previous transfer experiment to absorb the demonic world energy generated by the appearance of the 3-headed hell dog due to the transfer. This ominous aura, that is, the Black Nightmare, has been destroying the Heavenly City for a long time. Barn was thinking about the operation plan. He took out a simplified diagram of the Sky City that had been preserved on the west coast. Because it was a simplified version, the arrangement of the mechanisms and moving magic platforms of the Sky City were not marked. However, After the disappearance or death of the Tyrannosaurus King Bakar, the magical power of the Sky City was greatly weakened, and now these mechanisms and magical platforms could hardly be activated, which had no significant effect. The simplified version also has its advantages. The routes marked on this map are the shortest routes to important highways, which can save a lot of time. According to our investigation, the Black Nightmare may have completely enveloped the Dark Corridor and the City Lord's palace. Therefore, the outcome of this war will depend on the adventurer, myself, and the assault team, consisting of Aanzo, Silan, and Buwan. The combination of the 4 sword masters and a strange adventurer whose strength is unknown, the power of this team is truly extraordinary. Highborn Kruger, the deputy leader of the Iron Wolf Knights, was pondering something, but he still needed to ask clearly if something was wrong. What is our Knightly Order's battle plan this time? Barn looked at Hyde with a strange expression, and Hyde couldn't help but wonder if he knew something. Deputy Commander, haven't you always drawn up battle plans for our knights? Barn thought it was right to accept Hyde Bernkrug, the unruly warden who was also a prison guard, into the knights. By promoting Hyde to second in command, he could become a hands-off boss without too much fuss. Asking me to make decisions on such an important group operation was too much. Hyde didn't want to be in charge, but there were too many outsiders in this group operation, and the leader often left the night team to act alone without permission. Hyde also said that he was very tired. Barn hesitated in his chair. Okay, the only thing we need to pay attention to in this battle plan is not to activate the magical mechanisms. Also, we can't go through the Stone Giant's tower to the area above the Dark Corridor, and we're not allowed to go there. I don't want my dear knights to die in vain. You talk as if you care so much about the knights. You are such a careless boss. Hyde really wanted to beat up this rascally speaking leader of the scoundrels, if only he could defeat him. Then I will go down and organize the fighting. Well, call the lancers and the garrison as well. Since this is a general attack, let's mobilize all our forces. Barn stood up and put on his cloak. Although it won't make a big difference, with such a good opportunity, it is quite possible to completely capture the Sky City. Dragon men and puppeteers, capture as many living targets as possible. As for the Stone Giants, destroy all you find. Total occupation? Hyde considered the possibility of success. Then the Destroyer Corps and the Lord of the City of Light, Sagarth, would have to be destroyed. West Coast, Mages Guild Black Nightmare? Sharan, the president of the Mages Guild, studied the information provided by Aanzo. If this aura really permeates the Celestial City, and if the Lord of the City of Light is also affected by it, then the West Coast will be in danger. It seems that the exact status of the Lord of the City of Light needs to be confirmed. However, if we don't want to worry, we'll have to destroy it. Prophet Alice actually knew about the true demonic nature of that black aura. However, Eld did not tell Alice that this aura was created by the 9th apostle, the creator, Luke. After Luke created the Black Nightmare, he passed through the Silent City and the interdimensional rift into the heavens of the planet Arad. However, since the 7th apostle, Flame Eater Antun, was transported to the heavens under the influence of his power, the Black Nightmare was banished to the lower world, the continent of Arad. How is the recruitment going? At this time, Aanzo and Gao Qian entered the Mages Guild. The West Coast was actually quite far from Hartenmar, and even farther from the Stone Snow region and Weizhou. If it weren't for the sudden appearance of the Delos Empire, Barn would have had even less chance of reaching the West Coast in such a short time. Therefore, all work to gather people is being done by the Magic Guild, whether it is notification or transmission. Bwanga, the Bantu chieftain of the Stone Snow region, and Silan, the great swordsman of Shuzu, have expressed their willingness to participate in the operation and are already heading through the teleportation network. At Sharon's signal, the mage in charge of gathering the personnel stood up and reported on the progress of the operation. And the Guardian of Hedenmar had arrived as well. The Guardian of Hedenmar, Aanzo, was very happy to hear this news. Will Master Gizzard come too? Although Aanzo is said to be the disciple of the sword god Sodros, Gizzard can be said to be the common teacher of all the ghost swordsmen, so it is natural that Aanzo calls Gizzard a teacher. Soon, 3 important figures in different costumes teleported from the Magic Guild's teleportation network. The first to appear was a tall, powerful and muscular man. He was dressed in waterproof clothing made from the skin of a snow goblin, which can only be found in the polar regions. He was adorned with black wolves, symbolizing bravery and valor. He had 2 feathers on his head, a totem pole in his hand, and a leaf of an unknown plant in his mouth. The second was a very young man in a dark brown windbreaker that exposed his right shoulder. He held a wooden sword in a sheath and a blue and white porcelain bottle of wine with a narrow neck. The latter had a bandage on his face and a dark brown cloak with a red lining. He had 3 swords on his back and a crescent-shaped dagger in his hand. Bwanga, Silan, and Master Jisade Aanzo announced the identities of the 3 people standing before him. His Excellency, Priest Jisade Bwanga, is the patriarch of a small tribe. Being a man of high standing, he can only address Jisade as Your Excellency due to etiquette and racial issues. Silan and Jisade are from Zuzu, and Jisade's brother Jige is a former high priest of Zuzu. Because of this relationship, Jisade is also considered a priest in Zuzu. Jisade is the eldest, so he knows some of the past. Jisade had met Bakar once before the Tyrannosaurus King. Bakar had finally sealed off the Sky City. Seghat, the Lord of the City of Light, was an immortal magical life form. As soon as Jisade arrived, he pointed out an important point that everyone had previously ignored or misunderstood. I have never heard of the Lord of the City of Light, Seghat, possessing such abilities. Although Aanzo had been wandering the continent for many years, due to his age, the Sky City was closed by Bakar's magic before he could train on his own. You did not see Bakar until the Sky City was closed. Well, maybe the father of a dark elf named Kakun knows. Jisade met Bakar. Although Bakar was extremely unkind to humans in the heavens because of the prophecy in the Book of Genesis of Terror, he did not react to the elves and dark elves on the continent of Arad, the world below. The appearance of the Suzu people was very different from the people in heaven, so Bakar simply considered them to be other races. And since the Suzu people believed in dragons, from a certain point of view, Bakar did not hate them. Is there something wrong with Kakuna's father, Karas? Kakun was a notorious problem child in the Dark City, so when Sharan came to found the Mages Guild in the Human Kingdom, she took Kakun with her. However, the Mages Guild had only just been founded at that time, and relations between humans and dark elves were tense, so Sharan was rushing between Belmar and Vanes, fussing here and there, and was at a loss for a long time. It was during this period that the mechanical war broke out in heaven. By the time the Mages Guild had gained power, the war in heaven had ended. It is unknown whether Bakar had disappeared or been destroyed, and Kakun's father died shortly thereafter. Therefore, Sharan did not know the specific events of that period. It seems to be the name of Karas Kakun's father. In fact, Jisade did not know the name of Kakun's father. The customs and habits of the Dark Elves are unimaginable to humans. Most Dark Elves prefer to live underground, with the exception of Emperor Borodin. This Emperor of the Dark Elves not only prefers to live on the surface, but also wishes to remain there forever. Unfortunately, an unexplained disaster caused the kingdom of Borodino to disappear overnight. Perhaps due to the blood curse of the Paris Empire, a combination of teleportation phenomena and spatial rifts, the entire kingdom of Borodino was buried deep underground. However, as the population increases, strange people will appear, and as the Dark Elves increase, Black Elves will appear who do not fit in. Karas is a design engineer from Magadha. Unlike other Dark Elves, he is active and cheerful, and enjoys flying in the skies on his Magadha. What surprised Bakar even more was that his creations and magic were blocked by the great magic circle that supported the heavenly sea, while the Dark Elf's Magadha could directly pass through the great magic circle and the heavenly sea and appear in the heavens. After learning of the existence of the underworld from Karas, Bakar and Karas, along with another Dark Elf master, Kalua, jointly created the Sky City and the Sky Legion. This is why the Sky City can pass through the Great Magic Circle, connecting Arad with Bakar's Dragon Kingdom. This is why the bouncer's design is identical to the armor of the Knights of the Kingdom of Borodin. The Lord of the City of Light, Sagat, was created by Karas and the Tyrannosaurus King Bakar. Sagat's existence is inextricably linked to the Sky City. Until the Sky City is destroyed, only the order of the Tyrannosaurus King Bakar can stop his deeds. So, what were the last words or last orders of the Tyrannosaurus Apostle King Bakar? What was the last order that Sagat received? This question is very important because it is related to Sagat's final treatment of the body. The final order Sagat received was to stop all mainlanders passing through the Sky City before anyone or anything happened. In fact, even if Sagat hadn't stopped them, the continent's residents wouldn't have been able to pass through the dragon's magic circle at the top of the Sky City. Therefore, all the actions of Sagat and the Heavenly Legion that he commanded were more like training or selection of soldiers, like selection of adventurers who could go further and become stronger. The Tyrannosaurus King Bakar was defeated in the Dragon War in the Demon Realm and escaped the Demon Realm through the Silent City, ending up in the celestial realm of the world of Arad. However, the Silent City was not something that anyone could use. While Bakar threatened to use Luke used it himself. The creation of the Silent City was Luke's opportunity to reclaim his power. Luke knew that Eld had no good intentions. Bakar sealed the dimensional rift opened by the Silent City to Arad, but since it had already been opened by the Silent City, it would not close again. Although the portals to the Heavenly Realm and the Demon Realm were closed, the Silent City still stood between the Demon Realm and the world of Arad. Due to the rift of the Silent City, even the Demon Realm temporarily stopped moving around the universe and remained near Arad. Luke continued to spread the Black Nightmare to Arad through the Silent City, gradually realizing his plan for resurrection. After Bakar escaped to the heavens, he was naturally outraged by his failure. At that time, magic still circulated in the heavens, but it was impossible to defeat Eld by relying on magic, since Eld was, in a sense, the embodiment of the source of magic. This was also the reason why Bakar was surprised by the existence of the Great Magic Circle, because judging by the power and capabilities of the Great Magic Circle, the one who created it was as powerful as Eld himself. In the heavens, Bakar imposed a ban on all magic, sealed and destroyed all knowledge and books related to magic, and at the same time secretly allowed some Celestials with outstanding talents to develop mechanical technology, including Gybog's plan, which was most likely to successfully defeat him. However, Gybog's plan was successfully implemented under the guidance and support of Eld. One of her incarnations became the 7 mechanical war gods and participated in the development and implementation of Gybog's plan. Gybog's design was combined with many magical skills from the demon world. One of the mechanical war gods, Taneba, accidentally revealed the true identity of the mechanical war god incarnated by Eld. After an unexpected secret meeting with Bakar, Taneba betrayed the 7 mechanical war gods. All of the mechanical war gods, except Curio, were killed by Bakar. But even Curio was killed by Bakar after he transported the damaged Gybog to another dimension, leaving behind information on mechanical technology. Despite Bakar being in front and Antoon being behind, Luke's plan was gradually and smoothly being implemented. With Bakar gone, the isolating magic circle he had created was gradually weakening. The Black Nightmare spread across the demon world through the Silent City, and under the pressure of Antoon's powerful magic field, it passed through the Heavenly Sea, penetrated the large magic circle, and enveloped the sky of the Arad continent. The letters from Karas and Bakar may have mentioned Bakar's agreements with Sagat, said Jizar, sharing his knowledge of the secrets of the past. Cocoon may still have his father's things. I'll go find Cocoon. President Sharan, being a dark elf, is quite suitable to ask Kakun for his father's relics. If the man is allowed to leave, who knows what kind of trouble could happen. Hey, everyone is here. At this time, Barn entered the Mages Guild. And Mr. Gizzard. Barn. Silan, Buanga, Aanzo and Barn are very familiar with each other, and the relationship between the 4 swordmasters is quite good. So it's you, young man. Although Gizzard was not involved in the incident at the Cave of Lamentations, as the patron saint of Belmar, he should have also known about this action that affected all the powers. Although being an apostle is a big burden, do not overdo it. Excessive desire for power can sometimes lead to obstacles. This old man doesn't know anything, does he? Well, is everyone here? Gao Qian, who had been silent all this time, asked. Well, it seems you can't wait any longer. Aanzo suddenly laughed. Then let our 4 swordmasters and adventurers lead you. Guildmaster Sharan and I will follow you soon. Entrance to the Sky Castle. At this time, all the members of the Iron Wolf Order have gathered here. Regardless of whether they are official knights or reserve knights, they have gathered in this harbour. Our mission is to clear the Dragon Tower, Puppeteer's Gate, and Stone Giant's Tower of all hostile monsters and remaining magical devices. Hyde assigned tasks and precautions to the knights and garrison. If the dragons and puppeteers surrender, tie them up. And don't forget to install the magic blockers issued by the Alchemist Guild to prevent magical creatures from causing trouble. Deputy Captain, won't the captain participate in this operation? Several reserve knights asked. Almost all of these reserve knights were girls. They seemed young and strong. Barn, handsome and stylish, had many little admirers. Although Barn talked about his fiancée Emily all day long, it could not stop these little admirers from joining his crew. Captain. Hyde was in a bad mood when he mentioned Barn. Our captain and the other 3 swordmasters are responsible for the attack on the highest level of the Sky City and will not join us. Let's go. We can't let the assault team waste energy on the lower level. After the Iron Wolf Knights and the Imperial Garrison entered the Sky City, Gao Qian and the 4 Saint Swords finally arrived at the Sky City. For the first time, I think you should become a general, Aanzo said to Banu after hearing the sounds of battle in the Sky City. If you want to protect what you value, sometimes being alone is not enough. Although Buwanga also hated the Empire, he was the patriarch of the entire Polar tribe and understood the importance of having your own strength. But you also must not neglect your training. Although Zilan is also one of the strongest people in Shuzu, there are many who are stronger than him, such as the great priest Jiga, who died on the surface but became a powerful king of ghosts and gods. Jiga's younger brother, the priest Jisade, known as the Great Dark Indra, the Hell Monk Moen from Anti-Demon Squad, Shuzu, the mysterious dragon mage of the Dragon Sect, the former King Sunan and Princess Akatal of the royal family, Shuzu. This is the world of Arad, where magic, ghosts, spirits, apostles, and even gods live. The limits of their power are beyond the imagination of ordinary people. The aftermath of the battle could wipe out all the apostles on the planet. And the worst thing is that there is more than one such creature. My knights aren't so bad after all. In a short time, the path was cleared along the shortest route laid out on the map of the western coast. Now the Imperial Army uses it as a base, slowly but carefully absorbing the entire lower and middle parts of the Sky City. The Dark Corridor has also been cleared by me and the adventurers. Now all the magic candles in the Dark Corridor have lit up. Hyde, the second in command of the Iron Wolf Knights, leads the elite knights to guard the remaining goblin CAG. Your second in command is quite good. Aanzo looked at Hyde, who had the same style and manner as him. He is quite capable. Hyde is older than Barn, but younger than Aanzo and Bawanga. He is even younger than Silan, who appears young but actually appears younger due to the power of time and space. After joining the Knights of the Iron Wolf, Hyde accepted the power of the magical spear and demonstrated an incredible ability to adapt and evolve. Now he has surpassed many of his peers and earned the title of Peerless Soul. Of course, compared to the 4 swordmasters who write their works and the 4 handsome male stars who read their works as sword gods, they are still far behind. Okay, you won't be able to participate in the next operation. Although the magical power of the Sky City has been greatly weakened after Bakar's disappearance, and Lord Sagart's power in the City of Light is now only 1/10 of what it used to be, it's still not easy for ordinary soldiers to deal with it. Barn ordered Hyde to return to the Stone Giant's Tower to protect the reserve knights and show the way to Lord Jizar and President Sharan, who were scheduled to arrive later. After Hyde returned to the stone giant tower with the elite knights, Gao Qian, Aanzo, Silan, Ban, and Buanga pushed the last door in front of them. The top floor of the Heavenly City, the central control room, the large observation deck of the Magic Circle, the Dragon Kingdom's Magic Transmission Room, the City Lord's Palace. In the City Lord's Palace, on the topmost floor of the entire vast Heavenly City, there was actually only Segart. The five pushed the door and entered the palace of the city's ruler. Before them was a spacious hall, in the center of which stood a golden statue. No, it was not a statue, it was armor. Combat boots, greaves, breastplate, helmet, and braces were placed on top of each other, supporting each other. From a distance, it looked like a strange statue. As the five people gradually entered, blue-white light began to emanate from their armor. The entire hall seemed to tremble, and electric arcs emanated from the dragon patterns on the walls and ceiling, illuminating the entire space with white light. The golden armor rose up, straightened out, and took the shape of a man. Countless flashes of electricity and light fragments gathered in the armor from all sides. This view is much more impressive than in the game. Gao Qian couldn't help but lament as he looked at the golden armor in front of him, which seemed to have become the center of the world. Lightning and light fragments continued to gather. In the spaces between the armored figures, one could see the magical elements of light condensing, forming human limbs and bodies. Finally, in the center of the city ruler's palace, a white humanoid creature in golden armor, constantly flashing with lightning, appeared in a truly authentic pose. I am the commander of the Heavenly Legion, the guardian of the Heavenly City, and the ruler of the City of Light, Segart. The white figure introduced itself with a dispassionate electronic voice and simultaneously announced its arrival. By order of my master, Lord Tyrannosaurus King Bakar, you aliens will eventually die under the light of this sky, and all that will remain of you is your pitiful courage, which perhaps deserves praise. For the first time, I learned that the Lord of Light in the Celestial City is a subordinate of the Tyrannosaurus King. The Celestial City was originally located in the Pharaoh Bay area of the Delos Empire and was later moved to the west coast. Barn had long heard of the Lord of Light but had never seen him, so naturally he had no idea of his true identity. The feeling of the Black Nightmare is very strong. It seems that Segart will most likely suffer. The Black Nightmare is used by Luke to gather light, and Segart is a pure light life form, so it's only natural that he would definitely suffer. It looks like we'll have to act quickly. Otherwise, if the palace is destroyed, the magic circles might become useless. It would be a pity. The magical teleportation system in the city ruler's palace. The most likely destination for the teleportation is naturally the Dragon Kingdom. In this case, we can only use the Storm Style. Extreme Style, Ghost Sword Storm Art, is an awakened level skill that can only be mastered after the Sword Soul awakens to the Sword Saint. There is a saying that describes it as, when the light spreads, all you see is a silvery white blade. This is the domain of the sword, and also the hell of death. Use the Storm Style. Silan looked at the surrounding walls. The magical light on them had faded. If you don't want to experience falling into deep space, you'd better think of another way. Following Silan's gaze, everyone also noticed that the magical light on the wall had faded. After all, this was the central control room. If a chain reaction had occurred after its destruction, it would have been too dangerous. While this group of people might not have died from falling from such a height, they would certainly have been seriously injured. However, the soldiers below were definitely dead, so it seemed that it was impossible to use powerful destructive skills. Outsider. Feeling neglected, Segart decided that he should prove himself. Now it was time to challenge the Lord Boss. He was not a Carlin, and his title of boss was written with a capital letter. Segart raised his hand, and after a brief accumulation of light energy, a laser almost 1 meter in diameter burst out, instantly illuminating the 4 people in front of him who were talking to themselves. Why 4 people? Because Gao Qian had updated his skill tree before arriving and now had a support build. He cast a series of empowering revelation spells on each of the four swordmasters, Aanzo, Bana, and the others, including Weapon Blessing, Angel Blessing, Light's Vengeance, Honor's Blessing, and Heaven's Harmony. As for the Guardian badge, considering his current frail physique and the City of Light Lord's explosive damage, he left it alone. Finally, out of concern for the elderly, he gave Selan the Guardian of the Holy Light in an eggshell. As for the half-boost and half-control skills like Pure White Blade and Holy Light Cross, seeing how impressive Sagat's entry effects were, he knew that he couldn't afford to interfere with their operation. He decided to ignore them and just stay away, admiring the murals. Sagat uses Light Shock, which is often called a laser gun by onlookers. Light Pulse, Laser, Light Shock is Sagat's longest-range skill. At its maximum power, it can strike from the peaks of the Sky City to the ground of the Arad continent. However, its magic power is clearly insufficient now, and it can only cover the entire territory of the City Lord Palace. The width of the City Lord's Palace, excluding the outer plank road and including only the inner hall, is hundreds of meters. However, this attack was clearly useless. Zilan had already dashed to the other side while Sagat was gathering energy. Aanzo and Bana's critical block caused a powerful explosion of sword energy that destroyed the light flow. Due to Bwanga's positioning problems, although he did not enter a combat state, the scattered photon energy hit his body. But there was no reaction. It seems the city leader does not want us to discuss the matter quietly here. However, Sagat will not allow you to discuss how to destroy him without causing serious damage. It would be too shameful to suffer such a defeat. Swordsman? Although Sagat did not participate in the mechanical war in the sky, he also fought many powerful human adventurers while in the Sky City. As a body of light energy, he can directly transform his hands into sharp blades. However, having learned swordsmanship from these swordsmen, he used photons to create a sword of light for himself, the Winged Shadow Light. Sagat landed on the platform and extended his right hand, palm down. What is the Lord of the Light City doing? Seeing Sagat acting strangely, the four swordmasters did not attack. Fly to the light under the shadow of heaven. This is a voiceover coming from nowhere. However, as soon as those words fell, a beam of extremely bright and shining light appeared under Sagat's palm, and then the light instantly expanded, forming a huge sword that constantly flashed with electric light. It turns out that the Lord of the City of Light is also a swordsman. As per professional habit, Aanzo and his group of four swordmasters now want to exchange sword skills with Sagat. I will go first. Selan threw the bottle he was holding to the other three and then used the three-step flash step technique to rush towards Sagat. Take it. Sagat was not surprised that a man could glide and run so far without moving. He had seen it many times before. Seeing Selan rushing towards him, he swung his sword and cut him down without saying a word. Ding and Z. The final blow of Selan's three-part slash collided with Sagat's downward slash, causing a strong vibration and a surge of electricity. He was still under tension. Selan felt the electricity flow through his sword and into his body, causing some of the numbness to leave him. Come again. Although Sagat used a lightsaber, his sword movements were as powerful as a giant sword. Combined with Sagat's unusually huge body, the feeling of oppression was especially strong. A contest of strength? I'm not bad either. Selan, who is a master of the katana, is not naturally like Aanzo and Bwanga, who win with strength. However, as a sword soul who has surpassed the limit, and a sword saint who has surpassed the limit, he is naturally not weaker than members of races with a natural advantage in strength. Perhaps because of the phantom arm, the strength of a phantom swordsman of any branch of the profession exceeds all expectations. Sagat's powerful downward strike was blocked by Selan's upward strike, and the two began to compete in pure, continuous strength. As Sagat's shadow light wing and Selan's sword clashed, powerful electrical currents and photons continued to erupt from the blades, spreading throughout the hall. Selan and Sagat found themselves in a stalemate. Although there were no swords or sabers to be seen for a while, the sword energy was so powerful that people were almost suffocated. Moreover, thanks to the electric current special effects created by Segat, the entire sky sparkled like lightning and thunder. Segat's attack is a bit strange. Gao Qian, who was hiding to the side, didn't know much about swordsmanship, so he naturally didn't pay attention to the two of them fighting in the middle of the hall, and instead discovered something unusual. Although the light blast emitted by Segat was torn apart by the sword energy vortex blocked by Aanzo and Ban, the photon energy did not disappear. Instead, it was absorbed by the dragon-shaped patterns on the wall. Now, the photon energy that continued to burst out from the wing shadow in Segat's hand was also continuously absorbed by the dragon-shaped patterns. The magic of the heavenly city, the immortal Segat. The feeling that Segat was the entire heavenly city should not be an illusion. The function of the dragon-shaped decoration. Gao Qian felt that he must have discovered something important. It was said before that the source of the heavenly city's magical power was Bakar himself, and perhaps he also had the ability to absorb natural magical factors on his own. However, the Sky City is connected to the Great Magic Circle, and this ability can be suppressed by the Great Magic Circle. In other words, after Bakar's disappearance, the Sky City's magic power has lost its most important source, and its concentration and magic quality are constantly decreasing. The most obvious manifestation is that the magical mechanisms under the puppet entrance on the lower level are almost all closed, and the broken puppet statues and the fire extinguisher fragments in the puppet entrance are not left unrepaired. But the magical power to repair them is insufficient. And Segat is not as strong as the legend says. Just look at the Guardian of the Holy Light status on Solan's body, and you will understand that Segat's attack power has decreased significantly. Arad's blocking skill does not have immunity to damage. Moreover, the energy blast emitted by Segat and the photon energy dissipated during the battle will be instantly restored by the Sky City itself. This shows that the Heavenly City's magical power is not satisfied, so it will lower its attack power and restore the used and consumed magical energy. It became clear why Segat used winged shadow light for close combat, rather than flying in the sky as described, and did not use lightning strikes, photon shock, photon pulse knife, and other large-scale attacks. Segat, who was connected to the Sky City, naturally knew about the state of the Sky City's magic reserve. It's not that Segat doesn't use large-scale energy attacks, but his magic reserves are insufficient for him to waste them like that. After telling Ban and Aanzo this guess, everyone was in a difficult situation. Segat's own defense is not weak, and normal attacks have no practical effect. Using powerful skills could cause irreparable damage to the Sky City. It looks like we'll just have to wait for Master Jasade and President Sharan. The Hanging City plot has been scrapped and moved to a later raid on Bakara. Apostle Antoon and Luke are ready for party characters, but the plot needs some adjustments. Bakara, Rhodus, and Dariga are easy to create, but Shylock is a problem. He never appears and serves only as a background. Now, we can only stall for time, holding on like this. Buwanga replaced Celan and fought Sigurd. Now the heavyweights entered the field, using bold and aggressive techniques. From the very beginning, the fight reached a strange stalemate. Our Buwangi player is different from the Celan player. He did not use the flexible and variable 3-section strike as his opening move, but instead used the Broken Army's Rising Dragon strike with the invincibility and clash enhancement effects. Our member Buwanga has quite a rich personality. In addition to being a member of the Star Group 4 Holy Swords, known to everyone on the mainland, he is also the chief of the Bantu tribe, a polar tribe living in the 10,000-year snow mountains. The Bantu tribe is not the name of any particular race, but a collective name for the Walker Wolf tribe, the Kunik Rabbit tribe, and the Tulsa Herder tribe of the northern polar regions. Bantu is the first chief of the Bantu tribe and its ancestor. He is the first polar hero to cross the Strood Mountains. He founded Snowtown in Amros in the Strood Mountains as Bantu territory, and helped time-traveling adventurers seal the ice dragon Skarsa in the 10,000-year snows. Buwanga is the current chieftain of the Bantu tribe. He is a master of blunt weapons and is known as a master of these weapons. His unique ability is to use the giant priest totem as a one-handed blunt weapon. In addition to swordsmanship, Buanga also practiced the unique totemic art of the Bantu tribe. After Shylock's death in the Cave of Lamentations, he fell under the curse of spirits and gods and gradually developed a chakra-like ability. Our other member is called Segheart. He is called the Lord of the City of Light, and in another world, he is also called the Lid of the Golden Coffin. Our Lord of the City of Light, Lord Segheart, is about 500 years old this year. He was born in the Dragon Kingdom of the Sky Realm and was created along with the city in the sky. At the moment of his birth, his name echoed throughout the city in the sky. Segheart, did you just ruin the scene? Our narrator has just returned from a voiceover in Azeroth and hasn't had time to adjust. Segheart hasn't left the Celestial City since he was born. Later, the Destroyer was transferred to the Sky City as his subordinate in the garrison. Then the Puppeteer, the Stone Giant, and finally the Dragon Man in the Crawling City. Segheart could not tell whether these dragon men had evolved or degenerated. However, his master, the Tyrannosaurus King Bakar, bore no resemblance to them, either in human or dragon form. If there was any resemblance, it was in the lizardmen and sub-dragons that served under Bakar's master. Both players are heavyweights, standing over 2 meters tall and weighing over 100 kilograms. Segheart's golden plate armor alone probably weighs over 100 kilograms. Time delay. Segheart is no fool, so he naturally guessed the intentions of the people in front of him, but he didn't care too much. He was not a human, and it could be said that he was not even an ordinary life form. As long as he was in the Sky City, his energy did not weaken. However, the overall magical energy reserves of the Sky City were greatly weakened and could no longer support intense combat. Segheart, of course, understood the nature of the Sky City, but he had no choice. It was not the source of magic, and there was no way to transform into it. It would have been better if the 3 dragons created by Lord Bakar were still there. However, according to his memories, the mad dragon Hess came to this world first. However, he was first defeated by a human general using both a giant sword and a battle axe in a place called Paris in the east. He then fled west and was killed by a man who controlled a mysterious and powerful phantom. After the evil dragon Spitz was transported to the kingdom of Borodin, founded by the dark elven emperor Borodin, he was never heard from again. Even when Borodin was mysteriously buried deep underground, he did not appear. As for the ice dragon Skarsa, he once appeared in the Great Snow Mountain in the north, but suddenly disappeared after Segheart sent a magical message. However, in the Struo Mountains, on the Great Snow Mountain, a human settlement and a huge magical seal appeared. Ah, what bad teammates. Segheart thought of the 3 dragons that had inexplicably disappeared and couldn't help but think, I don't know if hemp and wheat skins are used as oars or not. Are you so slow in preparing? Segheart wasn't a swordsman, he was just a magical guardian, and he wasn't particularly good at fencing. Having grasped the basic sword techniques of the Four Masters, he no longer wanted to waste energy like this. Without replenishing his original magical energy, his combat effectiveness became weaker and weaker, until finally all of the functions of the Heavenly City stopped or were completely destroyed. The old man should be here by now, Barnes said. Could it be that he took the wrong route? Didn't you ask your vice captain to meet Master Jasaid there? There are so many routes to the Sky Castle, who knows if you missed them? It's really possible. Master Gizar often does not follow the beaten path. Aanzo was also helpless. While the 4 were discussing what to do next, it suddenly became dark around them. Darkening. Barn found that everything around him was darkening, and he couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. We are now in the Sky Sea, but only because of the light from inside the Sky City does it seem like daytime. Through the holes in the wall, you can see strange blue pebbles in the Sky Sea. What a magical sight. This is Master Gisad. Gao Qian thought about Ashura's possible skill, Dark Sky Wave Eye. Unlike the awakening skills of Sword Soul, Berserker, and Devil Lament, Dark Heavenly Wave Eye is a field skill created based on the Heart Wave Mind Eye, so Dark Heavenly Wave Eye's attack is actually a semi-materialized spirit. Heart Wave only affects him in the dark field of Dark Heavenly Wave Eye. The most important thing is that Dark Heavenly Wave Eye is different from Wave Sword, Marking, and Evil Light skills, and will never cause significant damage to reality. I'm not too late, am I? Gisard appeared outside the hall window, with blood-red wings spread behind his back. Well, it's not glass. It's a magical barrier. Feeling his heartbeat, Gisard discovered a magical barrier on the window. I was worried about what to do if the window broke and water poured into the Sky City. After confirming that it was a magical barrier that isolated the seawater, Gisard confidently cast a spell. Under the influence and change of the heart's vibrations, the window's magical barrier temporarily turned into a magical door, and Gisard smoothly flew in. The heart wave is a real deception. It's not noticeable in the game, but in reality, this ability to manipulate magical elements is comparable to the Eye of Darkness. Even in terms of the detail of the array's operation, the wave force surpasses it. After all, both the Evil Light Wave Array and the Akala Array are much more difficult than the Extreme Mage Ice Feast and Ice Crystal Bath. It's you, Great Dark Sky. Hundreds of years ago, while his master, the Tyrannosaurus King Bakar, was still alive, he was created by his master, the Dark Elf Master Engineer Karas, and the Dark Elf Master Craftsman Kalua. The Celestial City had just connected with the world below, and this powerful blind man passed through the Celestial City into the Dragon Realm in the sky and met his master. On that day, the Dragon Realm, once devoid of day and night, was plunged into a strange darkness. The sky was dotted with strange blood-red diamond-shaped eyes, and all the dragons saw was a man with several pairs of huge glowing wings spread out behind him, standing in front of their king. In the darkness, the dragons seemed to see countless blood-red gears, flames, and spears flashing in the sky. At this time, Sagat, who had just left the Sky City to go to the Dragon Kingdom to report the location of the 3 giant dragons, also witnessed this scene. The name of the Great Dark Sky in human society was officially spread among all the dragons and magical creatures of the Dragon Kingdom. I didn't expect you to be alive. Did you enter the realm of God? Sagat asked Gisard. The realm of God? Gisard thought of something nostalgic. It's been a long time since my brother Jiger disappeared from the human world. No one has mentioned the kingdom of God. Some of the settings here are such that although Aanzo, Ban, and Bwanga are all level 80, they do not have a second awakening. Bwanga appears as an ally of the Sword God in Ice Dragon in the Bakal group. Ban is the Sword God in the subsequent industrial-based storylines. Aanzo appears as an ally of the Sword God in the Helix group. Silan becomes the Sword God's player in the Gate of Time and Space, and also has a second awakening at this time. Mentor Lishalan is a great mage. Kelly is a weapon god. Feng Zhen is a 100-blossom dazzling and true martial saint, and Gisade is a heaven emperor, sword god, and soul slayer. No one has mentioned the god realm for a long time. Gisard folded his wings of light and landed on the ground. I still vaguely remember the figure standing in that Tower of Wonders. Seghart, isn't that me? Oh, he didn't see me up close then, he just saw me from afar. To the magical Seghart, from afar, it was just a big energy-saving light bulb. It would be strange if he could see it clearly. If you don't have a better way, you won't be able to pass through the entrance to the heavens that I guard. In fact, even if Seghart is defeated, it is impossible to enter the heavens. Not to mention the dragon magic circle created by Bakar, the most important thing is that the Dragon Kingdom connected by the Sky City teleportation network perished with Bakar's death, and the Sky Continent was shattered in Bakar's final battle. Now, there are only 3 large islands left, connected by sea trains. Although we brought things, judging by the current state of the Lord of the Bright City, I fear that he will not be able to calm down and listen to us. Gisard considered it necessary to first pacify Sagat, but he made an unexpected decision. What do you want to tell me? Sagat suddenly put away the winged shadow light, folded his arms across his chest, and his body rose into the air again. This is very awkward. Gisade wondered why the Lord of the Light City was not playing by the rules now. Aha! Now we can talk normally. Ban and Aanzo were quite surprised. Isn't that great? No need for so much trouble. Although Silan and Bwanga both said this, It was obvious that Ceylon was genuinely worried about it, and Bwanga was confident that the Sky City would not be destroyed and would not bring danger to the people below. Just say what you want to say. Sagat did not insist on anything else. He was close to losing all his fighting strength. In any case, they couldn't pass through the dragon's magic circle, so it was better to conserve his strength and watch their disappointed faces. Lord of the City of Light, Sagat, I know that you still obey the orders of your master Bakar. After confirming that Sagat truly had no intention of fighting, Jasad gave Sharan a look to take out the things he had prepared. Sharan, Mr. Jizar, where did you get that look to signal me? However, Sharan still cooperated and took out the letters between Karas and Bakar, as well as the artificial magic soul ball created by the dragon. This is the last order left to you by your master, the Tyrannosaur King Bakar. Final orders. Sagat did not look at the letters, as they still carried his master's magical aura and were considered unforgeable. The truly important things should be in the soul orb. Sagat picked up the magic soul ball and poured enough magic power into it to fully activate it. Perhaps due to the special magic field of the Sky City, the magic soul ball left by Bakar Karasu underwent unique changes. As Sagat continued to pour in magic power, the dragon-shaped patterns on the walls of the Sky City also began to glow with magical light. For a moment, the entire Sky City seemed to activate and light up. As the magic soul ball dissolved, an unusually tall, illusory figure appeared on top of the Sky City. My master Seghat fell to the ground and knelt down on one knee the moment the figure appeared. Yes, my guardian, Seghat, the illusory figure suddenly spoke. How many years have passed since then? Asked Seghat's ghostly figure. 500 years have passed, your majesty. 500 years. Yes, it is at this time in 500 years that those future guests who may kill me will come. The illusory figure looked at those gathered in the hall. A dark elf, 4 little people, a strange man, and Gisad, the illusory figure that was the temporary soul body of the Tyrannosaurus King Bakar, found a familiar face. Your current strength is probably not that far from mine. No wonder you've survived until now. You must have lived for over 500 years. I have never seen a man with such a long life. Bakar, we want to go to heaven, but your guards keep blocking us. Stop it! Bakar twisted his wrist, but the absence of the cup in his hand looked strange. I originally ordered Sagat not to allow anyone into the Celestial City, but there is no need for that now. We have had enough time. Whether you, the group that was prophesied to destroy the apostles, use Eld or expose her plan, is up to you. By the way, even if Sagat isn't here to stop you, I'm afraid you still won't get to heaven. Bakar sighed involuntarily. Why isn't there a way to heaven? Perhaps Gisad, Zilan, and the others didn't have such a strong desire to go to heaven, but Ban and Gao Qian still really wanted to go to heaven. Although my dragon magic circle can't stop the celestial beings that have fallen from the sky, the first way to the sky from the continent below is through the legendary magic circle of the Sky City, to my palace, or my dragon kingdom. However, both of them should have disappeared by now. I can't sense their presence now, so the first way is impossible. The second way is to use the Dark Elves' Magada to directly cross the Celestial Sea and the Dragon's Magic Circle to reach the heavens. But this requires magical biological materials that also possess my breath. Although Sagat was also created by me, he is pure and does not have my breath. The breath of Tyrannosaurus King. At that time, there were no traces or remains of Tyrannosaurus King. Where can one find the breath of Tyrannosaurus King? Didn't they say before that all 3 dragons created by the Tyrannosaurus King were on the continent of Arad? Will they be able to do it? But we don't know where they are now, Barn sighed. Hess died too early, and now only a few magic boxes remain that hold his roar. 3 giant dragons. Bakar didn't immediately realize who these 3 dragons were. After all, in the past, he had met adventurers from the future who had killed 3 dragons dozens of times, regardless of their age. He had long since become indifferent to the life and death of these 3 dragons. Sanlong, let me feel it. Bakar's illusory figure wavered, as if tuning an FM radio. Well, the breath of the mad dragon Hess has completely disappeared. Spitz's breath has mixed with the very strong and powerful breath of the Dark Elves. It should be in Borodin. No, it should be in Vanessa now. As for Skarsa, I only feel that he is somewhere in the north of the continent. It is strange. Why does it feel so vague? Since Spitz was dismembered and sealed in the Dark Elf graveyard, and Skarsa was sealed directly in the demiplane, the feeling of breathing was so vague. Well, the horns of the three dragons can be used as tokens to pass through the magic circle, but they still have to be killed. I don't think they'll willingly give up a material rich in T-Rex breath. To put it simply, this thing is their dragon horns, and when it was originally designed, the horns were important organs with vital functions of tuning and amplifying energy, so without killing them, you cannot get dragon horns. Unfortunately, the entire existence of the Mad Dragon Hess has been absorbed by the Imperial Alchemist Guild. The evil dragon is nowhere to be found, and the ice dragon cannot be found until it awakens and breaks the crack in the seal. Future humans, I look forward to seeing you fulfill the destiny predicted by Terra step by step. In the end, I look forward to seeing all the apostles fall at your feet. Having said that, Bakar's soul dispersed. My lord, my mission has finally come to an end. As Bakar's figure disappeared, Sagart's white photon body beneath the golden armor began to burn strangely. We would never again see that wondrous celestial city towering in the sky. As Sagart's body burned, a spatial crack appeared near the remaining golden armor. Finally, the armor, which no longer shone with golden light, also disappeared into the spatial crack. In the latest setting, the magic sword Apophis is actually the incarnation of the fifth sister, so the magic sword is also female. It seems that the epic magic sword Apophis will be created. Thus, the fifth sister becomes a sword princess, just like the ship girl. No, there is no way to begin. Sharon said these discouraging words into the expectant eyes of the master of the four swords, Riban. Although Bakari's ghost had previously claimed that the teleportation system in the Celestial City was useless, Gao Chen thought that perhaps the Celestial clan in the Celestial Realm had dug up the remains of the Dragon Kingdom to activate the teleportation system. Ban also thought it was reasonable and asked President Sharan to try to activate it. But the result, as expected, was a failure. Well, this design, the magic circuit, the magic consumption issue, the teleportation range, and the ability to break through space, it's simply an excellent design, and there's something of the Dark Elves in it. Although Sharan failed to activate the magic circle, she was still attracted by the teleportation circle device. She immediately sat up and began to expand the magic teleportation circle. So, President Sharan, why are you expanding this magic teleportation array? This teleportation system is very advanced in design. If it can be successfully used, it could strengthen the Mages Guild's teleportation network, greatly simplifying communication between the Dark Elves and Belmar. Sharan expanded on the text, answering Ban's question. At the same time, an idea seemed to occur to her. Chief Bwanga, if possible, how about you Bantu join the magical teleportation network as well? This would greatly facilitate trade between you and the Principality, and you could even travel directly to warmer climes, escaping from the snowstorm. Well, this is a really good idea, but there are problems with the consumption of the magic circle and the cost of installation. Bwanga felt a little helpless. The Polar tribe is self-sufficient, and its real economic potential is not that great. Don't worry, if the upgrade of the teleportation system goes smoothly, these things can be free. Is Bakar's magical design really that advanced? This is not just Bakar. It is also a joint project of the legendary Master Kaluya and the engineer from Magadha Karas. Most likely, it goes beyond common sense. In short, the magical technology in the Sky City 500 years ago seems to have been more advanced than it is now, 500 years later. My Dragon King is really amazing. Look at this. Silan, who was lazily walking around, seemed to have discovered something. Looking from the city to the sky, a huge shadow formed by the celestial sea appeared under the blue sky. What a huge whale! Silen looked at the inexplicably familiar huge shadow and remembered the magical creature mentioned in the mysterious chronicle, the behemoth of the sky curtain. The behemoth of the sky curtain that Rotus had successfully controlled in the other world was the behemoth. This is the legendary giant beast from the sky, Gao Qian revealed the identity of the huge shadow. The sky curtain beast. I didn't expect the legend to be true. Although there are records of the sky curtain beast on the mainland, no one has ever seen it. So many people think it's just a legend. It looks like something has fallen. At the top of the Sky City, you can clearly see what looks like a flying machine flying out from the back of the sky curtain, but it seems to have been destroyed in the attack and is constantly emitting plumes of black smoke. In front of everyone, a UFO with a black smoky tail circled in the air and crashed into the city. It seemed like this thing crashed into the city in the sky. It seemed like I had seen this thing in some magic books before. Charan seemed to recognize the UFO. In shape and form, it must resemble a Dornier, the flying machine built by the cult of Blue Truth on the back of the beast of the sky curtain. Oh no, there may be someone else on this Dornier. Go and see if there are any survivors. The group quickly descended the outer plank road and arrived at the site where the Dornier had crash-landed through the wall. In the game you go up, but the plot here is that the group is at a magical teleportation system at the top, which is essentially at the same height as Behemoth's sky curtain. The Dornier made an arc and crashed into the Sky City so that it naturally ended up below. The Behemoth's sky curtain also descended steadily under Rotus's control. Because Rotus didn't know about the existence of the Heavenly Sea, the Behemoth Heavenly Curtain couldn't actively enter the Heavenly Sea and the ocean on the continent. Rotus was too weakened by the sunlight, and there was an ocean above the sky, so it was difficult to imagine with ordinary thinking. If Rotus had been in his prime, he might have been able to sense the Sky City. But he was afraid of sunlight on the ground, so he did not use his mental power to sense it above. He is seriously damaged. The Dornier, already damaged by the attack, was reduced to burning wreckage after the collision. There is a girl who was not seriously injured, but suffered serious mental trauma. The girl on board the Dornier was, of course, Ophelia Bylance of the Church of the Blue Truth. It seems that Rotus has sensed the ocean on the continent, and the sky curtain is constantly descending under Rotus's influence. However, since the era of destruction did not cause the destruction of the continent, if the heavenly curtain were to simply descend in this manner, even if it successfully landed in the sea, I am afraid that the coastal areas would be flooded with seawater, and the port city built on the coast of the west coast would inevitably bear the brunt of the blow. After leaving the Sky City and returning to the west coast, Charan took Ophelia for treatment, while Silan and Bawanga stayed behind because they had a bad feeling. I wonder where that adventurer disappeared to. Barn suddenly discovered that the young adventurer who had been following him, or rather, our 4 swordmasters, had now disappeared. The future adventurer? Silan, who had the power of time and space, recalled the strange words that Bakar's soul had once spoken. As for Gao Qian, he has already returned to Blue Star, in the secret base prepared by Sima Yue. Remember the other 3? Ah, we are back. In an instant, 4 people appeared in reality at the same time. I should be level 30 now. Name: Gao Qian race. Human Chinese level. 30. Occupation: Paladin ability, revealing the light of all gods. Strength: 45,153,301,120. Constitution: 4530300105. Spirit: 453030300135. Equipment: West Coast Sky Destroyer series. Plate armor, chest plate, shoulder pads, belt, all parts of shoes with strength 15, constitution. And spirit 30, holy light. Oath cross with light attack power, strength, and spirit 30. Casting skill has a chance to summon lightning. West Coast series jewelry. Bracelets, necklaces, rings, physical magic, judgment enhancement, magic resistance enhancement, strength and spirit 30 skill tree. Basic combo: back leap, crouch, leap, pick up attack, block, grab, pursuit, air attack, air combo, apocalypse. Weapon blessing, Angel's Blessing, Cleanse, Slow Heal, Punch, Holy Revelation. Paladin, Light Guardian. Gift of the Guardian, Icon. Guardian, Light's Vengeance. Rapid Healing, Sounds of Nature. Heaven's Harmony. Soul Sacrifice, Blessing of Glory. Gift of Courage, Pure White Blade. Cross of Divine Light. Shield of Holy Light. Double Shield. Gathering of Holy Light. Exorcism, Demon Banishment. Talisman, Dark Strike, Suppression Talisman, Shikigami. Suzaku's Curse, Shikigami. White Tiger, Thunder Talisman. It's quite nice to the touch and has dual system skills as well as cross-system exorcism. Although he lacks basic chakra training and force control skills, it is enough. Where did you all go after the first scene in the main area? How is the plot progressing? Gao Chen asked the other three. I am in Zhuzhou. The system reports that this is the first act of the Divine Domain. There is no main quest, but I cleared the entire Red Maple Forest. Lei Hu was teleported to Zhuzhou, the warrior capital, but his level and storyline were not high enough. Silan had not yet opened the space-time gate, so the quests here were mostly competitions such as the Yellow Dragon and Blue Dragon conferences, as well as clearing the Red Maple Forest and searching for elemental crystals in Yana Forest. Oh yeah, there were also quests to help Xiaotiju mine ore. Lei Hu had also reached level 30 and could already activate the Mind Beast Dragon and Tiger's Roar. However, due to personal preference, the only high-level skills he had were those that favored close combat. Mind Chi Envelopment, Lion's Roar, Thunder Stomp, and Thunder Clone. I am in a strange place, a land of ghosts and gods. The system says that this is a secret area. In the land of ghosts and gods, Sima Yue directly met Jiga, the ancestor of Devil May Cry. Under his leadership, Sima Yue's imperial decree, 3 ghosts and gods was transformed into the imperial decree, 6 ghosts and gods. However, accordingly, all the ghost and god formations in his skill tree are linked to the imperial decree, and he cannot open this formation to assist after opening the imperial decree. Life of Ghosts and Gods. Kazan. Paris's general. Kaya, the leader of the shadow world. Plemon, the strongest sorcerer of the ancient kingdom. Saya, the queen of the ancient kingdom. Rakshasa, a follower of Diricha. Carlo, a lower-level death god representing the underworld. Brush, a conceptual unification. Greed and desire of primates. Shadow is the embodiment of death in all wars. Ozma is the great magician of Paris, and there are many other ghosts and gods, but they are not very well known. I was teleported to the abyss of the demon world, where the Eye of Darkness comes from. This place is also secret, but then I was sent to the demon world. In this system, the demon realm belongs to the 5th act of the God realm. Act 1 of the God realm, Zhuzhou Spacetime Gate. Act 2, Eton Industrial Zone, Sman Industrial Base. Act 3, Twilight Sea of the Celestial Sky. Act 4, Silent City of Kronos Island. Act 5, Demon Realm Orbital Center. The Demon Realm is a diamond-shaped asteroid. It is a relatively large fragment that survived almost intact after the destruction of Terra. When Eld used magic to protect this fragment of Terra, life was restored to this world. The Xiaxiu sect in the demon world recently experienced internal strife due to Gragul. However, under the strong pressure of the Xiaxiu sect's leader, Demon King Shalafizi, there was no major unrest. However, many male mages of the Abyssal Demon Clan fell into the depths of the demon world because of this. In the end, Gragul gave up on joining the Xiaxiu sect and went to the Silent City in the center of the underground orbit to find Luke's creator. It seems that the conspiracy is developing simultaneously. If I don't act quickly enough, I'm afraid I'll miss out on a lot, Gao Chen thought. But the feeling of falsehood was becoming more and more obvious, especially in the real Blue Star. When the various functions of the system were still on, no matter where he looked, he could not escape the unreal feeling of an internal test. The existence of this blue planet and my time travel seemed to be the intention of the creator of this game. But is the creator of this game really held? I'm afraid it's impossible. If it's Caruso, then perhaps it's possible. Arad, West Coast Bellmare. You woke up. When Gao Qian woke up again, he saw the magical ceiling of the Oak Hotel. It's Celia. How long have I been here? Getting up from his bed, he found that he was wearing no equipment other than his normal casual clothes, just like the ones Blue Star was wearing. He no longer wore the white monk's robe with gold patterns like in the game. At the head of his bed was a cross with a gilded glow. Holy Light Oath Cross, Segarth. At that moment, Segarth was swallowed by a spatial rift. Gao Qian obtained this cross through the system, but it was not a divine artifact, but a magical equipment. By the way, are Ban and the others taking any action? Gao Qian asked Celia after putting on his armor and jewelry and arming himself again. I heard that Lord Ban and the others went to Heavenly Curtain. Celia originally planned to go to Heavenly Curtain, but later heard that an apostle had appeared there, so she was stopped by the 4 sword masters. An apostle on the Sky Shroud? That must be Lotus. This version of Lotus must be very weak. After all, the Sky Shroud didn't fall into the sea, and there were no centaurs. Although both Behemoth and Besamos have the Church of the Blue Truth and Dryads, Behemoth doesn't have centaurs, but Besamos does. I'm going too. After bidding farewell to Celia and leaving the Oak Hotel, Gao Qian headed towards the harbour. It's you, adventurer. Kakun, who governed Magadha, just came down from the sky and saw the adventurer he hadn't seen for days. You've finally woken up. The 4 swordmasters went to the Sky Shroud Behemoth. Kakun stopped Magadha and tied a taut rope to her. But it will be a long wait for the next shift. It is better to go to the Mages Guild first. Prophet Alice said that you woke up today, so find her. That is exactly what the prophet said. He really woke up today. Ah, thank you, Kakun. Magic Guild. You are here, adventurer. Now only Alice remains in the guild, and the rest of the magicians have been called to support the Sky Shroud Behemoth. I heard you want to talk to me about something, Prophet. Gao Qian still has a good impression of Alice. After all, he is not a part of the conspiracy. He still has some sympathy for Alice, since she provides him with interesting Lord artifacts and the ancient soul map. I have something for you to take with you. Alice used many items whose purpose she couldn't figure out to make a spice bottle. I think you might need one. Alice's spices consumables, applied to people under Rhotus's control, can calm the target. Note, if the target is in a very excited state, the effect of the spice will be very weak, and the target state must be weakened. Magic item. Can it remove mind control? Gao Qian asked, looking at the spice bottle. Well, it does remove mental control, but it only provides a light one. I'm afraid it won't work on those GBL followers who are under full control. In addition to making spices, Alice also took out a metal bracelet with some things that look like electronic components. What is this? Gao Qian asked, holding the metal bracelet in his hands. However, he thought, this bracelet will not interfere with the transmitter. It is obviously a product of mechanical technology. Will it really be effective against Rhotus's obviously magical mind control? This is the jammer I asked Master Kelly to create using celestial technology and magic. In fact, this design was suggested by Lord Held. It can make you immune to Rhotus's mental control. Kelly said that the jammer was the work of the former 7 mechanical war gods, but one of Held's incarnations was the 7 mechanical war gods, so they were talking about the same person and the same thing. Although it is said that he is immune to mind control, in fact, he is only immune at the periphery. When we reach the temple in the spine area of the Heavenly Curtain, Rotz's mind control is still insoluble. However, Rotz in this world has weakened and degenerated, and he no longer has sufficient strength. Okay, Kakuna's group is about to leave. You should go with them. Alice signaled Gao Qian to hurry up, but Gao Qian didn't want to stay on the mainland to rest. West Coast Port, Magadha's window. You came just in time. I was just about to leave. Kakun stood on the deck of Magadha and ordered the Imperial soldiers who remained on the ground to untie the ropes that had been secured. It was Alice who said that you were still in the port and were about to sail. Can a prophet even predict such a thing accurately? Kakun initially didn't trust the prophecies, but today's repeated predictions intrigued him. The awakening of adventurer Gao Qian, the full deployment of the Imperial Army's Iron Wolf Knights, and the temporary halt of the Heavenly Behemoth's research were all predicted correctly, not to mention the precise timing of the departure. This reminded Kakun of the 2 plagues of the Dark Elves that Prophet Alice had mentioned. It might be true, but those nasty black-skinned Dark Elves were truly disgusting. Although Kakun had also thought of the Dark Ones, with his hot-tempered and rude nature, he was not about to scold himself. In this Magada are the deputy leader of the Iron Wolf, Heidelborn Kruger, and several reserve knights. Hello, adventurer. My name is Fiona. I am from the Reserve Knights of the Iron Wolf. And this is my companion, Knight Dan. Hello, I am Gao Qian. There are no names starting with a family name on the Arad continent, so Gao Qian's name sounds a little strange to others. What are you going to do next? It was the leader who said that we needed to keep an eye on those GBL believers who were under control, so he asked us all to take Magada to the Celestial Behemoth. Dan is quite a sociable person, and he is also an invisible chatterbox, so it was easy for him to explain their mission to them. Goblin cult. Dan's accent sounded a little weird. It was obviously a GBL cult, but he pronounced it like a goblin cult. It's the Church of the Blue Truth, or some goblin church. You have such a weird accent, Fiona corrected Dan, but didn't want to say anything. What are you talking about? At this time, Hyde came over. Don't worry, we're just going to clear the area of controlled believers. But, adventurer, do you want to go inside? Hyde had a map that had already been explored from the outskirts of the temple to the first ridge, and at this time, the 4 sword masters also stopped at the first ridge and did not enter. From the first vertebra onwards, it becomes difficult to resist the Lotus's mental control on your own. The outer areas of the temple have been cleared, and the tree spirits are ready to help the people. After all, they cannot successfully resist Rotus's mental control, so they can only hope that the Masters of the 4 Swords can successfully defeat Rotus. The first Temple of the Spine. You have returned, adventurer. Barn and Aanzo were in a temporary camp near the first temple. Because Rotus's mental vibrations were very active in the Spine Temple, Barn and Aanzo felt that they would be controlled within a short time of their stay inside, so they had to set up camp outside the Spine Temple to prevent other soldiers from entering by mistake into the temple and being controlled. Alice must know what happened here. Is there any solution? Barn and Alice are old acquaintances, which means that Alice has deceived him more than once or twice. But Alice's abilities are really strong. There is no doubt about it. This must be it. Alice has prepared 3 jammers, and now it looks like the extra 2 are only for Barn and Aanzo. What is this? Although it looks like a bracelet, the electronic components in it are really rare. There are almost none on the mainland. Only Kelly often sees such mechanical products. Alice said it was called something, a jammer or something. She said it could disrupt Lotus's mind waves and prevent her from controlling him. Really? Let me try that first. Barn turned on the jammer. After a while, the blue light on the jammer turned on, and it seemed to be officially on. Barn and Aanzo, both in static, led Gao Qian into the Temple of the First Ridge. Well, the vague whispers in my head disappeared. It seemed the jammer was working properly. In fact, the jammer does not always work for Lotus. Although the jammer disrupts the mental waves, it creates an empty space, which is especially noticeable for Lotus, who rely on perception. If Lotus actively mobilizes its mental power to break through, it can still suppress the jammer's effectiveness and forcibly control it for a certain period of time. It looks like we can move on. But don't go too deep. The route here is very complicated. First, you need to make a map and mark the correct route, the intruder. Upon entering the first temple, they were discovered by a group of church believers patrolling the area. The mental state of the believers here is even worse. In the real world, these ordinary believers naturally cannot compare in level to adventurers. Ordinary believers are only at level 10 to 15. Under Rotus's mental control, they can possess extraordinary combat power comparable to level 25. If they are high priests or archbishops, they can have a strength above 30. As for the octopus monsters that were created, since there are very few large bodies of water in the heavenly curtain, they cannot have much combat power. After the destruction of Rhodes, this dungeon became the largest production base for fried octopus, takoyaki meatballs, and fried squid tentacle snacks. The first spine, under the spiritual control of the lotus, the believers created several simple machines. Well, very simple. Just line up a few high-necked bottles, and these bottles, lined up, will completely block the road. In fact, the bottles are very fragile and do not have any blocking effect. However, their specific purpose is not to block, but to catch. Within the range of the first and second vertebrae, even a weak mental force of the lotus can form a mental force field to sense physical objects, so that whether those bottles of various shapes that are used to block the road are destroyed or moved, the lotus can sense it. And at the same time, lotus can extend a tentacle to sweep across the area and attack. On the other hand, Alice, who stayed in the Mages Guild, Alice, how is the plan going? Sir, the people of Arad already knew about the existence and danger of the apostles. The fifth apostle, Shylock, was destroyed by the continent's inhabitants, and now the eighth apostle, Rotus, won't be able to hold out for long. Well, both Helix and Antun were beings that encroached excessively on the demon realm's energy. With Helix now dead, and Antun transported to the heavens, the demon realm can now be permanently bathed in light. The 12 gods created by the Terrans represent the 12 conceptual laws of the planet Terra. After the death of the 12 gods, their existence dispersed, forming apostles. Due to the lack of concepts, modern Terra, the demon world, was initially in chaos and darkness. A survivor of Terra, Eld, became an apostle. Her magical power is a part of the natural environment of Terra. Eld uses magic to protect the demon world, but it also needs to replenish its concept reserves. The first Chaos gods, Ozma and Saint Michael, represented the light and darkness of Terra respectively. After their deaths, the players killed them in a spatial seal, and the demon world experienced true day and night. Next come Bakar and Shylock. Bakar is a flame that represents the power of life. After Bakar's death, the climate in the demon world became warmer. Shylock represents living beings. The central garden of the demon world can be created and preserved forever. Shylock's death is the key to this. Lotus and Deregi represent the source of life, water, and the power of reviving life, respectively. Only by destroying them can the demon world restore its self-circulating natural environment. Well, that's great. However, Rotus's power is not so great that the current continent of Arad can withstand it. We need to give them a little help. I understand, my lord. Temple of the First Ridge. Entrance to the Second Ridge. There is a door there. It seems to be the right way. Barn and Aanzo found a staircase at the end, leading up. Now is not the time to relax. In addition to these induction devices, there is probably a powerful defensive force here. Looking at the bottles and boxes scattered in front of him, he realized that the signal from the jammer indicated the presence of a lotus induction field here. I did not expect Rots to be capable of such an attack. Even Aanzo couldn't withstand this powerful blow that exceeded the field of vision and range, and was easily repelled. This was Rots in a weakened state, with only a tenth of his strength left. If this was Rots in his prime, how strong would he be? Let's use ranged attacks to activate it first. Although Rotus's tentacle swing is strong and fast, he can't adjust his position. This way, we can dodge and save time in battle. Swinging the tentacles will also provide some help, such as removing all obstacles and activating all sensor points. After a few swipes of the tentacles, the first temple was left with cracks in the ground, but all enemies were also revealed. What a huge black octopus! Anything that was blocking the view was swept away by Rotus's tentacles and turned to dust. Of course, the huge black octopus was on display. It seems to be one of Rotus's guardians, but it seems we can't communicate with it. Although the giant black octopus has several eyes on its face, we have not learned octopus language, so naturally it is impossible to communicate with it. The giant black octopus has 3 main abilities. One of them is that all monster octopuses can regenerate after losing a leg. However, the broken tentacles of the giant black octopus turn into small octopuses. That's why the more you fight this overlord, the more monsters appear, because he can spawn his own little monsters. The second ability is to emit a black fog, which is poisonous and can cause blindness and loss of vitality. In addition, the speed of entering the dungeon will be significantly reduced. The third one uses tentacles to grab the target and suck out the blood. Sometimes it does not just drink blood, but also rotates and bites, which can easily tear apart any defense and body. However, while under attack and suppression from the two swordmasters, Gao Qian absorbed several demon-slaying talismans, vermilion bird curse, suppression talismans, and thunder talismans, created the white tiger formation, and enhanced himself with many positive effects. In the end, he successfully destroyed the giant black octopus on his own. Let's split up. As they entered the second ridge, the road forked. Aanzo felt that time was running out, and the jammer was very effective. He decided that it would be best to attack separately, but simultaneously. Okay, Ban thought so too. As for Gao Qian, he honestly didn't know that Lotus could forcibly disable this jammer for a while. The protagonist's presence has now gradually increased, and its level basically meets the needs of the spine's strength. Second vertebra. Having decided to part ways with Aanzo, Ban and Gao Qian went to the other side together. In the second case, the weak Rotus hid in a huge building and continued to order the controlled believers to carry water into the building and drive away the octopus monsters that were also attracted to the water. The defenses here are more advanced than anywhere else. Whether it's the Yaksha that roams purgatory, or the dragon-head cannon created by midnight, they are all gathered by the faithful in the stepped temple of the second ridge. But the most powerful is the laser cannon. The most powerful weapon of the Blue Truth Church currently has the same shape as the normal dragon-head cannon, only the color of the dragon decoration is different. Hurry to attack, the invaders are coming to the temple. A GBL priest in a green church uniform was giving instructions to several believers to fire a cannon shaped like a dragon's head to begin the attack. Ooh-ah! We can't speak human language? Why should we speak octopus language? Complained the believer who operated the targeting system inside the dragon-head cannon. Shut up. We're the bad guys now, so we have to act like we're being controlled, and we can't control our actions. By the way, we're being controlled now, right? How do you know we're the bad guys? This is what I saw in Dungeon Fighter. We are the bad guys, and we are just little monsters. The priest in green threw a dagger and stabbed it into a dragon-headed cannon, scaring the worshippers next to him. Why does this dragon-headed cannon seem a little newer to me? The believer, aiming the cannon in the shape of a dragon's head, fired it. As a result, the instrument, slightly rusted from exposure to water, became brand new, and even the glass mirror of the sight became clearer. Of course, I found that the attack restores the health bar of the dragon-head cannon. The priest in the green robe proudly declared, but the mask with big eyes and sharp teeth completely covered his face. What are you talking about? The archbishop in white and the high priest in black approached. These invaders cannot admire the noble body of Lord Lotus. We must destroy them here. How are the preparations for the sacrifice going? The high priest asked the priest standing next to him. Those prophets who were more trouble than help actually revealed Lord Rotus's weakness to the invaders. This guy, Rodin, betrayed Lord Rotus. All the tree spirits have been banished, but the celestial being that fell into the temple still resists. Then kill it. Wait, bring this celestial being to the room with the stairs next to me. I will handle this myself. At that moment, an order appeared in the archbishop's head. Yes, Lord Rotus. The archbishop bowed to the depths of the second ridge Temple B, and then ordered a troop of believers to escort the celestial being to the stairway hall. By this time, Gao Qian and Ban had already dealt with the octopus monsters and tree spirits that had been driven out from the periphery. From here, they could already see tiers of stepped structures in the distance. And so, under the command of a priest in green robes, the laser cannon dragon's head, controlled by believers, continued to accumulate energy, and the light continued to converge in the barrel, even forming a distorted void. The barrel of the dragon-head laser cannon glowed under the influence of this powerful energy and even acquired an energy texture. Bang! The ordinary dragon head-shaped cannon on the side fired several projectiles, densely covering the road leading to the stairs below. Let me go first. Gao Qian saw the devastating barrage of artillery shells from the sky and first released several suppressive talismans. Any shells that touched the talismans were quickly attracted by the gravitational field and fell to the ground, exploding. He then released countless demon-slaying talismans, and a dense vortex of electricity and photons enveloped the sky, continuously detonating the flying projectiles. However, all of the dragon-head cannons were concentrated in the second ridge, and thanks to the priests who operated and repaired them, the dragon-head cannons' attacks were very intense and frequent. Gao Qian soon used up all of his reserves of suppression and magic-destroying talismans. In the end, he had to release several lightning talismans with blue arcs flowing through them, forming a dense lightning area to block the projectiles. No, this attack is too dense. I can't break through it at all. Gao Qian, throwing away all the talismans and shikigami, condensed the holy light, creating the Holy Spirit Hammer, the Holy Light Shield. Holy Hammer in his hand swung across the ground, sending out a stream of golden sparks. As the power of the holy light grew, a translucent energy barrier with the holy light winged cross emblem in the center formed in front of Gao Qian. Under Gao Qian's control, the energy barrier tilted at an angle, completely blocking Gao Qian and Ban. Because Gao Qian had mastered the refined dual Qin shield. When creating the Holy Light Qin Shield energy barrier, the soaring power of the Holy Light simultaneously created a parallel energy barrier in front of this barrier created by Gao Qian. The two opaque energy barriers distorted the light entering the eyes, causing the winged cross emblem of the Holy Light on the energy barriers to be somewhat blurred and distorted. At the same time as the Qin Twin Shield was formed, several dragon head-shaped laser cannons completed charging and accumulating electricity. The laser cannons formed by translucent blue-white energy pulses directly attacked the Qin Twin Shield, and cracks soon appeared on the energy barrier. This won't work. We need to break through the defense. Ban looked at the energy barrier that had been destroyed by the wave of laser cannons and saw cracks on the other side. Even a guardian of the holy light wouldn't last long under such powerful firepower. Priests of this level don't have long-range capabilities, but in this regard, no one can compare to the shooter. Even the mage classes, thanks to elemental manipulation and range control, are much shorter than the marksman before reaching a certain level of power. As for the later levels, it's like a battle of the gods. I'll lead. It seemed like Ban still had to rely on himself, but he still needed to use the Lightkeeper's unbreakable shield to increase his resilience and success rate. Okay, now they just had to wait and see how Ban did. Gao Qian could only drink water from the fountain of the heavenly city to restore mana. It is still a sword style, which is the initial style for slashing and drawing the sword. With the development of some players in Sword Soul, the sword style also appears as a skill in the skill tree. Knife holding, passive buff of the Phantom Sword art branch, changes the walking and running stances to a knife holding style after a period of inactivity, and at the same time changes the attack method of the next first attack while running, using knife drawing skills in a knife holding style. Holding a knife will not require preparation time and will result in critical hits. Sword skills that can cancel the preparation time. Snatching Sword Strike, Heaven-breaking Snatching Sword Strike, Heaven-breaking Sword Style of Divine Extremism, and Instantaneous Sword Strike of Divine Extreme. In fact, this skill not only cancels the preparation time, but also cancels the preparation time. Pre-hit, but also changes the follow-up hit, because all the players with the White Hand Sword Soul skill who have this passive skill said that their sword draw hit can be played the same as Broken Army Dance Strike. The spinning dance of the Broken Army is a swordsman skill of the Phantom Swordsman of the Phantom Hand, created during the Empire's transfer experiment. Some swordsman skills are very similar to those of the White Hand. Some White Hand players also call the spinning dance of the Broken Army the drawing of the mobile sword. Recently, there were a few unfamiliar players among Ban's Iron Wolf Knights who used the Sword Soul style, so Ban also mastered this sword style. You can use the air-tearing sword strike directly in the sword-holding style, but if you dash normally, the sword-holding style skill will have some unusual effects. For example, now this. Ban was gathering strength, and visible energy was gathering on his body and sword, forming a layer of white light. He swung his sword, and like a sword-drawing attack, its incredibly high-speed distorted space. A shining, blurry arc of the blade flashed in front of Ban. It was the wave caused by the snatch attack just now. If it was just the sword being snatched, it would have ended the same way. But now Ban used the snatch attack to break through the air. At the moment when the blade's arc wave caused by the curvature of space disappeared, a sharp energy sword formed and burst out. Under the miraculous effect of the sword technique, Ban delivered another air-piercing strike that was previously impossible to execute. However, the second strike was no faster than the first. If the first showed only a ripple of distorted space, the second showed a deformation of the blade caused by the extremely high speed of air swirling. Although the blade seemed to be spinning rapidly, the true speed was not visible, nor was the buzzing sound of high-speed friction with the air. However, the second sword attack would not create such a powerful sword energy. However, due to the special effect caused by Ban's mighty power, the second sword attack still created 3 giant lavender blooming swords that other sword spirits could only create through the phantom sword dance. The sword energy generated by this air-slicing slash became wider and wider as it advanced. Although the power did not decrease, the energy structure became more and more loose, until it eventually dissipated completely. However, under the protection of 2 layers of sword energy, Gao Qian and Ban, protected by the eggshell of holy light, still successfully broke through the defense line of the dragonhead cannon. Although there are cannons in the form of fire dragonheads and rams with reflective horns for close-range defense and attack, the preparation time for using these weapons is still too long for a swordmaster. The followers and green priests of the dragon's head front were easily killed by Bana's sword. Gao Qian also dismantled the dragonhead cannons and ram carts. Upon arrival, Gao Qian accepted several collection quests from Kakun and Kelly. Kakun has been searching for weapon parts in the Blue Church of Truth and has already collected many follower blades, dragonhead cannon barrels, Dornier power packs, former Dornier rapid-fire cannons, Yaksha spikes, and Revos cores. However, Gao Qian couldn't understand how Yaksha and Revos were considered weapons. One was a mutated follower, the other was an elemental spirit from the demon world. There were many elemental elves from the demon world, a Nofa forest, and dark elves. The most common are the 4 lower-ranking spirits mentioned in the mage setting, Revos, Ardean, Iceness, and Sermintech. Then there are the 4 higher-ranking spirits, Grylin, Agilis, Herrick, and Merkel. The 4 mid-rank spirits devoured by the Book Eater, the current fusion spirit, Hailun, and the king of the elves, Igabella. There are several charming creatures in the Anofa forest, blue, green, dewy, and purple. There is also a bear fire elf, ice squirrel, and fire squirrel Lulan. The red fire squirrel is the brave Lulan, while the blue ice squirrel is the calm Lulan. If the fire or ice blast doesn't work, she'll cough. There's also the helmet spirit and the diamond-shaped multifaceted elf Aurora. Other lower-ranked spirits include the mutated Fang of Vengeance, Soul Eater, Shock, and Dral. Kakun said that bioweapons are still weapons and elemental creatures are living creatures. Although they require more, they can still be turned into something better. Gao Shen has no shortage of weapons, so he hopes that Kakun can create a better suit of plate armor. As for what Kelly wanted, it was very simple. One of them was a laser accumulator. I knew about laser launchers, but what was a laser accumulator? It was only when Gao Qian disassembled the Dragonhead laser cannon that I realized what a laser accumulator was. While Gao Qian was busy disassembling the various parts of the Dragonhead cannon, Ban discovered that another attack was approaching. Drobot Ban wondered if the boxy little robot was really a threat as it approached, but being cautious after the previous battle, Ban still managed to strike it with his sword. The small robot was easily destroyed without exploding or splashing anything. Ban thought that this thing could be used for reconnaissance, but the manufacturing style and craftsmanship were different from those of the previous Church of Blue Truth. What happened, Mr. Ban? Gao Qian, who had dismantled all the dragon head cannons, walked over and saw Ban squatting on the ground, watching something. Look at this structure, have you seen it before? Ban said, pointing to the fragments of a small robot on the ground that he had cut into several pieces. What is this? Gao Qian also squatted down, picked up a few parts, and put them together. This is K. When all the parts were assembled, it turned out to be a square head with small round eyes and parts that looked like keys for winding up a spring. Isn't this embossing? Where did something like this, Xiao 78, come from? What does Xiao 78 chaser mean? This thing just came from the front. It seems to be a reconnaissance device. It is a celestial mechanics technology. It seems to be its full name is RX-78 Chaser Robot. It is a relatively simple and common thing in the celestial world. A weapon of the heavenly clan? Ban clearly understood that, whether reconnaissance or destructive, all these weapons and to conduct combat, intelligence data on enemy weapons is necessary. Enemy detected, request support from the sky. Above the Dragonhead cannon line, a Sky Clan member completely under Rotus's control was watching the two people below with some kind of long-range vision device. Okay, Sky support is getting the caller's coordinates. Coordinates locked. Dimensional gates opening. Landing support confirmed. The electronic sound of the Gabog system came from the special headphones of the controlled Celestial. Meanwhile, he himself was not sitting idle. With the help of Carbon Skebbard, he modified the parts of the Dragon's head cannon into a Viper cannon for a group of fire support robots. Although it is very simple, it is still usable. Looking at the simple Viper cannon in front of him, assembled from various miscellaneous parts, he noticed that it only had a base and a barrel, as well as an attack module with no fire control system. It cannot automatically adjust its aim, cannot be put into standby mode, consumes power quickly, and has low firepower, making it virtually unusable. Since the detonator was lost in the fall, and there are no suitable materials to make a full-range detonator, the inhabitants of the Heavenly Kingdom have abandoned the creation of detonators for anti-revival and have focused all their attention on creating pursuers. Why were there so many pursuers? It might have been due to the materials used and the level of the maker. The movement speed and explosion power of these pursuers were not very good, but they still caused quite a lot of trouble for Gao Qian and Ban. I'll go and deal with him. Seeing the creator of these pursuers, Ban finally couldn't stand it anymore. He stepped on the Dragon Sky Slash and soared under the impact of several Ghost Sword energies. The powerful sword energy instantly tore apart the small robots and simple Viper cannons on the road. The final strike of the fierce dragon's heavenly crush hit the celestial being who was still assembling the machine alone. Before the celestial being landed, Ban used Phantom Sword Dance. Countless lavender crescent moons and giant flower-shaped phantom swords scattered everywhere, and the celestial being was also hit by this powerful and strong attack. Let's go. I hope there won't be any more problems. Despite this, Ban is about to meet his former comrade, the Swordmaster Aanzo. After passing the line of defense of the stairs, Gao Qian and Ban found themselves in front of an empty temple. No, there is a man. In the temple stands a figure in a grey cloak, holding a huge sword, waiting for something. Uncle Aanzo, have you found Rotus? Ban looked around the temple. There were 3 entrances and exits, 2 on the side they came from, and 1 behind Aanzo. It seems Uncle has discovered something and is waiting for us to reunite. Perhaps because the people of Arad were not very skilled in mechanics, Ban did not notice that the indicator light of the jammer on Aanzo's wrist had changed from blue to red. Ban walked step by step toward Aanzo. Aanzo also stood up and picked up the huge sword he had put aside. Be careful, Ban. Uncle Aanzo may be under control. When Aanzo raised the giant sword, his sleeves fell down, revealing a jammer that turned red. Gao Qian finally realized what was going on. What? Ban was stunned when he heard Gao Qian scream, and then involuntarily recoiled. Shut! With his gaze defocused, Aanzo swung the giant sword with great force, and the giant sword turned into a beam of white light and attacked Ban. He subconsciously jumped back to avoid Aanzo's downward attack and blocked Aanzo's internal ghost sword technique, but was still eventually knocked back by Aanzo's forced attack, Pojun Shenglong, Holy Light Shield. The two energy barriers of the Qin Twin Shield blocked Aanzo in the middle, but the controlled Aanzo seemed to be unwilling to go around and simply continued to fight the energy barriers. This person's mind control would not last long. I need to control the other one to buy time, Rotus thought deep in his second spine. But who should I control? Those people behind me are too weak to make a difference. The other person seems to have the aura of the other apostles. It seems to be Shylock. I can't control him. There is another person. Strangely, I feel that there is some strange aura around him. It seems to be beyond common sense. However, his strength is not enough to resist my control. It seems that this suppressor is not very effective. Gao Qian looked at the indicator on the suppressor on his wrist, which began to flash. After all, Lotus is an apostle, so it is no wonder that this man-made artifact is useless. Ban engaged in a fight with Aanzo, who had broken through the Holy Light Shield. But what should we do now? Does the Prophet have any backup plans? Prophet Alice gave me spices when I came here, Gao Qian said as he took out a spice bottle. There was something spinning inside the transparent round bottle. In the second rod filled with Lotus spiritual power, the bottle continued to emit a strange light. It seemed to dispel something. The glowing spice bottle dispelled the strange atmosphere that had always been around them. It seemed to really work. Taking out the spice bottle, the oppressive feeling that had enveloped his mind gradually disappeared, and Gao Qian felt much more relaxed than before. But how to use it? This spice bottle has a very strange design. It is round, without a bottom or a lid. It seems impossible to use. Put the pattern forward and squeeze the bottle. Ban looked at the spice bottle and explained how to use it. Ban, how do you know? Gao Qian pointed the pattern on the bottle at Aanzo and squeezed it tightly. A cloud of purple-red smoke enveloped Aanzo. Ha! The purple-red smoke dispersed from Aanzo's phantom sword dance. Unlike the massive amount of phantom sword energy that appeared when Ban used phantom sword dance, what appeared at the end of Aanzo's phantom sword dance was a veritable hurricane of sword energy. Several tornadoes of sword energy appeared, as well as a final giant phantom sword that rolled and tore apart all the purple-red smoke, broken bottles, and boxes in the temple. Wow, a tornado. This power is completely invisible in the dungeon. There is no sense of oppression, and the damage is also very touching. No effect, adventurer. Although Aanzo just reacted to the purple-red smoke, the effect did not appear. Fortunately, while under control, Aanzo was unable to use either the Phantom Sword Extreme technique or the Divine Sword Extreme technique, so Ban could still easily suppress Aanzo. However, Aanzo's strength is greater than Ban's, and this suppression may not last long. Let me check the instructions. How could it not work? Gao Qian clicked on the system information about the spice. It will only work when you are calm or weak. It looks like I have to knock him out or hurt him first for the spice to work. Then I'll have to hit him once first. Ban continued to use Aanzo's rising dragon strike from Broken Army, and the force of the strike blew him away. Then I'll take charge of the attack. Adventurer, you can use awakening spices depending on the situation. Ban drank a bottle of the potion of overbearing armor and rushed towards Aanzo. Ha is still a phantom sword technique in the style of a giant sword, but the development of events is different this time. Critical Block Gao Qian watched as Ban, wrapped in a layer of golden red tyrant armor, blocked the moment the white light of the sword blade turned into light as Aanzo used the giant sword to perform the ghost sword technique and was about to strike him. A fierce vortex of sword energy burst forth in front of Ban, repelling Aanzo's giant sword attack and destroying the overwhelming effect created by Aanzo's phantom sword technique in the giant sword. Aanzo lost his balance after the counterattack and stopped the technique. Ban charges forward, uses an upward thrust, and floats in the air. Barn uses the first move of the Phantom Sword technique in the short sword, first move 3, to summon a hurricane of sword energy 9, floating pursuit, continuous hovering Barn uses an unfinished version of Mountain Collapse Strike, activating Phantom Sword Chi 3, Barn uses Evil Light Strike, activating Phantom Sword Chi 3, continuous hovering pursuit combo. 99 Barn uses Phantom Sword Dance, releases Sword Energy N, stimulates Phantom Sword Energy N, and continuously hovers in the air, pursuing and dealing combos. 999 Gao Qian uses Talisman, Suppression, and Victory Spear to slow down and control the enemy. Gao Qian uses Awakening Spice, and Aanzo is knocked down. Finally, it is quiet. Barn looked at Aanzo, who was covered in purple-red smoke, and fell. He could finally rest. Uncle Aanzo, how did you manage to control you? I remember going through this temple and continuing forward. I saw this huge, strange room and giant octopus tentacles. And then I fell here and saw you. After the mental control was removed, Aanzo was a little exhausted and looked sleepy, like he hadn't slept for many nights. It seemed like he needed a good rest. Where was that adventurer? While Barn and Aanzo were talking, Gao Qian had strangely appeared from another entrance. Why did the adventurer disappear? Wasn't he under Lotus's mental control? Barn and Aanzo exchanged glances. Barn, quickly inform your knights to find the adventurer and try not to harm him. He has jammers and awakening spices with him, and in a short time he should be free. Mind control illusion. Right now, I should be in an illusion created by mind control. Looking at the white fog effect at the edge of the field of vision provided by the system, it seems that this is exactly what is needed for an illusion or a dream dungeon. Perhaps it is because of the game system. Now, my body and spirit are caught in the illusion by the Lotus's mental control, but my soul, protected by the system, is awake. Then I will simply stay put and wait for the jammer to remove the mental control. Gao Qian thought about how to resolve the situation, but he felt that staying put and doing nothing might not work. If the mental control was deeper, the perception of his conscious soul might be different from the perception of the controlled body and part of the mind. With such deep control of the multi-layered illusion, who knows what will happen if he really does nothing? In the controlled illusion, the adventurer's desire to find the culprit, Rotus, increased manifold. On another route explored by Aanzo, the Iron Wolf Knights of Bana searched for missing adventurers and destroyed controlled believers and octopus monsters. Gao Qian, who was under mental control, turned back to the direction he came from and destroyed countless believers, octopus monsters, and controlled knight members who were blocking his path. No, how could the Iron Wolf Knights appear here? It is impossible to control them. Isn't that a loophole? Once a loophole appears in the illusion, mental control is easily seen through and destroyed. The illusion is destroyed, and the white fog in the field of vision disappears. However, the huge black shadow in the sky does not disappear. This is the mental suggestion of the Lotus, and this is also the true position of the Lotus in this world before it degenerated due to its weakness. It is very dangerous here. You had better leave this place, Gao Qian said to the 3 reserve knights in front of him. The 3 backup knights were Rennie, Fiona, and Dan, mentioned in the story. You haven't let go of the controls? Rennie asked. The problem was half solved. After Hyde led away his 3 rookie captains, Gao Qian turned and headed into the depths of the second ridge. Oh, right. If Lotus is forcibly controlling me through a jammer, that means Lotus's mental perception is focused on me. So what I say must be heard by Lotus. Deep inside the second ridge, the Lotus Temple was actually a box-shaped tower. Lotus, who was directing the adventurer's actions, naturally heard Gao Qian's muttering. What is he trying to tell me? Lotus thought. I wonder if Lotus knows that there is an ocean above his head? Gao Qian said to Lotus in the illusion. I know, but now I no longer have the power to control this huge whale to fly into the ocean above my head, Lotus said to Gao Qian through mental control. Yeah, it really works. Gao Qian didn't expect to be able to talk to Lotus in an illusion. So, What do you want to tell me? Deep in the second vertebra, Rotus's coffin, extreme demonic sword style. Storm Aanzo's body was shrouded in a misty white light, and the white ghostly hand that extended was filled with silvery white light. The silver light expanded as it continued to rotate and gradually divided, eventually forming 24 swords emitting a silvery white glow. Soul swords. The soul sword is the ultimate mastery of the soul sword's phantom sword art. Only by mastering the soul sword can the sword soul truly enter the awakening realm and rightfully be called the sword saint. The soul sword is not a real weapon, but the unwavering heart and brave soul of the sword soul. The soul sword is a state that can only be understood but not described. The soul sword is the will. Everything is continuous and everything is refracted. When the sword soul takes possession of the soul sword, it becomes a holy sword. Through the elevation of the soul sword, the ghost sword technique can evolve and become an extreme ghost sword technique. Most sword spirits need to master the technique of the demonic sword extreme technique, iron slashing style. Cutting iron is an extraordinary state. Only by understanding that nothing can be cut can one reach the state where everything can be cut. Cutting iron is also a kind of will. This is the will of man and the will of the sword. The greatest purpose of the sword is to cut everything. 24 spirit swords temporarily formed entities in the shape of certain swords. 12 formed a circle above, and 12 formed a circle below. 24 physical spirit swords formed a sword formation, creating a sword field. Countless dazzling afterimages and dazzling sword lights flashed. Unfortunately, Rotus, who was hiding in Rotus's coffin, completely retracted his tentacles into the coffin and created a protective shield with his mental force field. Aanzo's extreme demonic swordsmanship style did not cause him any harm, not even scratching his skin. This defense is too strong. Aanzo was also surprised that his storm style had no effect. It was a complete failure. Although she was not injured, her aura was still weakening. When Barnes saw Lotus, he found that her power was constantly dissipating and did not stop decreasing even for a moment. I heard from the prophet that Rotus is a sea creature. I think even an apostle should not be able to change the limitations and shortcomings of his race. Although Rotus has enough power to destroy the world, at the same time, if Rotus loses water, it will lose its source of life, so its power will continue to weaken. For now, all we can do is continue to attack and hope that Lotus wears itself out. I'm killing myself. While the two sword masters, Ban and Aanzo, were pondering how to eliminate Rots, Gao Qian, under Rots's guidance, successfully entered his coffin. Therefore, the reason why Aanzo's awakening skill did not deal damage earlier was not only because Rots's defense was too strong. After all, Rots was now very weak. Even with all his defense power, he couldn't help but break through. It can only be said that with Rots's damage immunity reduced, the damage dealt to Aanzo was compensated by the holy light protection granted to him. An adventurer, I see. Rots learned some secret information about the continent of Arad through the mental link. Under the protection of the system, Rots could not understand anything about Blue Star in the game. However, things like the God of Time and Space and the Terra Elder Revival Plan were recorded in the system, so he used that to replace the real Blue Star's memory. After all, if Rots also felt many strange gaps in the mental connection, he probably would not have cooperated under suspicion. Time travel, these adventurers are truly extraordinary. While time travel through space-time gates cannot truly change the history of one's own reality, everything that happens in these gates is real, and there are also spatial rifts. Although the fragmentary universe they are connected to does not have a complete timeline, all existence is real and is not a manifestation of the divine space-time force within these gates. Perhaps the best outcome for me would be to enter the universe of the alternate dimension fragment, like Antoon. However, this process is not very safe either. Di Ruigi seems to have died in the crack. Well, this is the only thing I can do. The lotus extended a transparent tentacle and touched Gao Qian's right hand. A strange tattoo appeared and then disappeared. This is the basis of my existence. If I fail to reach the fragment of another dimension, I can only be reborn thanks to it. Although I may not be as strong as I am now, the power of the apostles is not only their own power, but also the addition of the original power of the 12 gods. The 12 gods are not only the 12 concepts of terror, but also the embodiment of the 12 laws of the universe. System message. You have received an epic seed, ancient god prophet. Search for rule-breaking content. Epic seeds can grow into epic works. Start an epic collection project. Ancient prophet growth requirements. TBC Gao Qian looked at the newly discovered epic seed and thought it might be related to the epic system, equipment in the game. He was worried that the epic seed would not look like equipment, but would be more like a system of collecting fragments from another dimension combined with the epic art system, like the version in Destruction Age. However, the epic seed ancient god prophet is not in the epic collection project, but the epic material is displayed in the backpack materials column. It cannot be removed. Forget it, I'd better go and meet Ban and the others. After exiting the lotus coffin, Gao Qian walked around before arriving at the main entrance. You are here, adventurer. Ban could not think of any effective countermeasures against Aanzo, so he could only continue to attack to speed up Rotus's self-devouring. Now that they had both abandoned their storm styles, it took some time for the soul swords to regain their energy. However, with the double iron slash style weakening, Lotus's weakness was bound to worsen. How are you? Have you recovered? Aanzo had been controlled before, so naturally he knew he would be weak for a while after the control was lifted. The duration of weakness varied from person to person, with some being longer, some shorter. I had almost recovered, though still a little tired. As a paladin with healing skills, he recovers quickly physically, but his spirit and magic power are easily depleted. After all, it's not like in the game where you can just take medicine when the mana bar is empty. In reality, when mana runs out, it's very unpleasant. This is the signature dish of the Church of Blue Truth, holy wine, which restores the spirit much more effectively than elven wine. Holy wine can also refresh the mind without intoxicating. Oh, thank you. After drinking a lot of holy wine, my headache has greatly diminished. Apostles are truly powerful beyond imagination. Even a sea apostle like Lotus, who is already extremely weak, cannot be easily defeated by Yu's land humans. So, you are here. Just when Ban and Aanzo were at a loss, Silan and Bawanga arrived. Is this Apostle Lotus? Silan looked at the coffin of Lotus in front of him. It seems that he is not in a normal state. He has locked himself in this cool building. It seems that Lotus cannot be exposed to direct sunlight, at least on land and out of water, for long periods of time to get sunlight. The same goes for all sea creatures. For them, the sunbathing we do on land is like being in an oven. Rotus no longer used his mental force field for protection and focused his efforts on trying to break through the interdimensional wall. As an apostle who could destroy the world with just the remnants of battle, even when weak and dying, he possessed a power far beyond the imagination of ordinary beings. While Rotus was gathering his remaining strength, even he himself was unaware of the sublimation that was silently taking place within his degraded body. The tentacles that remained outside while fighting the four swordmasters had not changed, but in this hidden temple, as Rotus concentrated his power, a transparent energy body that looked exactly like his original body gradually formed in his brain. Knock. Shatter. A rift to another dimension has formed inside the temple. Success. The entrance to another dimension has been opened, Lotus said to Gao Qian through a mental link. Whether I can escape the prophecy or die here as predicted, it all depends on this moment. At this time, the four swordmasters simultaneously used the demonic swordstorm technique style, and the four sword fields dyed Rotus's entire coffin silvery white. Under the fierce combination attack of the four-dimensional extreme phantom sword technique, Rotus's coffin finally collapsed, and the mental pressure he had caused earlier also disappeared. In fact, when Lotus entered the spatial rift in the temple, the mental control of the Blue Truth Church's believers was lifted. The memories of all the believers did not disappear, so they naturally realized how terrifying the enemy was and how terrible the disaster they were facing was. The Lotus had been completely defeated. All the believers were rejoicing. Regardless of whether they wanted to maintain strictness or the high priest with a stern character, the Blue Truth Church had to rejoice and laugh at this moment, even if it cost countless lives and blood, or even the thoughts of the entire church. But the facts have proven that humans can defeat the apostles, even if that defeat involves a great deal of luck and chance. The driving force of human progress, confidence and chance, do play an important role. Moonlight Tavern, Hutton Ma Back Street. The latest moves are truly crazy. After days of bitter infighting, Barn, as the only senior employee with a fixed salary and bonus, has decided to treat everyone to dinner at the Moonlight Tavern. What would you like to drink? Since there have been an unexpectedly large number of octopus cooking ingredients recently, even the Moonlight Inn has introduced new dishes such as elf-flavoured grilled octopus balls, octopus fried rice, ink powder, etc. Elven beer. Aanzo and Bwanga still enjoy drinking this refreshing beer in large quantities. Although the elven wine had a delicate texture and a wonderful taste, it was too little and unpleasant to drink. I heard that the Moonlight Inn has an elf-flavoured sake, and I have long wanted to try it. Ceylon doesn't have high standards for alcohol, and he doesn't stick to just a few types. Oh, my little treasure, I feel like she's going to cry. Barn touched his wallet, thinking about how hard it would be to pay this bill. He thought about borrowing money from Her Highness Isabella. The four swordmasters were sitting together drinking, and Gao Chen was sitting at the next table with some of his acquaintances from the Iron Wolf Knights. There should be drinks here, like milk or juice. Gao Chen didn't like to drink much, and usually drank what was written as beer, but pronounced as drinks, such as pineapple beer, beer tea, etc. I'm thirsty. It was Rennie who was beaten half to death when Gao Chen was under control. Fortunately, Gao Chen was a paladin, and the life source he had just mastered successfully saved the life of a cute girl, even though the girl's voice was comparable to that of the Hedong lion. In the first place, is it really okay for us to be here? Novice Knight. Dan felt very tense as he looked at the two swordmasters, Aanzo and Bwanga, who were drinking together. I think if we let the captain treat us, he won't deprive us of our daily needs, right? This is Fiona, also a nice girl. Among the junior knights of the Iron Wolf, there are many girls in black stockings. Don't worry, although the uncles and the others look serious, they are actually very nice people who are easy to talk to. Gao Chen has reached level 40. However, unlike those who sell various dropped consumables in Hattonmere or on the West Coast, or even cook their own Blue Star kitchen, he was an experienced player and a connoisseur of beauty. Naturally, he couldn't allow Arad to die due to the machinations of his second sister, much less be destroyed by a single burst of primordial will energy. Therefore, he felt a great deal of pressure to level up. In fact, there were no linear story quests to level up like in the game. Moreover, the dungeons with their level caps made it almost impossible. After all, Rotus and Sigart were gone, and they weren't in the dungeon either, possibly due to a dimensional rift. In the near future, they may meet us in another form. While Aanzo and Uncle Bwanga were still drinking, new news appeared. A strange epidemic recently broke out in the Dark Elf Kingdom of Vanes. In this magical world, this disease can even affect the dead and resurrect them as undead. Although the epidemics in the Afaria and Neupera regions were caused by the transfer phenomenon, their sources were different. The Neupera region suffered from the power of Deregi, while the Afaria region was caused by the curse of destruction of the kingdom of Borodin. Recently, the Principality of Belmar and the Dark Elf Kingdom of Vanes clashed in the Southern Valley. A Dark Elf reported that a strange infectious disease had broken out near the city of Afaria, and they suspected that it had been deliberately caused by humans. Everyone in the Principality of Belmar wondered if the Empire was up to something secret, but the Dark Elf Kingdom of the Vanes knew little about the human kingdoms, so they simply found the nearest Principality of Belmar, based on Afaria's location. Isn't the Delian Empire trying to provoke a new war between the Principality and the Dark Elves so that they can reap the benefits later? Some of the patrons of the tavern were whispering, but both the Masters of the Four Swords and the adventurers were strong and had keen eyesight and hearing, so they heard everything clearly. The atmosphere became less harmonious. Gao Chen silently watched as the surrounding people looked at the Iron Wolf Knights, who were all wearing the same uniform. Their eyes no longer held the admiration they had felt after defeating Apostle Rotus, but instead there was something strange in them. It seems this party is really disappointing. Barn also noticed the strange turn of events. Barn, can't your knights help the duchy deal with the Dark Elves? Aanzo asked. No, the Emperor ordered the knights to follow Her Highness Isabella and protect her. If Her Highness Isabella were to secretly go to war, we could legally garrison the area. But Her Highness Isabella is currently enjoying herself on the Sky Behemoth, and I'm afraid she has no intention of meeting the Dark Elves. After all, the Dark Elf architectural style is still too grim for humans. While it may seem appealing at first, it will become unbearable after a while. There is little I can do to help. Winter is approaching our tribe, and I must return and take over. As a Bantu chief, Bwanga still puts the survival of the tribe first. But is it true that the snowy mountains are always covered in ice and snow? Is there a difference between winter and no winter in such a place? I still have a lot to investigate, so I'm afraid I can't help you. Seelan had already passed through the space-time gate many times, but under the influence of someone's great will, he could not find the key point. In fact, the big lion head, the Mehmet of the day, and the Bastion of yesterday were blocking Seelan's passage. Since Seelan knew who the Lionhead was with the power of time and space, he subconsciously did not think about her obstacle. The adventurer rose and knocked down Bastion yesterday. It can be said that Mehmet was waiting for these adventurers, so everything became clear as soon as they arrived. Due to the Empire's blockade, the Duchy's troops sent to Afar's camp were significantly reduced. Therefore, Queen Skadi instructed the Adventurers Guild's special envoy, Boken, to place an advertisement on the bulletin board seeking adventurers to assist in investigating the infectious disease in the Afaria region. After hastily finishing the gala dinner, Bwanga headed back to Stone Snow. Seelan also returned to Shuzu, and Barn and his Iron Wolf Knights returned to the base and moved to the rear of Heavenly Curtain. It seemed that it was no longer possible to help the Principality, or the Empire was happy about it. However, many members of the Adventurers Guild accepted the quest and set out for Afaria. Hettenmar, Information Board at the Duke's Palace. Due to the recent conflict between the Dark Elves and our country, we are recruiting strong adventurers to explore the Afaria camp. Adventurers who accept this quest can confirm its completion with Knight Lobak of the Duchy of Afaria. Lobak has left. Thank you for disturbing her. On Behemoth, Lobak suffered mental trauma from Rotus's mental force field. Without resting, she went to the dark place of the Dark Elves again. Is it you, Gao Chen? Gao Chen, who was about to leave, suddenly heard a very familiar voice. Is it Lei Hu? Why are you here? Gao Chen turned around and saw that it was Lei Hu who had moved straight to Shuzu. Shuzu has no quests and the Red Maple Forest is completely open, so I came to Huttenmar to find you. After accepting the quest, Gao Chen and Lei Hu again faced a problem: how to get to Alphalia. This place cannot be reached by walking a few steps around the city in the game. Alphalia is on another island continent. It's a long way from Huttenmar to the southeast, through the Southern Valley and the Southern Strait. West Coast Mages Guild. You said you wanted to go to Afaria. Sharan looked at the young adventurer in front of her with some surprise. As the link between the Dark Elves and the humans, Mages Guild President Sharan was naturally well aware of the friction and hostilities between the Kingdom of Veins and the Principality of Belmar. However, what surprised Sharan was not Gao Chen's willingness to go to Afaria to help, but the fact that he had just performed a heroic act by challenging an apostle. And now he was running to the battlefield between two countries to sow chaos. Such suicidal thinking was truly incomprehensible. However, President Sharon herself still hopes that the conflict between the Dark Elves and humans can be resolved peacefully. While these adventurers may sometimes have the best intentions but fail to achieve the desired results, judging by the effectiveness of their investigations and success rate, they are far more effective than the Council of Elders. Fortunately, we found the blueprint of the exploding Dragon King Bakar's teleportation magic circle in the Sky City. Now, our teleportation magic network is much faster than before. Sharon took out a map of the continent, which had detailed locations and magic teleportation points from the 10,000 Years Snow Mountain in the northernmost part of the continent to the Dark Elf Kingdom of Vanes. However, the strange thing was that the location of the Delos Empire was marked on the map, but in grey, which meant unknown. The Delos Empire is not yet open, but will be soon. I heard that some areas will be available in the next version. According to the map, there is a magical teleportation node in the city of Alphalia, but teleporting directly to the city of the Dark Elves is impractical. The envoys led by Knight Lobak and Dark Elf envoy Krent, as well as Ruth, Paris and others in the city of Alphalia, also opened a teleportation node in the newly founded Alphalia camp. Here it is. I am teleporting here. Knowing the plot in advance, Gao Qian immediately chose the most important Alphalia camp. Camp Afaria is an ideal place to rest. Sharan also noted the importance and uniqueness of this place. Let's go. Under Sharan's watchful gaze, Gao Qian and Lei Hu disappeared into the teleportation zone. I hope they can resolve this conflict. Camp Afaria, residents of the Belmar Envoy. Although Afaria was founded by three factions, the ambassador of the Belmar Principality, the special envoy of the Dark Elf Kingdom of Vana, and the mercenaries of the city of Afaria, these three forces had separate bases. However, the Principality of Belmar stated that it had considerable resources and wanted to hire mercenaries to resolve the conflict. As a result, Paris and her team were stationed next to the ambassador of the Principality of Belmar. Moreover, the ambassador was Queen Skadi's personal knight, Lobach, a powerful female ghost swordswoman with a hand cursed by Kazan. On the other hand, the Dark Elf envoy Krent came here to help investigate the truth about the infectious disease, following the Queen's orders. However, Krent has been busy lately. His good friend, the Dark Elf alchemist Morgan, went to investigate the outbreak and did not return for a long time. However, due to the delay of the elders, Krent was unable to take either soldiers or night messengers with him, so he could only entrust this task to adventurers hired by Belmar, with a reward, of course. When Gao Qian and Lei Hu arrived at the Aphalia camp, it was completely empty except for their troop headquarters. In order to avoid conflict, both sides exercised restraint and refrained from large-scale contact. The surface analysis land is located near the city of Alphalia. After the spread of an infectious disease, many body snatchers, often referred to as zombies, appeared in the area. Alchemist Morgan went alone to the surface analysis zone to investigate the infectious disease. Now that so much time has passed, he is probably in great danger. After asking Krent for a map of the surrounding area, Gao Qian and Lei Hu set out. Brief analysis of the place, a very empty and ordinary place. In the Dark Elf region, the most common type of terrain is various caves, and the surface analysis area is naturally also a cave area. The Alphalia region is a great place for adventurers to earn money. Unlike in the game, gold coins and tickets are not the most valuable thing. After building a dungeon, you can see gem decorations, treasure chests, and huge piles of flowers and mutant flax leaves everywhere. According to the rules of the dungeon, the production speed of consumables in this area is significantly higher than in others. Moreover, be it potions that enhance darkness, black tequila, flowers and leaves of mutant flax or mutant strawberries, all of these are advertising goods in both the human and dark elf markets, with the exception of dry cheese, because regardless of its taste or aroma, it is unacceptable to ordinary people, not to mention the chaotic effect of the rule. However, as the first adventurers to arrive here, Gao Qian, Lei Hu and the others naturally could not enjoy the various privileges in the dungeon. There are many things hidden underground. Lei Hu's mental perception is especially clear in the breath of light, showing corpse snatchers, undead monsters belonging to the dark creatures. In Lei Hu's perception, there are countless black shadows hidden beneath the surface. Summoning the Mind Beast's Dragon Tiger roar, the Thunder Tiger instantly turned bright white. Spreading its paws, it created several golden mind balls surrounding itself. Dragon Tiger roar and mental energy. Surrounding can enhance some mental energy skills. Since the target is underground, it is natural to use attacks that easily direct mental energy underground. Thunderstomp P with one leg high and kick down. The higher you lift it, the louder and more powerful the kick will be. In fact, it doesn't matter whether you lift your foot or not, but as soon as you strike down, the thunder will already sound with a stomp. The earth will crack under the powerful blow, and several thunders will fall down with a roar. ZZ is countless sparks of electric arc scattered along the cracks in the ground. The ground is very resistant. The thunder's power was mostly concentrated in the cracks in the ground, and the scattered electric current had almost no effect. Let's lure out the body snatcher first. Mental attacks underground are not very effective. Wait a minute. This situation is a good opportunity to test the actual effect of the skill. There is a very interesting rule in Arad. Regardless of the skills of any profession, their rules are linked to the rules of the dungeons. That is, the ability to change the terrain is unexpectedly weak. This setup is also necessary for the safety of the continent. After all, some professions have skills that are set to destroy the Earth's crust and create magma. Shikigami, Xuanwu. Although his name was Xuanwu, he did not resemble a snake coiled around a turtle, as in the legend, but rather a large black dog with yellow stripes, with golden jagged rings on his tail and neck. Come on, Xuanwu, bury those hiding underground. Gao Chen waved his hand and gave a rather vague order. I can only grab and turn into stone. I have no other functions. Xuanwu looked at Gao Chen with disdain. But after all, this was a real wilderness, and the rules and restrictions were not that strict. Xuanwu moved away a little. As a summoned Shikigami, he could not provoke the aggression of the corpse snatchers. He scanned the surrounding area, confirming the location of the monster hiding underground from the signals coming from the ground. Roar! Xuanwu slashed his claws at the ground. Yellow lines began to crawl across the ground, and after a while, the ground began to shake. All the corpse snatchers were completely petrified and remained underground, unable to get to the surface. Camp Ophalia, the residence of Ambassador Belmare Mistress Lowback, the Adventurers Guild, has accepted the Queen's mission, and our elite members are already on their way via the updated teleportation network. However, I would like to recommend a few newcomers to you. Recommend a few newcomers. Lowback seemed to remember a few adventurers who had come here before Karagas came. Gao Qian, Oso, An, Lei Hu, Aolas, and a group of adventurers consisting of a group of strange guys. After handing over the commission and personnel certificate, Karagas returned to Hutton-Ma via the transmission network. Oso was once a knight of the Iron Wolves. Perhaps the organization did not have such a name then. In general, the guard unit that was conducted as part of the artificial sex change experiment in the Delos Empire, in which Ban participated and was one of the leaders, can be called the predecessor of the Iron Wolves Order. Ban. I knew the failure of the experiment at the time had hurt many, so when I took over as the Order's commander, I called on many of the guard to join. Oso is now a high-ranking knight of the Iron Wolf Order. As a distinguished member of the elite squad, he is currently on a solo mission for Legion Commander Ban, to travel to the Alphalia region and find an adventurer friend of Ban's who will help him with his investigation. Brief analysis of the place. There are many ancient buildings here. In this ancient cave with square walls and a shape resembling a cabinet, there were clearly man-made objects. A statue of a male ghost with huge long horns and a statue of a woman with a hood. How do you know this is a female statue? Lei Hu looked at the hooded statue. The face was very high up, and the light was dim, so the face under the hood was almost invisible. It was as if they were lazy and didn't carve the face of the statue. Carving the face was the hardest part. Look at those long legs. Aren't they very smooth? Even if she has long legs, it doesn't mean she's a woman. You know, there are so many transvestites among elves. After the appearance of man-made artifacts, two elemental spirits began to appear in the cave. The ice element Iceness and the dark element Sermintech. Snowflake and Beanstalk had seen all four elemental elves in Behemoth's sky curtain, so they knew each other as well. Elemental elves are relatively simple magical creatures, not prone to actively attacking other creatures. However, in the Dark Elf Kingdom of Veins, there are Dark Elves who are capturing Elemental Elves in an organized manner. Therefore, a leader suddenly appeared among the Elemental Elves, who encouraged them to actively attack other creatures. "What are you doing here?" I touched Ice Ness's icy tentacles, which were very cold. As for Sermon Tech, it was just normal, very sticky and somehow strange, caustic. Cece Bingness made a strange vibrating sound. Obviously, Gao Chen and Lei Hu did not know the language of the ice element, but Binnis also discovered this problem and turned to the condensation of frozen water molecules in the air to form images. A strange ice image of a body snatcher appeared in the air, different from other body snatchers. This ghoul was larger than the average ghoul. He wore dark elf-style clothing, glasses on his face, carried a bag over his shoulder, and held a book in his relatively normal hand. Of course, the main difference was his long golden hair. Although they were covered in dirt and had lost their luster, he looked much more impressive than the bald or even rotten-headed ghouls around him. It seemed that this corpse snatcher was the dark elf alchemist Morgan we were looking for. It seemed as if it should be. Let's find him first and see if this is it. As we continued to walk forward, we saw more and more handicrafts, including ornaments made of rough stone and piles of flowers and flax leaves. "Someone is coming," Lei Hu suddenly said. "Someone?" Gao Qian paused. "Is it another adventurer, a player, or a dark elf?" The footsteps were getting closer and closer. Ice Nice. An ice snowflake appeared in front of them. Obviously, Bingness can't take steps, so who is this other person? Zhang. The sound of friction when drawing a sword from its sheath. A thin purple humanoid phantom appeared behind Bingness. The image of the phantom woman looks like a woman. The phantom held a sword made of ghosts in its hand. It swung the sword, swinging it horizontally, slashing downwards, throwing it upwards, and slashing. I think I've seen this swordsmanship style somewhere before. Gao Qian glanced at the ghost's attack and felt that it was very familiar. "Who are you?" The young and beautiful girl in uniform received the ice element core left by the dismembered ice force. Iron Wolf. The girl's uniform and decoration style are basically the same as those of the Iron Wolf Knight recruits found in Sky City and Sky Behemoth. You are adventurers. Before coming here, I heard the leader of the group, Barn, say that if among the adventurers you meet independent and unique people, such as a group or several people who always wear the same style of clothing that is different from others, or people with a special mixed style that is completely unnoticeable, then perhaps these are the adventurers they are looking for. Here we say that the Adventurers Association is an important force in Belmar. Adventurers usually mean players. Be careful not to attack these elemental elves now. Although elemental elves are magical creatures like living creatures, it is quite normal for them to hate or even despise the undead. Moreover, elemental elves are very primitive and therefore very vengeful. Therefore, to avoid unnecessary problems, it is better not to provoke these cute guys too much. Of course, if they are the mutant leaders, it would be better to eliminate them as soon as possible. Otherwise, it will still be very unpleasant. It seems we are lost. Gao Qian looked at the end of the cave, where there was no exit, and shrugged helplessly. Let's go back the way we came. Fortunately, this is a cave with only one entrance. Wait a minute, there seems to be something here. Oso seems to have discovered something. In the cave, a huge rock blocked the way, creating a small corner from which icy air was coming. It's so cold here. Having passed the stone pillars that blocked the road, the ground became covered with a light layer of frost, and in some places a thin layer of ice formed, turning it into frozen ground. Several dark blue ice flowers were blooming proudly on the white frost, but the strange thing about these ice flowers was that their pistil was a polygonal diamond-shaped plane. It seemed to be an ice mirror. What is an ice mirror? Gao Chen looked at the two people next to him. The expressions on both of their faces seemed to say, "I don't know. You don't know anything? Then I'll eat some books." Gao Chen opened the black leather sacred book with gold patterns that he received, along with the job he changed to the Golden Pope. Found it. Paste the contents into the dialog box. Ice mirror. It is also known as the ice crystal spirit flower. It grows in icy and snowy areas rich in ice elements. Sometimes it mutates into the ice spirit mirror flower. The pistil of the ice spirit mirror flower is polygonal in shape and can continuously cultivate lower-level ice elemental elves. Ice elemental. Some scientists have shown that the ice spirit's mirror flower does not mutate automatically, but is usually catalyzed by ice spirit shock, the leader of the lower-level ice elemental spirits, or ice shadow Aquilus, a higher-level ice elemental spirit. However, strangely enough, according to current research, these two rarely appear near the ice spirit mirror flower, leading to a contradiction in research. This is truly a magical change of nature. Watching the ice body core continuously being generated from the ice body mirror and then projected outwards, the core began to absorb ice elements and water vapor, forming white transparent ice spikes after exiting the ice body mirror. Zixi Bingness seemed to sense something very familiar about Oso. It was the ice nest crystal. Gao Chen remembered that Oso had just used Phantom Slash to shatter the ice nest, leaving behind an ice crystal knot with a snowflake mark. To the elemental elves, memory is a meaningless record, as the elemental elves and other creatures have no concept of lifespan or survival. In the eyes of a mere ice, Oso, with his core aura, is actually just a strange ice that has grown too big and cannot speak. CC. You said that Sermontek's territory was occupied by a strange humanoid creature in clothes, and that it was forcing Sermontek to do things for it. CC. This man was also slowly mutating into a ghoul. He still wears the same yellow suit, glasses, and his skin is a disgusting dark red color. CC. This man no longer controls Sermontek after it mutated into ghoul, but he continues to emit a strange aura. Sermontek couldn't stand it and came here to fight you for territory. When will people be able to communicate normally and without problems with elemental elves? As a member of the Iron Wolves Order and a participant in artificial transfer experiments, Oso can be said to have extensive knowledge. However, other than the demon mages transported from the demon realm, he had never seen any humans on the continent who could communicate with the elemental elves. Taming and controlling the demon cats in the forest was already problematic enough, and after the experiments, controlling the mutated demon cats became even more difficult. At the same time, Gao Chen was still talking to Biness. Oso was trying to see if he could return the ice mirror intact. The Empire was studying this special magical product of nature. Lei Hu on the other side found corpse snatchers and headless corpse snatchers running towards him. I wonder how they found these headless corpse snatchers. But they can't be allowed to block the road. A booming sound like the roar of a dragon and a tiger erupted from Lei Hu's body. The mental energy once again dyed his body bright white, and the mental images of the dragon and tiger flowed through his body like living creatures. En Apatok. Lei Hu roared and delivered a normal straight punch forward. Roar! The white energy generated by the dragon and tiger roar of the mind beast emitted a dragon roar. The energy bubbled, pushing out the energy of nature with a powerful impulse. Rum. His own mental energy mixed with natural energy, forming a huge blue-white beast paw with black stripes similar to both a dragon and a tiger, and rushed forward. The claws of the mind beast fell upon several corpse snatchers. The first body snatcher who was caught was burned to ashes, and the rest, thrown aside, were also enveloped in a layer of electric light. Sa-sha. He then performed 2 consecutive sweeps from the top down and 2 kicks from the bottom up. While moving, Lei Hu generated energy beast claws and performed 2 sweeping and tearing attacks. Haha, I don't know how Thunder Tiger managed this move, rolling in place without jumping and performing a downward split attack. This flexibility is amazing. It seems that the roar of the Dragon Tiger Mind Beast also has the effect of relaxing muscles, Gao Chen said as he watched Zhen Wudu relax his muscles. Bum. When Lei Hu kicked, The beast's natural claws appeared out of thin air and slammed down. Although the sound and special effects were flawless and all the monsters were destroyed, the area was left untouched. The huge and powerful claws of the mind beast left only a few black marks of fire when they hit the ground. Roar. Looking at the crowd of corpse snatchers crowded at the entrance of the cave, Lei Hu roared like a lion without thinking. Gradually, the blue energy ripples expanded, a loud lion roar rang out, and a roar formed by blue and white energy flew out. Break, boom. The corpse snatchers crowding at the entrance of the cave were dispersed by a loud lion roar. Wow, he was really carried away. Looking at the blue-white word that was still flying forward, Gao Qian couldn't help but sigh. This is the power of the tongue. After leaving Ice Nest Cave and walking along the wall of the huge statue, you will soon reach the cave entrance at the other end. Shixi. That's it, but the black bean sprouts seem to be in the way. Whisper. Shixi. After a conversation between Zuehua and Duya, Zuehua convinced Duya to join the adventurer team. What just happened? Lei Hu was confused. When did these elemental elves become friendly forces? This group of adventurers is really unexpected, magical, and strange. Oso was also surprised by the miraculous development. An undead monster. All undead monsters have low or even negative resistance to light. As usual, before the battle add buffs, Weapon of Light, Mind Flow, full activation of Dragon Mind Beast, and Tiger Roar. Weapon Blessing, Angel Blessing, Honor Blessing, Guardian Badge, Light's Vengeance, Heaven's Homophony, and finally, Holy Spirit Hammer. After a series of enhancements, all humans and elemental elves present were surrounded by red, blue, white, gold, and green light. It would have been ideal if we had a lighting technician at this time. Entering this cave, which was originally the territory of Sermontech, one can't help but feel a chilling feeling. There is a thick darkness here that almost makes me sneeze. As a priest, one values the balance of the four elements. Unlike the phantom swordsman, whose constitution leans towards darkness under the influence of spiritual powers, and the warrior who develops the power of the mind, whose constitution leans towards light. And these so-called celestial beings, who constantly deal with firearms, generally have a constitution characterized by excessive fire on the surface and cold yin inside. As for the dark-skinned dark elves who live underground, when we talk about darkness, we actually mean that they are more like shadows. Whisper. You said it was cool here originally. The coolness of the dark elemental elves is too cool for humans. Rustle. Be careful of the dark red aura on the ground. It's a curse. It wasn't there originally. There is indeed some dark red aura on the cave floor, but there's no real discomfort or change. The corpse snatchers wandered aimlessly in the depths of the cave. Cece Bingness' eyes shone, and an icy aura appeared around her. I saw a faint white mist thickening under the corpse snatcher's feet in the distance, and the temperature around him began to drop. Countless ice cones burst out from the white fog, freezing the body snatcher's thin and short legs under his big belly. The ice cone attack from Bingness was like an onslaught, and the group of body snatchers rushed towards this side like a wasp's nest being disturbed. I would suppress them from a distance first, then move in and create a wall of light to split the formation, then move forward and clear the field with the final wave. The battle plan was made in an instant, and then it was time to show everyone my ranged skills. Oso is a swordsman who excels at devastating attacks at medium and short range, so she has very few ranged skills, only 3, and the range is not very impressive, which some also call phantom slash or something like that, is really effective. Swordsmen have the power to wield ancient magic swords. Oso currently wields the lightning sword, Lightning Stone. The lightning sword is an emerald green rapier with a golden guard and hilt. 3 instant shadow strikes can also greatly activate and strengthen the profound power of the ancient magic sword. At this time, accompanied by 3 huge fluorescent crescent-shaped air blades, countless lightning bolts swept across the ground. A hammer-shaped ball lightning bolt flew out from behind Oso and flew away. Zizi. The field was filled with crackling sounds caused by the bombardment of electric current. The effect is really good, but I won't stay away. Lei Hu silently watched the lightning raging on the field, but continued to concentrate his own mental energy and the light attribute aura generated by the raging lightning. Continuous mind cannon. A high concentration of mental energy condensed between Lei Hu's hands, emitting golden and blue-white light. It was like a huge golden ball of mental energy that grew larger and larger in his hands. Drink, drink, drink. Lei Hu continuously moved his hands forward, and every time he pushed forward, a powerful mental cannon shot rang out. Mind beast. Fierce tiger shakes the earth. After firing several telekinetic cannons, Lei Hu once again condensed the golden telekinetic tiger. This tiger burst out from the golden telekinetic energy in Lei Hu's hand, knocking down countless corpse snatchers and then exploding, turning them into ashes. It seems I have no ranged combat skills. Gao Chen looked at his skills. There was not a single long-range skill to speak of seriously. Almost all of them were mid-range and close-range skills. I'd better go and divide the battlefield. Under the enemy's long-range fire, Oso and Lei Hu Gao Chen launched an offensive. Use the Devil Destroyer Talisman and Victory Spear to eliminate the scattered ghouls that survived the long-range fire. Gao Chen seemed to have detected something amiss. The crimson aura just now seemed to be boiling here, like countless bubbles gathering on Gao Qian's feet. In the distance, a red corpse snatcher with yellow clothes and long, dark yellow hair seemed to sense the presence of living beings and began to move in that direction. There are too many monsters to fight the Lord now. Let's split up first. The holy light shield was used, and two swaying energy barriers appeared, blocking the corpse snatcher from the other side. "Master, come out! Quickly clear the area!" Gao Chen shouted. "No problem, I understand." In order to clear the battlefield, they had to unleash their full combat power. Lei Hu and Oso used their dash skills. Oso has a variety of attack skills. He starts with Phantom Sword, Softening Shadow Strike, then moves on to Rising Dragon Strike, Softening Thunder, Thousand Army Destruction, and finally Army Destruction Dance to clear the stage. All in one set. Lei Hu's actions were more prolonged. First, he created a circle of mental energy, then followed by instant steps, thunder steps, thunder clones, scattered lion roar, and finally he spun a large ball with a spiral field of mental energy. Hoo-hoo! Morgan the corpse snatcher let out a shrill roar. Holy light! Countless golden rays of light burst forth from Gao Qian's body, like a golden beam shooting straight towards the sky. Golden waves of holy light, condensed from the holy light, rose up and lifted all objects caught in their streams into the air. Ouch! Morgan, the corpse snatcher, roared and swung his huge, twisted, mutated claws to strike the shield of holy light. Threads of dark, cursed aura seeped into him, leaving stains of dark red lines on the glass energy barrier. Morgan attacked tirelessly, and the undead did not feel tired at all. Their mutated, distorted giant claws and small, clumsy talons continuously attacked the shield of holy light. Finally, Morgan broke the annoying energy barrier in front of him, and the scene that appeared before his eyes at that moment was a woman in a black military uniform rushed towards me, golden wings of light stretching out from behind her back, and the rapier in her hand radiated a light that I hated and feared. Morgan, who had completely mutated into a body snatcher, no longer had the brain power to comprehend the situation. The human woman danced wildly with a rapier in her hand, and a golden curtain of swords enveloped Morgan. Lightning pierced Morgan's necrotic, unfeeling red skin, and the burning numbness returned to his rotten brain. Am I going to die? Morgan, faced with death, seemed to remember something. He began to speak in the language of the Dark Elves and then switched to the common tongue of the continent. True death is not the senseless and emotionless so-called immortal dead. I am so sorry, Krent. I still cannot tell you the truth. The magic sword of light danced wildly in Oso's hand, and a golden curtain of swords enveloped the space. The power of the lightning broke through the surface and penetrated inside. It is over. Evil will be slain. Oso raised the demon sword of light to his belt, and the wings of light exploded behind him. Morgan stood there, with countless cracks on his body, and golden light rose from the cracks. "Broken," Oso whispered. The golden power of the light magic sword gushed, splashed, and exploded from Morgan's cracked body. Along with the explosion of the sword's magic power, Morgan's body also sublimated into a cloud of dark red smoke and dissipated. Click Morgan turned to ashes, and only a notebook remained, proving that there was once a dark elf named Morgan here. "I hope you can sleep peacefully." Oso dispelled the power of the magic sword, returned the knight's sword in his hand to its original form, and saluted. "We will solve the problem of infectious diseases and successfully prevent a war between the Dark Elves and the Principality of Belmar. It seems that this is Krent's good friend, Morgan." Gao Chen took Morgan's notes. "I hope he really wrote down something useful." Lei Hu and Oso also gathered together. Gao Qian opened Morgan's notes and began to read. "Continent of Arad, Year of Ma, Year 300, Month and Day. Year of Veins, Kingdom of the Dark Elves, Year 20, Month and Day." Lei Hu: "Why is the Year of Ma written first?" Oso: "Because the continent of Arad was created by the great magician Ma, and the great magic circle above the Sky City is the work of the great magician Ma. In the royal capital, Dark City, I received a joint order from the Queen and the Council of Elders to head to the outskirts of the city of Alphalia to investigate a sudden outbreak of an infectious disease and quickly create an antidote. I grabbed my alchemical tools and set out. A certain day of a certain month, I arrived in the city of Alphalia, and unexpectedly, the Queen's messenger who greeted me turned out to be my good friend Krent. His Namintu was indeed very obedient, but I was still humiliated and despised him. A certain day of a certain month, I had managed to put an end to the plague in Alpharia. But it was not the source, so I began to look for a possible source. My biggest suspect was the Dark Elf tomb to the east of Alpharia, where the remains of the undead evil dragon Spitz still lay. Only bones remained, but they still had vitality and life. Dragons are truly an amazing species. Wait, the evil dragon Spitz Oso suddenly stopped. All the Iron Wolf Knights participated in Operation Sky City. Although they had not seen Sagart and the exploding Dragon King Bakar, they all knew that if they wanted to pass through the magic circle in the sky and reach the heavens, the only way was to find the exploding Dragon King Bakar's creation, the three-headed dragon. As a member of the Delos Empire, Oso naturally knew that all of the remains of the mad dragon Hess of the Three Dragons had been used up during experiments in the Empire's alchemy workshop. As for the other two of the three dragons, the ice dragon Skasa was sealed in the snowy mountains by the first chieftain of the Polar Bantu tribe. Imperial spies and secret forces searched for him for a long time in the snowy mountains, but they found no scales or armor that could belong to the dragon, and there are no leads. However, according to the latest investigation report, an unexpected cold storm hit the Stru Mountains, a 1,000-year-old snowy mountain range. The Bantu people left the snow city of Amros and headed to the Stone Snows region at the foot of the Stru Mountains. This unexpected cold storm could have been caused by the ice dragon striking the seal. As for the evil dragon Spitz among the three dragons, there has been no news of him since he was defeated or destroyed by the Dark Elf Emperor Borodin. The evil dragon Spitz is indeed here among the Dark Elves. But what does it mean to be immortal? Didn't the records say that the evil dragon Spitz would constantly regenerate and be reborn? Even if he were to be dismembered and sealed separately, he would still become an undead being and continue to live. Dismembered, Oso thought. If it was truly dismembered, then the Dark Elf Kingdom must have preserved the important parts of the evil dragon. After all, the Dark Elves would never think of processing such pure magical biological material. I used to think that the various processing methods in the Imperial Alchemy Workshop were quite impressive, but now it turns out that they can sometimes be destructive. If the Empire hadn't recycled all the parts of the Mad Dragon many times, causing them to lose their original properties, we would all be in heaven now. Having confirmed that the relics of the evil dragon were in the Dark Elf Kingdom of Van, Oso asked no more questions. Now his main task was to resolve the conflict between the Principality of Belmar and the Dark Elves. After all, the reputation of the Empire abroad was very bad. In the north of the Principality of Belmar, on the edge of the Elven line, there are Arctic snow mountains, the Strom Mountains. "It seems that the vile fellow has awakened again," said Reno, the great blacksmith of the Turu tribe, angrily. Bantu is the collective name for all the polar tribes living in the Stru Mountains, a 1,000-year-old snow-covered mountain. Originally, they lived as a single entity in the snow-covered city of Amroth in the Stru Mountains. Later, the seal of the ice dragon Skasa weakened, and the magic of the ice dragon affected the climate of the snowy mountains, making it even harsher and colder. Amroth gradually froze, and the Bantha were forced to evacuate to Stonesnow at the foot of the Stru Mountains, near the forest of Yarnoff. As a result, the Bantu tribe split into the Walker, Kunik, and Tulu tribes. Reno, don't talk. Save your strength. This was the current deputy chief of the Bantu tribe, Black Wolf Orca. He was the younger brother of Chief Buanga, very powerful, with a heightened sense of responsibility and xenophobia. When Buanga was away, he led the tribe to avoid the disaster caused by the ice dragon. It seems that it is time for us to prepare to flee to the south. When will we be able to defeat this old enemy? Let us first head to the Elven line in the Principality of Belmar to find shelter. Orca looked at the parchment letter in his hand, sent by his elder brother. The clan leader said that he had convinced the duchy, and they had allowed us to take refuge on the Elven line and transfer the old, the weak, women and children there. But what about the soldiers? The elder brother said that this time he will join forces with the Principality Adventurers Association and some of his friends to completely destroy this vile ice dragon, Orca said through clenched teeth. Scusser. Look at what's written next. Don't worry, I'll see it now. Gao Qian turned the page and saw the following contents. Van Ness records the year, calendar year, month, and day. The investigation progressed slowly. Although the epidemic in Ophalia City had been eliminated, the situation in the surrounding area seemed to be worsening. News has come from the Dark City that the elders believe that this plague may have been intentionally spread by humans, and have ordered the city of Alphalia to raise an army to declare war on the Principality of Belmar. However, I personally believe that even if it is indeed a human-spreading infection, the more likely target is the Delos Empire across the ocean. However, the Elder Council said that Delos was too far away to be attacked, and Delos had already stationed military forces in Belmar, so it didn't matter who they attacked. These Dark Elves, how could they be the same no matter who they fought? Could everything be the same? I, Great Delos, am much stronger than this Belmar. A certain day of a certain month. The army is gathering, and our forces and Belmar's legion confront each other on the other side of the river. But I still continue my investigation. I have come to the graveyard of the Dark Elves. A certain day of a certain month. The evil dragon in the Dark Elf graveyard has risen from the dead. Now all that's left is a skeletal head. It's still alive. The dragon race is truly a magical species. It seems like the plague came from the Dark Elf graveyard, but I sense something strange. It seems that this infection is not in its original form, but has mutated under the influence of the magic of the evil dragon. A certain day of a certain month. The evil dragon's name is Spitz. This is the first time I have learned his name, and it was spoken by the dragon himself. Spitz's master is called Bakar. He said that he was imprisoned here after being defeated by Emperor Borodin. Later, Borodin's entire kingdom was transported deep underground through a spatial rift. Even he, a dragon, only vaguely sensed Emperor Borodin's special magical aura. Then Spitz, who thought he was free, was defeated again by a group of strange people and sealed here again. He was then dismembered by the elders of the new Dark Elf kingdom, Vanessa. A certain day of a certain month, Zakasia, Skeleton, Kurad, Zak, and others were transformed into skeleton generals of the undead. Alas, the poor gravediggers! Look what I found today. Liz Krent's mistress. I remember she seemed dead. Oh, she was resurrected by the magic of the evil dragon, and now she is the leader of the ghosts. Poor thing, my good friend Krent. A certain day of a certain month. I can solve the problem with the plague in the dark elf graveyard, but I can't find the source. I also have no way to destroy the evil dragon, so I can only leave. The spiders in the cave have suddenly become incredibly numerous. Have they resurrected? There are also many body snatchers in the lava cave, and some of them can ignore lava. There are also many headless body snatchers, zombies with fire all over their bodies, and some even carry Molotov cocktails and oil barrels. How did these body snatchers come about? Something seems to be wrong with the giant created by the necromancer. Has it also been infected? It's like a plague. A certain day of a certain month. The Shadow Labyrinth is actually inhabited by elemental elves. Has a leader emerged? I found Dral, the leader of the Sermontech. Oh, they are very aggressive. Where is Shaying? The Soul Hunter Corps came from Alphalia City, and it turned out that Shaying was sealed. I'd better go through here first. A certain day of a certain month. There were corpse snatchers at the entrance to the Dark City too, but with the Headless Horseman, it wasn't much of a problem. It seems my search has gone astray, so it seems I'll have to return to Alphalia first. A certain day of a certain month, Krent insisted on his point. A full-scale war with the people of the Principality of Belmar should be avoided. After all, the intentions of the Delos Empire were not yet clear. The Principality sent an ambassador, and Krent united the ambassadors and mercenaries of the Principality to establish the Apharia camp. The camp is in a beautiful location, and this inspired me. The investigation continues. A certain day of a certain month. I think that there may have been metastases underground throughout the area between Alphalia City and the Dark Elf Cemetery, and this epidemic may be a side effect of those metastases. A certain day of a certain month. No suspicious places were found in Apharia City. A strange, small, interdimensional rift appeared in the Dark Elf Cemetery. It can be confirmed that the transfer phenomenon has indeed occurred. Gao Chen thought again. Could it be an apostle? A certain day of a certain month. It is really shocking that I have discovered the legendary pride of the Dark Elves. The Borodino kingdom was indeed immersed in an unknown dungeon by the phenomenon of transference. Now it has been transferred to the dungeon of this area, although not completely. A certain day of a certain month, I met him, our great emperor, Borodin and his 5 knights. A certain day of a certain month. An infectious disease, no, it must be some kind of curse, is coming from the ruins of Borodin's kingdom. Mixed with the evil magic of the evil dragon, it became contagious. I will leave here and tell Krent about this. Camp Aphalia Paris, your mercenaries will have to lead the adventurers from Belmar and clear the area of the undead first, Krent said to the man in front of him. I don't care what we do, but we have to be paid. Paris, the leader of the mercenaries from the city of Alphalia, is known for her greed. However, she has many subordinates, and only when she is in power does she understand how expensive oil and salt are. Ruel, Ruel, Paris shouted for a while. Where did that idiot Mad Bull go? Forget it, Bryce. Stay at camp and arrange for adventurers from the Principality to arrive. I'll go find Ruel. Looks like Ruel went to the spider cave. He should be there, said Krent. What do you mean, the spider cave? Paris seemed a little angry. That idiot went alone, and my strategy of paying for a guide was in vain. I'll have to pay to show the way, thought Krent, but it was better not to say it out loud. Don't worry, Ruel didn't go alone. He brought several people with him. But it looks like they're all Dark Elves' night messengers. It looks like I won't be able to collect the money. It's best not to tell anyone, but I don't think I've seen these Dark Elves before. Are they new? Oh, with someone. Paris was relieved to hear that. She'd taught Ruel many times that you have to pay for your work, with fists and poison. As Paris was about to leave, Knight Lobak of Belmar approached him with several men. Greetings, Special Envoy Krent, Princess Paris. Hello, Ambassador Lobak. What's wrong with you? This is the first group of adventurers sent by the Adventurers Association from the Principality. Let Princess Paris manage them. Lobak was followed by about 7 or 8 people, all of whom were dressed somewhat coquettishly. Okay, everyone, follow me. The group followed Paris and left. Shouldn't I go straight to Ruel? In any case, the Principality has already paid the reward, but Krent still owes me money. Paris silently calculated in his soul. Please introduce yourself, state your names, occupations, and skills. This is very important. Paris must know the basic data and skills of the team members in order to be able to organize their actions and tasks. After all, team combat cannot be limited to the center forward position. Of course, if the game allows you to achieve 9 seconds of instant results during a team fight, then you can form a team any way you want. The team leader does not know how to be lazy. When Paris led the codename group to search for Ruel, Ruel had already arrived at the spider cave. I say, my lords. Ruel looked at the 2 strange Nightbringers he had brought with him. One was in full black armor with a small red cloak and carried 2 large javelins on his back. He had strange blades on his wrists. The other wore a large white hooded cloak with a string of darts attached to the hem. The face of one of them was not visible, and the face of the other was indistinct. In any case, Ruel had never seen a night messenger dressed so independently and unusually. Our destination is the cemetery. We agreed on a reward, and I must pay it. I do not want to be passed over by elder sister Paris. Spider Cave next? We need to go to the Dark Elf Cemetery and see if there are any similar small spatial rifts there. Gao Qian and his 3-man team continued forward along the exit of the shallow analysis cave and soon reached a larger cave. Why is this still a cave? Gao Qian flipped through Morgan's notes and the map he had asked Krent for in Camp Afarius. Travel from the land of shallow analysis to the Dark Elf graveyard, passing through the Spider Cave along the way. The Spider Cave is the site of the ancient Spider Kingdom. Long ago, the Spider Kingdom was in the grip of a civil war. Spider Princess Angelina and Spider Prince Nicholas had a serious fight over their differences of opinion. As a result, a war broke out between the 2 sides, and both were killed. The Spider Kingdom was destroyed. In the Necromancer Guild, subordinate to the Council of Elders, someone successfully summoned the Spider Prince Nicholas using necromancy, and the Dark Elves learned the truth about the destruction of the Spider Kingdom. Thanks to these many lessons they have to endure, the Council of Elders and the Queen, although not in harmony, do not foresee any major conflicts or battles. The Spider Cave is connected by many forks and is located deep underground, so finding the right route is really difficult. As soon as we entered the Spider Cave, we found ourselves at a fork in the road. The first fork is a fork from which 5 roads branch off. Going forward, left, right or down is a tricky question. If you choose the wrong way, the likelihood that you will go the wrong way next time increases significantly. Wait, someone is coming. Came from the fork in the road below. The golden light condensed in Gao Qian's hand, and the Holy Spirit hammer appeared in it. Lei Hu's body was also enveloped in crystal clear white energy, and Oso placed his hand on the hilt of the sword. All 3 of them concentrated their attention, paying attention to the various moving objects that might appear from the fork in the road below or the various attacks that might be launched. The footsteps became increasingly distinct. I could vaguely discern the footsteps of 3 people. One step was heavy, like something heavy was being dragged along the ground. Another was crunchy, like metal boots clanking on metal plates. The third's footsteps were light, but with a hint of subdued depth. Soon, Ruel and the other 2 appeared at this fork in the road again. Ah, another fork. Ruel was going crazy. There were too many forks in the road. I really don't understand how Paris brought so many people here to find the right path. It seems we're back where we started, said the Knight Herald in black armor and an iron mask. This is the fork at the entrance, said the Knight Herald in a white hooded windbreaker. It seemed Ruel really did not know the way. Not necessarily. The size and route of the Spider Cave had changed. It no longer matched the information on the map provided by the elders. Ruel's route may have been correct in the past, but now everything has changed. Someone else is coming. The two night envoys and Ruel also found 3 more people on high alert. As for Paris, she had already passed through the cave in the land of shallow analysis and reached another entrance to the spider cave. The exit of this passage was at the crossroads to the right of the fork, where Gao Qian, Ruel, and the other 6 had just met. Someone was coming again. All 6 of them stared at the fork in the road on the right. It was the leader, Sister Paris. Ruel knew immediately who the leader was. "Ruel, you little rascal." Paris walked right up to Ruel and clapped him on the shoulder. He wasn't tall enough to touch his forehead, so he reached out, grabbed Ruel by the ear, and pulled him away. "Be gentle, big sister. It hurts. You haven't forgotten my payment standards, have you?" Paris asked. "Don't worry, big sister. Krent would be responsible for paying their wages." "I see. No wonder I felt like Krent owed me a commission the moment I saw him. And indeed, he did." While Paris and Ruel were checking the books, the adventurers on the other side were exchanging names with each other. "My name is Gao Qian, and I am Paladin. Lei Hu, a Qigong master." Gao Qian and Lei Hu directly stated their names and occupations. In this world, there was no need to pay attention to so many restrictions, and there were no contradictions or conflicts among those present. Oso is a high-ranking knight of the Iron Wolf Order and a swordsman. All those serving the Empire have a bad reputation outside of its borders, but the Iron Wolf Knights are an exception. After all, Ban, the commander of the Iron Wolf Knights, is one of only 4 renowned swordmasters on the continent. He conquered the Apostles twice in a row and opened the Celestial City. Ban and his Iron Wolf Knights are more famous and positive than other Imperial armies. Oh, they are the Iron Wolf Knights. That's the code name for the adventuring party Paris brought. I said 0413. This is a berserker. Don't worry, I won't go crazy. A berserker who doesn't want to go berserk, can this berserker be saved? Although this strange name sounds like we adventurers picked it at random, it seems that he is a native of the mainland, and not an adventurer like us who travelled through time. Gao Qian and Lei Huli exchanged their guesses and gathered information through team communication. Indeed, the natives do not have a skill tree, so their skills are not very complete, and they have very unique skill effects. Well, like the unimaginable sword energy and sword energy vortex of Ban and Aanzo, I initially thought it was because of the weapons or special effect equipment. Later, I realized that the locals didn't seem to have the so-called special effects equipment. Even without taking anything, Ban could still emit such a powerful energy storm. I'm 42. I'm a mechanic, and I'm not from the Sky World, although my mentor Kelly is from the Sky World. 42. A mechanic who is bad at his job. Since he can't make small robots like chasers and suicide bombers, he doesn't need to make detonators. 42 is better at dealing with various turret-type machines, or more precisely, intelligent, autonomous, and automatic combat machines. Xia Ghost, you don't need to tell me your profession. Xia Xia. The others looked at the bandage on Xia Gui's face. After all, Ashura really is a blind ghost. The expression red, white, black, and blind in Phantom Swordsman was true. It was a very meaningful description. I am Blue Miao, the Holy Blue Fist. Although Blue Mew's name sounds cute, this cat is actually an uncle who can be called a master of muscle. An ancient manhole cover, a mage scientist. This is a demon from Terra in the demon world. She is a small loli and a loli with an especially long lifespan. And all this time she held Ashura's hand, it seemed like they were in a romantic relationship. Wu Ji, he should be considered Sanda, a person from the Shuzu clan. He is a young, handsome guy. His face is very similar to a man named Sakazaki Ryo from the KOF game I played before, and his name is also Sakazaki Ryo. The mysterious, incomprehensible red-eyed 0413. A machine father with an endlessly looping chain of numbers 42, a pair of self-deprecating lovers, a Sura, who calls himself a blind ghost, and a mage who calls himself a manhole cover. There's also the blue-fisted uncle, who can't help but call himself Blue Cat in a spiteful way. And finally, the black chicken, who looks like he just fought off the king of fighters. The black chicken is also self-deprecating, right? I remember one of the Sander male awakenings was named Wu Ji. Gao Xin really doesn't want to complain, but it seems there are too many complaints about this group of codes, although they are all local. What to do if the complaints do not match? Waiting online, urgently. Speaking of intruders, these two look more like intruders. Lei Hu looked at the two people who hadn't even introduced themselves yet. The man in black armor seemed to notice Lei Hu's attention and coughed slightly. Kaya Chul. My name is Otsutsuki Jiying, and I'm a ninja. Just call me Jie. This is beyond the realm of possibility, isn't it? Valoran invaded Arad. And how did the Otsutsuki clan get to Arad? Is this interstellar travel? Can we find a planet called Ninja World by traveling to the future in a spaceship? Okay, if you take off your clothes and masturbate, you win. Altair Talon. Assassin Lei Hu was silent. Damn it, the swordsman had traveled through time? But my great Talon, the mighty swordsman of the middle line, was Altair. Why did that name sound so familiar? Gao Chen was literally speechless. Were the Shadow Flow and Noxus exploring a new world together? Are we really going to have to stage fake fights and pretend to be actors in this monotonous and boring canyon in the future? Altair is the first master assassin in Assassin's Creed and the founder of the League of Assassins. They're all great guys. I admire them. Well, you two should keep in touch. Paris and Ruel checked their accounts and came. The landscape here has changed significantly. It seems that this time the problem is not only an infectious disease. According to the available data and research, such large-scale topographic changes can only be caused by migratory phenomena. So, where is this transfer actually happening? The changes in the Spider Cave seem to have returned to the situation seen during the Spider Kingdom. Roads and caves that were blocked, collapsed, or blocked by machinery have reappeared. For the safety of future adventurers and the surrounding area, Paris, as the leader of the mercenaries of Alphalia City, needed to fully explore all of the caves in the Spider Cave. It seems we need to explore the entire Spider Cave and map it out before moving on, Paris said. We don't mind. The 6 members of the codename Adventure Party came here to help, so of course they knew where to go. As for Zed and Altair Talon, they exchanged glances for a while, and then Zed said, "We agree to explore the Spider Cave first." In fact, Zed and Talon didn't know where to start their investigation. They just wanted to go to the Dark Elf graveyard because there were too many undead and undead monsters there. Something unusual had already happened in the nearby Spider Cave, so they naturally stopped to investigate, but they still needed to maintain their status. It seemed like the Spider Cave had become like this due to the transfer phenomenon, so there might be a small spatial crack here. The only clue, Morgan's notes, were in the hands of Gao Chen and the others, so they naturally knew where the destination was. But if they wanted to get there, they still had to find a small spatial crack first. We agree. After a general investigation, they determined that the caves to the left and right, as well as the fork in the road below, led to a shallow analysis area. After pointing out the direction and destination at each fork, the group headed together to the cave in front of them. There are quite a few forks in the Spider Cave. I quickly passed through the cave and dealt with the body snatchers on the road. I did not encounter any spiders, which meant that I had not yet approached the Spider Cave. Only when I encountered a poisonous spider could I consider that I had truly entered the Spider Cave, because poisonous spiders do not leave it. We stopped and walked along the road, marking all the forks, and soon we had a very complex and large map. Use magic to enlarge the map on the wall of each major intersection. Spider Cave. The Spider Cave has piles of bones scattered across the landscape, tangled webs all over the ground, and countless spider eggs piled together in spider egg cases that look like eggs. The floor of the Spider Cave was actually purple, and the cave itself seemed to be filled with wisps of purple mist. These poisonous spiders never leave their spider caves. The ground becomes poisonous due to constant contamination and penetration of the toxins they secrete. Even the soil turns purple. Paris really likes it here. As the king of poisons, she naturally has to collect various toxins for research and practice. You all have antidotes and antitoxins. As a professional poison king, he naturally has to carry a supply of antidotes and antitoxins with him to prevent his own poison from destroying his teammates. After all, he is not in a dungeon, and the so-called rule of protecting teammates does not apply. I took the antitoxin and applied it to the soles of my shoes. The effect was obvious. The dizziness caused by the poisonous mist disappeared instantly. Even poisonous spiders don't want to stay in a place with such a strong poison, so naturally you won't see any ordinary spiders here. Shish, ush, ish. Even after using the antitoxin, the strong toxin continued to stubbornly eat away at the soles of the shoes. It seems we need to get here as soon as possible. Ruel is different from Paris. He hates poison, and here there are spiders that he hates even more. Paris wanted to collect some toxins here for study, but after thinking about it, he realized that he had already collected enough spider venom, so he gave up on that idea. By the way, Gao Qian, aren't you a paladin? Do you know how to refine? 0413 remembered something and asked Gao Qian. Purification, I can. Gao Qian thought that purification could eliminate abnormal conditions, but it might not be effective for this kind of terrain abnormality. Zzz. Although I'm not sure if it will work, I still tried purification. The green light that emerged from the purification covered the ground, and the purple color on the ground seemed to fade a little, but quickly returned to its original state. It seemed to have no effect. Although I expected this, I was still a little disappointed. While using the purification, Gao Qian noticed that everyone here had their own way of dealing with toxins. Of course, Gao Qian himself was protected by the Holy Light Cross, so this low-intensity toxin could not affect him until it had accumulated to a certain level. Although the toxin here was very strong, its intensity after being diluted by the soil was not high. Lei Hu activated Mind Qi Surrounding and Mind Dragon and Tiger Roar. The powerful Mind Qi continuously absorbed the toxins, corroding the soles of his shoes so the hissing sound under his feet was especially audible. Oso wore iron boots, and her Iron Wolf Knight's uniform was enchanted by the Imperial Alchemy Workshop. Combined with Paris's antitoxin, the toxin was not strong enough to corrode the metal. All members of the Code Adventure Group wore plate boots provided by Xia Gui. Of course, the little loli Gulin Jingai wouldn't wear such heavy armor. Now, she was sitting on Xia Gui's neck. As for Zed and Talon, although we didn't see them take any measures, they didn't seem to care about the local toxins. Perhaps the toxin was really disgusting. Everyone moved quickly and in a short time passed through this cave filled with the smell of toxins. This is a croto. Paris found a huge red spider. All the spiders that live here among the Dark Elves are very large, with many eyes and large mouths, huge claws and sharp teeth. Some have spikes on their thick abdomens, and others have strange holes. A Croso is a descendant of the Spider Kingdom's gatekeepers and has a larger body and abdomen than normal spider monsters. A Closo can spit venom, shoot webs, and use spider silk to propel himself into the air, then deliver a vertical downward strike that also generates an electrical pulse. This guy is completely impossible to deal with, blocking the way. Paris still wanted to talk to a Croso. But unfortunately, being a purebred spider monster, a Croso couldn't speak and didn't understand the language of humans and dark elves. So Paris and a Croso immediately started arguing. Let's get this over with quickly. We've been delayed for a long time. The spider cave is too big, and it took a long time to create the map. Then let's go together. Ruel glanced at his large iron ball, then at Paris, who had already performed the standard 3-hit combination of net pull, brick punch, and acupuncture, and was now pinning a Closo to the ground and beating him up. I don't think we need to go. It looks like Big Sister is almost done. Finally, Paris beat Akros to death. He died in agony. His head was crushed by a brick, and his stomach was full of needles. Paris removed his poison sac and claws. Who's there? A spider emerged from the depths, walking vertically. It appeared to be a spider woman in clothing and high-heeled leather boots. However, it appeared that the transformation was incomplete, and several spider legs with exposed fangs and claws were visible behind her. I am the princess of the Spider Kingdom, Angelina, said the Spider-Woman. Wow, a spider spirit can speak human language. Paris looked at the group of adventurers behind her, wondering if they were talking. However, she didn't notice who just said it, or maybe she thought so too, so she didn't pay much attention to who just spoke. Spider spirit, I'm not a spider spirit. However, Spider Princess Angelina didn't seem to know that the spider spirit that humans call is not the spider spirit she thinks it is. Forget it. Since you were able to defeat the gatekeeper Acroso, it seems you are quite strong. Angelina didn't know that this Acroso is not the Acroso of her time. I am currently fighting for the throne with my brother Nicholas. If you help me win the throne, I will forgive you for invading the Spider Kingdom. I don't care what you do, but will there be any reward? Paris is a very experienced money grubber, and she's not a dark elf, so naturally she didn't notice anything suspicious here. Nicholas of the Spider Kingdom, I think I've heard those names somewhere. Rule sensed something was wrong, but he couldn't remember what, so he remained silent as Paris continued to haggle with Angelina over the price. The Spider Kingdom. Zed and Talon exchanged glances. Hadn't the Spider Kingdom fallen long ago? And this happened because of the civil war between brother and sister, Nicholas and Angelina. And now, Nicholas's soul was summoned as a dead spirit by a necromancer from the Society of Necromancers under the Council of Elders. Then the entire Spider Kingdom should be filled with souls resurrected by the transfer phenomenon. It seems like a good place to build a dungeon. The Spider Cave and the Spider Kingdom dungeons will give us a place to train our troops in the future. The Spider Kingdom is located on the lower level of the Spider Cave. Now, there are two paths in front of everyone. One is to go straight to the Dark Elf graveyard, bypassing the Spider Kingdom. However, this option has a serious obstacle. All the roads here are caves, and there are many forks in them. Also, with the advent of the Spider Kingdom, many routes have been changed, so it is not wise to act separately now. Then there is only one choice left, because Sister Paris is determined to earn extra money this time. Come with me. Confident that she had found powerful reinforcements, Angelina suddenly felt like this was a revelation sent to her by the Spider God. With the powerful support of these free mercenaries and adventurers who called themselves the Adventure Group, she would be able to defeat that little bastard Nicholas today, ascend to the throne, become the Spider Queen, and reach the pinnacle of her spider life. Just the thought of it made her slightly nervous. Excited, Angelina gathered her team, the Red Spider Group, also known as the Princess Army. There are warrior spiders that can only attack with their claws, but some of them are very poisonous. However, since they cannot spit silk or fly underground, they are essentially useless living shields. In addition to warrior spiders, there are also spider warriors and spider weavers. Although spider warriors appear to fight head-on, they are actually stealthy killers and, in fact, cowards. They simply dig holes and burrow into the ground, then jump up and do a vertical dash from above. They have no poison, and regardless of whether the vertical dash hits anyone, the spider warrior will immediately leave the battlefield. As for the weaver spider, as the name suggests, he is a natural spider that is very good at spinning silk, and he can also use spider silk to suspend himself and glide, but obviously he can't be Spider-Man. In fact, Angelina hates orb weaver spiders because they are so skilled at spinning silk. Their skill is the reason why the ground in the Spider Kingdom is almost completely covered in webs. What's more, the webs are very sticky. That's why Angelina spent a lot of acid cleaning the cobwebs outside her cave. And finally, here's Angelina's ace in the princess squad, Spider Hunter. Well, the spider spirit Angelina mentioned was referring to her. The huntsman spider, also a humanoid spider with spider-like legs and claws on its back, can shoot poisonous stingers and spit out strong webbing that has a sticky, binding effect. It can also command other spider-like monsters to fight together. Come, today is the anniversary of your death, Brother Nicholas. With a sister like that, no brother can wait. The Spider Kingdom is very large. In addition to Princess Angelina's troops, there are naturally other ordinary spiders. However, these ordinary spiders automatically hid when they saw the princess's troops. It seems that they have long been accustomed to the battle between the princess and the prince. Simply put, the Spider Kingdom is also an underground cave, but larger in size. Fossils of spider eggs can be seen everywhere on the ground. These fossils indicate that this spider kingdom is very ancient. This web is extremely annoying. Although the blind ghost is an asura with eyes and the ability to perceive waves, it is obvious that he cannot sense the web that has been lying on the ground for a long time. In addition, he is dressed in super heavy plate armor. If it's just one or a few layers of webbing, that's okay, it won't stick to him anyway. But if it's a carpet of many intertwined webs, then he won't be able to move, unfortunately. But at this point, little Lolita Galinjingai naturally had to save her blind brother by adding magic powder and a broom. After that, everyone started watching the show. If it's poison powder, it won't have any effect because all the spiders here are poisonous, so the web is very resistant to poison, and the blind ghost itself will be poisoned instead. If it's ice powder, then with luck, the web will shrink and become less sticky, and the blind ghost will come out. If you're unlucky, the blind ghost will freeze along with the webs under your feet and turn into a work of art. As a result, every time you encounter a carpet of webs, Gulin Jingai will first throw a bottle of lava to burn away all the webs in the area. As for Zed and Talon, they have successfully maintained their image as cold and aloof ninjas and assassins, and have never fallen into their web. In fact, it was only at the end that everyone realized that the two had never stepped on the ground, and that Ji had been supporting a cushion formed by the shadow force under their feet. In short, the only one who could move freely in the Spider Kingdom without being affected by the web, other than the two assassins and the ninja, was Gu Lingjingai, who was riding on the neck of the blind ghost. The other one, who was not affected by the web, was the black chicken. Each trace of it was black, like a scorched flame. The web immediately burned to ashes, so the web was naturally not damaged. In the Spider Kingdom, there are not many beautiful landscapes, as well as no local delicacies. Overall, it is very boring to rush here. In the Sky City, you can touch the fountains and admire the high-altitude landscapes. People with acrophobia will be scared to death at the height of the super tall tower, and there are no fences here. Behemoth's Sky Curtain also houses the Blue Truth Church's kitchen and library, where you can sample food and appreciate ancient books. If all else fails, you can even fry takoyaki or something else, though you may be punished with a thick red tentacle. While Gao Qian was still pondering his thoughts, a strong vibration came from the front. Earthquake. They were now in an underground cave. If it really was an earthquake, they didn't know how they died, but they weren't sure if they would survive. It wasn't an earthquake. Angelina knew what was happening. It must be the underground giants of Lassity. Lassity is the public enemy of all underground races. After all, they are too noisy and can easily collapse the caves. Angelina thought for a moment and decided to deal with the Lassity problem first. While Angelina was wondering how many warrior princesses she could send to destroy Lasodia without sacrificing her own combat effectiveness too much, the blind ghosts, annoyed by the web, decided to help kill the underground giant. "Oh, are you going to do something?" Angelina looked at the group of people in surprise. After all, this was a problem that the Spider Kingdom had to solve on its own. However, she needed to conserve her strength to successfully complete the reign of the Spider Kingdom after defeating Nicholas, although Angelina and Nicholas had already been recognized as the heirs of the Spider Kingdom. "Then I will leave it to you," Angelina said. "Although we are in the cave the entire time, it is obvious that there are small sections of the cave, and this is how the fork appeared. After going through the corner portal at the front, I found myself in a particularly spacious cave with a high ceiling. There, an extremely tall black giant with spiral horns on his head demonstrated his strength. This underground giant is called Lasodia. He is tall and strong, has great strength, and often holds a particularly strong giant wooden hammer in his hand." "Annoying spider," Lasodia shouted, and a dialogue box with a red explosion special effect appeared above his head. This thing even has built-in dialogue effects. Gao Qian had seen many creatures with built-in dialogue boxes. For example, all the lords of the Sky City used dialogue boxes. Oh, the Evil Eye couldn't, but it belonged to the Hanging City system, not the Sky City. As for the Sky Behemoth, only Marcel in the Tianwei Forbidden Land and the Last Lord, Rotus, had dialogue boxes. Lassity still persistently pursued and hit the spider with his giant wooden hammer. But his accuracy and speed were so terrible that only the earth shook, pitying the giant wooden hammer. I've had enough. The blind ghost extended his hand to stop the rest of the group, then released the lolly from his neck. Go, vagabond. The heavy plate boots made a dull, hollow sound as they stepped on the ground. Don Dion. As they took a step forward, a wave like a heartbeat echoed in everyone's hearts. A strange green symbol appeared above the blind ghost's head. A wave sign. Yes. The second step was taken, and it was like a surge of palpable killing intent, raising fine dust, a fluctuation of killing intent. He took a third step, revealing a dagger in his hand, through which a faint wave of light passed. Wave sword, ice blade. He swung his sword, and the flickering light on the sword suddenly flashed, then went out in an instant. An ice spike appeared in front of the blind ghost, followed by a second and a third. Each subsequent spike was larger than the previous one, and the chain of ice spikes continued to stretch forward. Wave sword burst. He put away the sword and swung it again. This time, the flickering light on the sword seemed brighter. As the tip of the sword traced a shining arc, the light spilled over the edge and turned into a red, glass-like fire wave and flames that gushed out, heading straight for Lasodia, who was nearby. The ice spike and the fire wave attacked Lasodia almost simultaneously. The fire wave and flame stream knocked Lasodia to the ground. And then the fire wave and flame stream that fell to the ground created a backflow, and a strong explosion of flame formed a fiery red mushroom cloud. The ice spikes that had formed earlier began to crumble and disintegrate, turning into tiny particles of frost fog. After the mushroom cloud of fire and the ice fog dissipated, a strange picture was revealed. Lasodia's entire body was frozen in ice, but a thin layer of flame still burned on his body. This is Blind Man's unique ability to manipulate both ice and fire. No one other than Blind Man can simultaneously apply burning and freezing anomalies to a target. Remember, burning in abnormal rules will immediately break the ice. Wave sword, earthquake. He sheathed the sword, pointed the tip towards the ground, raised it, and a wave of light passed through the ground. An air wave rose from the ground, stretched out, and turned into a fan-shaped wave of sword energy. Bang! Boom! Waves of sword energy emitted by the earth-splitting wave sword crashed down on Lasodia, who had turned into an ice sculpture. The ice exploded, and the flames suddenly contracted and exploded. The ice and fire explosions that occurred simultaneously reduced the ice sculpture Lasodia to nothing. Ashura's basic combination of weak ice, weak fire, and sweeping waves is even more powerful than Jie Wushuang, followed by Budong under basic conditions. Because Jie and Wushuang require high strength to display their power, and Budong needs the support of the Void Wave set from Another World 3 to reach its maximum limit. After the battle with Lasodia, Spider Princess Angelina gained confidence in herself. She gathered troops as she went, and soon she had all her troops. This is my brother Nicholas's territory. There will be no Spider-Men in the royal territory. Instead of Angelina, there will be troops of princesses. So instead of Nicholas, naturally, there will be troops of princes. The princess's troops are red spiders, the prince's troops are blue spiders, and the regular spider-like creatures are black, grey, and purple. As the saying goes, red and blue have always been a perfect pair. It seems the relationship between the Spider Princess and the Spider Prince is not as simple as it seems. Do you mean the Prussian Orthopedic Department or the English Royal Court? Did you just make up the word count? No. Who tries to get as many words as possible? Can the author tell me if the ancient saying drinking water counts as a word count? But in the royal family, fighting to the death is quite normal, isn't it? Well, maybe even spiders can't escape the temptation and attraction of power and desire. Soon, following the codename adventure group, they reached the end of the cave. At the end of the cave is a small room used as a palace. Simply put, It is a small, relatively isolated cave space. The cave was very clean, without a single tangled sticky web. In the center of the cave, the floor was covered with a huge pattern similar to a web. Throughout the cave, the attributes of the Dark Elf Kingdom were floating. Floating stones, a type of stone that could float on the ground. The Dark Elves usually used them to build steps and special buildings, as steps made from floating stones could also be considered ground. At the end of the cave there is a stone chair, on which sits a young man in a blue suit, lost in thought. Who? Angelina arrived with a large group of uninvited guests, and a loud noise interrupted Nicholas's thoughts. So it is you, my sister Angelina. Nicholas rose from the stone chair and soared into the air. Even now, you still haven't given up on your senseless idea. The Spider Kingdom will continue to exist under my leadership, whether it's for 1,000 years or 10,000 years, but now, my brother Nicholas, you must die, Angelina said. The Spider Kingdom? Nicholas paused. The Spider Kingdom, does it really still exist? I don't know if this question was asked to Angelina or Nicholas himself. While Angelina and Nicholas were talking, Paris didn't notice that Ruel's expression was getting stranger next to her. Is it Nicholas? He looks much younger than the undead Nicholas from the Necromancer Society. Is that the difference between an adult and a teenager? G and Talon were still communicating secretly. This Nicholas's condition is very strange. He seems to have a hint of the aura of the dead. Although the Dark Elves conduct research on the souls of the undead, the more they study, the more mysterious the soul becomes. A connection between identical beings, an exchange of memories between the same soul vibrations. Having said so much, we still have to fight. It seemed that the negotiations between Angelina and Nicholas had broken down. Angelina jumped straight onto the top of the cave, and the sharp claws of the segmented limbs on her back dug into the wall. For a moment, the cave shook violently, and countless pebbles and stone spikes continued to fall. Seeing Angelina take action, blood-red flames erupted from 0413's body. He leaped forward, and a heavy sword with a wide blade appeared in his hand, and he slashed down. Kra 0413. The ground collapsed, and 8 blood-red shockwaves like blades of light flew out. Then let's start a war. A black and red light flashed in Nicholas's hand, and the web on the floor of the cave hall turned dark purple and continued to blink. Shadow Spider Silk. Array Shadow Spider Silk Array. Nicholas used this move, and the entire cave was covered in spider webs that constantly flashed with a dark purple light. Oh, this is the Shadow Spider Silk Array. But it seems to be slightly different from what the Undead Society recorded. But no matter what techniques Nicholas used, it was a futile struggle. Suddenly, blood-red blades burst out of the ground, moving freely. Golden energy balls surrounded the entire battlefield. From time to time, a deafening roar was heard, accompanied by a lion's roar. 42 continued to wander the battlefield, the crown hovering behind him, firing plasma bombs. He casually deployed several semi-sentient Viper automechanical cannons for fire support and intelligent evolution turrets. An intelligent, autonomous combat machine floated in the sky. The Storm Gundam. A strange dark cloud gathered above the cave, with green raindrops dripping from it and faint rumbles of thunder. The shadowy webs on the cave floor gave way to a pool of lava. These were the Mage's acid cloud and the lava potion. After a fierce battle, Nicholas was defeated as expected. What a pity. Nicholas no longer had the strength to stay afloat. He collapsed helplessly in front of the stone chair. Even if it is fake, I still want to save this kingdom that has been a lie for so long. Brother, you are finished. Angelina walked up to Nicholas, spider limbs behind her waving claws and fangs. I'm sorry. Only under my leadership can the Spider Kingdom survive. Right, Anna? Nicholas looked at Angelina in front of him. My vision was a little blurry. Even if it was a living ghost, it was dead again. Maybe you think so. We never think we are wrong. Even if you force your people to hide underground and live in isolation from the world, the Spider Kingdom, without its ambition and sense of crisis, is doomed to destruction. Winners take all, losers take all. Do you think you can impress me with that, my brother? Angelina pierced Nicholas's chest with her claw. You're going to die. It's over, isn't it? Nicholas felt his vision blurring, and his sister Angelina's face blurred as well. In the fog, he felt as if he had been summoned as an undead by a dark elf who called herself a necromancer. Following her, he saw powerful creatures appearing one after another in the outside world. His chest ached. He reached out and grabbed Angelina's thin hand. What an unloved sister you are. This time, I really want to save you. His voice became quieter and quieter. Angelina didn't hear what Nicholas said at the end, and Nicholas had already turned to ashes and disappeared. Okay, this time, I really want to thank you. You will definitely receive a reward. Before Angelina could finish her happy words, Ruel suddenly said with a strange expression, I just remembered that the Spider Kingdom was destroyed a long time ago. Why did it appear again now? I am doomed, but I am still here, okay? What destruction? Tell me more clearly. Paris knew nothing about the Spider Kingdom. I remember the Dark Elves' history books saying that after the death of the Spider Kingdom's king, a civil war broke out between the princess and the prince. In the end, both sides died, which led to the collapse of the Spider Kingdom. I think the princess and prince were named Angelina and Nicholas back then. What do you mean, destroyed? Didn't I defeat my brother Nicholas? I'm still fine. Angelina suddenly went silent. Angelina spoke incoherently and incomprehensibly, and then ran away, clinging to the ceiling of the cave. When Angelina went crazy, the spider warriors of the princess's army also suddenly lost their minds or control and began to attack the humans and dark elves present. These spiders also went crazy. 42 was the first to notice the changes in the princess's squad. Then destroy them. 413 knocked the spider down with his sword, then grabbed its leg and turned around, hitting another spider. Ice Blade Wave Sword Explosive Fire Sword. The blind ghost continuously swung the dagger in his hand, and ice spikes appeared one after another. Then 3 pillars of fire formed by the explosion of flames burst out from the ground, leaving behind a dark and hot place where the flames had burst out. Earth-splitting wave. Sword. A wave of sword energy surged outward, forming a fan-shaped curtain of light. The spiders caught in the earth-splitting sword wave were knocked down one after another. Some spiders that had traces of ice or fire on their bodies were turned to ashes by the ice and fire blasts. Speaking of Asura, one cannot help but mention the wave imprint. Each wave imprint represents a wave concept of a certain attribute: red fire, blue ice, purple darkness, white light, and green nothingness. Asura's nothingness is actually an attribute of Earth. Asura's skills essentially interpret the properties of the wave seal to a certain extent. The ice of the ice blade, the fire of the explosive flame, the darkness of the demon seal bead, and the light of the heavenly thunder. Asura's nothingness is called Earth because the energy waves of the earth-splitting wave sword seem to sweep away, but in reality knock down and overwhelm. Earth is not the wind. Forced control like the Evil King wave formation and the A-Kala Myoo formation also fits the concept of Earth better. What just happened? Why did she run away? I haven't paid her commission yet. Paris threw the net, caught several spiders, pulled them back and hit them with a brick, causing the pieces to fly in all directions. Hurry up and follow her. Find her. Paris is really the same. His character has not changed. Jai stood still, and only when the spider attacked him, he turned into a shadow and flew away, then knocked it to the ground with a punch, after which the blade on his wrist jumped out and pierced deep into the spider's body. Let's follow. Gao Qian threw out several talismans shining with golden light. The talismans exploded into a vortex of lightning, instantly destroying several of the Spider Princess warriors, blocking the way. Lei Hu and Wu Ji continued to charge forward. Gao Qian attacked with the Holy Light Shield, and Xia Gui and Gu Ling Jingai continued to use various wave sword techniques and health packs, quickly eliminating many spider monsters that were constrained by the Holy Light Shield. Sometimes some of them would miss, but the ninja assassin duo, who were deliberately at the end, would kill them one by one. We didn't stop along the way. Fortunately, Angelina's route was very clear, which saved us from the danger of getting lost or lost. Soon, Angelina stopped and fell to the ground. "Why did you just run away?" "You haven't paid me yet." Paris walked up to Angelina, muttering something. If it was an antique that had died long ago, wouldn't that mean my money was gone? At that time, my brother Nicholas stabbed me in the stomach, and I bled profusely. Angelina repeated what happened when she was already on the verge of death. "Then I stabbed my brother, just like this time. No, this time it's different. I didn't die, but I was already dead a long time ago. This time, I want to save you." Nicholas's last words came back to Angelina's mind clearly. "Yes, we've been dead for a long time." "Ah!" With a shrill howl, Angelina's body began to disintegrate, emitting grey smoke and dust. "We've been dead for a long time." As the cracks grew deeper, Angelina eventually turned into ashes. Angelina, which only ashes remained, and no one could understand what she was thinking from her impassive face. Paris and Ruel's experiences in the Spider Kingdom made them feel that this epidemic was by no means a simple problem caused by a single disease, and naturally it could not be an infectious disease spread by humans. After returning to Afaria's camp and talking with Krent, they decided to go to the Dark City, the capital of the Dark Elf Kingdom of Vanes, to find the Queen and achieve reconciliation with the Principality. After consulting with Krent, Paris and Ruel decided to go to the Dark City to find the Queen, make peace with the Principality, and then join forces with the humans and Dark Elves to solve the problem of this infectious disease. However, Gao Qian and his team had Morgan's notes, so they decided to go to the Dark Elf graveyard to see if they could find any small spatial cracks. Paris and Ruel took Codename and Tyrone's group to search for the entrance to the Dark City. Jai felt that following Gao Qian and the others would bring unexpected benefits. After talking with Tyrone, they decided to act separately. Paris and Ruel's route takes them through the Hero's Tomb, the fortress's lava cave, the Shadow Labyrinth, and finally reaches their destination, the entrance to the Dark City. Gao Qian and his team followed the previous route, the land of shallow analysis, the Spider Cave, and then straight to the Dark Elf Cemetery. However, this time, there were 4 of them: Gao Qian, Lei Hu, Oso, and Jie. "Hey Jie, right? You know a ninja named Shen?" Gao Qian, who was a little bored on the road since all the monsters on the road had been destroyed, suddenly remembered the supposed culprit, Jie Ying of the Otsutsuki. "Or some ninja named Uzumaki or Uchiha. What is gay? If it's not Otsutsuki Kaguya, Otsutsuki Hagoromo or Otsutsuki Hamura, even Otsutsuki Kinshiki and Otsutsuki Momoshiki will do. Otsutsuki Ichiraku will do too. You've been talking for so long and asking such a long list of questions. Where should I start? I think I have a sworn brother named Shen." Jie thought for a moment, then confirmed Gao Qian's first question and said, "But he's dead. Besides, I've never heard of the name Uzumaki Naruto. The name Sasuke is very common here, but I've never come across the surname Uchiha. As for Otsutsuki, that surname is rare. Perhaps you mean my distant relative who lives somewhere unknown. You asked about masturbation and where to do it." Lei Hu looked at Gao Qian with displeasure. What was he going to ask next? Traveling like this was very boring. "Zed, do you know a female ninja named Akali? Akali's younger sister?" G looked at him nostalgically, although his face was not visible because he wore an iron mask. The Dark Elf Cemetery is located in the southern part of the Noipa Mountains. It is located deep in the Dark Elf Kingdom of Vanes. However, due to infectious diseases in the Alphalia region and the plague in Noipa, most of the Dark Elves are concentrated in the area of the Dark City and the city of Alphalia. We are here. As a former Knight Herald, Jai naturally knew the location and features of the Dark Elf Cemetery. The Dark Elf Cemetery is basically like an egg. The yolk is a separate space sealed with a seal, and the outer ring is like the white, where the Dark Elf hunters and cemetery guards are buried. Even those soul hunters and graveyard guards who had become undead after death continued to guard this very important seal. Now, a door blocked by many seals and runes appeared in front of the 4 people. What was wrong with this seal? No one was guarding it. Not only were there no guards guarding the seal, but there were also many skeletons from the cemetery wandering around. However, they did not attack the seal or stopped trying before they reached their goal. I remember that there may be skeletons among the guards in the cemetery. Jaya's figure moved, turned into several shadows and disappeared. And then Jai's shadow appeared behind the skeletons in the cemetery. Shadow secret technique. Demon strike. The wrist blades jumped out, and both hands swung clockwise. The shadow power turned into a circle of shadow blades. All the shadows behind the graveyard skeletons also waved their hands at the same time, and the wrist blades jumped out, and the shadow blades swung them. It was very easy to cut off the heads of these graveyard skeletons. The seal seemed very solid, without any hesitation. But how can we open it? Oso reached out and tapped the seal, and the carrier of the seal opened. It looks like a key is needed. The carrier of the seal is a grey-yellow iron door wrapped with sealing strips. In the center of the iron door is a decoration in the form of a ghost's face. Key? Gao Chen rummaged through Morgan's notes. It seemed he had seen the record of the key to the Dark Elf graveyard when he looked into them before. Found it. The guards of the Dark Elf graveyard were eliminated by the 4 skeleton generals, and even the key to the seal was taken away from them. The keys were taken by 4 skeleton generals, but it seems they remained in the Dark Elf graveyard. Skeleton General Jai gathered all the shadows and asked, "Do you have any records of their names?" "I think there is a name. Zakachia, Dead, Kurad, Sak." So it was them. Jai had heard of them. They were the former guardians of the graveyard. After their death, they were buried right in this cemetery. Suddenly, they turned into skeleton generals, ambushed the current guards of the cemetery, and stole the key to the seal. It seems that this epidemic has awakened an evil dragon. It's not just annoying. This infectious disease can be called the evil dragons. The curse of the Borodin kingdom combined with the evil dragon's undead magic gave birth to this epidemic. Let's split up and clear the graveyard of all the undead. As mentioned, the outer perimeter of the Dark Elf graveyard is a circle. Only 2 teams acting separately can destroy all the monsters. After all, these monsters will be constantly moving. Should we split up? Oso and Ji exchanged glances. Gao Qian and Lei Hu were obviously from the same group, and Oso was from the Empire. Although he was sent by Ban, Jie did not know this. Jie, on the other hand, was a night messenger of the Dark Elves, often travelled, so naturally he knew about the Empire, but did not have good feelings towards it. In fact, due to the appearance of the Spider Kingdom and the influence of the Spider's actions, the landscape of the Dark Elf Cemetery has actually changed. This circle has actually been broken. However, Gao Chen and the others obviously don't know about this now, but it doesn't matter. In the end, Lei Hu and Oso went to the cave on the left, while Jie followed Gao Chen to the cave on the right. Weapon blessing, angel blessing, guardian badge, honor blessing, life source, self-sufficient trigger light, vengeance, enhanced thunder talisman, chakra flame. Gao Chen thought about it and decided to give up the Holy Spirit hammer. After all, it wasn't his style to swing the hammer and hit people. It would be more appropriate to stand back and throw talismans around to form a battle formation. Finally, he hung the enhanced suppression talisman and the white tiger spiritual Shikigami on Ji's back. "Come on, young man, I'm rooting for you." He patted Jie on the shoulder and said, "Please begin the performance." With the status upgrade, several tents and neon lights seemed to be installed on Jaya's body. The blades on his wrists shone as if they were gilded, destroying magic and increasing the attack power of the weapon. The effect of the weapon's blessing. 2 small white wings appeared on his shoulders. An angel's blessing, enhancing his spirit characteristics and magic attack power. Red, blue, and white light emanated from his body. The blessing of honor directly increased the recipient's base strength, spirit stats, and pure attack power. Next to Zed, slowly rotating around Zed's body like satellites, coexisted a white shield with a winged cross, a strange talisman emitting a bluish-white electric light, a protective emblem, and a self-activating modified version of the Thunderer Photon Vengeance Talisman. At the same time, a circle of fiery red energy symbols appeared and chakra flames flared up, further increasing the power and intensity of Zed's attacks, interfering with justice. Two elves, green and blue, circled above Zed's head, dispersing life and magic essences. The life source can increase the target's basic stats and speed, and continuously provide them with life force and magic recovery. In addition, when it takes fatal damage, it can absorb 2 life and magic elves to save them, that is, resurrect them. Finally, a red talisman with the word suppression was pasted onto G's red cloak, and a red bagua formation was deployed with G at the center. So you are a support paladin. G felt various positive effects being bestowed upon him. There were various holy light revelation techniques and divine arts from the Remedia Cathedral, chakra techniques and shuzu spells, and even shikigami and formations were refined and incorporated into various support skills. Support paladins among adventurers seem to be called golden bodies or nannies. With many positive states, G now feels that his current attack power has reached a level close to awakening. Of course, the power of the awakened level is not so easy to overcome. It can already be called a concept. Each profession has skills with special effects, and the true meaning of these special effects is to manifest influence between the rules of the world. Whether it is an indestructible defense effect tied to certain skills, a capture effect, freezing, immobilization, binding, suppression, forced, movement, forced control, etc. These effects are some rules in different worlds. The origin of the rules is the same, but when they manifest in people or things, there will naturally be differences in levels. Before the professionals awaken, the concepts contained in some skills are incomplete or uncontrollable. These rule effects can only be called special effects. This is the most basic, but the effect is really good. When professionals awaken, they gain the basic effects of the world rules of their profession and can manipulate higher-level rules than special effects, concepts, and manipulate some concepts that have already been activated. When facing some monsters that are immune to certain special effects, it is very important to master the management of concepts. This is the so-called immunity overcoming, defense overcoming, and overcoming differences. The first level is special effects. The second level is concepts, and above the concepts are laws. As for the laws, these are skills that can only be mastered by entering the kingdom of God. According to legend, each apostle represents and possesses a world rule that is superior to the law, that is, the world rule itself, also known as the original concept. However, it seems that not every apostle is capable of using this level of governance. Perhaps the most mysterious of all, the first apostle, is capable of operating it. Although the name Otsutsuki Jing sounds like a random entry, G is actually local, as the player's Knight Messenger is a female character, as there is no male Knight Messenger in the game. Although the game may differ. As an Aborigine, Zed's skill tree is naturally different from that of adventurer players. His main source of skills is the power of shadow. He can be called a ninja with serious prejudices and imperfections, although his killing and absorption abilities can indeed be called first class. In short, anyone who has seen Zed knows that before him is not a ninja hiding in the shadows, but the shadows themselves, so they cannot escape. As the saying goes, the ignorant are doomed. While G was continuously killing and reaping rewards, and Gao Qian was just doing nothing and receiving help, Lei Hu and Oso on the other side had already broken through the game and returned. But it seems they didn't find the key or anything. They killed Zakazia, Deadman, and Curad, and while they managed to get a lot of magical materials and scattered equipment, nothing useful actually came out of it. However, Zack from Skeleton General seemed to have escaped or something. Basically, he disappeared. Strangely, these Skeleton Generals don't seem to have keys. Lei Hu and Oso destroyed all the skeleton monsters in the area, as well as several Soul Eaters. But unfortunately, they didn't find anything related to keys. Let's go back first. The road ahead is completely blocked by falling rocks, Oso said. Now it seems like this is the only way out. Gao Qian and the other three gathered at the sealed entrance to the cemetery again, but this time there was another person there, a vengeful spirit named Witch Liz. Now I remember. Isn't that Liz Krent's lover? If Ruel were here, he would definitely say that. Usually when Ruel says that, it means something unexpected happened. As for the whereabouts of Ruel, Paris, and the others, they are in a place called the Tomb of Heroes, where 7 former heroes of the Dark Elves are buried. However, they have now been resurrected by this strange epidemic. As Dark Elves, Ruel couldn't let the epidemic turn their former heroes into monsters, so they stopped and let them return to eternal sleep. I don't want a dungeon to be built here, Ruel said. Returning to the Dark Elf cemetery, Witch Liz was finally eliminated by Gao Qian and his men. Witch Liz wanted to find Krent, but now she was a vengeful spirit, deprived of even a physical body. Naturally, her longing drove her mad, and she eventually decided to kill Gao Qian and the other 4, absorbing their blood and souls to materialize. The result, of course, is obvious. Witch Liz died peacefully, leaving Krent with only a hair ribbon symbolizing their true love. After Witch Liz disappeared, the cemetery's seal was broken. The original seal switch was destroyed and rendered ineffective. But the source of the seal's power was the Skeleton General, Witch Liz, and even Soul Eater. However, now they have all been killed by adventurers, and the seal has naturally dissipated. Entering the seal, you will see a huge cave, relatively empty. There are several stone tablets with seals in the cave, but the one that attracts the most attention is the huge skeleton of a dragon's head, wrapped in stripes of seals. This is an evil dragon who has only his head left, which has turned into a skeleton. Oso suddenly felt displeased. Does this evil dragon really have the magical power to pass through the magic circle? Even if only the head and bones of the dragon are left, the Spitz will still be a living being. Such life force can be called a curse. If it weren't for the seal suppressing it, the evil dragon would have completely recovered, broken free, destroyed the cemetery, and flown away. Rumble. The entire cave shook, and a grey-blue light appeared in the dragon's huge skull under the countless sealing symbols. These seals are glowing. Oso noticed that the evil dragon seemed to have changed. It was glowing. It was the fire of the soul. Spitz had awakened. The light on the talisman's seal grew faster and faster, brighter and brighter. Finally, with a roar, the seal spontaneously ignited, and soon the self-igniting talisman seal turned to ashes. The fire of the soul in Spitz's skull grew stronger and stronger, and the whole skull in the reflection of the flame was no longer that extremely pale color, but had a strange, dull, and bright white color. There had been no one here for a long time. The huge skull opened and closed, as if talking. As the skull moved, the chains wrapped around it rattled. At this time, Spitz's skull seemed to come alive. Although there was no outer skin, internal muscles and membranes were visible through some holes in the skull, and a tongue protruded from the constantly opening and closing mouth. This regeneration rate is even higher than that of Vastold Hollows, who have super-fast regeneration. Vastold-level Hollows cannot regenerate internal organs, but this evil dragon Spitz can even regenerate his brain. Although it is not as abnormal as the demon's physique, since only the head remains and the overall integrity of the body is lost, it seems that Spitz is now unable to regenerate bones and scales. Spitz, do you know Morgan? Gao Qian asked. Although Morgan was hesitant about why people appeared in the Dark Elf cemetery, the evil dragon Spitz knew that it would be difficult for him to leave here, and he needed to accumulate more strength. A few days ago, a Dark Elf named Morgan came here. Then he was able to enter here with the help of the guards. The evil dragon sensed this and continued. Now, it seems that the guards have disappeared. Have you destroyed them? The guards and skeleton generals have disappeared, and the seal of the cemetery has been broken. It seemed that I would be able to escape from this small place after some time, but I still needed more souls to restore my strength. The evil dragon Spitz glared at the 4 in front of him. Well, they are all very strong among humans. It seems they can give me a lot of soul power. Although I don't know why you are looking for this dark elf named Morgan. The evil dragon Spitz's head shook, the chains rattled, and the entire cave seemed to shake. "Since you are here, please sacrifice your souls to me." The evil dragon Spitz shook his head violently, and the chains wrapped around his skull continued to rotate. Countless chains flew out of the cave, and huge spikes pierced the ground. "Get out of the way!" Gao Chen stepped onto the ground, and the Ascension Exorcism form emerged. A powerful upward momentum slowed the chain's attack speed, and then he added Holy Light Protection to himself and raised the Holy Light Shield. Lei Hu and Oso used Leap and Shadow Strike respectively, and they instantly appeared behind Gao Chen. Jie, like a shadow, slowly moved towards the head of the evil dragon Spitz. He was hit by a chain, but he turned into a shadow, moved forward, and recovered. "Just give him a strong blow and let him attack unexpectedly," Gao Chen said. And at the same time, various red, black, and blue talismans began to appear in his hands. Good. Lei Hu and Oso also began preparing to practice their level 45 skills. Lei Hu folded his hands, and the ball of golden substance continued to condense, and a roar like wind and thunder came from it. Oso attached the lightning stone sword to his waist, and the power of the golden lightning stone sword condensed, and a pair of golden energy wings formed on his shoulders. Zed attacked first. Now Zed is very close to the head of the evil dragon Spitz, but if Spitz wants to bite him directly with his mouth, he definitely won't be able to do it. Forbidden Secret Shadow Technique. Instant Prison. Killer Shadow Formation. He turned into shadows and dissipated, leaving behind a shadow. Yes, he disappeared. The evil dragon Spitz naturally knew that the person still standing in front of him was just a shadow. 1, 2, 3. 3 shadows of Jie appeared from 3 directions and rushed towards the evil dragon at the same time. One remained behind the head of the evil dragon Spitz. The other pierced the head of the evil dragon Spitz, leaving a mark on it, and finally, returning to its original appearance, approached the evil dragon. Death of the Shikigami. A Taiji Bagua made of black, white, and red appeared, and countless red, blue, and black energy birds continuously burst out of the formation, crashing into the head of the evil dragon Spitz. The Golden Thunder Tiger of the Beast. Tiger Sect. Lei Hu extended his arms forward, and a stream of golden mental energy burst forth from him, turning into a blue-white mental tiger with a pattern of golden lightning. The tiger soared into the air and leaped, continuously swinging its claws. Evil must be killed. Oso turned into a beam of golden light and rushed towards the head of the evil dragon Spitz, while the magic sword of light in his hand created a golden curtain of magic sword. Secret Shadow Clone, Secret Demonic Shadow Slash, Secret Shadow Blade, Secret Ninja Soul Destruction, Secret Ninja Strike Blade, Secret Ninja Strike. Heavenly Thunder, Secret Ninja Armor, Lightning Release, Secret Ninja Attack, Two-Handed Guan, Secret Phantom Cherry, Annihilator. Chaos, Secret Imprisonment, in the Prison of 10,000 Thunders, Secret Ninja Chidori, Secret Dispersing Flower, Secret Air Slash, Ninja Shuriken Shadow Clone. Technique, Secret Ninja Fireball Technique, Secret Wind Release, Great Ninja Breakthrough. For a moment, the sky was filled. Shadows, cherry blossoms, lightning, flames, and a strong wind that covered half of the cave and hid Jie and Oso's figures. Gao Chen and Lei Hu in the distance froze for a moment. How many skills does he have now? Gao Chen and Lei Hu were standing outside. Isn't Zed the hero of the yellow stripe? How long is this yellow stripe? 200 or 400 or 1,000? Originally, all the yellow bars in the energy system were 200, but later they were changed to 400. How many skills does he have? By the way, is it mentioned in League of Legends that Zed also knows Akali and Rat's skills? Strike Blade and Shadow Fist are fine, Heart of Fury and Strike Blade have lightning properties, but what happened to the old version of Shadow Eye? Who knows, but it's good that Zed no longer uses Susanoo or Six Paths mode. What if he can? Then the system will definitely trigger an invasion event related to League of Legends. This probability is really not small. I'm afraid that there are not only Lualu invasions. Whether it's Zed, Altair, or 42 from the adventurers, they all feel like League of Legends characters are invading the game. And since Wuji has a KOF face, I'm afraid the King of Fighters will sneak in too. In any case, as long as the Tianmei series doesn't interfere, everything will be fine. Otherwise, this continent of Arad will really turn into a Krypton Gold dungeon. If you want to become stronger, you need to spend money. Even if you spend it, you may not become stronger. Salary is really needed to create happiness. If you are not getting stronger, think carefully whether you have spent money and whether it is enough. The ignorant are doomed. This is the final blow. A dazzling energy phoenix flew out of the formation and rushed towards the evil dragon Spitz. The Mind Beast Tiger, Evil Slash, and Shikigami Sorrow exploded simultaneously, and a powerful energy explosion struck this space. Crack. A spatial crack appeared under the head of the evil dragon Spitz. This is the Master's breath. The head of the evil dragon Spitz first came to the continent of Arad through a spatial rift opened by the exploding Dragon King Bakar. A fragment world of another dimension? There are records of the formation of a fragment world of another dimension in Terra Genesis, Silver Village, and some secret records of the Church of Blue Truth. The original records state that during the battle between the primordial will and the 12 original artificial gods, the 12 gods were destroyed, and the primordial will was split in the battle, dividing into countless avatars that collapsed into countless mirror worlds. At the same time, the disintegration and fragmentation of the primordial will also formed an alternate dimension fragment world consisting of countless fragments of the worlds of the same time. This alternate dimension fragment world can be called a natural underground world. I was once again sucked into a rift in another dimension. This is the nth time. Sieghart, Rotus, as well as the various lords of the Sky City, big and small, and this time the evil dragon Spitz. I suspect that the ice dragon Skarsa and the mad dragon Hess will also be sucked into the dimensional rift. In the original game, D. Ruiji was completely destroyed in the cracks of the interdimensional rift, but now it seems like the entire existence of the Apostles has been carried away by the interdimensional rift, just like Antong. Gao Chen has been constantly receiving some strange extended information. Will each apostle have their own large team dungeon that we can clear? Gao Chen thought silently. But what's the point? In the game, group dungeons are for epic levels. But here, all the dungeons are maxed out. And so far, I haven't heard of any legendary or epic equipment appearing. Even the locals don't have any records of it. The apostles wouldn't say they were preparing to challenge the primordial will, would they? But wouldn't that be an act of world destruction according to the setting? Let's not think about it anymore. As mentioned, the apostle group is still too far away from the current adventurers who have not yet awakened. After the evil dragon Spitz lost its head in the spatial crack, it began to close. However, for some unknown reason, it didn't disappear completely, and only a small spatial crack remained. This must be it. But where is this all leading? This isn't the world where the evil dragon Spitz was just taken, right? Let me find him first. Jia released his shadow and entered the narrow spatial crack. Jia's shadow was connected to his body in a special way, which was perfect for locating. Moreover, the unique structure of the shadow allowed him to ignore the darkness. The shadow was sucked into a small spatial crack after it came into contact with it and disappeared. Well, there is also a cave there. Sitting cross-legged, Jie relied on meditation to strengthen the connection between himself and the shadow. Lava, flags. The flags have 5 different patterns: wind, shield, ice, fire, light, and a knight in armor. Although armor is not very popular among dark elves now, these chairs and decorations are very similar to the modern style of dark elves, but they look more luxurious and extravagant. Wind, shield, ice, fire, light. Gao Qian touched his chin. Guardian knights of the 5 elements, armored troops of the dark elves. It seems to be Borodin's kingdom. It seems to be Borodin's kingdom. The kingdom of Borodin, a kingdom founded by the emperor of the dark elves, but I remember it's now called Vanes. The predecessor of the Dark Elf Kingdom was indeed the Kingdom of Borodin. But to be more precise, the early Dark Elves had no intention of founding their own kingdom. However, Emperor Borodin was different from other Dark Elves. He was full of ambition, wanting the Dark Elves to live forever on Earth and stand at the top of the world. With this ambition, he began to create an existence similar to the human kingdoms of that time. At that time, the world of men was full of numerous kingdoms, large and small. Perhaps it was the excessive power of the Borodin kingdom that inspired the Peruse people, who eventually united the continent and founded the Peruse Empire, although by that time the Borodin kingdom had long since disappeared. The existing number of organizations that interfere with the affairs of the Dark Elves, such as the Council of Elders, the Order of the Dead, and even the Queen's Guard, all developed from seeds left over from the time of Borodin's kingdom. Gao Xian, Lei Hu, Oso, and Jie entered the ruins of the Borodin kingdom through a small spatial crack, while Paris, Ruel, and the others fought the Dark Elf guards at the entrance of the Dark City. Didn't you say that the guards at the entrance of the Dark City had become fewer? Why are there still so many of them? In response to the constant attacks of monsters, Paris continued to use the skills of Thousand Hands and Thousand Eyes. Although both were lords of the streets, neither the Poison King nor the Poison God could match the Thousand Hands or the Dark Street King in fighting numerous monsters. However, it was Paris who passed on all the throwing techniques and the Thousand Eyes technique to Senju. Yes, it was Paris who was the mentor and founder of Senju. Sister, now our path is blocked by the undead created by necromancers. Can't you see that these are just graveyard skeletons, bone throwers, and a few broken Goliaths? Ruel smashed a bunch of skeletons and headless ghouls with his iron ball, smashing them into pieces and sending them flying. However, these undead were all artificial, and there were quite a few of them in the warehouse. But where did those adventurers go? Why did I only see 2 of them? Ruel looked at Wu Ji and 0413, who had rushed straight at the group of monsters and killed them all, and couldn't help but wonder where the others were. They were still in the Shadow Labyrinth, and perhaps they could bring us powerful reinforcements. 0413 took his time in answering and simultaneously brought down the giant sword in his hand again. The blood-red shockwave from the blade caused by the collapse of the mountain once again sent the surrounding monsters flying into the air. Although 0413 does not have the rampage ability that is essential for a berserker, thanks to this, he has unusual control over some blood-related skills. 0413 extended his ghostly hand, which looked more blood-red than the other ghostly swordsmen. However, compared to the berserkers who were prone to madness, his chains that sealed away evil were practically intact and looked rather fragile. Phantom swordsmen are people cursed by ghosts and gods, under the influence of some great will, all possess a ghostly hand, which can be left or right. Phantoms are a special kind of spiritual life. These are people, elves, dragons, demons, and even ancient gods transformed after death. The most famous of them is the ghost of chaos Ozma. He is the incarnation of one of the 12 man-made gods. Another is the ghost of destruction Kazan. Although he was transformed from a human after his death, Kazan can be called the root of all ghost swordsmen, as the ghost hand is created by destroying Kazan's ghost power. However, there is a ghost god whose origin is even more mysterious and complex. He can be called the 7th most powerful ghost god among all ghost gods, the evil devourer god Brushu. The 7th in his hierarchy represents the sinister, the end, and the unknown. The title of evil god defines his nature. Moreover, Brushu is created from the thoughts of all sentient life, greed, arrogance, laziness, etc. Any negative emotion is an embodiment of Brushu's life essence. Brushu himself represents the dark side of sentient life, not just humans, elves, demons, dragons, angels, and even apostles. Brushu is the embodiment of all negative sources. The power of ghosts and gods is cruel and usually dark. Although ghosts and gods themselves do not care about losing their power or who they become attached to, their nature is destructive and destructive. In the end, ghosts and gods are also dead, reborn after death. life and decay are closely intertwined with ghosts and gods. In the world of ghosts and gods, there is truly no good and no good. No matter how powerful you are as a mortal, you are insignificant before ghosts and gods. The power of ghosts and gods is a curse, a burden, a misfortune, but also the key to transcendence. The early ghost swordsmen could only trust in fate, succumbing to the destruction of the power of ghosts and gods. Regardless of whether ghosts and gods turn into ghosts of war or continue to exist, your will can only affect half the outcome. The other half is your destiny. However, humans are a magical race. Under the influence of the weakening power of ghosts and gods, chains were created to seal away evil. Although they cannot completely seal the power of ghosts and gods, they can prevent ghosts and gods from turning into ghosts of war. However, on the other hand, once you put on the chains, you can take them off, which symbolizes success in the fight against fate or becoming the ghost of war. Thanks to the efforts of many predecessors, the Phantom Swordsman has 4 variants: Sword Soul, Devil May Cry, Berserker, and Ashura. Perhaps it is the will of the universe that all Phantom Swordsmen are swordsmen. And Kendo has always attracted people's attention, overcome the limits and surpassed the limit. For these crazy and paranoid swordsmen, disabilities and innate weaknesses are not a problem. The power of ghosts and gods is just an obstacle. Using alchemy, this group of swordsmen created corrective tools to correct the distorted shape of the ghostly hand. After a long period of not using the power of ghosts and gods and suppressing the sword energy, the power of ghosts and gods gradually became neutral and peaceful. With the help of certain training methods and corrective tools, the ghostly hand gradually turns a grayish-white color and even leaves white afterimages when it swings. Therefore, this white ghostly hand is called the Swift Shadow Hand, and the ghostly swordsman with the Swift Shadow Hand is called the Soul of the Sword. Perhaps it is fate or God's will that most ghost swordsmen have a hard fate. When a heavy blow is dealt, the Phantom Swordsmen inevitably tend to destruction and death under the influence of the power of the ghosts and gods. The desire for power is an eternal theme for such people. Even the ghosts and gods fight each other. Kazan syndrome is a special disease that only occurs in the group of ghost swordsmen. It is also called the secondary infectious destructive complex of the power of Kazan, the destructive ghost god. It is called Kazan syndrome. Although the appearance of the people cursed by ghosts and gods for the second time did not change, the power of ghosts and gods in their bodies was completely transformed into the destructive power of ghosts inherent to Kazan. After mixing with blood and life energy, blood and chi, a unique ability of berserkers emerge. This special group of people still possess some distinctive features, such as blood-red eyes. Their ghostly hands are different from the usual dark red, but are usually blood red. They are easily agitated and, when they go crazy, they become enraged. The most important thing is that after these berserkers enter into full-scale combat, a layer of blood-red flames formed by burning blood usually appears on the surface of their body. As for Devil May Cry, he has freed himself from the chains of fate and, thanks to the training method left by the High Priest Jiga, has encouraged more ghosts and gods to fight for him. Devil May Cry's ghostly arms are unchained and are coloured black and purple. As for Asura, because he practices the power of waves, the imprint of the wave suppresses the power of the ghost hand. So all the ghosts and gods of Asura have a strange light yellow colour, as if they were flayed, and some mysterious symbols are engraved on them. Sword Soul has white hands and chains. Devil May Cry has black arms and no chains. Berserker has red eyes and often explodes chains. Asura is simply blind. Not to mention, 0413 extended his ghostly hand, and a blood-red light gathered in his palm. The blood and blood flames in 0413's body boiled even more. The soul-devouring demonic sealing strike modified into a soul-devouring wave B flashed with blood-red light, and a shockwave of blood spread outward like an exploding balloon. 0413 used the shockwave to jump back a large distance and effectively float. After the bloody shockwave passed through the range, it suddenly compressed, forming a continuously rotating blood-red sphere, and an endless suction was released from the blood-red sphere. As for the kingdom of Borodin, the timeline is moved forward and corresponds to the age of the gods of Arad, the three gods, the four saints, and so on, entering the Dark City. These cannon fodder are really annoying, Paris said irritably. Although there are many undead guards at the entrance of the Dark City, the extra ones are usually very weak. And now that there are so many undead in this strange world, they can only be considered cannon fodder. The enhanced soul-eating demon ball, Ceiling Slash, released by 0413, was still rotating and sucking. Wuji also felt that 42 and Blind Ghost were moving too slowly this time. We are coming. Just when Paris decided to split up and attack, 42 and the others finally arrived. Although there were some accidents and a lot of time was wasted, the project was still a success. Once 42 arrived, he installed several Viper cannons and mechanical evolution turrets and converted the G1 Corona into a G2 Thunderbolt, which continuously fired electron pulse beams. "Go on," a deep, raspy voice said from below. "We have a leader." 42 was puzzled by this, but the skeletons from the cemetery and the soldiers throwing bones continued to advance without any clear plan. Judging from their attack, there seemed to be no leader. So the speaker was simply an awakener. Wave sword, earthquake. The power of earth vibrations rose from the ground, and a wave of sword energy swept through, instantly crushing all the monsters to the ground. This was the knockdown and suppression effect that the earth-splitting wave sword possessed. Wave sword, ice blade. A huge amount of white frost fog appeared on the surface and thickened. Countless ice blades rose up one after another, and a small glacier formed by the ice blades froze all the defeated monsters. Wave sword explosion. The earth shook. The explosion of the fire core hidden underground could no longer be stopped. It gushed out and shot up. The ground turned black. Bright flames shot up into the sky. Powerful explosions and tremors followed one after another. By now, all the men should have been assembled. Blind Ghost walked towards them, dagger in hand, his killing intent growing. Ancient Trapdoor flew into the air on a broomstick, followed by Soul Eater, Vengeful Fang, and Ice Elf Shock. "It seems you can't fly." Blind Ghost looked at Droll next to him. Although he was blind, he could still see through the murderous perception. "It seems that you can only take a blind person like me as a companion. But the one who attracts the most attention is the one behind number 42. On his head is a strange metal helmet that covers his entire body, and on his neck, arms and ankles are metal rings. Isn't that Shang? How did you convince him?" Ruel was surprised that people could convince a man who had lost his soul. However, looking at the various mechanical parts of Shang's body, one can assume that they are controlled by force. The kingdom of Borodin, this magical dynasty founded by the Dark Elf Emperor Borodin, has existed for at least hundreds of years. Therefore, modern humans, that is, Dark Elves, do not remember the former glory in the distant past. But now, the glory is long gone. In a small spatial rift, Gao Qian and his companions seemed to see how the kingdom that could unite the world disappeared. Very hot. Gao Qian wiped the sweat from his face, took off the tightly wrapped priestly uniform, and put it in his inventory. "Oso, transform it into the Ice Demon Sword. It seems the Ice Demon Sword is called Karadan of Ice." Oso looked at Gao Qian helplessly. She really wanted to say that my Ice Demon Sword wasn't meant to cool down, but she was also very hot, so she turned the Ice Demon Sword into Ice Kyradin. Caves. There are the most caves here in Van Ness. Any place underground is a cave. But why is it so hot? We're not going anywhere near the lava cave, are we? Not quite right. The lava cave is actually a fortress created by the Dark Elves using magic. Despite the many lava lakes, it's still very cool here, except for the areas near them. Are we approaching the core of the Earth? Gao Qian thought anxiously. After walking through this dark and narrow cave passage, I suddenly saw what was happening ahead. The huge cave was not closed on all sides, but had openings of different sizes, like windows in the wall. Through the holes in the walls, you can see the scenery outside. Further on the underground rock walls, Magma flows out of cracks and holes, casting red and yellow, forming a lava river around the perimeter of the cave. This is truly lava from the Earth's core. Gao Qian remained silent. Although it is not directly located at the core of the Earth, it is probably not far away. Crack, crack, crack. The sound of metal boots stepping on rocks was heard. Something is coming. The sound of measured footsteps approached, and Gao Qian and the others became wary. Weapons, angels, blessing of honor, guardians, thunder talisman, modified into light's vengeance, spring of life. Gao Qian silently added all the upgraded states, and the talismans began to condense in his hands. Buzzing! Thunder Tiger's entire body glowed, and golden energy balls appeared, which then revolved around Thunder Tiger. Destroy the invaders. A group of knights in grey-silver armor approached Gao Qian and his men. Mind cannon. A huge and constantly rotating wave of mental energy burst out from Lei Hu's hand and flew towards several armored knights. The charged cannon exploded after hitting the stone wall, and the armored knight who was thrown back and carried away also turned into ashes in the explosion. Attack. The armored knights did not feel fear, or rather, emotions. They were no longer natural beings, but magical puppets. The armored knights, or guard knights, are the 5 guard knights and the royal guard responsible for protecting the king in the kingdom of Borodin. Despite their numbers, they are also a carefully selected elite. Even though he was cursed and killed, and the king's magic turned him into a puppet knight, his faith in protecting the king did not change, and his instinctive martial arts skills did not disappear. Although the first shot of the telekinetic cannon with a piercing and repulsive effect was not stopped by the guard knights, the subsequent normal waves of telekinetic energy were either evaded by the group of guard knights or raised into the sky, or directly destroyed. These knights are very formidable. Gao Qian couldn't help but admire the reaction of the group of guards and knights. But don't even think about stopping us. Dark Slice. The specially made talisman in his hand drew one shining arc after another. Every time he drew a line, the talisman in his hand would disappear, turning into a golden wave blade that would slash. The countless guard knights standing in front were cut in half and fell to the ground, with golden flames blazing on their broken bodies. There was nothing inside. Gao Qian looked at the constantly burning half of the armor in front of him, but there was nothing there. Was it a magical construct like the Exterminator? No wonder it was so easily cut. Although Dark Strike has a cutting effect, it has almost no effect on non-undead, elementals, and puppet magicians. Suppression Talisman. The red talisman was thrown out and turned around, forming a gravity field. Lei Hu, throw all the armor here, Gao Qian shouted. Okay. Lei Hu withdrew his hand, and a blue light of mental energy condensed in his palm. Spiral Mind Field. He extended his right hand, and the mental energy in his hand exploded, causing a strong wind, lightning, and blue light of mental energy to swirl into a spiral ball. Sucks, Lei Hu shouted, and the wind blew in response. The blue spiral of energy instantly compressed and gathered, and all the knights in armor were squeezed into this blue spiral energy field. I throw it out. He turned around and destroyed the spiral aura, and all the armored knights were swept into the suppressive talisman formation by the strong wind and airflow. Shikigami Xuanwu, who had been prepared for a long time, dove underground, and a black and red lava flow gushed upward, turning all the armored knights into stone and knocking them to the ground. Repent, Hammer of Repentance. The holy light gathered in Gao Qian's hands, condensing into a huge holy light battle hammer that swiftly slammed down. A smash, a crack, countless powerful energy strikes like shards of broken glass scattered the remaining impulses. It is wrong to destroy space. It simply destroys energy. There is energy in empty space, and the powerful energy strike of the Hammer of Repentance destroys the energy in these spaces. Thunder Smasher of 1,000 Armies. A huge ancient magic sword unlike any other clenched in Oso's hand, then swung it twice and slammed it into the ground with a loud bang. Boom, boom, it broke. In the energy field formed by the previous strike, countless small ancient magic swords appeared and then exploded. It seems I don't need to do anything. Jie stood behind, picking his nails and calmly looking at the one-sided crush in front of him. In the chaotic battle, Jie was like a shadow in the sun, silently walking through the stream of armored knights. In front of Jie was a palace half buried under rocks and earth. Palace Jie looked at the patterned sign above the palace gate, which was covered in a thick layer of dust and could not be seen clearly. He extended his hand, and a large hand emerged from the shadows. With a wave of his hand, Ji brushed away the dust on the outer wall of the palace. A giant warhammer was on a shield with 5 different signs underneath it. Seeing this sign, Ji silently thought about the historical records of the ancient Dark Elves. Borodin, the Undying King. Jai snorted disdainfully. Undying? What a joke! Even the evil undead dragon was dismembered and sealed by the Dark Elves, not to mention Borodin was just an elf. How could he even be called Undying? But this palace shouldn't be Borodin's palace. According to the records, Borodin's palace had 3 gates, but this palace only had 1, and its size and decoration were not particularly luxurious. Moreover, this palace only had blue wind patterns. If I am not mistaken, this should be the palace of the Night Guardian of the Wind. While wiping the stains on the gate, he found a wind-shaped mark in the center. It was indeed the Wind Guardian Knight. Pushed, but did not open. Jie found that he had not pushed the door open, and a light of a magic circle appeared around him. Guardians. Jai, who had retreated like a shadow, reappeared behind Gao Qian and the other 2. All the armored knights had been destroyed. It must be the gatekeeper. The glow of the magic circle dissipated, and a group of guard knights in bright silver armor appeared. Has this high-res version been waxed and polished? This team of guardian knights really shined brighter than the previous armored knights. They are the guardians of the Wind Knight. Unlike the previous knights in grey silver armor, who only had the Hammer King's mark on their bodies, this group of knights in bright silver armor not only had the Hammer King's mark, but also blue wind patterns. The biggest difference is the weapons this group of guard knights are wearing. Silently pondered the concept of wind as he looked at the green light on the swords of these guard knights. Sharpness, piercing, acceleration, evasion, deflection, there were too many, but the most likely ones were acceleration and sharpness. In terms of evasion, this heavy metal armor should not be practical. After such a long period of fighting, Gao Qian already knew that the game settings were more or less imperfect, or even incorrect. Perhaps this was due to errors in the transmission of information around the world, or perhaps to the will of the universe. However, Gao Qian believed that it was more likely that bad designers and planners simply devoured the book, digging holes that could not be filled, and then tearing them out and digging new ones. Alas, bad books are like the moral principles of red and white, the grandeur of a young lady, and a 9-point IQ, which are easily lost. Book eating is contagious, and it is impossible not to become addicted to books. Blizzard. As for the wind, in the game it is considered characterless, but here it is really an attribute of the wind, and the opposite of the wind is the earth. With the idea of limiting the attributes, Gao Qian summoned Shikigami Xuanwu. Breath of the Wind, that's what's amazing, is that the summoned Shikigami Xuanwu can actually speak. The Shikigami exorcist skills are nothing more than summoning the energy clone of the 4 sacred beasts of the ancient gods of the Arad continent. They only have traces of instincts, no consciousness or wisdom, so they naturally cannot speak. Why can you speak so suddenly? Gao Qian looked at the Xuanwu Shikigami in front of him in surprise. I can speak. Xuanwu, who looked like a large black and red dog, simply turned his head and looked at Gao Qian with an expression of Erhu's disdain. The Shikigami used by you exorcists are nothing more than summoned fragments of our concepts. And now I, the Earth Saint God, Lord Xuanwu's consciousness has personally descended here. Xuanwu walked forward alone, and a group of Wind Knight guards were still lined up, blocking the entrance to the palace. Did Earth Saint God Xuanwu hold this title? Gao Qian asked Lei Hu, and Lei Hu answered, No, the Xuanwu in Blue Star is just the northern sacred beast, and the Xuanwu in Blue Star controls water. But this one, Lei Hu glanced at the big dog Xuanwu pacing back and forth in front of the Wind Knight guards. This one controls the power of the earth. While Gao Qian and Lei Hu were conversing, Oso decided to first kill the group of Wind Knight guards blocking the way. A hand with a strange metal blade on its wrist reached out to stop Oso. "Let me." "I didn't catch anything just now." The shadows closed in, and Ji slowly rose from the shadows in front of Oso. Ji slowly approached, raised his right hand to his eyes, clenched his fist, and pulled out the blade from his wrist. A red light flashed in his eyes under his metal helmet. True forbidden secret ninjutsu technique. Shadow formation. Instant prison kill. He leaned forward and crouched, stabbing the blade of his sword into the shadow at his feet. Suddenly, the shadow began to swirl. Like waves in a strong wind, the shadows created a wave, and countless shadows silently rose from the waves, covering everyone. Zed stood up, and all the shadows stood up too. He raised his hands at the same time, and the blades on his wrists jumped out. Through his scarlet eyes, the space in the center of these strange double blades could be seen, and a strange and dangerous atmosphere spontaneously appeared around them. Forbidden secret tribulation. Ruining the soul, the blade extended forward, and a flash of scarlet and blue light ran across it. "Let's go." Jai slowly pushed the door, and the shadows behind him dispersed. The Wind Guard knights who had lost their light fell to the ground one after another, and their broken armor scattered across the ground. "This guy's pretty good." Xuanwu walked ahead of Gao Qian, watching Jie nimbly and neatly deal with all the Wind Guard knights. The power of the shadow. Maybe he believes in Osiris, the god of the underworld? No, maybe Usia, the god of shadows. The kingdom of Borodina was founded in ancient times on the continent of Arad. At that time, the great magician Ma had not yet disappeared, and the dark elves had not yet hidden underground due to the curse of the goddess of beauty Venus. The number and history of humans were not long enough, and they could not use magic. The strongest race on the continent at that time were the elves. Moreover, the elves were very surprised that the great magician Ma, who was so powerful that the elves could not handle him, appeared from humans, a race that did not have magical talent. However, the reason why people were able to steadfastly survive under the oppression of the powerful Borodin kingdom and step-by-step rise to the top of the continent was, of course, because the vast majority of them belonged to the Guangquan royal family and the Zhugu kingdom. The Borodino period is also known as the period of the gods on the continent of Arad. The three main gods, Osiris, the god of the underworld, Ganesha, the god of wisdom, and Ninurta, the god of storms, are neither false nor sacrosanct on the continent of Arad. Before the apostles and the phenomenon of transference, in this original world, three gods guided humanity to progress and become stronger. It is not for nothing that the kingdom of Borodin is called immortal. Despite the power of Emperor Borodin and his many followers, the elven views are not easily changed. Emperor Borodin did not want only dark elves to live in his kingdom, so the date of the official founding ceremony was constantly postponed. The three gods among the elves. But later, for unknown reasons, the god of wisdom Ganesha disappeared first and never appeared again. Then, for some reason, the god of the underworld Osiris also left. Then, the incarnation of the god of the underworld, the subordinate god Usia, the shadow god of the underworld, was defeated and banished by Borodin, and the god of the underworld also disappeared from sight. Eventually, Emperor Borodin and his knights joined forces to defeat Ninurta, the god of storms. In this battle, Ninurta's body was accidentally broken. The 5 guardian knights of Borodin also gained a piece of elemental power, which increased their abilities. "Boy, I suggest you call all 3 of my friends." Xuanwu suddenly turned to Gao Qian and said, "Although time is merciless to these mortals, the ancients are beyond your imagination. Exorcist Shikigami, Suzaku, White Tiger, Black Tortoise, Azure Dragon. Do you want to summon other Shikigami?" Gao Qian asked. "That's right, no modifications are required. Just summon the Shikigami directly. The trace of our spiritual consciousness is watching this place right now." Xuanwu stopped at the palace gate. "Please record everything that happens next." It will be very important for so-called adventurers like you. By summoning the Shikigami, Baihu can directly use the Shikigami, White Tiger of the Sky. But what about Qinglong and Suzaku? Should he use Suzaku's curse? Should Qinglong use Azure Dragon chasing the sun? But Gao Qian obviously doesn't know how to use Awakening yet. First, summon the White Tiger. Xuanwu looked at Gao Qian, who was hesitant and didn't know which skill to use, so he had to give instructions. Ouch! Use the White Tiger of the Sky Shikigami, but this time, it's a little different. Due to the constant updating of the skill tree, when using the original version of White Tiger Shikigami, 5 White Tigers will be summoned at once. However, the current situation is as follows. There is only a 2-layer white circle that embodies the power of the White Tiger. It can enhance the jumps of adventurers in the circle and add light elemental attack effects. From the circle of light, a white tiger god appeared, looking like a boy or girl, with white ribbons fluttering behind him and holding a white tiger statue in his hand. The White Tiger Shikigami looked at the large black dog Xuanwu in front of him with an indifferent expression, turned the white tiger statue in his hand into a stream of light, and hung it back on the clothes on his body. Don't use Suzaku's curse. Use Shikigami, Shang. The talisman and the Shikigami are not from the same system, and the talisman cannot awaken our spiritual thoughts. Xuanwu looked at the white tiger girl with disdain and continued, Shikigami. Death. A loud cry rang out, and a huge firebird flew out from the red Bagua formation. Or rather, it wasn't a bird, because this firebird had a head similar to a human's, and the proportions of its body resembled the image from the Q version of the cartoon. Very cute. Xuanwu was silent. Forget about it. It's time for our next performance. At the same time, Dark City Tea. Then let us first negotiate with the Principality and jointly solve the problem of infectious diseases in the Alphalia region. The Dark Elf Queen Maya looked at Elder Chaplin, who stood next to her. Chaplin is the chief elder of the Council of Elders, or Senate. The unified policy of the Dark Elves is formulated jointly by the Queen and the Senate, so it is very important whether the opinion of the chief Elder Chaplin coincides. Well, it has been confirmed that the epidemic in the vicinity of Alpharia was not spread by humans. So when it comes to peace, I am relatively confident in the Principality. Elder Chaplin had a strong strategic vision. Many Dark Elves now wanted to leave the dungeon and live in the sun, so achieving this goal through war was unprofitable. Therefore, establishing diplomatic relations with the Principality was necessary. As for the Empire, due to certain circumstances, the Dark Elves were not particularly interested in its advancement. Since Elder Chaplain agrees, I will prepare a note and give it to Krent, and then lead the army back to the city of Alpharia and focus on combating the contagious disease first. Queen Maya took out the parchment she had prepared from under her throne. It seems that this is the only way out. Chaperon looked at Queen Maya silently. She even prepared everything in advance. But now that Morgan has turned into a body snatcher, I am not too sure about the level of our alchemists. I remember that Norton, the president of the Principality's Alchemists Guild, was once one of the leading members of the Imperial Alchemy Workshop. So if we ask the Principality to invite Norton to help, we will help. Chapuran expressed dissatisfaction and changed some of the rules of the code, requiring both sides to withdraw their troops at the same time. In particular, that adventurers sent by the Principality could only be temporarily present in the area of the Alpharia camp. He then asked the Principality to send the president of the Alchemists Guild to create a resistance potion. After Paris and Ruel returned with the Queen's Codex, the Duchy and Dark Elf forces quickly retreated some distance, temporarily ending the confrontation. It seemed that neither side was going to withdraw their troops completely until the epidemic was eliminated. Underground, the ruins of the Borodino Kingdom, let's call Qinglong first. After Xuanwu, Baihu, and Suzaku performed a series of incomprehensible rituals and incantations, a new Shikigami appeared before all the gods. Why are you seething, Sea Current? Xuanwu realized that he had summoned something completely different from what he wanted. Doesn't this seething storm look like Suzaku, the talisman? Big black dog, why do I feel like you're thinking of something really bad? Turbulence suddenly asked, staring at Juanwu. Forget about it. We have the white tiger god in me, so let the two talismans relax. The vermilion bird god is here, so the vermilion bird curse might be useful. Borodin has weakened to the point where he can't take it anymore. It's okay if he only has two main powers. Even if the Scarlet Bird God and Turbulence are insignificant creatures that can only shout 666. In the pitch darkness of the Temple of the Wind Guardian Knights, threads of blue light flow. This is the wind. 10. When everyone entered, the blue stones in the hall lit up one after another, emitting a bright blue light. In the empty hall, the blue stone emitted a faint blue light, and on the only stone chair in the hall, a knight sat quietly. Statue. Everyone looked at the knight sitting quietly on the stone chair without making a single movement, and couldn't help but wonder if this knight was a statue. Challenge. A green breeze whistled through the hall, and the green light on the walls became brighter and brighter. The knight on the stone chair rose slowly in the green wind, and the wind grew stronger and stronger, gradually turning into a storm. No man had set foot here for a long time. The knight descended from the stone throne, like the eye of the storm, and a green whirlwind gathered around him. I am one of the 5 guardian knights of the king, the guardian knight of the wind. The blue whirlwind gradually penetrated the knight's bright silver armor, coloring it bright blue. If you want to see my king, you must accept my test. After saying this, the blue knight pulled out his knight's sword from his waist, which only had a hilt. Gather, whirlwinds. The green patterns on the walls of the entire wind hall instantly activated, and the entire hall was instantly filled with green light. A green wind appeared, bursting out from the walls and swirling around the hall. Howl. The green wind gathered, and in the hands of the Green Knight, or rather, on the hilt of the sword in the hands of the Green Knight, a green whirlwind appeared. Countless streams of blue light swirled and flowed into the hands of the Blue Knight. Gradually, in the hands of the Blue Knight, thickening and compressing, a blue lightsaber was formed. While Blue Wind Knight was still performing his CG intro sequence and opening speech quite effectively, Gao Qian and Lei Hu were idle. My king is Sber or Sparta? Although Hammer King Borodin the Great has an ahoji, he can't shoot flares or shout EX curry sticks. And most importantly, he doesn't have a son or daughter who looks exactly like him and brings their younger brothers to defeat him. There's only one thing to say about a king like that. A lot of negative feedback. Does the Hammer King have an ahoge? Lei Hu knew that the ahoge was our king's signature, but the Hammer King was fully armed with plate armor that covered his entire body. How did you know that the emperor had an ahoge? Look at Borodin's helmet. Isn't it curved? That's an ahoge. It's normal. It can be considered related. Wind? Oso was thinking about what kind of magic sword he should use to achieve the effect of limiting the elements. Although wind helps fire, it can also extinguish it, and sometimes the fire is too big and can hit itself, Jai suddenly said. Let's put aside the fire demon sword and ice light darkness for now. Ice and wind seem to have no restraining bonds. What about light? Feng Clay? Ji continued calmly. Where did this Feng Kelei escape from the 5 restrictions? There shouldn't be such a thing here, Gao Chen thought. Wind and thunder roar. Thunder is really no match for wind, especially such a strong one. Oso agreed with this point of view. Light and darkness have the same origin. Thunder and fire have the same root, Ji continued. Well, Barisad's Hellfire Dark Demon Sword doesn't work either, so the only option is to use Karadan of Ice. However, what Jai said at the end had some sense of the rules. Ahem, are you guys done with this conversation? The Blue Knight silently looked at the 4 people in front of him. Oh, one of them was a dark elf. I haven't introduced myself yet. The scene became a little awkward for a while, and everyone was speechless. Hey, you're challenging the Lord Boss himself. Be careful. The Blue Knight seemed to have gone a little crazy. Even the Fengguang sword in his hand began to shake unevenly. Oh, Gao Tian and Lei Hu looked at the Wind Knight with strange expressions, wondering if the situation had collapsed. Zed had long wanted to fight, but he still had to introduce himself. Just like the story of the ninja who was declared a berserker but actually had superpowers, Zed, when turning into a shadow, also preferred to fight head-on. Shadow streamers never resorted to killing. The best way to kill was to simply unleash your invulnerability and wipe everyone out. No one would notice me anyway. Since he had introduced himself, his appearance had to match his status. Since Gao Shen and the others did not voice their opinion, Jie took the initiative. After a silent round of hand seals, red symbols appeared under his feet one after another, forming a circle. A shadow door appeared, and then Jie waved his hands and dove into the shadows. Shadows leap, shadows roar, and a stream of shadows rises upstream. Countless shadows rose up into the shadows, and scarlet pairs of eyes suddenly stared at everything happening in the darkness. I am the Shadow Blade. I am the Lord of Shadows. Otsutsuki Jiying. As the saying goes, if a man hasn't mastered the basics, his youth is wasted. That's just childish. Even though I know what Zed said is probably true, it still sounds very childish. Although the three balanced ninjas and even all the heroes on the Valoran continent speak their lines in a very childish manner, the ignorant are doomed. Jai continued to speak his prepared words. Balance is the teacher of fools. Balance is the sediment of wisdom. What is this guy doing? Wind Knight watched Zed, who was still caught up in his own personal drama, watching with great interest as the shadows played rock, paper, scissors, awkwardly dancing, laughing wildly, and killing each other, all with Zed as the main character. It looked pretty good. These two really... Xuan Wu looked at the advertising praise and the special effects-filled stage performance of Jie and Fengqi in amazement. Birds of a feather flocked together. Xuan Wu and Baihu decided to ignore it, but it was still best to resolve this incident as soon as possible. After all, as ancient gods, they cannot use their spiritual thoughts for long, especially when they have to fight in person. The Q versions of God Suzaku and Turbulence were floating on Gao Qian's shoulders, one on each side, and it seemed they had decided not to take any action themselves. You two just want to relax. Xuanwu looked at him silently. Suzaku and Turbulence, who were waiting to watch the performance. But as a Shikigami, he cannot boast much combat power. The power and abilities summoned by the ancient gods in the form of a Shikigami were limited. Xuanwu is slightly better, and by using a few loopholes in combat, he can still manipulate the earth to launch attacks. As for Baihu, other than the support ability, its only remaining function is to stimulate the white tiger beads formed by the white tiger aura to carry out attacks, and this attack requires more than 2 white tiger statues. After finishing their business compliments, Zed and the Blue Knight finally stopped their endless laughter. The scene was so strange, it was as if they were pressing the laugh button over and over again. However, as the leader of the Shadow Stream, a very prestigious ninja organization, Jai still patiently listened to the Blue Knight's self-introduction. I am one of the King's 5 Guardian Knights, the Guardian Knight of the Wind. My name is Wind Vortex Su the Blue Knight, also known as Wind Vortex Su, has finally finished his introduction. Although everything seems harmonious now, a fight could break out at any moment. Let's see what Paris and the others are doing now. Now she trades with the dwarves in Naipa. Or rather, Paris has developed a taste for the gold the dwarves smelt. Paris. Nonsense, who doesn't love gold? Although the dead are rising again in both Naipa and Afaria, the root causes of the problems are different. The root cause of the epidemic in the Afaria region is an ancient curse of the Borodin kingdom, aggravated by strange magic caused by the transference phenomenon and the toxic magic of an evil undead dragon. Although the causes are multifaceted, they are not truly complex. Therefore, even if these problems are solved separately, even with a little free time, they can be solved. In the end, the ancient curse of the Borodin kingdom is a local problem, while the transfer phenomenon and the strange magic of the evil dragon Spitz are not of a high level. As for Neupra, besides the effects of the transfer phenomenon and the resurrection of the ancient fire demon Baroque, the main reason was the residual power of one apostle. This problem was both simple and at the same time overly complex, as the apostle's power was constantly subject to drastic mutations and changes under the influence of various external factors. Differences in magical power, individual differences in vitality, and even subtle differences in the atmosphere all caused mutations. It was not Deregi who caused the plague, but the plague itself, Deregi himself. For the apostles, there was no right or wrong since their positions and titles were completely different. Wind Night Hall. Following the principle that if you want to fight, you must fight in groups, never fight alone if you can, and fight alone when the enemy is alone, Gao Qian and his men silently coordinated their actions and launched a joint attack to suppress the enemy. Regarding the development of events, while Jai and Wind Vortex Su continued to chat and waste time. "Get out of the way. I'm first." Oso suddenly interrupted Jai and Su. "Wind Vortex." He swung his 2-meter ice demon sword and struck at Shadow. "Strike!" Broken. The ice demon's sword crashed down on the wind sword, making a sound like a grinding wheel cutting through ice. Of course, there was also the sound of ice breaking from the impact and the blade being torn apart by the wind. There's no need to interrupt an interesting conversation, human. Although Oso's attack was very sudden, Wind Vortex Su was very good at high-speed combat, so he could easily withstand it. As for why, just look at his name. Wind is naturally very fast, right? If you only have to interrupt your speech, I'm afraid you won't be able to handle what comes next. As a member of the Order of the Iron Wolf, Oso naturally disdains provocative tactics to provoke his opponents. Perhaps because it could easily backfire on him. Whatever you say, human girl. Wind Whirlwind. Su flicked his wrist, and the compressed air in the wind sword instantly burst out, creating a shockwave that engulfed the surrounding area. As the shockwave pushed Oso back, Wind Whirlwind Su noticed something out of the corner of his eye that he had never seen before. The big black dog with a golden ring. The difference between the appearance of the ancient Forcent gods and the current Shikigami was so great that Feng Jiwo Su did not recognize Xuanwu at first. However, he soon recognized this big black dog with a golden ring. The Black Earth Turtle Shikigami jumped and sank straight to the ground before the Su Wind Vortex could react. What kind of ability is this? In the long and monotonous memory of the Su Wind Vortex, there is only one person who has this ability, that is, Earth Saint God, you are Xuanwu. Feng Jiwo Su was surprised. How did you turn into this big black dog? Is it livestock or a pet? You are a big black dog, and your entire family is a big black dog, Xuanwu thought indignantly, already buried in the ground. The black and red rocks rose up like water. The grey-black mist seeped out from the surface and spread, and the power of the earth increased. Petrification of the earth. Wind Vortex Su recognized this move. As soon as you lightly touch the ground, even your shadow will be caught and captured by the water flow of the stone, and then the breath of the earth will petrify you. If you are covered by this grey-black breath of the earth for a long time, you will turn into a real stone statue, which is very dangerous. But Wind Vortex Su knew how to deal with it. Wild Wind Guardian. The green wild wind gathered around Wind Vortex Su, forming a layer of wild wind. Wind Guardian. When Wind Vortex Su was activated, his body was covered in a layer of green windbreaker. Wind Vortex Su was then petrified by the Earth's breath. Unlike the armored knights in self-hibernation and statue, petrified monsters do not receive enhanced defense. This creates a target that is completely unable to dodge or move. According to the setting, some high-level monsters can instinctively counterattack and dodge even while stunned, asleep, confused, or blinded, and also have various immunities. Although you don't look that good now, your abilities are still quite good. Looking at Xuanwu, who looked like a big black dog, Baihu suddenly thought that this appearance was quite cute, but if it was him, he would rather forget about it. The White Tiger God pushed the White Tiger ball in his hand forward, and a suspended White Tiger statue appeared. As the white tiger statue continued to absorb the surrounding magic power and heavenly breath, a white tiger sky bead was formed. Perhaps it was because the edge of the sphere was too bright, and the center of the sphere looked like a dark, deep hole. The sky white tiger pearl passed through the wind vortex Su stone statue and hit the wall of the hall. A stream of green light flashed, and the green wind had already decomposed and destroyed the sky white tiger pearl. Continue. The white tiger glanced at the scarlet bird god and the whirlwind hiding behind Gao Qian, which made the scarlet bird god feel a little uneasy. Okay, I understand. The scarlet bird god reluctantly floated out from behind Gao Qian, his wings burning like flames, and behind his cute big head, a golden ring like a halo shone. The Q version of Suzaku's god folded his hands and muttered something in the ancient divine language, divine mantra of Suzaku's decree of controlling fire. Flame Curse, the scarlet bird god, extended his hand and drew a circle, and a fiery red bagua formation appeared out of thin air, and blazing flames erupted from the bagua formation. Boom, 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 boom. The continuous flames hit the surface of Wind Vortex Su's body, forming a series of small fire explosions. Is the attack effective? God Q asked Suzaku. Maybe. No, it's blocked. Ever since he petrified, all attacks have been blocked by the furious wind. The white tiger god waved his hand, removing the white tiger statue and silently looking at the scene before him. He would be released soon. As the petrified surface turned into a grey-black wind vortex, the rock layer that had been successfully protected by the strong wind began to make cracking sounds, and cracks began to appear one after another, with green light emitting from within. Broken! The wind raged violently, and the green wind lifted grey-black debris into the sky, which hit the ceiling of the hall and turned into dust. What a pity that your attack did not hit any valuable targets, Wind Vortex Su said sarcastically. Missed, didn't penetrate the enemy's armor, bounced off. For some reason, a series of familiar voiceover lines popped into Gao Qian's mind. The situation of heavy knights in the Middle Ages seemed to be no different from that of modern tanks. This statement is indeed quite appropriate. Cloud-piercing sword. Oso continued to attack and used the highest level of imperial swordsmanship to strike at Su's wind vortex. Forced levitation. Su's wind vortex looked at this seemingly ordinary movement, but he had already understood the concept behind it. Perhaps this is something more. This must be a control skill. Su's wind vortex quickly retreated, dodging Oso's sword attack that pierced the clouds and tore the sky. You dodged it, but you can't dodge the next attack. Seeing that Feng Jiwo Su had dodged the cloud-piercing heaven-rending sword's grab, the cloud-piercing heaven-rending sword's next move naturally couldn't be used. But the accumulated power naturally couldn't be wasted. Imperial sword style. The ice demon sword slammed down onto the ground, and the enormous magic power and might accumulated within it turned into a shockwave that spread. Thunder smashes the army. The enormous ancient magic sword swung left and right and finally slammed down onto the ground with unstoppable force. From the energy of the broken sword, countless small ancient magic swords emerged and scattered around, accompanied by a series of powerful explosions. Wind Vortex Su let out several chuckles, and due to the strong wind, the tone became very strange. A green light was emanating from Wind Vortex Su's back. It was constantly accelerating, and its movement speed and attack speed were increasing in a straight line. The green light behind it gradually changed into green shadows. As its speed increased, the green shadows became more numerous and longer. This guy runs so fast. All the small ancient magic swords defeated by the thunderous 1,000 warriors were eventually repelled by the Su Wind Vortex, which was in a vortex state with swaying green shadows. Even the aftermath of the explosion could not harm the Su Wind Vortex. Use suppression symbols and all area control skills to effectively restrict Vosu's speed. Ancient gods like Baihu and Zhuanwu knew very well how to deal with the various lord-level knight commanders of the Borodin Kingdom. After all, they had fought for a long time in ancient times. Besides, no matter how fast he runs, no matter how fast he moves, no matter how cleverly he dodges, Xuanwu can still catch him. But the faster he is, the less time he has to catch him, so time your attack. Whirlwind Su is not affected by inertia? That's unscientific. From Baihu's description, even if Vortex Su were caught, its speed would not decrease. At best, it would simply stop accelerating. And it would not be harmed by the forced stop. This was so unscientific that the coffins of the Blue Star physicists suddenly shook. Gao Qian. The coffins of the masters of physics are about to burst. Wind Vortex Su can control the wind. He is the darling of the wind, and perhaps even its master. The White Tiger God said that although physics is unscientific, it is magical and mythical. The White Tiger God easily crushed the coffins of all the rulers, nailed them shut, and sealed them. Time to attack. Although he didn't want to say it, whether it was a swordsman, a Qigong master, or Jie's ninjutsu, powerful and high-damage skills required a certain amount of time to prepare and use, which meant reading the lines and using attack techniques, and Su Wind Vortex's speed was so high that it resembled teleportation. Talisman of Suppression, Pearl of Holy Light, twins of the Shield of Holy Light Illusion Sword technique. Oso switched to a spare blunt weapon. The powerful shockwave created by Illusion Sword technique could easily control a large area. Although the effectiveness was not guaranteed, Su's Wind Vortex could not only jump, but also, thanks to its super-fast speed, perform various incredible feats such as hovering and sliding. Shadow Clone Shuriken Ninjutsu Technique. Jai threw several shurikens, which were actually quadrangular darts, in 8 directions surrounding himself. He then formed hand seals and activated the Shuriken Shadow Clone technique. Several of the original shurikens turned into an endless black shadow that covered the sky and the sun after a flash of shadow copying. Ding ding ding! All of the shurikens were blocked by Feng Jiwosu's super-fast sword swing speed, and Feng Jiwosu's speed did not decrease much. However, Wind Vortex Su's speed actually slowed down as it had to endure such super-dense continuous attacks. A good opportunity, Xuanwu. I know, White Tiger. This time, the White Tiger God did not use the White Tiger Sky Pearl to attack, but instead used White Tiger formation to speed up the Black Tortoise's movement speed and jumping ability. Roar! Xuanwu let out a roar that was unlike any other. The golden rings on his neck and tail began to shine, gradually disappearing and shortening. The entire ring turned into a semicircle, and the yellow stripes on his body turned golden red like lava in the depths of the earth. Earthquake. Xuanwu slashed the ground with one claw, and countless spikes burst out from the ground, causing an earthquake. The huge spikes that constantly appeared on the ground limited the range of Su's wind vortex. After all, this was indoors. No matter how big the Wind Guardian Night Palace was, it still had a limit. After the huge black and red spikes took up nearly 80% of the space in the hall, a strong earthquake lifted Wind Vortex Su into the air. "I got you!" Xuanwu roared and jumped towards Wind Vortex Su that was floating in the air. Golden red lava from the depths of the earth burst forth from the black-red spikes, enveloping Whirlwind Su. As the lava rapidly cooled, the petrified black-red statue of Wind Whirlwind Su fell to the ground. Now is the time. The White Tiger God also abandoned the use of the time-consuming White Tiger Pearl and directly condensed the aura of the sky, emitting 3 white blades of light. Almost all beasts have 3 distinct scratches, whether they are cats or bears. Ninja Technique, Shadow Release. Secret Technique, Shadow Clone, Ninpo Thunder Release. Raikiri Jie grabbed the lightning with one hand and rushed towards the petrified Wind Vortex Su like a black stream of light with a white-blue tail. Behind him, shadows were drawn, which also grabbed the lightning. As for Oso, she was resting and recovering her magic power because she had absorbed too much. However, under the influence of the ancient curse, her recovery rate was slowing down very slowly. Lei Hu did not give up. He used a real attack technique, striking 5 or even 10 times per second to use the Mad Cat Fist. This is why Lei Hu was able to win the title of Mad Cat in the arid territory of the Kryptonian Golden Warriors. At this moment, all Lei Hu saw in front of him were the huge spiritual claws of countless spiritual beasts that had been attracted by his swift strikes. In terms of image, this frantic meowing fist was not bad in a sense. After all, tigers are big cats. Mind Beast's Crazy Cat Fist. As for Gao Qianma, he is currently in a situation where he cannot use any skills. All of the Shikigami skills are occupied by the ancient gods, and the power of the talisman is not enough. As for Paladin's Revelation, it is now in the sub-skill tree, and the only attack with the highest power is Hammer of Repentance. In fact, all attacks that deal damage are done by Jai. Secret Ninja Shadow Escape Technique. Instant Prison. Killing Shadow Formation. The forbidden ultimate skill, Instant Prison Shadow Killing Array, is Jai's level 45 advanced skill. Unlike the ultimate skill in some games, which seems monotonous due to the rules and characteristics, the forbidden ultimate skill in Shadow Escape, Instant Prison Shadow Killing Array, is much more dazzling and mysterious. When using the Instant Prison Shadow Formation, the space around Jai will darken, and then Jai will turn into 8 shadows and rush in 8 directions, leaving the shadow in its original place. Then, 8 shadows will appear around the target, arranged in 8 trigrams. Zed's base form and 2 new shadows rush towards the target, leaving a shadow trail above their heads. Any attacks and abilities from Zed's base form are copied and used by the 2 new shadows and the remaining shadow. At the same time, the shadows in the 8 directions that form the shadow-killing formation on the periphery will use the 8 shadow escape and lightning escape skills, including the Shadow Shuriken Clone Technique, Shadow Blade Escape, Shadow Ghost Slash Escape, Shadow Attack, the Shadow Escape with Lightning Strike, Ground Walking with Thunder, Tandem Escape with Lightning Strike, and Shadow Escape with Shadow Clone. Finally, the Shadow Mark detonates, dealing all the damage recorded during the Shadow Mark's existence. This time, the attack worked. All the attacks had successfully hit their target, and Vortex Su, who was not very good at defense, had been successfully destroyed. It had finally happened. After spending a huge amount of energy, perhaps even exceeding it, Jai could only hold on to the blue stones and greedily gasp for air. Even from afar, through their helmets, Gao Qian and the others could hear Jie's rapid breathing. This time, he had finally been eliminated. Maybe the White Tiger God did not look optimistic. If only this incident had not happened. Like before, deep cracks tore apart the petrified shell on the surface of Su Wind Vortex, but this time it was different. The green light coming from the cracks became very diffuse, as if it had lost control. It seemed to be a success. The scattered green light meant that Su, the wind vortex, could no longer control the wind surrounding him. These green winds naturally exited through the converging crack opening. When everyone calmed down, what had so worried the White Tiger God quietly happened. Although the green wind breaks out from the control and body of Wind Whirlwind Su, at the same time, the green wind that Wind Whirlwind Su is proud of is actually a useless impurity that interferes with a certain existence. One of the 3 main gods of Arad in ancient times, the thunder god Ninurta. This deity rules the elements of wind, earth, ice, fire, light, and ocean. In the last days of the ancient era, when the gods were gradually disappearing, and when other major gods also disappeared, the body of Ninurta, the god of storms, was broken in battle with Emperor Borodin of the kingdom of Borodin and his guardian knights. The 5 fragments of elemental laws contained in this body were obtained one by the 5 guardian knights of Emperor Borodin, greatly enhancing their abilities. These fragments of elemental laws contain the power and trace of consciousness of Ninurta, the god of storms. These disparate divine powers and consciousness, uniting the power of Osiris, the god of the underworld, and Usir, the god of shadows, brought a terrible ancient curse upon the kingdom of Borodin. The seeds of the fall of the kingdom of Borodin had already been sown. An attack on the Lord God was inevitably punished by God. As all the green wind from Wind Vortex Su's body burst out, a wind-shaped pattern began to shine on his armor, becoming brighter and brighter. This gesture, when all the green armor on Wind Vortex Su's body collapsed and fell off, a white humanoid energy body appeared with a vortex shape below the waist and green wind patterns on its body. Me, Wind, God. This form, from the waist down resembling the wind, was the form of the ancient wind god that emerged after the body of the storm god Ninurta was broken. Then, during a surprise attack on Wind Whirlwind Su, this wind god was killed by Wind Whirlwind Su. Wind Whirlwind Su also gained complete mastery over the wind element, because all the armored knights in the ruins of the Borodin kingdom were transformed by an ancient curse into magical life forms dependent on their armor. Now, Wind Vortex Su, whose armor had been shattered, was sublimated by the wind patterns within his body, turning into a conceptual being similar to an elemental lord or a source spirit. I didn't expect that he would actually succeed. Could it be that because of our attack, the power in his body has reached the peak balance? If there is no balance, the possibility of sublimation will not appear. If it is the peak energy, then Qingfeng's power from Su Wind Vortex will have an absolute advantage and sublimation will not occur either. Although it may sound disdainful of you, there really is nothing we can do now. It would be great if you could just contact him and awaken him now. However, the White Tiger God did not finish his sentence. Even if they contacted him or even awakened, they would not be able to defeat Wind Vortex Su in the form of the Source Spirit. In the end, they would have managed to escape successfully, but then their research would have been interrupted, and the infectious disease that had plagued the Dark Elf region of Alphalia would not have truly ended, and the Principality's position would still be in jeopardy. Not to mention that the region of Neupa inhabited by the Dark Elves is currently experiencing an even stranger and more dangerous epidemic. So the current situation on the continent is quite tense. Demon terror, unknown region. Unknown gods, or those ancient gods. Once a powerful prophet of terror, now an apostle of the devil. Perhaps Held sensed the frailty of the world. As usual, Held observed the changes on the continent of Arad through her puppet Alice. When Gao Qian and his companions successfully entered the Wind Knight's Hall in the ruins of the Borodin Kingdom, Eld unexpectedly detected an aura similar to, but different from, the power of the 12 gods. Then, thanks to the combined efforts of the ancient gods Jie and Xuanwu, a source spirit, a unique high-level life form, appeared in Eld's vision. It resembled a god, but was not one, like the 12 Bayans. Of course, compared to those Bayans, the power of this source spirit was insignificant. But that's not something these little ones can handle, and there are two of these little ones that even Held finds interesting. Jie and Gao Qian. One was full of sadness and the dead silence of a ruined world, like the remains of terror. The other, behind this unremarkable appearance, hid something deeper, deeper even than the hourglass patterns in the depths of Arad. So that we can meet sooner, I find it necessary to help you. With the intervention of Eld's power, the group in the ruins of Borodin's kingdom had hope for life. Ruins of the Borodino kingdom, Hall of the Wind Knight's Shadow Shuriken clone technique. A black stream rushed past Mo, and Wind Vortex Su, in the form of the wind god, seemed to be slightly stunned as the black stream made up of shuriken rushed through his body. In other words, he passed through a gust of wind. It has no effect at all, Jie said in surprise. After all, a gust of wind, a real wind, can't kill. Just as the natural system is capable of transforming into elements, and this elemental transformation is not subject to the so-called weakness associated with superior weapons. The real wind. The invisible and intangible movement of the airflow is also incorrect. The wind here is visible, blue, and can be touched. Although in his current form, the Shuriken Shadow clone technique passed straight through Su's wind vortex. If he tries to attack directly, his fists and wrists will still be blocked, although they are ineffective. In this state, I won't be able to catch him. Xuanwu tried to mobilize the Shikigami to attack, but there was no response. It was not an attack that could be dodged or resisted, but a feeling of being completely unable to find him and having no target. Demon exercising talisman Gao Qian threw out a row of talismans with glittering golden characters. The talismans exploded at the location of Wind Vortex Su, turning into a vortex formed by lightning and vortex. However, Wind Vortex Su did not move at all. You have entered the king's palace and will be punished. It was just a simple sword swing, but the green wind it caused was so strong that it was beyond the rules. Countless green winds mixed together, convection, countercurrent, whirlpool, and intertwined green storm filled almost the entire hall. Gao Qian's holy light shield smashed the giant cross in front of him. A dazzling golden blue light burst out from the cross and Gao Qian's body at the same time. Gao Qian's path was blocked by an energy barrier with the holy light winged cross emblem. Gao Qian was then given the Guardian of Holy Light and the Guardian's token. Finally, Lei Hu activated the mental shield just before the attack began, but its effect was too short-lived as it was not quite suitable. Jai tried to use ninjutsu to block or weaken the power of the wind blade. However, it was useless. The shuriken and slashing blade were deflected, the attack range of the demonic strike was too short, and the lightning and thunder released by the lightning were easily dispersed. Even the raikiri in his hand was torn apart by the violent wind. It didn't seem to work. Seeing that his attack couldn't turn the tide, Jie naturally didn't linger and quickly hid behind Gao Qian, who was holding the holy light shield. Violation of the rules. Held, who was far away in the demon world and was observing the developments here through magical vision, knew very well the reason for this scene. In this world of Arad, there are some very interesting rules that apply to all the cosmic planes contained within it. These are the rules of interference with reality. The rules of this world essentially have no special meaning in reality, since it is almost impossible for a large number of awakened level professionals or even supermasters from the God world to appear in large numbers on the streets to fight for supremacy. Therefore, the rules of this world are mainly valid in the dungeons. As for the dungeon, it is a unique phenomenon in the strange world of Arad. The dungeon exists only on real territory, and then the real territory where it is built is replaced by the dungeon or hidden in a deeper location. And in the dungeon, no matter how spectacular the attacks of adventurers are and how explosive their damage is, they will not destroy any decorations or objects. This can hardly be considered an alternative way to protect the environment. All professionals with extraordinary abilities evaluate their attacks according to the rules of this world. Other worlds may not have such things as special effects, concepts, or higher-level laws and rules, but the rules of reality are something more complex and special. However, we will encounter the details later. Here, I can only say that the Su wind vortex in the source spirit state is itself a law-level existence. Its strength and level of existence are only one level lower than that of the apostles. Caruso's original will exists without any level and is always one level above the highest level in the world. As for power, Caruso is presented here as the supreme creator god of the positive side of the world, possessing the greatest power, and the 12 gods are the embodiment of all the power of the dark side of the world. But this is not complete, since there is a 13th god on Terra, and the power of the newly compressed incarnation of Caruso is equal to the sum of the 13 gods. As for the attacks of the source spirit, they are subject to some real rules. Then, under the influence of the ability to interfere with the laws of reality, the skills of professionals who do not exist in reality cannot effectively counter such an attack. Just now, the main part of Ji's Shadow Clone Shuriken technique was destroyed by Su's Whirlwind Slash. But these Shadow Clones passed through the green vortex as if through air. However, the presence of skills still has some effect. Although Su's Wind Vortex Whirlwind strike easily pierced the Holy Light Shield in front of Gao Qian and the others, it was not something that could be ignored and passed over. Instead, it was partially blocked by the Holy Light Shield. Defensive skills such as Guardian of the Holy Light and Shield of the Mind that act directly on the caster do not lose their effect due to the interference of real rules. At best, the greater the difference in rule levels, the weaker the defensive effect. This powerful wind strike was filtered by 2 layers of holy light shield, then neutralized by holy light defense and mind shield, and finally reduced and divided between the guardian badge and everyone else, and eventually managed to absorb it without significantly affecting the combat. Efficiency. Weak creature. In the state of the source spirit, Wind Vortex Su gave the impression of being even more dispassionate than before, and the tone of his voice became even colder. However, at this moment, an accident occurred. What is this? Feng Jiwo Su suddenly sounded surprised. In front of Gao Qian and the others, a spatial crack appeared in the place where Feng Ji Vortex Su was, and then the oppressive feeling in Gao Qian and the others slowly dissipated. Demon World Terror. Let's banish this guy to the dimensional fragment world. This way, he could find a special use for himself in the future. Eld thought about several of his ancient ideas. Eld had several potential targets, and the ruins of the Borodin Kingdom were a good choice. This training ground would be perfect for training adventurers who could defeat and kill other apostles. But that alone wasn't enough. The ruins of the Delos Empire's experimental testing grounds in the Bilmark area were also a good option. And the Wailing Cave, where the apostle stalker Shylock died, was also to Eld's taste. As Held continued to emit his thoughts, Su's wind vortex was completely swallowed by the spatial rift and carried away into the spatial fragment world, leaving only 4 people standing there in silence and daze. So, I was saved. Oso still couldn't understand the sudden development, but she knew very well that since the phenomenon of transference existed, such spatial cracks were quite common. It seemed so. White Tiger and Black Tortoise didn't quite understand what was happening before their eyes. After all, at that time, the phenomenon of transference was not something that could happen easily. Although it did happen, it usually eluded the perception of beings like these gods. It's over. Gao Qian felt that this spatial rift was slightly different from the previous ones. The feeling was different. Why? Gao Qian recalled the situation he had encountered before, related to the spatial cracks. It seemed that what they had in common was that they were all subordinates of the apostles. Be it Segat, Daogay, Platani, and the others from the Sky City, or the giant black octopus from the Sky Veil Behemoth, they are essentially the relatives of the apostles. And most importantly, the body of Rotus, the apostle that people saw, was also transported through the spatial rift. Beyond the spatial rift, Gao Qian also sensed the presence of several people with the same aura as Rotus. They were probably the apostles who had died on the Arad continent, Shylock, and Bakar.